Everyone stretched their consciousness to try and sense their surroundings, but they didn't find any people or spirit beasts in front of them. Why can't I see anyone fighting? Little Seven stretched her senses to the limit, but she couldn't sense a thing. That's right, that's right. Who's fighting with whom? Who's got the upper hand? Could it be that they're fighting over some treasure? I can't see anything either. Sima Yu was speechless. Others were caught in a fight, but why was every single one of them so excited? Yu, where's the fight taking place? Why can't I see anything? Little Seven pulled on Sima Yu's arm and asked. It's not that I sensed it. My bees were the one who brought back that information. Sima Yu said. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Everyone withdrew their senses. She should have told them earlier if she heard the information from the bees, so they wouldn't have needed to waste their energy. Why are they fighting? Bai Sheng asked. In a place like this, the reason for battles would almost always be due to treasure. Places where fights broke out would always indicate some sort of treasure. That was why everyone would disperse after winning. Otherwise, those nearby might rush over to try and snatch their treasure from them. If someone really came, they would have just gone through a battle. Wouldn't that mean that the treasure would definitely fall into their arms? Not sure. Just as they released the news about the battle, they were caught in the crossfire and died. Sima Yu said. Do we want to head over and take a look? Shimin Feng asked. Go over. Of course we should go over. If there are any treasures, I wouldn't mind being a fisherman just this once. Sima Yu smiled. Fisherman? When the sandpiper and clam battle, the fisherman catches them both. Huh, let's go. Let's go be fishermen. By the time the group arrived at the scene of the battle, it had already ended. Corpses littered the ground and the victors were nowhere to be seen. We're late. Bai Sheng said, the dead bodies aren't even warm anymore. This proves that the battle ended a long time ago. It's a little strange. The moment she moved, Wu Lingyu followed after her. Little Seven flew over and looked at those dead bodies. She didn't sense anything strange about them and asked, what's strange about them? Sima Yu examined a few of the dead bodies and said, haven't you realized it yet? The wounds on the few of them are all the same. It doesn't matter whether or not it's deep or superficial, furthermore, they're all dead. What does that mean? What does it mean? Everyone's expression was as if they were experiencing a moment of clarity, but Little Seven still didn't get it. This proves that they were all killed by a single person in a single move. Sima Yu said, the bees should have been killed at the same time. Even if these people aren't that powerful, they wouldn't be that weak since they're working together. However, they were wiped out in a single move. Just how powerful is the opponent? At the very least, a monarch-ranked expert. Very few monarch-ranked experts have come in here. Most of them are leaders of a force. Shimin Feng said, if we know which forces have come in, we should be able to guess which force is in here. Sima Yu shook her head, it's not a force, it's a single person. One person? When my bees were sending me back the information, they said that it was a single person fighting against a force. Sima Yu said, that's why this isn't a battle between two forces. It's a person wiping out a power. A monarch-ranked expert who came here alone? These people should have already hit their limit and are trying to use their last remaining time to find a way to break through. If they are able to advance in rank, their lifespans would increase as well. Bai Sheng guessed. It's a good thing we didn't encounter him. Little Seven shrunk her neck in. Sima Yu saw the way she was acting and said with a smile, so you have times where you're afraid as well? This isn't fear, this is known as intelligence. Little Seven said, I don't have the ability to wipe out that many people with a single move. Of course, if I evolve one more time, this would be peanuts to me. You're able to evolve again? Han Miao Shuang asked. Of course. I've only evolved a few times alright. As long as the conditions are met, I'll be able to evolve many times. Every time I evolve, my strength grows by leaps and bounds. Little Seven said cockily. How long has it been since you just evolved? You're already thinking about your next evolution? Sima Yu didn't want her to be in such a rush and end up neglecting her current foundations that would impact her Dao heart in the future. Yu, relax. I'll be fine. Little Seven said, for this evolution, although I say that wanting to become extremely powerful is one reason for it, if the opportunity arises, it's possible to do it without it impacting my future development. How do you know that it won't? Sima Yu asked. How did I know that? Little Seven was confused as well by her question, it seems like I just know it because I do. But why do I? It must have been passed down by tradition. Feng Kai said. I don't even have ancestors, so how would it have been passed down through tradition? Little Seven was annoyed before she was able to come to a conclusion, so she shot Feng Kai an angry glare. No ancestors? Feng Kai and the others didn't know what Little Seven's identity was, so they never thought that she was a plant-type beast or anything like that. Like Little Seven, Little Floey was another plant-type spirit beast. They were both very powerful but did not have their own tradition because their memories could not be passed on that way. It was just like the divine beasts who had ancient bloodlines. Only auspicious beasts could pass on inherited memories when they unlocked their bloodline. Alright, if you can't remember it then forget it. Sima Yu didn't want to see her eyebrows furrowed on her little face as she patted her head, saying, as long as you know that it's beneficial for you, it doesn't matter whether or not you can remember it. Little Seven was not someone who would focus on the nitty-gritty things. Since she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't focus on it anymore. What she didn't know was that there were inherited memories swimming in her mind, but plant-type spirit beasts really didn't have inherited memories. We don't know what treasure lay here anyway. Since it was able to get an expert involved and to exterminate them all, on top of that, it seems like he really didn't want to reveal the existence of the treasure. Bai Xing mused. Everyone's curiosity was piqued once again. That's right. Just what kind of treasure was able to entice a monarch-rank expert to kill everyone to silence them without any hesitation? They were merely curious about it. They had neither the guts nor ability to figure it out. If they really encountered it, they would probably have to report about it as ghosts. It's better not to think about it. Those who die in the little realms can't go to the ghost realm. Bai Xing said. Can't go to the ghost realm? Isn't this place linked to the ghost realm? If they weren't able to go to the ghost realm, wouldn't they lose their second shot at life? This immortal land is a special area. When a person dies, their soul is unable to leave this place. Nobody knows why. Then we'd better be more careful. If we die here, it's all over. Nie said while rubbing his neck. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Going to the ghost realm is a second shot at life? Little Seven asked with curiosity, doesn't a person's life just end there when they're dead? From what we can tell, that is the case. However, if you look at it from a different perspective, death is just a new chance at life. Bai Xing said. Sima Yu was stunned. Death was a new chance at life? Why would you say that? Little Seven continued to ask. After a person dies, their soul has to enter the ghost realm. This is something that everyone knows. Based on what I know, for those whose souls enter the ghost realm, if they are able to survive, they can continue to cultivate. If they are strong enough, they will be able to materialize a physical body and continue to live on. Then will you still remember what happened in your previous life? Sima Yu asked. That, I do not know. Bai Xing said, after all, I've never really gone through it. It's just something I've heard of before. Sima Yu thought of how she had heard of similar things before as well. If they were true, did that mean that her Shiman clansmen were still possibly living in the ghost realm? Wu Lingyu saw the light of hope shine in Sima Yu's eyes and couldn't bear to take it away from her. However, he didn't want her to hold on to this so tightly and said, there are so many souls going from the human realm and devil realm every day into the ghost realm. However, the ghost realm never gets overpopulated. Do you know why? Because those souls are already dead? Sima Yu replied. The souls have already mutually swallowed each other up. Those from the ghost realm will also help to kill the souls, while those souls that just enter the ghost realm are extremely weak. They have no ability to protect themselves at all. That is why very few souls manage to survive there. If I die and go to the ghost realm, will it be the same? Sima Yu asked. What do you think? Wu Lingyu threw the question back at her. Sima Yu understood. They were definitely different from the others because they had always been cultivating soul arts. If they went to the ghost realm, they would not be unable to protect themselves just because they were too weak. Since he said this, most of the hope that she had held on to before was dissipated. However, it wasn't completely extinguished. Deep in the recesses of her heart, there was still a bit of hope. If they really managed to survive. Shiman Feng looked at Sima Yu. The both of them were thinking the exact same thing right now. They definitely had to find a way to go to the ghost realm to take a look one day. What the current her did not know was that she would indeed go to the ghost realm in that way. Alright, let's continue. Bai Xing said, there's no more inheritance here. We should hurry and look for another. Who is it? Hee. You actually found me out. A high-pitched voice sounded from the side of the mountain. Then, a cloud of black smoke poured out from the back of the mountain. Someone from the ghost clan? Bai Xing furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't think that he would see someone from the ghost clan so quickly. It seems like those people had also been enticed by the battle earlier on. Sima Yu didn't think that they would encounter a person from the ghost realm right after they talked about it. The last time, she had watched those from the ghost realm happily saunter off right before her eyes. This was something that was still plaguing her, and she had a belly full of fire towards the ghost clan. If it were not because she had some ghost clansman aura inside her the last time, she would have already died when she encountered that drop of blood. However, even though she managed to hold on to that to survive, the ghost clan aura had been thoroughly agitated and it even caused Su Jin and Gulang to go and search for a cure for her. Ghost clan. Hand over everything you have on you. Then, hand over your souls as well. Hee, fresh souls, it'll definitely taste even better than those from before. The leader of the ghost clan licked his lips hungrily as he looked at the humans. He looked like he was about to drool all over the floor. Fresh souls were a huge gain. It would allow them to grow quite a bit more powerful. The entire ghost clan came out from the back of the mountain ridge. Their numbers were more than 3 times that of Sima Yu's group. So many people. Even Little Seven had to sigh. And each one of them looks incredibly malicious. Nie acted as if he was scared. They are quite fierce. Sima Yu nodded. These people aren't powerful at all. Wu Lingyu said. However, even if that were the case, we aren't their opponents. Nie said. We don't have to get involved. Wu Lingyu said, just let Little Dream deal with them. Little Dream is of the Devil clan, isn't she? Can she defeat the Ghost clan? In the past, her clan type was present in the Devil and Ghost realm. Wu Lingyu said, if you're talking about dealing with creatures of the dark, she is the most capable. Alright then. Sima Yu called out Little Dream. You finally called me out. Little Dream appeared and beamed. Haven't you been busy in the spirit pagoda with Thousand Resonance and the others? Sima Yu pinched her little cheeks. So what did you call me out to do? Little Dream suddenly looked as if she wanted to hurry and head back. Those ghost clansmen across us want to kill us. They even said that they want to eat our souls. Sima Yu said. What? Little Dream's voice suddenly increased in pitch. Who dares to eat your soul? This lady boss will beat them up. Dash. Sima Yu was speechless. Everyone burst out laughing. The atmosphere, which was rather solemn earlier on, was immediately broken, and it was a lot more casual. Little Dream turned around and saw the ghost clan on the mountain top across. She straightened her skirt angrily. Ghost clan? Damn, they dare to eat my Yu's soul even though they're so weak? Little Dream was incensed. Within her inherited memories, she knew that the ghost clan had a habit of eating human souls. She didn't care if they ate the souls of others, but if they wanted to eat Yu's soul, that would be impossible. Can you defeat them? Sima Yu asked. Although there are many of them, they're just foot soldiers. Little Dream said lightly. Being looked down upon by a little child really angered the ghost clansmen to no end as they shouted, just what are you? How dare you look down on us ghost clansmen? So what if I look down on you? You dare to bite me? Little Dream crossed her arms over her chest, arrogant posture mirroring Little Seven's exactly. Sima Yu put her hand to her forehead, just what was going on. You two are no longer allowed to play with Little Roar. She instructed. Little Roar had simply led them astray. Little Roar was lying on Shimin Feng's shoulder and could feel Sima Yu's angry aura pouring towards him. He subconsciously burrowed himself into Shimin Feng's neck. Fenger, your big sis is too scary. Her face is so scary, I think she's going through menopause soon. Little Roar dashed beside Shimin Feng's ear and whispered. Be careful she doesn't lock you away for what you just said. Shimin Feng said this, but the smile on his face betrayed his good mood. He would never say that he just loved the angry look that Sima Yu had on right now. Of course, only as long as the anger wasn't directed towards him. Compared to how she was like before, her personality had undergone a huge change. She had a lot of pressure, so she rarely smiled or got angry, much less laughed. It was also rare for her to pay any attention to you. Now, he could anger her and get her to change her expression, which was great too. Previous chapter. Sima Yu turned around to shoot Shimin Feng and Little Roar a glare, as if she was telling them that she could smell that they were talking about her. Cough cough dash, Shimin Feng coughed intentionally, acting as if he didn't see Sima Yu's glare. Little Seven patted Little Dream's shoulder, saying, you're perfectly right. Who would care about these little guys at all? Ignorant humans. The Ghost Clan sneered, you will know in a moment, just how powerful the Ghost Clan is. Noisy. Little Dream gave a kick and flew into the sky. She snorted lightly as her voice droned on gently, but to the ears of the Ghost Clan, it was as if it was pressuring them. What voice is this? The Ghost Clansmen grabbed their ears and cried out. However, even though they covered their ears, the voice pierced straight through their brains. It was as if someone had taken a saw to their brains. It felt like their brains were going to explode. Is this a sound attack? Feng Zhi watched Little Dream attack and asked excitedly. Something like that. Sima Yu replied. Little Dream's specialty was on mental attacks. If you explained it, it was probably the same as saying that she was using a sound attack. Hurry and make her stop. The Ghost Clansmen could stand it no longer as they cried out. However, they were paralyzed right now. Nobody had the ability to make Little Dream stop. Dash. Ugh dash. Someone could stand it no longer, and nobody knew what Little Dream was making them see that was causing them to commit suicide. So powerful. When those from Heartbreak Valley saw what was happening, they were stunned. The Ghost Clansmen were always incredibly difficult to defeat, much less kill themselves. They didn't think that Little Dream would be able to accomplish that so easily. It was at this moment that not too far away, the Devil Clan that was resting not too far away suddenly stood up. This. I didn't sense it wrong, right? A red-haired female cried out. Impossible. Another Devil Clansman cried out, we have already wiped out the Dream Devil Clan, there's no way they could appear here. But this aura, that's right. This is the aura that we experienced before in the Devil Realm. The red-haired girl cried out. But the Dream Devil Clan has already been exterminated. There's no way any more of them remain. Has their clan really been exterminated? Another red-haired male stood up slowly, isn't there one remaining still? Luoli, are you talking about the one who is neither dead nor alive and is trapped under the Yilin continent? That's right. Luoli said lightly, that guy, isn't she still alive? But she's been suppressed under the Yilin continent. There's no way she could escape. What is there that is impossible? Did you see that she's still there with your own eyes? Luoli said. As he said this, everyone fell deep into contemplation. That was right. Although they knew that there was one Dream Devil Clansman still alive and trapped in the Yilin continent, nobody had gone to check. After so many years had gone by, who knew whether or not she was still there? If she wasn't there, then this could very possibly be her. Thinking about the treasure she had on her, they started to feel tempted one by one. That was a treasure that everyone was gunning after, okay. Since there's a chance that it is her, we should take a look. That's right, we'll know if we just go and take a look. Luoli was the first to dash towards the direction after speaking. Ah, dash. It hurts. I can't take it anymore. The ghost clansman cried out non-stop. Those who could bear it still persevered, while those who could take it no longer committed suicide. The bees who were far away saw that there were many people heading towards them along with some from the ghost clan, so they immediately reported it to Sima Yu. Little Dream, there are people coming. Hurry up. Sima Yu instructed Little Dream. Little Dream nodded as she changed her tune to one that was even higher in pitch. Pooh dash. The ones who had been rampant were now killing themselves one by one. Faced with this scene, those from Heartbreak Valley looked at Sima Yu with even more respect. Beside her were so many powerful contracted beasts. Very quickly, the 1,000 over ghost clansmen were killed off by Little Dream just like that. Yu, how did I do? Little Dream, you're the best. Someone's coming. Little Dream, do you want to go back and hide? Why should I hide? Sima Yu was speechless. How was she supposed to tell Little Dream that she was locked under the Yilan continent by devil clansmen? These people aren't powerful enough. There's no need to hide. But what if they spread out the news about Little Dream? They can come but they will not be able to leave. How will they spread the news? Sima Yu smiled. They're here. Sima Yu and the others looked towards the front where a few silhouettes hurriedly flashed over. They're all experts. Just the few tens of them, they're so little as compared to the 1,000 ghost clansmen. Ah dash, Little Dream saw the red hair from the few devil clansmen and suddenly clutched her head and cried out. Little Dream, what's wrong with you? Wu Lingyu walked over and placed both hands on Little Dream's head. Sima Yu took Little Dream and kept her away in the spirit but Wu Lingyu looked at those devil clansmen and said, these people had a part to play in sealing Little Dream away that year. Did seeing them jolt her memories? It's very possible. Sima Yu's eyes shone as she thought about the cruel side hidden in Little Dream's memories. If she recalled what happened in the past, would her happiness and naivete still be present today? Only a minute or two had passed since Little Dream cried out to when Sima Yu kept her away, so it is a dream devil clansman. Luoli licked his eyes as his eyes shone. Who would have thought that after so many years, she would be able to find a way to break out of that? I'm afraid that she wasn't the one who broke herself out. If the Dream Devil clan knew that their very last bloodline has recognized a human as a master, I wonder how angry they will be. Previous chapter. The Dream Devil clan that was once so high and mighty, the ones who turned up their noses at everyone, the ones who most disdained humankind. I'm not sure. Lolly said, we did all of that to her in the past but she didn't die. I feel like that's really possible. We'll know if we try, right? We have to kill that human. It won't be easy to kill her, but isn't it easy to kill a human? Lolly didn't think anything of Sima Yu. Let's settle it first. After we obtain the Dream Devil clansmen, we're not to fight internally. Otherwise, don't blame me for being malicious. Let's obtain the treasure before discussing how we should split it. If I kill that human, will I get more of the dividends? Huan Yang, don't even think about it. Aren't I asking for everyone's opinion now? Sima Yu heard them discussing who was going to kill her, and the smile on her face grew. Very good, they really were the devil clan. They didn't even need to speak much before directly discussing who would take her life. However, was her life so easy to take? Yu, let me. What's wrong, Floey? Why are you so agitated? These people have tried to kill me before. If not because they couldn't find my true root, I would no longer exist. Right now, they could be taken to be fatal enemies. They beat you so badly the last time. There were so many of them the last time along with a few experts. This time, they will not have outside help. Sima Yu saw how resolute Floey was and that he was confident as well, so she called him out. Yet another little lady. Floey, Little Seven and Little Dream were not the same. Little Seven and Little Dream were those who appeared small just by looking at them. Luoli and the others had only seen Floey when she was at her original state. Floey, these bad bullies want to kill Yu. He wasn't a combat-type spirit beast from the start, and was a lot weaker in terms of battle strength as compared to others. Just those few little worms dare to kill my master. Old grudge? The demon clansman didn't know what Floey was talking about. Floey's 10 fingers transformed into 10 shoots of rattan. Countless more spread out from each shoot, and then those shoots were filled with flowers that were as tall as a human. Man-eating flower king. Luoli and the others didn't think that they would encounter the man-eating flower king here. They thought about how she had spoken earlier on about settling old grudges and recalled how they had once killed a man-eating flower as they cried out, "You're that man-eating flower. Didn't we kill you off back then? That year, you burnt away all my shoots. It was a pity that you failed to find my core shoot and didn't manage to get rid of me, causing me to become the man-eating flower king instead. Since we helped you to become the man-eating flower king, you should thank us instead of trying to settle an old grudge." Sima Yu noticed that the moment Floey emerged, the opponent's aura was immediately diminished quite a bit. It seemed like as long as they found their nemesis, they would be like snakes turned into worms. Actually, it wasn't strange for the devil clansmen to be terrified. Needless to say, after forming a contract with Sima Yu, she became incomparably stronger after increasing in rank. In that case, I will kill you as well. Then, I will let you turn into ghost emperors. The first one to die was Huan Yang. Although Luoli and the others did everything they could to fight back and destroyed quite a few of Floey's flowers, they couldn't hold up under the sheer amount of flowers. Lolly. Inside the flower contained numerous tiny little teeth, each one filled with poison. There were a few tens of devil clans and Floey spent a few tens of minutes before she managed to settle all of them. So ridiculously powerful. I wonder who's more powerful, she or Little Dream. No matter who's more powerful, they're both more powerful than we are. That's true. Vice Valley leader is still the most powerful. All the powerful contracted beasts are his. Is our Vice Valley leader still human? Why do I feel like we're not followers of a human, but a god? Save it, gods are just rumors. Vice Valley leader exists right here. It's a good thing that he's our Vice Valley leader. If he were our enemy, we'd want to cry. By the time the others rushed over, they saw that the place was completely filled with man-eating flowers. This scene was simply too shocking. This is the man-eating flower king. Sima Yu. What? At that time in the dark forest, we saw this as well. It's rumored that the man-eating flower king is Sima Yu's contracted beast. Since the man-eating flower king is here, Sima Yu must definitely be here as well. It's really him. After the man-eating flower king got rid of all the devil clansmen, he slowly kept them all away and Flowey's hands returned to how they usually looked like. When the flowers had scattered, everyone finally saw Sima Yu and the others standing at the back. It really is him. When they saw Sima Yu, everyone had no idea what to think. At that time, the person who used to be so problematic had now grown to such a degree. Her speed of growth was simply too fast. Right now, she was no longer the same person in the dark forest who could be bullied by others. Valley leader, vice valley leader. Someone came and cupped his fists in salute to Shimenfeng and Sima Yu. What happened just now? The carcasses of the ghost clansmen along with the devil clansman aura in the air that had yet to dissipate, gave hints about what just happened. Just as you see it. A group of ghost clansmen came and we got rid of them, then devil clansmen came. We're all good, though. Although it was a little tough, we managed to settle it. Shimenfeng said. Those people pursed their lips. Tough? Not a single person in the valley looked like they had lifted a finger. It was probably the man-eating flower king who did it all. However, since he had said it that way, they couldn't undermine it. They could only agree, it's a good thing that you have powerful people amongst you. If it were us, it would have been a terrible scene. You're too kind. Shimenfeng said, as he cupped his fists towards them, if there is nothing else, we will head off. We'll see you soon. See you. Shimenfeng led his people away, leaving this group behind. Elder, they were too impolite. They left just like that. A disciple said. The elder whose face was all smiles earlier on huffed coldly as he said, they were probably afraid that we would act against them. Could it be that they obtained some sort of treasure? That's possible. Otherwise, why would they go off in such a rush? Even if they did obtain some sort of treasure, would you dare to snatch it from them? They really didn't. Ignore them. It's not like you didn't see what happened at the entrance. Given the way Master Lin treats them, in any case, it's better not to make enemies with them. Let's go check out other areas. Understood. When the bees told her about the conversation they had when they left, her mouth hooked up into a light smile. It seems like what happened at the entrance was very beneficial for her. It was like a protective charm. What are you thinking of, that's got you so happy? Wu Lingyu came beside her ear and whispered. The sudden closeness gave her a shock and she had to pull herself back together before she could tell him what she heard. Tell me, why is Lin so good to me? Sima Yu asked. It should be because he can see your limitless potential. Wu Lingyu said. In the past, whenever a male got close to me, your expression would become extremely back. However, Lin is so good to me, but I don't see any reaction from you. Sima Yu blinked at him. A divinator has neither offspring nor companions. He wouldn't be able to do anything to you even if he wanted to. What is there for me to be jealous about? Wu Lingyu said lightly. Sima Yu pursed her lips. This guy was really. If you wanted to say that he was magnanimous, sometimes he'd be incredibly petty. To say that he was petty wasn't it either, as there were times he could be really open-minded. I feel like these people are rather pitiful. Although they experience a lot of honor in their lifetime, they have to grow old alone with no companions or descendants. Sima Yu was rather empathetic. People like them will truly be a little lonely. For Wu Lingyu, the only people he revered were divinators, furthermore, a divinator like Lin. When I look at Lin, I feel like he doesn't hold any expectations towards life. He seems to understand his future clearly without any joy. His life is short and his responsibilities huge. He doesn't have his own life to live. Sima Yu sighed, oh right, what do you think? If I really bring the water that's satisfactory to him, will he tell me news about my father? As long as you are able to bring it out, it should be no problem. Wu Lingyu said, the problem lies with whether or not you are able to. Sima Yu's face fell, that's true. His standards are so vague. He just asked for the cleanest water. However, water is all the same. How am I supposed to know whether or not it's clean? If he's not satisfied, I won't be able to exchange it for news about my father. You have to believe that you will be able to find him whether or not he tells you the information. Wu Lingyu comforted her. Even Uncle Lu Feng and the others couldn't find any trace of my father despite searching for so many years. Much less us doing it all alone. Sima Yu said, if Lin is able to give me 1 or 2 hints, we would save on wasting some effort. She took out Sima Lu Xian's name Jade. It was filled with cracks, but it had not yet shattered. This was proof that he was currently suffering. What did he tell you when you were on the mountain? Little Seven asked when she recalled the time they had spoken in private. Sima Yu thought about it and told them the gist of what transpired. When she heard that Sima Yu was Shimen Yu, Little Seven was happy for her. So you are actually the same person. This way, you won't have to fuse together. Yeah. Sima Yu nodded. With this out of the way, her heart felt a lot lighter. Did you talk about anything else? Han Miao Shuang and the others were listening in as well. They were happy for her but also curious about what else they had talked about. We talked about it. What did you talk about? That there's no need for me to obtain the 100 Ghost Fan this time in the Wonderland. 100 Ghost Fan? The one we saw at Bright Red Mountain Peak before? Han Miao Shuang said. Sima Yu nodded. That 100 ghost fan is so powerful, why do you have to steal it? Furthermore, that item belongs to the ghost clan. Is it really good for you to have it? Shimin Feng said disapprovingly. The last time Sima Yu had been hurt by the ghost clan, she almost lost her life. He was still afraid whenever he thought about it. But Yin Lin said that I have to obtain the 100 ghost fan. Sima Yu said, although he didn't tell me why, I have a feeling that something will happen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have warned me about it specifically. You have the bloodline of the ghost clan in you. Even if it's the 100 ghost fan, you'll be able to manage it. Wu Lingyu said, since Yin Lin said it, you shouldn't go wrong listening to him. How can you believe him? Yin Lin is the most powerful divinator. Not a single thing he predicts comes out false. Wu Lingyu said. In any case, it's a treasure. If we obtain it, we can use it when we're in the ghost realm. Sima Yu didn't have any problems with it. In any case, it was only a matter of time. If you say that you don't want the 100 ghost fan to remain in the hands of the ghost clan, then others can go and snatch it as well. Why is he so insistent that Yu has to be the one to snatch it? Han Miao Shuang said, won't there be a higher chance of success if someone stronger steals it instead? I asked him this question as well, but he said that I was the only one who could obtain it. Sima Yu said. Then did he say why? Nope. Sima Yu shook her head, it's possible that it has something to do with my past. Maybe only someone who carries the blood of the ghost clan can obtain it. Who knows, maybe. Did he say anything else? He also said that there will be a huge opportunity for us this time, so when are we leaving? That depends on the situation. Sima Yu said, we first have to look for those from the Yin Yang Palace and Zhongzhen clan. We don't know where they are right now. It should take a really long time to find them. Little Seven was rather interested in this unknown opportunity. Relax. We have quite a bit of time here in the immortal land. It shouldn't close before 8 to 10 years have gone by. Sima Yu said. Yin Lin was the one who had told her all of these. I thought of something. If this immortal land stays open, does that mean that we can come in here anytime we want? Han Miao Shuang asked. Everyone was stunned. They had never thought of this before. If we have the blood of an auspicious beast, we should be able to. Sima Yu guessed. So if we are to kill those inside here, those outside will be able to come in here to take revenge? Han Miao Shuang asked again. That's right. Wu Lingyu said, that's why before they come in, those people from the larger powers will imprint a soul imprint on the bodies of their own people or use some sort of secret art to let outsiders know whose banner they are under. Then, they will send their men in to take revenge. Isn't that dangerous, then? Little Seven said, we'll have to be worried about getting found out when we kill someone. We'll just have to be a little worried. After all, there aren't many with the ability to do this. We have to be a little bit more careful about the powers in the inner regions. I don't care whether or not they carry it. If anyone dares plot against us, my fist will land on them all the same. I'm thinking that most people won't choose to make enemies out of us. Yin Lin said that you guys would be fine, so I don't think much will happen to you. Just relax and boldly do whatever you want. You really believe what he said? Of course. Big brother Lingyu believes him, so naturally, I do as well. The way I see it, you just want to drop the big group and run off to play on your own, right? Hee. Little Seven didn't deny it either. This was really how she felt. It really wasn't a bit of fun at all to play with so many people around. Actually, I already messed around with the blood. Even if we don't look for them, they shouldn't be able to live past a year. Why would you still want to go and look for them? Su Xiao asked. That is because, I want to see them fall with my own eyes. Sima Yu sighed, if I am not around to watch, the feeling is a whole lot different. That's true. Han Miao Shuang said. Also, if they're lucky and haven't encountered any spirit beasts, the little tampering you've done to the blood won't do much to them. No way. How could they be so lucky? Little Seven's eyes grew wide as if she felt like this was impossible. Even if they didn't encounter the original residents, they should have encountered the spirit beasts who came from the outside. I said if. Sima Yu said, it's not completely impossible for it not to happen. Then we should confirm it. Let us hurry along. Although the old ape could sense it and lead the way, they still spent a long time before they finally managed to obtain news about the Yin Yang Palace and the Zhongzhen clan. They went to quite a few places these past 3 months. If there were people, they would continue on. If nobody was there, they would stop to check if there were any treasures. We finally found those bastards. Sima Yu saw the flashing blue dot on her scroll and sneered. How far away are they? They are heading towards us as well. Based on our current speed, we should be able to find them between 10 days to half a month's time. I wonder whether these people are from the Yin Yang Palace or are Zhongzheng's clansmen. We'll know once we meet them. Where's the other group of people? They haven't appeared on the scroll, they should still be some distance away. After a few days, Old Ape was already able to clearly sense where those people were. Little Roar suddenly hopped into Sima Yu's embrace and said, Yu, I can feel it. Feel what? Someone appeared. They're fighting. Do you know who it is? Little Roar stretched out his paw and rubbed his head, saying, I can't sense that. I can only sense that my blood is being mixed with someone else's. Someone is definitely in. Shimin Feng and the others were immediately worried. If Little Roar could sense it, then the only one apart from Qin Mo and the others was Kong Xiang Yi. No, we'll go over to take a look. Got it. The men from Heartbreak Valley had no idea what was going on, but they just changed direction and flew in the opposite direction. Are we not going to look for the Yin Yang Palace and the Zhongzhen clan? It seems like something has happened. It doesn't matter what it is, just follow after Valley Master and the others. That's right. Kong Xiang-yi led her group of the Kong Valley and were running for their lives. Most of their flying spirit beasts had already been injured, however, their injuries were way too severe. Previous chapter. Young Valley Master. Master, young Mississippi. The Kong Valley clansmen formed a circle around her and her older brother Kong Xiang-chi. Little sis, in a moment, I will hold these people back. Take our men and charge out. Don't turn back, do you understand? Kong Xiang-yi's blocked Kong Xiang-chi's wound. Big brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Little sis. Then I should be the one to stay behind. Why are you so disobedient? I've never been obedient, it's not like you just found that out. Kong Xiang-chi saw her obstinate little face and his heart filled with helplessness. Humph, you must be one of those who have been chasing and torturing all the powers in this wonderland recently? Kong Xiang-yi supported Kong Xiang-chi as she looked at those black-robed men, eyes brimming with murder. Master, let me defeat them. You guys escape. Kong Xiang-yi's contracted beast, a beautiful lady stepped forward and came in front of Kong Xiang-yi. Aqua. Kong Xiang-yi looked at her decisive back and her eyes filled with unwillingness. However, she had to make a decision. If everyone remained here, they would all end up perishing. Master, I, Aqua, am glad to have been your contracted beast. I hope that you, Master, will be able to find an even better contract beast who will be able to protect you on my behalf. Fifth Elder, take Big Brother and run. Young Miss. Fifth Elder was unwilling, why don't I? Fifth Elder. Kong Xiang-yi shouted, right now, he only has a chance of surviving if you are the one to bring Big Brother out. Fifth Elder was extremely unwilling, but Kong Xiang-yi was right. With a grit of his teeth, he took Kong Xiang-chi and found the weakest spot in their encirclement and attacked it. Don't let a single one escape. Those from the Kong Valley were completely unable to hold up under their attacks and many got wounded. With Kong Xiang-yi brandished her whip, with every... Just where did these people hail from that they had such malice towards their Kong Valley? Master, careful, Aqua. Kong Xiang-yi killed all those in front of her before turning around to support Aqua's collapsed body. Master, Aqua, can protect you no longer. Aqua, don't speak. Hurry, eat this pill. Master. You have to take good care. Remember what I said earlier. Remember Aqua. Aqua turned into a small blue sable in her embrace. As she dissipated, Kong Xiang-yi tasted something sweet in her throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She was suffering from the recoil of the contract. A black-robed male launched a sneak attack towards her. Clang dash. A long pike flew over in the air, passing through where that male initially was. Kong Xiang-yi held onto Aqua's dead body as she looked over to where the pike had come from. Shimin Feng saw the fresh blood on her clothes. Kong Xiang-yi looked at Shimin Feng with tears in her eyes. Xiang-yi, what's wrong? Big sis, Xiang-yi, what's wrong? I'll take revenge for you. Sima Yu let Floey and the men from Heartbreak Valley fight. She came beside Shimin Feng and saw Aqua's body, saying, her contracted beast must have died. Those people deserve death. Disciples of Heartbreak Valley, heed my orders. Not a single person is to remain. Save my older brother. Relax, your big brother is already fine. He's been poisoned. Sima Yu hesitated before continuing to say, let me take a look at his condition. Floey, who had received his orders, sent Kong Xiang-chi. Sima Yu took out a pill and fed it to Kong Xiang-yi. The few tens of injuries on his body were terrifying. Big bro's injury has been bleeding ever since the start. He has been poisoned. You have the antidote? When Shi Qianji was still with me, I gathered quite a bit of poison and cures from him. You're saying that the poison is Shi Qianji's? Previous chapter. Sima Yu took out the antidote and fed it to Kong Xiang-chi. When she saw the blood flow stem, she stood up and said to Kong Xiang-yi, saying, the poison belongs to Shi Qianji, but these people do not. How do you know that? Kong Xiang-yi asked. This isn't a poison exclusive to him. It's just one that he created. Sima Yu said, the mystical dragon sect won't dare to deal with the various sects so openly right now. You're not from his sect, how can you be so sure? Because. Sima Yu thought of Sky Splitter Devil Sword and didn't continue. In any case, I know that this isn't them. Since Sky Splitter was in the mystical dragon sect right now, they wouldn't dare cause too much of a ruckus. This was because the demonic nature of the Devil Sword had yet to recover. If someone were to notice them right now, more people would find out about the existence of Sky Splitter. They would never take this risk. Kong Xiang-yi still believed Sima Yu's words. Since she said that it wasn't Shi Qianji, it probably wasn't him. Hearing that you have so much faith in me is really touching. A portal opened through space as Shi Qianji and Shi Qiushuang walked out from the portal. They looked gratefully at her. Save it. Shi Qiushuang's originally icy demeanor warmed up considerably when she saw Sima Yu and there was even a trace of a smile hidden in those eyes. I began to grow after the poison left me. Shi Qiushuang said, I really never thought that there would be a day that I would be able to grow. I had long since tired of looking like a child. Take it slow. Sima Yu said, most people won't grow anymore at your age. However, your situation is a little more special. Your body has kept its memories of the past, that's why you will slowly grow up back to how it was like in the past. Shi Qiushuang knew that she would grow, so she had never been too worried. Is this poison really one that you created? It's true, I did. Shi Qianji admitted to it. Are these your men? No, Shi Qianji denied it, we came here precisely because of this. What about it? We realized that some people were using the poison we created to act against the people here in the immortal land. That's why we came to investigate. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows, did you offend a lot of people in the past? Why is it that whenever someone wants to frame someone, you're always the first one they think of? Are you able to guess who it might be? It was the same back in Cloud Sea City and it was the same right now. Those people must definitely have a huge grudge with Shi Qianji, that's why they would want to frame him. Why don't we go look for others? Shi Qianji shrugged. He wasn't worried at all, saying, I have quite a few enemies. Let me think. I can tell you a whole bunch of them. However, there can't be too many of those who understand your poisons and are able to obtain them, right? Sima Yu guessed. Cough cough, there are quite a few of them too. Shi Qianji said. Then doesn't that mean we can't guess who it is? Kong Xiangyi asked. It's not like we don't have any leads, but we can't be sure either. That's why I can't really tell you. Shi Qianji said, even if we told you, you wouldn't know who they are. After you figure it out, let Kong Valley know. Kong Xianyi leaned into Shiman Feng's embrace, closing her eyes wearily. Valley leader, we've already settled those people. Bai Sheng walked over and informed them. We'll leave the corpses to you. We have to set up camp somewhere. Sima Yu said. Floey carried Kong Xiangqi and left, and the remaining disciples followed them and departed this area. Only a few tens of people remained to take care of the Kong Valley's fallen disciples. After setting up camp, Shiman Feng took Kong Xiangyi into his own tent and placed her on his bed. Feng, Aqua is gone. Kong Xiangyi only now relaxed and let her tears fall, revealing her weak side only to Shiman Feng. Shiman Feng stretched a hand forwards and wiped her tears away, saying, relax, we will definitely find out who has caused this and take revenge for Aqua's sake. He knew the relationship Aqua had with Kong Xiangyi. Now that she was dead, he could feel how troubled she was. However, he was also a little glad. It was a good thing that she was just an average contracted beast, and not one that had formed a life contract with her. Otherwise, he would not have been able to bear the consequences. Kong Xiangyi's tears still fell non-stop and his heart ached as he watched. Kong Xiangyi was so shocked that she momentarily forgot to breathe. This was the first time that he had kissed her. Good girl, don't cry anymore. Hee hee, oh my, little Seven's voice carried in from outside the tent and her voice grew increasingly distant. Outside the tent, Sima Yu was pinching little Seven's ears as she led her away from Shiman Feng's tent. Ah, Yu, it hurt. Sima Yu was pinching little Seven's ears with another hand around little Roar's neck. It was only when they were far away from the tent that she released little Seven and lifted little Roar in front of her. The both of you actually learned to eavesdrop? Little Roar, did I not tell you before that little Seven is pure and that you are not to teach her the wrong things? You actually dared to lead her to do these kinds of things? Little Roar shrunk his neck back and shamelessly said, why do you say that I was the one to initiate it and not the other way around? Am I not familiar with your personality? Apart from you, who would do this kind of things? Sima Yu stretched a hand forward to poke him in the forehead. Well, we didn't intend to eavesdrop at first. Little Roar's limbs curled in as he looked helpless. We were just thinking that Xiang Yi's contracted beast died and she was suffering the recoil of the contract and ended up heavily injured, so we wanted to visit her and comfort her and cheer her up a little. Who would have thought that we would end up seeing that kind of scene, right, little Seven? It's true, it's true. Little Seven nodded non-stop, as if that were really the truth. Sima Yu casually tossed little Roar aside and said, don't think that I don't know how the both of you think. The next time you take little Seven and do something like that, I'll count your new and old grudges together. Little Roar flipped 2 rounds in the air before stopping and smiled gleefully, I won't. There won't be a next time. Phew. Speaking this way meant that Yu had forgiven them this time. He just knew that she wouldn't believe them. However, it was still okay. This time, little Seven did it together with him, so she didn't punish him. Otherwise, based on her usual practice. Hee, a new idea birthed itself. In the future, he would always have to bring little Seven along with him. I hope not. Sima Yu glared at him before she noticed that Shi Shuang and Shi Qianji were looking at her. They probably had something they wanted to tell her, so she walked towards them after nagging them once more. Did you find anything? Sima Yu said. Shi Qianji and Shi Shuang shook their heads. Those people are extremely clean, they didn't leave anything behind. It seems like they came here ready to die. Could they be the suicide soldiers of some power? Sima Yu asked. Probably not just one. Shi Qianji said, although they didn't leave anything behind, we still found something strange. They're not from a single power. Then it can only mean that a few powers have colluded together to do this in the immortal land. Sima Yu said, it's your poison. Don't you have any leads based on that? Shi Qianji and Shi Shuang exchanged glances as they fell silent for a moment before saying, there are indeed 2 people that are worthy of suspicion, but it's impossible for it to be them. Why? One of them is already dead, and the other is my master. Shi Qianji said, the dead do not speak, much less be able to set me up. And it's even more impossible for it to be my master. Sima Yu furrowed her eyebrows, saying, based on what you said, it's impossible. But the truth is that it's happened. I think you'll have to think harder to find other suspicious people. That's the only way. Shi Qianji said, sigh, because of this, I don't even have the time to find a fortuitous circumstance. Sima Yu didn't empathize with him, who asked you to do so many bad things. You see, this is called karma. Got it? Look at how happy you are. You just enjoy watching the world burn. Shi Qianji rolled his eyes. I didn't say that. Sima Yu denied it, but she did indeed think this way. Although you didn't say it, the expression on your face says it all. Look at that smirk. Shi Qianji exposed her. I don't know how I ended up becoming friends with someone like you. I'm thinking the same thing. If it wasn't because you kept pestering me, would we have become friends? Sima Yu said. I kept pestering you? How could that be? I'm cool, calm, composed and suave. How could I possibly pester you into becoming my friend? Shi Qianji began his narcissistic speech. Qiu Shuang, do you believe him? You don't, right? Sima Yu ignored him and turned her gaze towards Shi Qiu Shuang. Shi Qiu Shuang smiled but she didn't reply to her question. It was a tacit approval. You guys have remained in the inner regions, so did you realize anything different about any powers? Sima Yu asked. Apart from carrying out our mission, we don't usually pay attention to what others are doing. Shi Qianji said, if you really want to ask, the others from the sect will be clearer on this. Alright then, she could tell at a glance that the both of them were those who got others to do the work for them. They wouldn't interfere with others. Why would you ask this? Shi Qiu Shuang asked. Quite a bit has happened recently, and they all have to do with the inner region. I can't help but suspect that there's a power messing around somewhere. Sima Yu said, you guys saw what happened in Cloud Sea City the last time. Apart from this, those from the Divine Devil Valley had also been plotted against, almost having other powers take revenge on them. Right now, something like this is happening. Send men to check this out once we're back. Shi Qiu Shuang said, don't make too big of a commotion. It's not possible that we can't get a single clue. You guys are in the inner region, so it would be best for you to check it out. What? How is eldest senior brother? Sima Yu asked. He's alright. He slapped everyone's faces back at Cloud Sea City. Later on, the Jiang clan sent men to look for him, wanting to take him back to the clan, but he refused their intentions. He even said that he would kill every single one of the Jiang clansmen he saw. Shi Qiu Shuang said, although they were angry, the Jiang clansmen were unable to do anything to him. After all, the Jiang clan still doesn't dare to touch us. Then, what about the Sky Splitter? Sima Yu asked, does your father still hold on to it? The moment she mentioned the Sky Splitter, Shi Qiu Shuang's expression fell. Her face filled with helplessness as she said, father has becoming increasingly muddled these few days. Every day he holds on to the Sky Splitter and doesn't let it go. He constantly roars about killing and things like that too. Then is he still considered lucid? He still kind of is, I think. Shi Qiu Shuang said, however, the last time I went to look for him, his eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. It's as if apart from wanting to kill, he has no other thoughts. I think that if this continues on, I'm afraid that he will be controlled by the Devil Sword. Do you blame eldest senior brother? Sima Yu asked. If Jiang Junxian didn't bring the Devil Sword back with him, this would never have happened. Shi Qiu Shuang shook her head, finding the Sky Splitter Devil Sword has always been the mission of the mystical dragon sect. If I want to blame anyone, I can only blame my father for not being resolute enough and unable to manage the lure of the Devil Sword. I told you before that if it were possible, it would be best for you to toss the Devil Sword out. Sima Yu said, otherwise, you can seal it away forever. Otherwise, it will bring a huge calamity. When she thought of this, she particularly wanted to grab Jiang Junxian and fight him. If he had not insisted on bringing the Sky Splitter out, why would they need to worry about what would happen next? However, she thought about why he would want to do that, which was because he didn't want to take little Seven back and end up hurting her, Han Miao Shuang and the others. Sai, in order to avoid hurting her, he chose to hurt someone else. She didn't know to be happy or mad. He came in this time as well. Shi Qiu Shuang said, however, he didn't go with us. He left on his own. Why? Sima Yu was rather worried. If he went off on his own, wasn't that asking for death? No idea. He said that he wanted to be alone. He's just that stubborn. He won't listen to us. Shi Qianji said. I feel like after he proved how blind the Jiang clan was and Jiang Junxia and his parents died, he became a little lost. Shi Qiu Shuang said. Revenge had been his sole motivator. Now that he lost his motivation, he's a little aimless. Shi Qianji said. Sima Yu understood this. Not everyone knew what they really wanted. Revenge was what kept them going. Once they completed their revenge, they would lose themselves, not sure of what they wanted to do or where they wanted to go. But the most surprising thing was that Jian Junxian would also go through it. She thought of how lazy he always appeared and felt a little bad for him. Sai, this senior brother of hers. Because the people of the Kong Valley were hurt, they had no choice but to rest and tend to their wounds for the next 2 days. It was a good thing that Old Ape said that those people were still around and hadn't gone far. A few days later, Kong Xiangyi's wounds were pretty much completely healed. Kong Xiangqi's had also recovered completely. Old Ape said that those people were on the move, and at an extremely fast speed at that. So, Sima Yu and the others decided to set out again to see whether those people were from the Zhongzhen clan or the Yinyang Palace. Previous chapter. Who knew what happened to those people, but they kept moving for the entirety of the 2 days. It was as if they were rushing, they were not the only ones. Others were rushing towards that direction as well. It seems like some form of treasure has appeared over there. The people who had gone to scout for information came back with the news. Is that so? Then we should also steal that treasure and obtain a fortuitous encounter. Alright. The men from Heartbreak Valley were excited. Now that they heard about the treasure up ahead, it would be weird if they were not excited. Initially, they had only thought of helping their valley and vice valley heads take revenge. They chased after those people, who stopped moving after 2 days. Sima Yu and the others flew for another 2 days before arriving at that place. It seemed to be by the seaside. More and more people have come recently. When they arrived, they heard those people say. Sima Yu and the others still had no idea what was here, but based on the expressions of the people they followed, it was probably quite a quality treasure. They're from the Yin Yang Palace. Shiman Feng told Sima Yu in a low voice when he saw the people from the Yin Yang Palace. Sima Yu followed his line of sight and she did indeed see people far away dressed in the uniform of those from the Yin Yang Palace. Seems like it is them. Sima Yu said, it seems like they're in quite a bad position. Their numbers are low, too. It seems like luck isn't on their side, but their opponent isn't that powerful either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left so many people. Sima Yu looked at the sea area and said, relax. Even if they didn't in the past, this time, they won't be able to escape. There were so many spirit beasts in the waters. It was enough to devour them all. We first have to figure out the reason why they're here. Han Miao Shuang said, but look at these people. Do they look like they will tell us what they're doing here? Su Xiao said. They definitely wouldn't say it if an outsider was there. Sima Yu said, but they will definitely discuss it when others aren't around. At that time, my bees will take the stage. Sima Yu released quite a few scarlet bees to get them to listen in to the conversation. She very quickly established what everyone's motives were. When they saw her eyes shine, those by her side knew that something good was definitely happening. Yu, hurry, and tell me. What good news did you get? Little Seven urged. My bees told me that everyone is gathered here because there is a small island in the center of the ocean. There appears to be some sort of historical remnant on that island, maybe even coming from some sort of emperor from the past. Sima Yu said. Really? Everyone cried out. If that were true, there would definitely be many treasures on that island. It might even have some sort of inheritance. As long as it had a relation to any of the great emperors, it would be nothing ordinary. It's no wonder so many people have gathered here but not too many beast clans. Shiman Feng said. If there really were spirit beast clans, the people from the Yin Yang Palace would not be able to wait for the little island in such a carefree manner. Since there's an inheritance on that island, why is everyone waiting on the shore? Su Xiao said. Because they haven't found a way to reach that place. Sima Yu said. Can't go over? You can't fly across this place. It seems even the bird clans cannot. Sima Yu said. Then they can just traverse the sea. Nie suggested. Do you think that these people don't know that? Sima Yu shook her head and said, the waters appear to be lighter than the average ocean. They wouldn't be able to sustain the boats. Furthermore, when they came here, they didn't know that there would be waters. That's why not many have prepared boats. Then are we unable to cross as well? Since nobody can cross over, why are they all still waiting there? They say that the waters seem to have changed somewhat. Every 5 days, a piece of the sea area comes closer. At this time, the armament masters were of utmost importance. We didn't bring any armament masters this time. Even if they wanted to craft some average boats, they couldn't. Don't we have a few boats? Little Seven said, with those, we won't need to wait for the seas to change. Sima Yu's eyes shone. That was right, how could she forget about those? However, her ecstatic expression quickly fell as she said, only Fatty Chu knows how to operate them. Now that he isn't here, we won't know how to use them. It was the same as not having any of them. Who knows that Little Seven would pat her chest, rub her chin and say, I know how to operate it. You know how? Yeah. When Big Bro Fatty was familiarizing himself with warships, I was right by his side watching. I thought it was fun, so I got him to teach me. At that time, she had learned because it was fun. Who would have thought that it would end up being useful? Little Seven, you're too brilliant. Sima Yu pinched Little Seven's cheeks excitedly, if you know how to operate them, we should have no problems going over. Even if we can't do it now, we can do it once the waters have changed. What warships? Shurchen and the others asked. They had never heard of them possessing a warship before. Even Wu Lingyu didn't know. Just that. When we were in the academy, there was once when we were conducting a mission. Sima Yu recounted what happened back when she was in the West Coast desert and sold to a mine. Oh damn, so you guys were the ones behind what happened back then. Nie couldn't help but cuss. This was truly too shocking. The ore vein that you used to build your power was shifted away from there, wasn't it? Feng Zhi said confidently. They were still puzzled back then how she managed to get an ore vein. Thinking about it now, they said that an entire ore vein was missing back then. Didn't that mean that she was the one who had dug it away? Furthermore, that something so impossible had actually happened was really bothering them. Since we have a warship, we should leave earlier. Since someone has already gone, if we take any longer, they'll snatch our things. Little Seven said. But if we leave now, how will those from the Yin Yang Palace be? Han Miao Shuang asked. They don't need us to act. The spirit beasts in the sea will take good care of them. Sima Yu said, however, we should find a way to get them in the sea. We aren't familiar with them on the surface. How are we to get them to go in the sea? Sima Yu thought about it and looked at Kong Xiang Yi and Kong Xiang Qi, saying, I'll have to trouble you guys. Us? Kong Xiang Yi was rather surprised. However, she didn't ask much, what do you need us to do? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu went close to Kong Xiang Yi and whispered a few sentences. Kong Xiang Yi nodded and led her Kong Valley clansmen away. You, what did you get them to do? Little Seven asked with curiosity. Curious little child, you will know in a minute. Sima Yu pinched Little Seven's cheeks and said. Little Seven patted Sima Yu's hands and said with pursed lips, fine, don't tell me then. She wasn't a curious little child. Sima Yu smiled as she turned her gaze back to the waters. Ruins, eh? On the other side, Kong Xian Yi and Kong Xiang Qi had led their men to the banks. The men from the Yin Yang Palace were not far away. Big brother, why are there so many people here? Kong Xiang Yi asked. Kong Xiang Qi furrowed his eyebrows, saying, I don't know. Let's find someone and ask. Kong Xiang Qi said. These guys have probably discovered some sort of treasure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many of them here, Kong Xiang Yi said, even if you ask them, they probably won't tell you. That's true. Kong Xiang Qi sighed. If there really was treasure, everyone would want to hide it. There was no way they would tell them. Isn't that an elder from the Yin Yang Palace? Big brother, let's go ask them. Kong Xiang Yi acted as if she just saw the people from the Yin Yang Palace. The people from the Yin Yang Palace had already noticed them when they were speaking, they were merely paying them no attention. Now that they had come over, based on their previous relationship, they couldn't continue to ignore them. Elder Wu, what are you doing here? Kong Xiang Qi walked over and greeted Elder Wu. So it's Xiang Yi and Xiang Qi. What are you guys doing here? Elder Wu said with a smile that was not quite a smile, I saw that there were still quite a few of you when you first entered, why are there only a few of you now? When he mentioned this, Kong Xiang Yi couldn't control the pain and rage on her expression as she said, there were some people who chased us down to try and kill us earlier. If it were not because we ran quickly, we would already have lost our lives. When we escaped, we saw people rushing over here. That's why we rushed over as well. Elder Wu, you arrived earlier than we did. Do you know what's going on? What she said was true, and her expressions were genuine as well. Hence, Elder Wu naturally believed it. Oh that, actually, it's nothing much. There's a little treasure up ahead that's behind blocked by the waters. Elder Wu glossed over it. There's treasure? Kong Xiang Yi's eyes shone with glee, since it's being separated by water, why don't you just fly over it? As she said it, she even acted restless. If only it were that simple, then everyone wouldn't need to wait here. Another elder of the Yin Yang Palace said in a weird manner. What, you can't fly over? Kong Xiang Yi asked. We can't. We can't manipulate the air here to fly. Even our flying beasts can't fly over. The only way is to cross the waters. Elder Wu said. Then just cross them. You just need a boat, right? You can't use a boat either. Elder Wu glanced at the few little boats on the shore and said, the waters are rather light, so it can't support the average boat. Boats like these will just sink. Huh. Then that means we can't head over there? Kong Xiang Yi cried out, looking at the waters with regret. That's right. Everyone is thinking of a way to see if they can head over. It's just that my Yin Yang Palace has yet to come up with any suitable ideas. Xiang Yi, your Kong Valley has quite a few armament masters. Could you refine a special boat? This was the real reason that Elder Wu had entertained them. Kong Xiang Yi sighed, saying, our armament masters have already been killed. We only have 2 left, but they aren't ranked that high. If you want them to craft an ordinary boat, they wouldn't be able to do it without 10 days to half a month's worth of time. Such a long time. Elder Wu furrowed his eyebrows. He had really told them this information for nothing. If they had to wait that long, they might as well wait for the 3 days it would take the waters to change. Kong Xiang Yi naturally knew that he had those intentions, but she didn't reveal it in her expression. She merely said regretfully, that's right. However, it's a good thing that we still have 2 armament masters. We just don't know how long it will take for them to create a specialized boat. Elder Wu, you told us such an important bit of information. If we are able to cross, we will definitely take you with us. Humph. The elder from before snorted icily as he flung his sleeves and went off in a different direction. Elder Wu smiled, in that case, we'll have to trouble you. Hey, you guys, look. There's a boat. Someone suddenly cried out and everyone turned over to see a huge boat appear on the sea. Whose boat is that? It can actually float on the waters? It's such a huge boat. There are many who can fit on it. I'm rather curious whose it belongs to. Could we hitch a ride? Look at the people on the boat. Aren't they from Heartbreak Valley? That's right, the one in the mask seems to be Heartbreak Valley's Valley Master. After Shiman Feng got on the boat, the rest of the disciples from Heartbreak Valley followed him up. The group sat on the deck. They watched the people below, looking awesome. It really is Heartbreak Valley. How did those from Heartbreak Valley get this kind of worship? Wouldn't you need to spend a fortune to build it? Don't just see Heartbreak Valley as a newly established power. This power is simply far beyond our reach. You tell me, if we were to ask them to give us a ride, would they agree? You just have to look at them to know that they wouldn't. Each and every one from Blood Fiend City looked menacing and evil. Their malicious aura leaked from every inch of them, causing those who were more cautious to take a step back. On this side, those from the Yin Yang Palace and Kong Valley had seen it as well. Kong Xiang Yi saw Sima Yu, who was slowly climbing up the boat and cried out, hey, isn't that Yu? Little sis, do you know him? Kong Xiang Qi asked. I do. He and I are rather familiar. Kong Xiangyi said, we did some things together, so we could be considered as friends. Then ask him to take us with him. Will he agree? Kong Xianqi asked joyfully. He definitely will. Kong Xiangyi said excitedly, Yu is really nice and warm. Based on our relationship, it wouldn't be a problem for us to bring all our Kong Valley with us. Big bro, let me call out to stop them. Otherwise, their ship will depart. Yu. After speaking, she ran off ahead towards Sima Yu's boat. Kong Xiangqi wanted to run after her, but Elder Wu grabbed onto his arm. Xiangqi, you initially said that you would take us with you if you were able to craft a boat. Now that things are this way, look, could you speak with those from the Heartbreak Valley as well to see if they'll take us along? Take you along? Kong Xiangqi appeared to be at a loss. I don't know Sima Yu myself. Look, it's my younger sister who knows him. Now that my young sister has gone over, I don't know whether or not you will be able to come along. Why don't we do this? You can come with us, and we'll ask if that would be possible. Previous chapter. Sima Yu had just reached the top of the boat when she heard the shouts from below. Yu. She turned around and saw Kong Xiangyi running over. Xiangyi? What are you doing here? Sima Yu acted surprised as she smiled towards Kong Xiangyi. She just arrived in front of the group, and since nobody had seen them together, it didn't rouse anyone's suspicion now that they both of them had met. We just arrived as well. Kong Xiangyi said, Yu, are you going to cross the waters? Yes, I am. Sima Yu didn't hide it. Could you take us with you? Sima Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding, you saved my life the last time. It's a given that I'll take you across. Kong Xiangyi smiled, saying, then I'll have to thank you. Xiangyi. Elder Wu and Kong Xiangqi came over and looked at her. Their meaning was clear. Kong Xiangyi was a smart person as well. She knew what he meant immediately. That. She was in a difficult position as she looked at Sima Yu. Yu, will you be able to take the people from Yinyang Palace across as well? Sima Yu raised her brows, are you guys close? I already promised Elder Wu earlier that I would take him with me if I were able to cross over. That, can you? No way. Shiman Feng walked over and rejected it immediately. Valley Master. Sima Yu looked at Shiman Feng as if he were her senior. Yu, we already have many people with us. We'll take Kong Valley with us because they have saved your life once before. We have no relationship with the Yinyang Palace. Shiman Feng said. But I once promised Xiangyi that I would agree to her request. Anything she asked. Sima Yu acted as if she were completely at a loss and didn't want to go back on her words. Yu. Valley Master, you won't make me into someone who can't keep his word, right? When Sima Yu said this, Shiman Feng couldn't say anything more. That's right. Yu promised me. Kong Xianyi looked pointedly at Elder Wu. Elder Wu immediately came to his senses and cupped his fists, this lowly one is the elder of Yinyang Palace. If you can take us with you, we would be eternally grateful. Then do you have anything that you can offer us? Little Seven opened her mouth to say. Elder Wu didn't think that they would ask him such a question under everyone's gaze. Was this not daylight robbery? However, he saw Shiman Feng's apathetic gaze and could only keep his temper in check as he said with a smile, if you can take us with you, we will give you 20% of the treasure. 40%. Shiman Feng said. Elder Wu pursed his lips, saying, 30%. This is the highest we will go. Shiman Feng thought it over for a bit, you guys can only stay on the deck. After speaking, he turned around and left the deck. Sima Yu saw that he had no further objections as she waved to Kong Xiangyi, saying, Xiangyi, come on up. Elder Wu, let's go. Kong Xiangyi happily ran up and the people from Kong Valley and Yinyang Palace followed up as well. The people who were watching from the side were beyond themselves with jealousy. If they had a good relationship with Sima Yu, they would be able to get a seat there as well. The way they saw it, Sima Yu was an idiot. How could they take someone else along at a time like this? Who else besides an idiot would do something like this? At the same time, they understood something else. Sima Yu had a high position in Heartbreak Valley. Even the Valley Master gave her preferential treatment. Once Kong Valley and Yinyang Palace members had gone up the boat, Sima Yu instructed them to set off. Little Seven piloted the ship in a carefree way. The boat slowly left the shore and headed towards the island. Everyone appeared smaller until they finally disappeared completely. Those who were watching from shore were incredibly envious. Why are you still zoning out? You should be constructing the boats quickly. This seawater changes every 5 days, and 2 days have already gone by. They're only 2 days quicker than we are. That doesn't mean they'll get the treasure. Some people consoled themselves. That's right. They won't necessarily get the treasure just because they arrived first. Someone agreed, it's not like this treasure is first come first served. Only the predestined ones will get it. You guys are just complaining that the grapes are sour because you can't have any. Once they obtain the treasure, we'll see if you guys can still sing the same tune. Humph, so what if they can get it? You don't know whose hands it will finally land up in. Alright, those who said these words were definitely planning to steal it. You dare steal from Heartbreak Valley? Someone sneered, don't forget their identity. Are you not afraid that the entire bird clan will come after you for revenge? There are so many people from Blood Fiend City. Are you able to defeat them? Don't steal from them today only to get your clan exterminated tomorrow. The Violet Water Dragon clan is the leader of the 9th Star Sea. Do you dare to steal from their prince? The one who spoke those words earlier started to break out in sweat. It was as if he was terrified by what they said. I was just saying. I wouldn't really dare to steal from them. But the Wonderland is huge and many people have entered. They wouldn't all be afraid of them, right? At the very least, those from the Ghost Clan and Devil Clan wouldn't be afraid. Who knows? Don't forget who his master is. One is Su Jin, another is Old Man Devil and another is Feng Zhixing. Every single one of them is an influential figure in the inner regions. Old Man Devil and Sun Jin have disappeared for many years. Who knows where they've gone? As for that Feng Zhixing, he's someone from the inner regions and is too far away to be of any threat. Hehe, you can go ahead and try if you're not afraid. I'm not that gutsy. I was talking about others. Sai, instead of letting your mind wander, you might as well complete the construction of your boat. Sai, you're right. Why are you daydreaming about this? Hurry and fix the boat. Yes, young sect master. Those from the Yin Yang Palace and Kong Valley were on the deck. The disciples from Heartbreak Valley were standing on the deck as well. They folded their arms, glaring at them. Xiang Yi, you guys can find anywhere to take a seat. I'm going down to take a look. Sima Yu smiled at Kong Xiang Yi. Do you want to go to the cabin? Can I come with you? Kong Xiang Yi asked excitedly. This was the first time that she had seen such a warship. She had only seen them while flying in the sky before, and was incredibly curious back then. Sima Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, alright, but don't touch anything. If anything breaks, we might have to remain on the waters. Relax. Kong Xiang Yi patted her chest as she promised. Come with me, then. The others watched as Kong Xiang Yi followed Sima Yu incredibly incredibly jealous. They were curious as well and wanted to go down to take a look too. It was a pity that they didn't have a good relationship with her and could ask her to take them too. As Sima Yu and Kong Xiang Yi went downstairs, Little Seven sat on the chair with both legs on the dash, leisurely biting on a radish. Previous chapter. Next chapter. After going downstairs, Kong Xiang Yi had no need to act as if she didn't know everyone. She saw Little Seven's lazy attitude, she smiled, look at how casual our Little Seven is. Yu, I just realized that the cultivating pills you gave me are all gone. That's why all I have to munch on is a radish. Little Seven sat up and gave Sima Yu some herbs. Sima Yu took the herbs and set up a fire. She directly set the flame to its maximum before slowly refining those ingredients into pills. Hehe, with your refining methods, it's no wonder you took first place. Kong Xiang Yi chuckled. Sima Yu gave Little Seven the pills that she had finished refining. She said, you guys keep watch here. I'm going in to check on Little Dream. Has Little Dream not woken up yet? Little Seven asked. Not yet. Little Spirit said earlier on that Little Dream was a little unstable. I'm going in to check. After speaking, she entered the Spirit Pagoda with a flash. Kong Xiang Yi dashed to Little Seven's side and looked at the buttons inquisitively. Little Seven, you're just chilling now, so why don't you teach me how to operate this? Alright. Little Seven knew that Little Roar always had strange ideas. Really? Thank you, Little Seven. Inside the Spirit Pagoda, Sima Yu had gone in to see Little Seven surrounded by a group of spirit beasts. How is Little Dream? Still the same. She hasn't awoken since. Sima Yu came to the bedside where Little Seven was curled up on the ground. She couldn't stop shivering and her eyes filled with tears that dripped down the sides of her face. Her pale face was scrunched up and on her face was both fear and terror that had already seeped to her very core and filled her with bitterness. No matter who gets close to her, her reaction is always really big. She keeps punching and kicking us. Ye Guang said with heartache. As Sima Yu's spirit beasts, they had never seen anyone like this before. Their hearts ached for her, but they were powerless to do anything about it. Sima Yu walked over. Stretching out her hands, she hugged Little Dream tightly. Little Dream wanted to hit her, but was, instead, tightly bound in a hug. Little Dream, it's me. Don't be afraid. I'll be here with you. Sima Yu patted Little Dream on her back lightly and comforted her. It could be because of their contractual link, but Little Dream felt a lot better in her arms and did not try to attack her. She even subconsciously hugged her back, with soft whimpers escaping from her lips. Sima Yu could sense the pain in her heart and her eyes turned red. That experience triggered her memories of the time that she had also recovered her memories. At that time, she was swallowed by grief as well. Little Dream, don't be afraid. Those are all memories of the past. You are safe now. I will always be here with you. Yu, didn't they seal Little Dream's memories away? How could it change in just a moment? Ye Guang asked. The seal on Little Dream's memories were not that stable to begin with. After all these years passed, what was inside her had been constantly eroding away at the seal. It was precisely because of this that I was able to see her memories back when I had formed a contract with her. Sima Yu said with heartache, adding on to that, the trigger of those people from the Devil Clan, the thing in her body acted up and immediately broke the seal. Poor Little Dream. Ling Long wasn't crying, but her heart ached for her. Yu, do you know what that thing inside of her is? The reason why Little Dream was suffering right now was because of that thing inside of her. If not for it, she wouldn't be in her current state. Sima Yu shook her head. Within Little Dream's memories, nobody has ever mentioned what this item is. However, they know that once this item is obtained, it will boost one's cultivation speed. If it is able to piece into the heart, it will allow one to become immortal. Like Little Dream, Little Dream had already calmed down inside Sima Yu's embrace. However, her eyebrows were still furrowed tightly and her pale expression showed that she had not yet fully recovered. Sima Yu wrapped Little Dream in her embrace. If it were not for her immortal body, she would not have had to endure so much hardship. There were times where living wasn't as great as one would imagine it. There were many times when living was more tortuous than to die. Once Little Dream wakes up, I wonder how she will handle the recollection of her memories. Back when Sima Yu had just recovered her memories, the way she crumbled and fell apart was still a traumatic incident for them. Little Dream's circumstances were so similar to Sima Yu's. Sigh. SSS. Don't be afraid. Little Golden had woken up sometime earlier and crawled along Sima Yu's shoulder. He spoke in stuttered sentences. Little Golden, you're awake. Woken up. Little Dream. Little Golden spoke slowly, like a young child who was just learning how to speak. Little Dream is physically fine. Sima Yu said, but the seal in her body has been released, so she's not doing well. Protect her. Little Golden hissed slowly. Are you saying that you want to protect Little Dream? Sima Yu asked. Little Golden nodded. You. Little Dream. Protect. Little Golden is really a good boy. Sima Yu patted Little Golden on the head and said gratefully. Knowing that he would protect them, all the quality items that she had fed him were not in vain. Little Golden, does that mean you don't want to protect us? You. He would protect you, and you would protect them. Is that what he meant? Let me die. Let me die. Little Dream. Little Dream. Wake up, let me die. Let me die with them. Sima Yu's words were ineffective on Little Dream. Little Dream. Sima Yu forcefully stopped her from hurting herself, but was injured instead. Little Dream, you've hurt you. This cry was useful as Little Dream immediately calmed down. Sob. Fresh blood leaked down the corner of Yu's mouth and happened to drip on Little Dream's forehead. It could be because she smelt the stench of blood, but her tightly shut eyes opened slowly. Seeing the fresh blood leaking at the corner of her mouth, she recalled the memories in her mind and Little Dream's tears started to fall again. I'm sorry. Previous chapter. Little Dream muttered a word of apology, bringing tears to everyone's eyes. Sima Yu smiled. I'm alright. I. Little Dream couldn't speak, she just grabbed onto Sima Yu and cried. Her cry started off as tiny whimpers, but ended up in heavy sobs. She cried so hard that she almost couldn't breathe. Sima Yu understood how she felt. At that time, she herself had almost fallen apart. It was bound to be worse for her, who was so pure and simple. She understood it. Right now, there was nothing she could say to make it better. Only Little Dream could pull herself together. What she could do now was to accompany her in silence and let her know that no matter when, she would always be by her side. After crying for a long time, Little Dream eventually stopped. She nestled inside Sima Yu's embrace and said in a dead voice, I saw it. I watched how they exterminated my entire clan. I watched them fall by my side one by one. They cut my stomach open and continued to dig through it. It hurt. It hurt. I wanted to die. I wanted to be with my mother and father, but I couldn't die. No matter what they did to me, no matter how they broke my body, I couldn't die. I hate them. I'm filled with hatred. I hate them, but I hate myself even more. If it weren't for me, my clansmen would still be living happily. I was the cause of it all. Sima Yu cried with Little Dream. Her tears dripped onto Little Dream's face and their tears flowed as one. I understand, Little Dream. I understand your feelings. You're hurting. You're filled with hatred. Just cry if you want to cry. If you want to take revenge, we'll be here with you. Who cares if we have to turn the devil realm upside down? We'll be there with you. Little Dream bawled. Why me? Why? Why did that thing have to grow in her? Why did it have to bring her so much harm? Little Dream let out a long breath before stabbing a hand straight through her heart. Her entire hand sank deep into her chest. Little Dream. What are you doing? Sima Yu didn't expect her to do this, and was too late to stop her. Little Dream pulled her hand out from inside her body and fresh blood poured from her wound. Little Dream lowered her head and watched as the blood gushed out. Her heart had been stabbed and she was losing blood like crazy, but she still didn't lose her life. Look. I can't die. I can't die. Little Dream looked at her blood on her hands and couldn't take the pressure anymore as she started to scream. Sima Yu watched the way Little Dream was acting and kind of understood how the others must have felt watching her back when she had fallen apart. She hugged Little Dream tightly and pressed her forehead on hers, saying, Little Dream, this isn't your fault. Your clan members do not blame you either. Even as they were going to die, they wanted to protect you. No matter what happened outside, they didn't want you to know because they wanted to protect you who were so cute to them. Did you forget what your mother said to you before she left? She asked for you to live well. Little Dream thought of the last words that her mother had said to her. She told her to live well and to escape to live a good life. However, she didn't escape. She was caught and tortured for so many years. She was finally sealed away and suppressed. If her mother knew that, how sad would she have been? She closed her eyes, but her tears wouldn't stop flowing. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes that always looked so pure and innocent had now changed. They were now dripped with bitterness and hatred. Little Dream, no matter what you want to do, we will be here with you. Little Rock said emotionally from the side. That's right, that's right. No matter what you want to do, we will be here with you. Yiguang said. When they saw how their pure and innocent little dream had changed, when they saw her hatred and pain, their eyes were wet. If it were possible, they hoped that she could return to her cheerful state, not like how she was now. Little Dream expressed her thanks, but she felt like she was suffocating. She couldn't say a word. Little Golden. Little Dream. Little Golden slithered down and looped around Little Dream's neck. He used his head to stroke her gently. He was telling her that he would be by her side. Little Roar, who was happily playing on the outside, suddenly burst into tears. It gave Little Seven and Kong Xiangyi a shock. Little Roar, what's going on? We were just messing with you. Kong Xiangyi was a little bewildered. Little Dream, sob sob. Little Dream. Yu, I want to go in. Little Roar cried. Sima Yu heard Little Roar's plea, so she brought him in. When Little Roar saw Little Dream he burst into sobs and pounced on Little Dream. He didn't care that her blood was tainting his favorite white fur a dark red. Sob sob, Little Dream, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been playing around outside. I should have been with you. Sob sob. The moment Little Roar entered, he caused everyone to start crying. The way he burst into tears was even more dramatic than Little Dream herself. Little Dream released her hold on Sima Yu's hand and touched Little Roar. She saw that the fur below his eyes were already a sheet of red and that his eyes were filled with remorse, so her tears flowed even more. Little Dream, don't cry. I'll accompany you to beat those baddies up. Little Roar climbed up and rested on Little Dream's neck, sobbing spasmodically. Sima Yu was bewildered by Little Roar's reaction. Did something happen that she didn't know? After a long while passed, Little Dream finally reacted, saying, Thank you all, thank you for being with me. What's the thanks for? We're all a family. Sima Yu said, you should stay here for now to heal up. Once your wounds are healed, we will look for those people from the Devil Clan to collect our debt. Since Luoli and the others have come in, there are definitely others from the Devil Clan who have as well. There were many powers who kidnapped you back then. Many of them must have come in this time. Little Dream nodded. Sima Yu grabbed onto Little Dream's hands, the top of which were still stained with her black blood. Don't do this kind of thing anymore. You're here to kill your enemies, not to harm yourself. Understand? I got it. Little Dream saw that Sima Yu had some black and red bloodstains on her and said apologetically, Sorry, Yu. I hurt you too. It's fine as long as you're okay. Sima Yu used another hand to pat Little Dream's head as she spoke. I will be well. Well as I exact my revenge. Little Dream said. It's good to think that way. Sima Yu said, Call me again later, I'm going out. Heal up well, hurry up and recover. With the seal being released, my strength seems to have grown quite a bit. Wait till I've grown accustomed to it, then I'll come out. Little Dream said. Alright, we will wait for you. Sima Yu left a light peck on her forehead before changing her clothes and leaving. The moment she left, Little Seven and Kong Xiangyi could smell the light smell of blood from her. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report. Yu, what happened? Kong Xiangyi asked because she was worried. Little Roar's behavior had given them quite a scare. They had never seen him act like that before. Yu, did something happen to Little Dream? Why do you reek of blood? Little Seven asked. Nothing much. Sima Yu didn't want others to know how Little Dream was currently like, so she changed the topic and asked, You guys called for me just now. Is something up? Oh, it's like this. Old Bai came down for a while and said that some people asked to come into this room earlier on but was rejected. Little Seven said. If they were rejected then just leave it. Sima Yu didn't find anything off about it. The men from the Yin Yang Palace wouldn't be living for long anyway. Now that they had left the shore, even if they killed them, others would never see it. As for whether or not they would guess it later on, that wasn't something she would bother about. Without concrete evidence, even the Yin Yang Palace wouldn't dare to do anything to Heartbreak Valley. Old Bai's meaning was that, since we have already entered the waters, is this the time to act? Kong Xiangyi explained, they have the scent that attracts spirit beasts. If we enter the deep waters, will they attract the spirit beasts and end up implicating us? That's true. Sima Yu said, however, if we act and their corpses are found with us, others will definitely suspect us. Then what do we do? Little Seven asked. Sima Yu thought for a moment and said, First think of a way to lock them up, then toss them out once we reach the shore. Then just use poison to deal with them. Little Seven said, Anyway, you have so many poisons, you can get rid of them so easily. They're all cultivators. They wouldn't fall to poisons that easily. Kong Xiangyi said. Then we'll have to think of an idea. Sima Yu said. We do have an idea, we just don't know if it'll work or not. Little Seven said lightly. What idea? Hee. The idea is. Little Seven smiled sinisterly as she explained her idea. When night came, Kong Xiangyi finally returned to the deck with Sima Yu. Kong Xiangqi saw Kong Xiangyi return and asked, Why did you guys take so long? I saw that Little Seven was having so much fun, so I got her to teach me. Who knew that it would have become so late? Kong Xiangyi said with a smile. She taught you? She did. Kong Xiangyi nodded, I already told you that we have a good relationship. Even if your relationship isn't bad, you can't cause trouble for others. If you made her mad, what would we do if she tossed us overboard? After speaking, Kong Xiangqi even looked at the men from Heartbreak Valley. As if saying that they would toss them off if they got mad. Big bro, you can relax. You wouldn't do that. Right, you? Kong Xiangyi asked. Sima Yu smiled at Kong Xiangyi. Kong Xiangyi is my friend. I wouldn't toss her down. Look, I said that he wouldn't. Kong Xiangyi said. We still can't ignore the possibility. Kong Xiangqi nagged. I got it. Kong Xiangyi pouted at Kong Xiangqi. This guy was nagging her as if she were a child. Oh right, you told me before that you would cook good food for me once we met. Do your words still count? When have I ever backed out on my word? Sima Yu asked. Then could we do it now? Little sis. Kong Xiangqi glared at Kong Xiangyi. Young Valley Master, don't get mad. This is something I once promised Xiangyi. Sima Yu said, since we're already acquainted, we can take the opportunity to drink some wine and eat together. We can take it as a celebration. Elder Wu, why don't you join us as well? Elder Wu and the others had been listening in from the side the whole time. Seeing how close Sima Yu was with the Kong Valley clansmen to the point that she was going to prepare food for them, he said with a smile, since Vice Valley Master is so warm, this lowly one will show my respects and accept your invitation. Yu, I want to have roasted meat. Kong Xiangyi said. No problem. Why don't we eat on the deck? In any case, we're just at the horizon and the night sky doesn't look bad. Kong Xiangyi suggested. Sima Yu thought it over before nodding, that's possible. I'll go and prepare a few things. She entered the cabin and returned quickly. With a wave of her hand, a huge table appeared on the deck. With another wave, a pile of ingredients that had been properly prepared appeared on the table. There were even a few basins of ladles. The moment Han Miaoshuang smelled the ingredients, she came out from her room. She saw all the things that Sima Yu prepared and said, Haha, junior brother, are you going to cook? Why didn't you call me? Sima Yu looked straight at her, saying, do you even need an invitation? Your nose is even more sensitive than spirit beasts. Cough cough, you don't have to say it like that, alright? Han Miaoshuang didn't admit it. Am I wrong? Sima Yu began to cook, roast the meat, fry the vegetables, prepare the soup and cook the rice and so on. If it were not because her mental energy far superseded the others, there was no way she would have been able to multitask to such an extent. Kong Xiangyi took out a table in preparation for their meal. She and Han Miaoshuang directly sat at the table, watching Sima Yu prepare food for them. Very quickly, the first dish of roasted meat was done. Sima Yu directly used his spirit energy to distribute the plates onto the table. Big brother, Elder Wu, hurry up and come eat. Yu's cooking is really delicious. Kong Xiangyi waved towards them. Kong Xiangqi, Elder Wu and two other elders sat down as well. Initially, it was only done to worm their way into becoming friends, but since they smelt the fragrance of the roasted meat, they really felt ravenous. I'll tuck in, then. Elder Wu picked up a piece of roasted pork and couldn't wait to take a bite out of it. Kong Xiangqi picked up a slice and ate it. It was so delicious that he almost swallowed her own tongue. It was only now that he knew. Kong Xiangyi didn't get Sima Yu to cook because she wanted to bait those people. She truly wanted to eat. How is it? Kong Xiangyi looked at him, as if she were waiting to be praised and as if she had been the one to cook the dishes. This is the best roasted meat I've ever eaten. Elder Wu praised. In a moment, they had finished eating a batch. Before they placed the chopsticks in the left hand down, their right hand already picked up another batch and continued eating. Those from the Yin Yang Palace had never seen their elder disregard their image in such a way to eat before and imagined how delicious the roasted meat was. As such, even though they could only smell it, they were already drooling non-stop. Sima Yu served up another freshly cooked batch of food, which Elder Wu recognized at a glance. Isn't this the stir-fried lion head dish served in Memory Restaurant? This is their exclusive dish. Vice Valley Master, how did you learn this? I was the one who taught the chefs. Of course I know it. Sima Yu said. You're saying that Memory Restaurant also belongs to Heartbreak Valley? Sima Yu smiled without answering, which was a tacit agreement. Then you should have the fruit wine of Memory Restaurant as well? Elder Wu's eyes shone as he asked. Previous chapter. That's right, Yu, how could there be meat without wine? Kong Xiangyi said, I've already finished drinking the fruit wine you gave me back then in a few days. Fruit wine? Elder Wu, do you want to drink that? After hearing what Kong Xiangyi said, it affirmed his thoughts even more. Sima Yu must have a lot of fruit wine. I went to Memory Restaurant quite a few times and was captivated by the delicacies and delicious wine. It was a pity that they don't allow you to order those items as takeout. I didn't manage to drink the fruit wine in the end. Elder Wu lamented. Exactly. Kong Xiangyi added on, Yu, no offense, but your Memory Restaurant is too stingy. Each time I go there to eat, there's a limit on the wine. Each person is only allowed a limited quantity of wine. Once you're done, that's the end. Because of that, I have never drunk my fill. You already told me that the last time, so didn't I give you a few jars to enjoy? Sima Yu said. But it wasn't enough. Kong Xiangyi retorted, who asked your fruit wine to be so delicious that I finished drinking it so quickly? Now that you mention it, I have been developing a few different types of fruit wine. Really? Then you should hurry and let me try some. Kong Xiang-yi cried out. So it turns out that the fruit wine was developed by Vice Valley Master. Elder Wu said, I wonder if we will have the luxury to enjoy your newly developed fruit wine tonight? Memory Restaurant would occasionally release new flavors of fruit wine. As such, there was an increasing variety of fruit wine. Even if you didn't like one of them, there was bound to be one to your tastes. When the other restaurants saw that the fruit wine of Memory Restaurant were so popular, they tried to find out how they made their fruit wines. It was a pity that there were so many wine shops but not a single one managed to produce one that was as tasty as the ones found in Memory Restaurant. That was why even though the fruit wine from Memory Restaurant was expensive and they could only drink a little each time, there were many who scrambled for it. Alright then, it just so happens that I have new flavors to try. Sima Yu gave a thought and a few gourds of fruit wine appeared in front of everyone. She opened the cork and the fragrance immediately enticed the greed of everyone on the boat. This fragrance is even stronger than the previous ones. Kong Xiang-yi praised. No way. Let me try. Han Miao Shuang couldn't wait to grab herself a jar. Give me some, give me some. Kong Xiang-yi waited till she was done before she grabbed the jar and poured a bowl for herself. Me too. Someone else poured themselves a bowl. How is it? Sima Yu watched them, waiting for their evaluation on her wine. Extremely delicious. More so than the previous ones. Kong Xiang-yi couldn't help but praise. After Sima Yu heard their comments, she smiled with satisfaction and said, it's good as long as it tastes good. Yu, why do I feel like the spirit energy in this fruit wine is a little denser than the previous ones? Han Miao Shuang asked. That's a given. The fruits I used this time were naturally overflowing with spirit energy, so the fruit wine that this queen produced naturally wouldn't have gone far. Sima Yu said with a smile. Hehe, Yu, how many jars of this new type of fruit wine did you produce? Kong Xiang-yi hugged the wine jug and looked at her. Not much. The moment Sima Yu saw the way she was acting, she knew what was going through her mind. I haven't even given these to the shops, so I can't give this to you. You still have so much time before you go out. Kong Xiang-yi pleaded, you can just give them some once you're back. Alright? When she saw Sima Yu hesitating, she continued to beg, why don't we do this? I'll buy it from you like I did that time. How about it? Do you really want to buy it? Sima Yu asked. I do. Swear it. Kong Xiang-yi said resolutely, as long as you're willing to sell it to me, money is not an issue. Alright. Since you're so forthcoming, I'll sell you these few jars. Sima Yu said, however, this will be pricier than the ones you bought before. No problem. Kong Xiang-yi took out a crystal card, just swipe the amount you want. As long as you give me the fruit wine. Alright. Sima Yu took the crystal card and casually transferred some spirit stones over before returning it to her and handing her a few jars. Thank you, Yu. Kong Xiang-yi gleefully kept the fruit wine away. The others watched as the two of them completed their transaction just like that and were amazed at their speed. At the same time, they were envious that Kong Xiang-yi was actually acquainted with the owner of Memory Restaurant. Vice Valley Master, you sold the fruit wine to young Miss Xiang-yi, so could you sell me some too? Elder Wu said half-jokingly. Hehe, Elder Wu, you're too kind. Sima Yu had to suppress her hatred before she was able to continue smiling. We set a limit in Memory Restaurant because we just have too many customers. If not for the limit, no matter how much wine we stocked, it would never be enough. However, that doesn't mean we can't give a little leeway to our friends. Does that mean you can? Of course. Although he heard that the wine was already gone and was rather disappointed inside, thinking about how the other wines were delicious as well, he nodded, saying, previous batches are fine too. Even though they're from previous batches, they're still worth thousands. Yu, Elder Wu has taken care of my brother and I quite a bit. You have to give him some discount when selling him the wine. Otherwise, the price is a bit too steep. Hehe. Elder Wu looked at Kong Xiang-yi with satisfaction. He decided that he would treat Kong Xiang-yi a little better in the future. At the very least, if they needed help in the future, he could even casually help them out. Then we'll just price it according to the price in Memory Restaurant and give you a 20% discount, how about that? Sima Yu asked. I'll have to thank you then, Vice Valley Master. Elder Wu was all smiles. Apart from Memory Restaurant's membership day, they would never have discounts. However, even during the anxiously awaited membership day, they would only have a 10% discount. Nobody had ever received a 20% discount before. So which types of fruit wine do you like? Sima Yu asked. What types do you have? I have all of them. Sima Yu said, as long as the Memory Restaurant sells it, I have it. Does that mean that you have many? Memory Restaurant had close to 100 types of fruit wine. Since she had them all, didn't that mean that she had at least 100 jugs? It's not really that many. Sima Yu said, I have only a few jugs of some types of wine, but there are those that I have more of. A few 10s to 100 jugs as well. It really depends on which flavors you want, Elder Wu. Once everyone heard it, they wanted to buy the wine as well. Every single one of them felt their mouths water. Then give me a few 10s of them. Elder Wu said animatedly. He had money, but if he missed out on the wine, then it was over. He exchanged the money for the items and the transaction was done quickly. Sima Yu even earned a big sum of money. Since Elder Wu has bought so many, let's do this. I'll give you a few of them for free so everyone can drink to their heart's content. Sima Yu said. When Sima Yu said this, the entire deck fell silent before a defeating cheer resounded. Oh damn, Vice Valley Master, do you mean that? Nine cried out. You don't have a share. Sima Yu glanced pointedly at him. The wine is to entertain the Yin Yang Palace and Kong Valley. If you want to buy a few tens of bottles of fruit wine, I'll treat you as well. Vice Valley Master, don't be like that. Nine whined. What about me? Sima Yu said, I'm just saying it like it is. There are people who buy my fruit wine. If you want to drink some, then you have to pay for it. But aren't you our Vice Valley Master? Nine mumbled in a small voice. No wine unless you pay for it. Sima Yu waved her hands as a few tens of jugs of wine appeared on the deck. Let's drink. Is that really for us? Those from the Kong Valley asked in disbelief. Of course. Yu is someone who honors her words. Hurry, take it. Kong Xiangyi waved her hands as she spoke and a few bottles flew towards the Kong Valley. The disciples from the Kong Valley excitedly shared the wine jugs. When those from the Yin Yang Palace saw that they were drinking, they went to take a few wine jugs as well. Sima Yu saw that the group of them had begun drinking and she lowered her head to help cook for everyone. The corner of her mouth hooked into a profound smile. Vice Valley Master, why haven't I seen your Valley Master appear at all? Elder Wu was eating good food and drinking fine wine, so he was incredibly happy and asked when he thought about how Sima Yu was the only one hanging around outside. Valley Master? He doesn't like interacting with others and doesn't go out much. He was the same inside the valley. Sima Yu casually replied. When she thought of what Shimin Feng had told her earlier, she shook her head helplessly. I won't be heading out the next few days. Whenever I see them, I just want to kill them. I'm afraid that my killing intent will leak out and rouse their suspicion. It seemed like while the people from Yin Yang Palace were here, he wouldn't appear at all. Never would have thought that a youngster like you would be able to be the Vice Valley Master. A hero has really emerged from the youth. Elder Wu praised her sincerely. I just got lucky. If it were not because I managed to stumble upon some things, I wouldn't have been able to reach my current level. Sima Yu said. Vice Valley Master, you are really humble. Elder Wu said with a smile. Aya, these things are really delicious. Han Miao Shuang commended as she ate. Eating such good delicacies, drinking such delicious fine wine, this life is just too wonderful. Kong Xiangyi gushed as well. Why do I feel a little dizzy? One of the disciples from Kong Valley cried out. I feel a little dizzy too. Another disciple said with furrowed eyebrows. Huh, you guys can get drunk on this kind of fruit wine? One of the disciples by the side laughed, but before he finished speaking, he became a little giddy too. How'll it be that I'm drunk too? Dash. Before he finished speaking, he fell to the floor. After this, the second and third person fell. No matter whether it was members of the Yin Yang Palace or of the Kong Valley, they all fell. Elder Wu felt a little giddy as well, and saw that Sima Yu stopped moving, so his guard went up immediately. What did you do to us? He glared at Sima Yu, hesitated for a moment before he stood up. His chair fell to the ground from the forcefulness. Sima Yu skewered the roast meat in her hands as she looked lightly at him. Kong Xiangqi saw that the disciples of his valley had fallen as well and became flustered. However, he saw that Kong Xiangyi was merely sitting calmly on the stool, so he remained seated as well. Little sis, this. Kong Xiangyi finished eating the piece of meat before standing up and taking out a jade bottle. She came in front of each disciple of Kong Valley to let them get a sniff of the foul odor, allowing them to come back to their senses. What is going on? You guys were working together? Elder Wu finally reacted as he looked between Kong Xiangyi and Sima Yu. You finally got it. Kong Xiangyi returned to her seat and ate as she poked. You guys did it on purpose. Elder Wu finally understood. You guys initially planned it all and intentionally lured us onto your boat. Correct. Elder Wu, your reaction is really quick. Kong Xiangyi took the wine jug as she raised a toast to him. Why? Elder Wu looked at Kong Xiangyi. He didn't understand why she would do such a thing. They had never had bad blood between them before. He then turned his gaze towards Sima Yu, even more confused as to why there was enmity between the Yin Yang Palace and Heartbreak Valley. Why? He couldn't understand. He couldn't think of a reason. Why? Sima Yu walked over and stepped on Elder Wu. Do you recognize me? Elder Wu subconsciously wanted to say that he didn't recognize her, but seeing how she was asking him, he felt as if the answer wasn't the right one. Have we ever met before? That's true. You have never seen me in my current appearance. Sima Yu said, but there is someone you will definitely recognize. Shimin Feng, come out and take a look at your old acquaintance. Creak dash. Shimin Feng opened the door as he walked out of the house. He no longer wore a mask. You are. Elder Wu immediately recognized Shimin Feng as his face filled with disbelief. Didn't you already die? Shimin Feng slowly walked down the stairs. Every step he took was as if he was stepping on Elder Wu's heart instead. That was impossible. Most people would not have survived, much less since he was already injured. Heartbreak Valley. Heartbreak Valley. Valley. He finally understood why they would establish their influence in Heartbreak Valley. It turned out that it was the source of it all. It turns out that the extermination of my Shimin clan has been etched deep into your memory. We haven't met for so many years, but you still remember how I look. Shimin Feng walked over as Sima Yu excused herself to the side. Didn't you die? How did you survive? Not only did he survive, he set up an influence in such a short period of time. Such a powerful one at that. The heavens do not wish to claim my life yet. They want me to live on and take revenge. Tell me, how would I dare to die like that? Shimin Feng stepped on Elder Wu's arm, and everyone heard the snapping of his bone. Elder Wu was a strong man. Although it hurt, he didn't utter a peep. What do you want to do? He grit his teeth and painfully ground out. What can we do? All we can do is to pay blood for blood. Shimin Feng said, at that time, when the Yin-Yang Palace and Zongjing clan exterminated my family, were you around? You watched how they killed each and every one of my clansmen. You watched as they razed my Shimin clan to the ground in a blazing fire. Tell me, how should I make you pay this debt of blood? Previous chapter. Next. Elder Wu's pupils shrank as he thought of the fire back then. Although so many years had gone by, he remembered it clear as day. Remember it now? If you want to kill me, then do it. Elder Wu knew that as things were right now, escape was a futile wish. If it were due to other misunderstandings, perhaps he could find a way to escape. However, to avenge the extermination of a clan was something that couldn't be eased with words. Right now, he only wished to die a quick death. Do you think that you can die just because you want to? Shimin Feng lifted his foot and he looked at the men on the ground with a chilling gaze. Relax, I will definitely let you die. I will let you watch yourselves die with your eyes wide open. Lock them in the lowest level. Yes, Valley Master. Although the disciples of Heartbreak Valley knew that Heartbreak Valley was established in order to deal with Yin-Yang Palace and the Sage Pavilion and knew that there was enmity, they didn't know that it was to avenge the extermination of their entire sect. They stepped forward and picked up one person with each hand. They carted them off the deck to the dark cellar downstairs and locked them up. They had the scent that would attract the attacks of spirit beasts. If they were not locked away, they might lure the sea beasts over. Alright, thank you for your cooperation. These wines have not been tampered with. You can drink this with ease. Sima Yu kept away the wine from earlier and took out a new batch of wine as she spoke to those on deck. Hehe, I just knew boss wouldn't stop us from drinking. Nine hugged the wine jars and released the seal. He lowered his head and sniffed it. It smelled great. You just speak too much. It was a good thing that Sima Yu had a lot of this wine, so everyone on the boat could drink their fill. Little Spirit watched as they drank half the batch that they had spent an entire year refining in a single night. In the past, few people drank. However, thinking about how many they had already refined, it would be fine even if she gave it away to a few people. The boat sailed under Little Seven and Kong Xiang Yi's control for 5 to 6 days before they finally reached an island. Although they called it an island, it wasn't actually small. It was probably half the size of a continent. Xiao Xiao, do you find it a little weird? Something really is off. We came over here but didn't get attacked by a single sea beast. That is too weird. Su Xiao Xiao said. Not really. I was wondering earlier on whether or not there were even some sea beasts in the waters. Later on when I was on the deck, I realized that there were many sea beasts, but they hid when they encountered us. Kong Xiang Yi said. Could it be that they knew they wouldn't be able to defeat us, so they intentionally avoided us? They didn't even exchange blows with us. How would they know that they wouldn't be able to defeat us? Furthermore, we trespassed in their territory but they didn't even say a thing. Han Miao Shuang said. That's true. Little Seven pinched her forehead. I can't figure it out. Yu, do you know? I think I have a pretty good idea. Sima Yu said. You really know why? If my guess is not wrong, it should be because my brothers have brought the Violet Water Dragon clan across these waters earlier. As we were crossing the waters, they just made it clear. So, the sea beasts didn't dare to mess with us. Sima Yu said. How do you know that? Sima Yu closed her eyes and took a whiff, saying, there is a light smell of the dragon clan in the air. They probably reached here not too long ago. You can even smell that? Why can't I? Han Miao Shuang tried to sniff around, but she couldn't catch a whiff of the Violet Water Dragon clan. You haven't spent much time with them, that's why you can't tell. Sima Yu said, I've been with them for a long time and spent more time with that. I'm naturally more familiar with the way they smell. Boss, what do we do with these people? Nine asked. Help them find a good burial spot. Sima Yu released a group of crimson bees after speaking. They took advantage of the time when there were only a few people around to rush about. They did their best to keep watch over the little island and also tried to see if there really were historical remains on this island. Each of the men from Heartbreak Valley carried one of the men from Yin-Yang Palace and followed Sima Yu towards the center of the island. They arrived in the valley of a mountain and were planning to toss them onto the ground and run off. What do you want to do to us? I would advise you to let us go. Otherwise, the Yin-Yang Palace will definitely find out that you guys were the ones who killed us. One of the elders of Yin-Yang Valley threatened. Who said that I was going to kill you? Sima Yu walked over. We don't have the time of day to kill you, neither do we have the energy to deal with the aftermath. If you let us go now, we will not hold you responsible for what you tried to do to us today. Some of them were still narcissistic, as if they had not yet managed to make sense of what was happening. This person isn't crazy, right? I think he is. Otherwise, he wouldn't be saying all these things. Han Miao Shuang said, just what have you done to us? There will naturally be someone coming to take care of you. Sima Yu said, didn't you say that your Yin-Yang Palace would do so and so to us? If we don't do it ourselves, how could they pin the crime on us? Elder Wu narrowed his eyes. She was really confusing him. He had no idea what they were about to do to them. Just toss them on the mountain valley. There will be spirit beasts coming to receive them soon. Every single person was tossed onto the mountain valley. You want to use the spirit beasts to kill us? Elder Wu said. Sima Yu walked over, saying, that's right. Elder Wu, you're really smart. It really isn't tiring at all to converse with a smart person. Elder Wu relaxed a little when he heard what she said. If it were spirit beasts, if it went well, they may not act against them. They may be able to convince them to spare them. Thinking about how you can negotiate with the spirit beasts? Sima Yu exposed what Elder Wu was thinking. Do you think that we chose this method to give you a way out? Once the spirit beasts come over and take a look at you, they will lose all rationality. Unless they kill you, they will never stop. Her words caused Elder Wu to recall what happened back when they had met the spirit beasts. Those spirit beasts had charged over without a care when they had seen them. They started fighting them without even saying this. Thinking about it now, it seemed like Sima Yu had known about this long ago. Recalling what happened to you before? Sima Yu very kindly explained it to him. Are you wondering why the spirit beasts you met earlier were the same way? A bad feeling rose up within Elder Wu. Could Heartbreak Valley have acted against them from the beginning? However, he immediately tossed the idea away, saying, impossible. We have never met before we came in. There's no way you could have acted against us. Were you the ones who set up those spirit beasts? We didn't even know when you entered this place, how could we have arranged that? Sima Yu said. You poisoned us. That was why no matter where we went, we would face the attacks of spirit beasts. Elder Wu said. Your luck isn't too bad. We came in for such a long time, but you still have quite a number of survivors. Sima Yu said, I just wonder whether the Zhongzhen clan was as fortunate as you were. You poisoned us before we even entered this place? When did this happen? Want to die a knowing death? There's no harm in telling you. Don't you feel like there are some people within my ranks who are rather familiar? Sima Yu reminded him. Elder Wu immediately went to look at the people from Heartbreak Valley when she said this. The moment he saw Old Ape, it was like a shock ran through him. You were the ones who gave us the ancient beast blood? You poisoned the ancient beast blood. Brilliant. Sima Yu smiled emptily. I might as well tell you that you wrongly accused the Zhongzhen clan for what happened back at Shisha Mountain Ridge. That's why there wasn't any internal strife, but you killed every single one of our men. You even poisoned our ancient beast blood. Elder Wu finally understood, you caused us to fall out amongst each other. Malicious. Is it really? Sima Yu's expression changed. She stepped on his chest as if she were about to break it apart. Back when you exterminated my Shiman clan, why didn't you feel that you were malicious? When you razed our Shiman clan to the ground, why didn't you feel malicious? Everything that has happened today is your own fault. The grudge we have against you is something that you can never pay. Ugh dash. Elder Wu couldn't breathe. It was as if he had already seen the god of death. If he were able to die just like this, then let it be. You want to die just like this? I won't let you off that easily. You can relax, I will let you enjoy your death slowly. You can watch how the spirit beasts slowly break your legs and eat your intestines. You can watch as they pull your eyeballs from their sockets. She retrieved her leg and Elder Wu was finally able to breathe. It was a pity that he didn't enjoy this feeling at all. Her face was attractive and one felt good looking at her, but her aura was like one who had crawled up from the depths of prison. As she spoke, those from the Yin Yang Palace couldn't help but break out into cold sweat. Evil ghost. She was an evil ghost. There are spirit beasts approaching. Bai Sheng had never seen her so crazy before and suddenly understood why she had strived so hard to grow stronger. However, after understanding the reason why, he was filled with even more heartache. Furthermore, Little 11, who was nourishing himself inside the little realm, could feel her burning anger. He shifted about, disturbed and flipped the wooden bucket. Shui Qingman and Wu Lamai came out from the bottom of the water, wanting to comfort him, but he flew up and flew around chaotically in the air. In one moment, he was in the water. In another, he was flying again. It was as if he was looking for someone. What is going on with Little 11? Shui Qingman watched her child with worry. I'll bring him back. Wu Lamai flew out from the water and chased after Little 11. Little 11 flew about in the air and every time Wu Lamai was about to catch him, he would twist and turn to dodge. His father chased after him for a long time before he finally stopped. Wu Lamai hugged Little 11 and returned. Shui Qingman watched as he continued to struggle under Wu Lamai's hold and said worriedly, could it be that Little 11 feels uncomfortable somewhere? It shouldn't be. Wu Lamai said, but when he saw how crazy Little 11 was, he was uncertain. Why don't we ask you to come in and take a look? It would be good to let her take a look. Outside the little realm, Sima Yu handed out a few bottles of pills, getting Ni and the others to feed it to every single person from the Yin Yang Palace. What did you feed us? Someone asked. A type of pill that excites your consciousness. As long as you eat it, no matter how much pain your body is in, you will never lose consciousness. All the way to your last breath. Sima Yu said, you can slowly savor the last few minutes of your life. These people were terrified. This was the true revenge that she wanted to dish out. Even those from Heartbreak Valley had been thoroughly scared by Sima Yu, but they were also excited. They had always thought that although Sima Yu was powerful, she was not hard enough. They didn't think that she would have this fierce side to her. To make sure these people slowly died and wouldn't be able to faint until their very last breath. This was just too amazing. Are we going to leave this place? Little Seven asked. Sima Yu just wanted to say that they would watch from afar when she heard Shui Qingman beckoning to her from inside the little realm. She changed what she was going to say, let's head into the little realm. She took out the little door to Little Black Lotus realm and led everyone through it, heading directly to the riverside. Godmother, what's wrong? You're finally here. Hurry, take a look at Little 11. There's something off about him. Shui Qing Man said. When Sima Yu heard that something happened to little 11, she was flustered and asked, what's wrong with little 11? He has been really unsettled since the beginning and hasn't been able to calm down. Your father has to run even while carrying him, and I don't know where they have run off to now. Shui Qing Man said. Whoosh dash. Little 11 flew in from far away, dashing straight into Sima Yu's embrace. Wu Lamai flew in from the same direction. This brat took advantage of the fact that I didn't dare to do much to him, so he ran away quickly. If it were anyone else, I would have tied him up long ago. Wu Lamai lamented the slippery fox that was his son. Yu, hurry and take a look to see what's wrong. Shui Qing Man said. All right. Sima Yu hugged onto little 11 and took a look. She didn't find anything wrong with him. Why is he suddenly calm now? Wu Lamai looked at little Evelyn, who was sitting so quietly in Sima Yu's embrace and was rather confused. Little 11 nestled inside Sima Yu's embrace as if he had found someone who filled him with a sense of security. There's nothing wrong with him. Sima Yu said, Godmother, what was he like just now? He became crazy all of a sudden and started flying about incessantly as if he were looking for someone but also like he was venting his frustrations. His aura turned chaotic as well. Yu was the same earlier on. Could it be because you were angry, so little 11 became the same? This guy couldn't be telepathically linked to Yu, could he? Ni and the others had also thought the same way, and were incredibly surprised. Don't talk nonsense. Little 11 has never formed a contract with me. How could he feel my emotions? Sima Yu said. It was still believable if they said that little 11 was close to her. After all, she had taken care of him for a very long time and it would be expected that he would like her aura. However, that didn't mean that they were telepathically linked. All this while, it was only contracted beasts who were telepathically linked to their masters. Something like this couldn't exist. Shui Qing Man and Wu Lamai's expressions were off. Although they liked Sima Yu and took her as their own daughter, they didn't want their son to become someone else's contracted beast. However, it was truly strange. Sima Yu was angry on the outside and little Aleve, who had been quiet the entire time, suddenly had an outburst. It was a good thing that they were confident that little 11 had never formed a contract with anyone. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hold back their suspicions. It is possible that it really is because of a contract. Wu Lingyu said. Senior brother? Sima Yu furrowed her eyebrows. She didn't think that Wu Lingyu would feel the same way. Don't be anxious. I didn't say that he formed a contract with you. Wu Lingyu said. Then what is going on? Wu Lamai asked. Wu Lingyu looked around at the disciples of Heartbreak Valley and Sima Yu understood what he meant. She chased everyone away, save for Shimin Feng, Little 7, Wu Lamai and Shui Qing Man. Big brother Lingyu, can you say it now? Little 7 asked. If I am not mistaken, Crimson Flame should be the divine vermilion bird. Wu Lingyu said. What? Someone cried out. The divine vermilion bird? You're not confused, are you? Little 7 hopped up. Sima Yu didn't dare to believe it either. Initially, the 4 winged rocks had called Crimson Flame the divine bird, but she didn't link that with the 4 divine beasts in the ancient texts. She didn't think that Crimson Flame would actually be the vermilion bird from the ancient texts. However, she should have known about Crimson Flame's identity long ago. Little Rock was the king of the rocks, and had to show respect to Crimson Flame without having the aura of a king. This proved that Crimson Flame's identity was higher than his. In order to have an identity greater than the king of the rocks, his identity definitely had to be obvious. It was just that she subconsciously avoided this issue. Wu Lamai had long since discussed it with Shui Qing Man. Was there even a need to talk about Crimson Flame's identity since he was able to help Little 10 raise her bloodline? However, guessing was one thing. Hearing the confirmation from someone was something completely different. They were still really shocked. Sima Yu pulled her consciousness into the spirit pagoda and saw Crimson Flame, who had helped Little Level unlock his bloodline, remain in closed-door cultivation. She didn't want to disturb him, so she called Little Rock out. Little Rock, you knew all this time? She asked. Big bro Crimson Flame didn't let me say anything. Little Rock directly answered her question. He really is. Sima Yu was in a daze as she replied. They actually hit the nail on the head. Oh damn, Big bro Crimson Flame is actually the divine vermilion bird. Call me uncle, my heart is about to leap out of my chest. Little 7 patted her chest, breathing out exaggeratedly. Although Little 11 had the bloodline of the divine dragon, he just carried its potential. Before his bloodline finished evolving, he was still a violet water dragon. However, Crimson Flame was different. He was the real and true divine bird. The vermilion bird. Just thinking about it made it hard to breathe. Shimin Feng never thought it would be either, that his own sister would form a contract with the divine vermilion bird after being reborn. Although they were surprised, Shui Qing Man was still the most worried about her son. Son. What does this have to do with Little 11? Why would you say that it's because of a contract? Her voice pulled everyone back. Initially, when Crimson Flame helped Little 11 activate his bloodline, he used his own blood. Wu Lingyu said, it could be because Little 11 absorbed his blood during the process and because Crimson Flame has a contract with Yu that it caused Little 11 to have a closer tie to Sima Yu. But I can't feel any connection with Little 11. Sima Yu said. You do not have a contract, so you naturally will not be able to sense the contract. Wu Lingyu said, it's just that you have a closed bond. It's kind of like the tie between twins. There's no contract between them, but they feel closer to one another. Sima Yu lowered her head to look at little 11 in her arms. She felt a little weird. Her heart resonated with a dragon egg. That was too incredible. Especially since this dragon egg was the future divine dragon. Just thinking about it seemed impossible. Shui Qingman and Wu Lamai heaved a sigh of relief. Having a closer connection was fine. As long as it wasn't a connection. However, if Yu and little 11 really ended up having a contract, they would probably reach some kind of compromise. Mother, I'm sorry. I didn't know that it would. Sima Yu looked at Shui Qingman apologetically. It's fine. Little 11 and you are considered siblings. It's even better that your relationship is closer. Shui Qingman said with a smile. Big sis, big sis. Everyone heard little 11 call out to Sima Yu non-stop, with an excited tone. It was just that he was using his consciousness to do it instead of speaking with his real voice. Little 11, you have to take care of me in the future. Sima Yu tapped on the dragon egg. Take care, take care. Ha ha ha. Crimson Flame's identity coupled with what happened with little 11 allowed her initially raging heart to calm down quite a bit. That was why by the time she arrived outside and saw the dismembered bodies strung about on the ground, her heart quieted down a lot. Boss, why is that the spirit beasts only shredded their bodies but did not eat them? Nine asked. The poison that I gave them made their flesh smell bad. Although the spirit beasts were enticed by the fragrance at first, they wouldn't eat it even though they weren't lucid. Once they realized that the meat smells incomparably bad, they naturally leave it alone. Sima Yu said. Nine and the others broke out in a cold sweat. Their boss was truly vicious. They must never ever offend her in the future. Sima Yu saw the expressions on the faces of Nine and the others and knew what they were thinking. She acted nonchalant as she asked, do you want to give it a try? Whoa, boss. I've always been very obedient. I'm not an enemy, you wouldn't do this to me, right? Nine hurried to express. Pfft. The others burst out laughing. This guy was a living treasure. Valley Master, Vice Valley Master, what do we do with the bodies? Leave them be. This is proof that the Yin Yen Palace was killed by spirit beasts. Once others come, they will naturally help us to spread the word. Shimen Feng said, we no longer have to bother with this place. We can use the remaining time to find a fortuitous encounter. If they were alive, they would want to see them. If they were dead, they would want to see their carcasses. If they were unable to find their carcasses, the Yin Yang Palace would definitely come to them to demand for their people. Previous chapter. Next chapter. After taking care of the men from the Yin Yang Palace, the group headed deeper into the island in search of a fortuitous encounter. Hey! While sitting on Halcyon's back, little 7 who was leaning on Han Miao Shuang, suddenly sat up and looked towards the direction of the water. What's up? Han Miao Shuang asked her. I seem to have smelled something. It's a familiar smell, but I can't remember what it is. Little 7 said. You've smelled many smells before. It's normal that you wouldn't be able to remember. It's probably something to eat. Han Miao Shuang said with a smile. It's not. Little 7 was certain, this isn't the smell of a giant carrot. I didn't smell that before, so it's definitely not. You've never smelled it before, so why do you feel like it's familiar? Han Miao Shuang asked. It's precisely because I feel like it's familiar, but I don't know why. Little 7 pursed her lips and said, if I knew what it was, I wouldn't be acting this way. Take a whiff, isn't it a very light smell? After she said this, everyone closed their eyes and took a whiff. However, they didn't pick up any particular smell. There's no smell, though. Little 7, are you mistaken? Han Miao Shuang asked. No way, there's definitely a smell. Yu, can you smell that? Little 7 asked. Sima Yu took a few deep breaths before she shook her head, saying, there's flora and fauna all around us with many light and refreshing smells. Are you talking about those? Ugh, why can't any of you smell that? Little 7 was flustered as she stomped her foot while on Halcyon's back. Wu Lingyu furrowed his eyebrows in discomfort as he sat there, and Sima Yu just happened to want to say something to him when she saw his pale expression and furrowed eyebrows. She asked anxiously, Senior brother, what's wrong? A little uncomfortable. Wu Lingyu didn't try to hold on as he leaned on Sima Yu. What's wrong with big bro Lingyu? Little 7 asked. Senior brother, you. Sima Yu hadn't finished asking her question when Wu Lingyu fainted. His head that was leaning on her shoulder slipped downwards. Senior brother? Halcyon, make a landing. Sima Yu supported Wu Lingyu as she instructed Halcyon. Halcyon led them back to their campsite where Sima Yu lay Wu Lingyu flat before inspecting his body. Yu, what's happened to him? Shimen Feng flew over as well and asked as he stood beside her. His pulse is very slow. It's as if he's entered a deep sleep. Sima Yu said, but it's fine, he should awaken soon. You knew this long ago, so don't worry. Little 7 comforted her. Something happened when Wu Lingyu's soul fused, so his body would occasionally fall unconscious. Even after regaining consciousness, he would be weak for a period of time. This was something that Little 7 and Sima Yu had known about long ago. Right now, knowing that he fainted because of this allowed Sima Yu's chaotic heart to gradually calm down. Knew about it long ago? What's going on? Shimin Feng asked. Senior brother's body has an old injury, so he will fall into a deep sleep occasionally. We just have to wait for him to regain consciousness. Sima Yu explained. Is he really fine? Why would he faint all of a sudden? Han Miao Shuang was still a little confused. There really isn't any other reason. Sima Yu said. Does it have anything to do with the smell that Little Seven was talking about earlier? It seemed like he only felt uncomfortable after Little Seven mentioned it. Kong Xiangyi guessed. I want to bring him into the Little Realm for a more thorough checkup. You guys don't have to come with me. Fenger, lead them on forwards for now. Sima Yu said. She had yet to carefully inspect his body, and she didn't know how it would be after a more thorough checkup. She didn't know how much time she would need either. If they came with her, she didn't know how long they would tarry. She might as well let them go ahead. Shimin Feng understood what she meant, so he didn't say much. Contact us if you are in any danger. Same for you. Shimin Feng led the members of Heartbreak Valley and Kong Valley. Little Seven, Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao Xiao stayed behind. Help me keep watch. I want to give senior brother a thorough checkup. Sima Yu said. The three of them nodded and formed a triangle, helping her keep watch with her at the center. Sima Yu pulled her consciousness into Wu Lingyu's body, paying close attention to his condition. What is going on here? After going in, she realized that Wu Lingyu's main vital organs were moving very slowly. His heart was beating at half the speed of the average person. Qilin. She called out for Wu Lingyu's contracted beast. What's up? Fire Qilin's lazy voice sounded. When Senior fainted in the past, were his organs like this? They weren't. They were normal last time. Fire Qilin said, but I feel like there isn't anything wrong with him. He's just sleeping. Senior brother said that the previous times when he was about to faint, he would always have some kind of sign. Why was it so sudden this time? Do you know why? Even you don't know, so how would I? I'm not a doctor. Alright, don't bother me. I'm going to rest. Fire Qilin's voice slowly grew softer. It was as if he was falling into a sleep along with Wu Lingyu. Sima Yu was helpless. She could only continue to observe his condition. She came to Wu Lingyu's dantian and realized that there were two rays of light, one white and one black. The black one went without saying. It was probably the devil clan's energy that came with his soul. The white ray was surrounding spirit energy of various colors. The black and white existed simultaneously in the dantian, but it was also separate. It seems like it's like senior brother said. One of it is a part of his soul while the other is a part of his body. Both of them are in their own vessels, so there's no danger even though they exist side by side. Sima Yu sighed. She didn't know when she would be able to escape this predicament of having a divine devil physique. She observed him carefully, but she couldn't find out what was so strange that his body's organs were only functioning at half speed. After searching for a long moment, she still couldn't find out why, so she left. Since Fire Qilin said that he was fine, he probably was. Han Miao Shuang and the others saw that she had finished her checkup, so they came flying back. Junior brother, how is it? Han Miao Shuang asked. I didn't manage to find anything. Sima Yu said, but his contracted beast said that he was fine, so he should be fine. So what do we do now? Wait for him to wake up? Little Seven asked. No need. With him this way, I have no idea when he will wake back up. Who knows how long we will have to wait? Sima Yu said, I'll put him in my spirit pagoda and let Little Spirit take a look at him. That's good too. This way, it won't impact our searching. Han Miao Shuang said. Sma Yu placed Wu Lingyu into her spirit pagoda before getting Halcyon to continue taking them towards the inner regions of the island. Previous chapter. They walked to the direction they casually found. They didn't know this isn't the direction where Shimin Feng was, since Yin Lin said to let her act alone, then she didn't have to chase after them. Are there really Emperor's ruins in this immortal land? Little Seven continued, shouldn't this kind of immortal land be sealed? How would the Emperor live here? Immortal land and Little Realm was connected with the continents in the past, naturally, people would live here. Just that we don't know if it's any of the Emperor. Han Miao Shuang said. Wah, even you know about this. Little Seven looked at Han Miao Shuang with respect. Although the Han clan is nothing special, it's still a big clan, it's normal to know some stuff. Han Miao Shuang said. Then what else do you know? Little Seven asked. These are all I know, but I've seen in the books before that there's immortal land in other star domains as well, who knows there are things here that don't belong to our continent. Han Miao Shuang said. Other star domain? That's right, there's this book I read when I was young, we're not the only one, there are other continents, but I was young, so I didn't really understand. Then I've never seen that book anymore. I don't know if what the book wrote is true. Han Miao Shuang shrugged her shoulders. Is there really another place? Yu, what do you think? Little Seven blinked her huge eyes. Maybe. Sima Yu wasn't surprised. People from the ancient times thought that the place they lived in was huge, but they realized there were other countries. Then they thought countries were huge, but there were other countries, there would be other continents outside of this continent. After that, they knew that the Earth is round and also knew that the Earth spins around the Sun, then they learnt about the solar system, Milky Way galaxy and the infinite universe. Since her past life was like that, telling her how many and how huge a continent could be would faze her. Speaking of the Emperor, Yu, How's the heaven halberd in your arm? Han Miao Shuang questioned. I've already refined it throughout these years, but I can barely use it. Also, it won't have much power if I can't find the other half. Not as good as Ling Long Sima Yu added a sentence in her mind. In the spirit pagoda, Heaven's halberd, who was used by Little Roar to dig soil, suddenly became agitated, using its fullest power to shake, but was pressed down by Little Roar. Don't move, we have to dig a hole. Little Roar slapped Heaven's halberd. Little Spirit suddenly appeared in mid-air, looked down at the dirty and innocent-looking Little Roar who was holding on to Heaven's halberd. He was here for so long, but this guy below didn't even realize it was the first time seeing it doing something seriously. What are you doing this time? He questioned. Little Roar twisted his bottom, turned around and took a glance at Little Spirit, twisted back and said, I'm digging a hole. Why are you digging a hole? Little Spirit flew down, seeing it already dug 10 over holes, his face was filled with black lines. You said before, if a girl is unhappy, as a guy, I have to give her a rose, then she will be happy. Little Dream has been unhappy for the whole day and hasn't smiled, so I want to grow a whole patch of rose, so when she will be happy when she sees the patch of rose. Little Roar said while waving Heaven's halberd which was in his hands. Little Spirit didn't know how to judge this unreliable guy anymore. Say it deserves a beating, it was just trying to make Little Dream happy. Say it was sincere, it actually took Heaven's halberd and started to dig soil, and also that much. Digging a pit is fine, but it dug a 1 meter deep pit. Is it to plant roses or to bury yourself? If you know you're using Heaven's halberd to dig, tell me, will she put you in seclusion? Little Roar's excited eyes became clear-headed, seemingly as if you treasured this thing a lot. With the thought of her punishing itself, its 2 ears shrugged. You wouldn't punish me, right? It wasn't even confident in its own words. Highly likely. Little Spirit said. Don't scare me. Little Roar said while hugging Heaven's halberd. Do you think I am? Little Spirit looked serious. Little Roar felt a chill down its spine. Little Dream walked over from afar, carried Little Roar out from the pit, smiled and said, don't be scared, you won't punish you. The current Little Dream was different from last time. Let's say she was a black lotus last time, then now, she would be a black rose, beautiful and alluring, would prick anyone at any time. Little Roar saw Little Dream smile and threw away Heaven's halberd from its hand and said excitedly, Little Dream, you finally smiled, after so many days. Little Dream snuggled her face on Little Roar's back and said, why am I so fortunate, I have you, and everyone that keeps me company. She was a sinner, she should bear endless of pain and criticism, not their love for her. Little Dream, we're your family. Little Roar felt the pain in Little Dream's words and comforted her, just don't disdain me if I make any mistake next time. I won't. Little Roar is the cutest, hee hee. Little Roar was mystified by Little Dream's kiss and laughed foolishly. Little Spirit looked at Little Roar who looked foolish, shaked his head in disdain and told Little Dream, although this guy is unreliable, some of his words are right, we're a family, you won't be the only one to bear it. We're in it with you. Little Spirit rarely said such moving words, he felt embarrassed after and quickly ran away. After he left, the pit Little Roar dug was filled back up, after which, rose sprout grew out from the soil. The sprout grew as fast as a naked eye could see, quickly it blossomed into beautiful and fragrant flowers, furthermore, there were all kinds of colors. It became a rose garden, a garden that was built for Little Dream. The smile on the corner of Little Dream's lip grew wider, but tears dropped from her eyes. Thank you guys. Little Roar was in Little Dream's embrace, but his face was filled with unhappiness. It knew Little Spirit would snatch its limelight. Obviously it wanted to plant roses for Little Dream, but this guy immediately turned this place into a garden, moreover, he filled up all the pit it dug painstakingly. Unhappy. Unhappy. Little Dream carried Little Roar, sat it down in the garden while smelling the fragrance from the flowers and said, Little Roar, you can play around here, I need to digest the power in my body and get out quickly. Oh. Little Roar walked out disappointedly. Little Roar, you're the best. Little Roar became lively again after hearing what she said and even started swaggering about majestically. Previous chapter. Sima Yu felt everything that happened in Spirit Pagoda and smiled faintly. She didn't think that Little Roar knew how to do something like that. For the sake of lightening Little Dream's mood, she decided not to pursue the matter of using Heaven's halberd to dig soil. If Emperor Qingdao knew his own divine artifact was used by other people as a tool for digging, she wondered if he would be angry and beat Little Roar up into a pulp. Thinking of Emperor Qingdao, she sighed unconsciously. Initially in Heavenly Pavilion, the words Emperor Qingdao told her rang in her ear and it would come out of nowhere to remind her that the ways of the world were changing and asked her to look for the reason and solve it quickly. Emperor. Wonder if she would see any Emperor's historic relics this time round. This island is huge. They had already flown for a long time on the island, not only did they not see any historic relics, they didn't even see a human. They saw a few spirit beasts previously when they were near the ocean boundary, but now, there was nothing at all. After walking for a few days, they still didn't see any historical relics. Are there really historical relics here? Little Seven was losing patience. This is totally an uninhabited island that has no sign of human habitation. I think so too, this place doesn't look like it has any historical relics. Han Miao Shuang said. How does it not look like it has? Su Xiao asked. The place we went before, even though it didn't have any big treasure, at least it has some extinct spirit medicine or some sort, but here, it's only ordinary trees, there's no spiritual qi at all, the plants here are incomparable to other places. Han Miao Shuang answered. That's right, all these trees and plants indeed don't have any spiritual energy, I don't smell any fragrance from them at all. Little 7 chimed in. We've already walked in this forest for 2 days, but didn't find anything. Su Xiao said. You guys don't feel that, it's more enchanting when it's more unusual? Sima Yu said. The sunrise was abnormal, there must be something. The more abnormal this place was, means it had problems. What problem is there? Little 7 asked. You think, there's spiritual qi everywhere in Immortal Land, the flowers and grass are filled with spiritual qi, but why are the flowers, plants and trees the most ordinary in this island without any spiritual energy at all? Sima Yu continued, can you guys tell me why? What else can it be? There's no spiritual energy for them to eat, when they can't eat, they starve to be all skin and bones, no, they starve till they become ordinary plants. Little 7 said. Then why is there spiritual energy everywhere except here? Sima Yu questioned again. Needless to think, it's definitely eaten by people. Little 7 said firmly. This is a big district, who can eat it all up cleanly? Definitely someone very powerful. That's it. Little 7 patted her head and said, that's right, if there isn't any spiritual energy here to be absorbed, then it wouldn't be in this situation. Could it be that there are some historic relics that are absorbing all the spiritual energy? I don't know. Sima Yu said, we'll know when we find that thing. Then we'll continue searching for it. Little 7's interest was mobilized again. Once a treasure was mentioned, she would definitely be excited. Aren't you sensitive to treasures? Use your nose to smell and see where the treasures are, we might find the historic relics. Han Miao Shuang made fun of her. I'm only sensitive to big treasures, unlike Little 2, he's sensitive to all treasures. It would be nice if Little 2 is here. Little 7 said. I wonder where Little 2 is now, if he is doing fine. Sima Yu also missed that little kid from last time. I feel that something that can make all these plants lose all this spiritual energy, can only be a plant-based treasure and make all these plants listen to it, so they can't absorb spiritual energy. Su Xiao guessed. It's possible. Han Miao Shuang said, so, Little 7, use your nose and try to sniff, see where the treasure is. She smiled with both eyes and teased Little 7 with the dog's nose. Humph. Little 7 protruded her chin, facing the back of her head to Han Miao Shuang. I'll get Floey to try. Sima Yu spoke as she summoned Floey and got her to check if there was anything abnormal. Floey came out looking unwell, pale face and forehead drenched in sweat. Floey, what happened to you? Floey couldn't maintain the human form, and transformed into a man-eating flower and fell into Sima Yu's hands. Master, there's something very powerful here, with it here, I can't breathe. Floey said in fright. Do you know which direction? Sima Yu asked. In the east. Sima Yu watched as Floey spoke with her vitality shuddering and only could keep her in the spirit pagoda. Seems like that thing is high in rank, if not Floey won't be scared of it. Su Xiao said. After all, Floey was a man-eating flower king, she was high in rank in all the plants, all the plant-based spirit beasts would be intimidated by the power when they saw her. But now she only felt that thing's existence and became suppressed like that, how powerful could that thing be? Yu and the rest already thought of this question, they turned their gaze towards Little 7 at the same time who was looking around in curiosity. Floey didn't even have the energy to compete, why were they the same plant-based spirit beast, but this guy here could be so carefree? Was she from a completely different world or that thing couldn't even match up to Little 7 at all? Come to think of it, Little 7 was the eye of earth, the treasure of heaven and earth's derivation, she wasn't an ordinary plant-based spirit beast. Since we already know the direction, let's go there quickly. Little 7 continued, I'm very curious about this thing now. Let's go. Sima Yu summoned Little Rock and got him to fly them towards the east. With Little Rock's speed, they kept flying for a day before they could get out of the forest. This forest is huge. We haven't even seen that thing after flying for so long, did we miss it? Han Miao Shuang asked. No. Little 7 said positively, I can smell it now, it's the smell that I said before, that smell is getting thicker, I think we're getting closer to it. The further east they go, Little 7's facial expression became more serious, even to the extent of not talking to them. After looking through the mountain range, what reflected in their eyes was a vast grassland, boundless to the eyes. And in the middle of the grassland, a tall tree was swaying along with the wind. That height was comparable to a small mountain, the tree top covered a perimeter of 1 kilometer. One tree equivalent to 1 district. This is the treasure? Han Miao Shuang and the rest stared blankly. Even an ordinary tree that lived up to 10,000 years wouldn't have such a huge treetop, and would choose to develop the root system instead. If the treetop could become so huge, what level has this tree become? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Not only was that tree huge, it was special as well. Golden color leaves. Sima Yu saw that dazzling tree, she stopped on the ground without moving closer. Golden leaves, what kind of tree is this? Han Miao Shuang and the rest haven't seen any trees with golden leaves before, so they were unsure of what kind of tree it was. Divine Vessel Tree. Little 7 muttered. Little 7, you know about this? Little 7 didn't respond to Han Miao Shuang's question, she flew away from Little Rock towards the vessel tree. Little 7. Sima Yu consciously caught Little 7, she didn't even know if that tree was dangerous, she wouldn't let her fly over so boldly. But Little 7 was so fast, she could only catch her wind. She saw Little 7 went towards vessel tree and paused, she flew into the leaves and disappeared, even her smell was gone. Little 7. Sima Yu kept Halcyon into the spirit pagoda and flew towards Vessel Tree with Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao Xiao. There's a spirit barrier in front. Su Xiao Xiao said. Sima Yu called out Little Roar to aggregate, then one by one holding hands and brought them through the spirit barrier and stopped in front of Vessel Tree. Where did Little Seven go? They walked around the tree trunk and couldn't find Little Seven. Let's split up and see if she's on the treetop. Han Miao Shuang said. 3 of them nodded, each of them went to a different direction to search. Han Miao Shuang suddenly cried out. Sima Yu turned her head, saw her being blocked by a ray of light and disappeared. Oh. A groan came from Su Xiao Xiao. Sima Yu immediately looked over, he disappeared too. Senior brother, senior sister? She called out, but there was no response. She walked around below the tree carefully, but what she didn't know was, while she was walking around the tree, she disappeared as well. The Vessel Tree became quiet as usual again. A wave of dizziness swayed over, she was wrapped by something and couldn't breathe properly. She tried to struggle, but unfortunately her strength wasn't enough. She felt herself falling, not sure how many meters, it didn't seem like it was going to stop anytime soon. She adjusted the spiritual energy in her body and tried to balance her body so she could fly up, but her body couldn't even move. In a daze, she saw herself getting closer to the ground, but her body couldn't move. She consciously closed her eyes, thinking if she would be the first spirit master to fall to death. The pain she was anticipating didn't come. When she opened her eyes, she had already stopped falling when she was a few meters away from the ground. She hasn't got the chance to get back her senses and the ray of light dispersed and made her fall heavily. Painless. She extended her hands to have a feel. Below her were all leaves, it should be thick judging from the softness. She stood up from the ground and looked around the dark place. She materialized a flame to brighten up the place. A sealed hole with around 2 football sizes, surrounded with brown creased tree barks, seemed like this place was a Vessel Tree's hole. Little Seven? Senior brother? Senior sister? Nobody responded to her, it seemed like they weren't here too. She looked around, other than all these tree barks, she didn't see anything else. She lifted her head to see a big black hole. She tried to adjust her body's spiritual energy again, it was useless, it couldn't be adjusted. The spiritual energy stayed in the acupuncture points without responding at all. Without spiritual energy, she couldn't fly, not to mention flying up. Halcyon. She called out to Halcyon, but this time, Halcyon didn't come out. Little Rock? 1,000 Resonance? None of them answered her. Don't waste your effort, you can't contact anyone in here. A gentle voice suddenly rang and made her jump with surprise. Who? She stared in mid-air but no one was there. Suddenly, the trees lit up with golden lights in the bright light, a gentle and refined guy's shadow appeared on the tree trunk. You're the Vessel Tree? Sima Yu asked unsurely. Yes. The guy smiled and said, you can call me the Tree of Life. Are you the Spirit Clan's Tree of Life? Not knowing why, she said it unconsciously seeing the way he looked. Spirit Clan? Since when did a new clan appear in the world? The guy murmured, his eyes showed a feint of sadness unconsciously. It meant that it wasn't the Tree of Life he knew himself as. Did you bring me here? She asked softly. Facing a guy like that, she didn't bear to speak loudly to him, as if she was afraid of interrupting this gentleness. Yes. The guy admitted. Why did you bring me here? Sima Yu asked again. Those who can get here are destined people, they are able to get the Tree of Life's inheritance. But before that, they have to go through a test. My senior brother and senior sister too? Yes. But they're at another place. The guy continued, everybody's test is by themselves. Then what about my spirit beasts? Are you saying the one with you? It has already gone back to your contract space. Here, you can only depend on yourself, you can't depend on other strengths. Little Seven too. Who is Little Seven? Eye of Earth. Oh, you're talking about her. She is too weak now, I'll evolve her a bit. She is different from you guys, she doesn't have to take the test. The guy said. You can help to evolve her? Of course. Although she's not an ordinary plant, it's possible. The guy said. Not an ordinary plant? Then what is she? Have you seen any plant that loves to fight so much? The guy questioned. Sima Yu gave it a thought, it seemed like there wasn't any. Even though Floey possessed a strong power, she didn't seem to love to fight so much. But Little Seven were different, this girl fought whoever she didn't like, always saying to beat people up. Most of the plant-based spirit beasts were gentle, full of love and vitality, but Little Seven, Heiss, just by thinking of it gave her a headache. Then what is Little Seven? Sima Yu asked. Back in the ancient times, Eye of Earth had very strong fighting abilities, they belonged to the carnivorous spirit beast types, then their numbers slowly started to dwindle. Until now, I've only seen one Eye of Earth. The guy said, do you know what the use of Eye of Earth is? Sima Yu shook her head and said, I only know that Eye of Earth can help people to cultivate, I don't know the other uses. The smell of Eye of Earth indeed can help humans to cultivate, but it has a bigger purpose. What? She can help to advance in rank. The guy said, seeing Sima Yu's face in disapproval, he added, for those in Paragon rank that want to become Emperor, with the help of Eye of Earth, the success rate will be raised by 70%. If the Emperor wants to continue advancing, the success rate will also be raised with the help of Eye of Earth. Sima Yu was so shocked that her jaw dropped. After living for so many years, she would rarely be this shocked. After a while, she then found her focus. At the same time, her worries sprung up. What a special talent. If others knew about it, then wouldn't be little 7 be in more danger? Maybe it was because of this that Eye of Earth became like that. She sighed. If she had stronger strength, it would be less dangerous. The guy was observing her. From the point that she knew Eye of Earth's purpose, she didn't show any excitement or greediness, there was only shock and worry. Unlike the people he met before, once they know about some good stuff, they become greedy. Don't you want to get her? From what I know, you and her don't have any contract. Do you want to contract with her before she becomes stronger? He probed. Sima Yu shook her head. I've never thought of contracting with little 7. Even now that I know she has a bigger purpose, I've never thought of it. Why? If you have her, you'll become much stronger and you can go further. Without her, I can become stronger and go further too. Sima Yu answered. Don't you want some help from outside? You want to depend on yourself and walk along? The guy questioned. Of course not. Sima Yu said, I'm not only focusing on cultivating, external strength will naturally come into use. Just that little 7 is my friend, my little sister, she is someone I acknowledged. In my eyes, she is not a treasure that I use to cultivate, but my friend. I won't sacrifice my friend to upgrade myself. The guy stared at Sima Yu, he sighed in his heart. In here, he was the master so he knows whether Sima Yu was speaking the truth. He could feel it and that she indeed felt the way she said. She really saw little 7 as a partner and not a treasure. I hope you'll stick to your current thoughts next time. He said softly. I also hope it'll stay this way. Sima Yu continued, maybe next time when the realm changes, my thoughts might change, but I hope no matter how far I go, I will stay with this mentality. Staying with this mentality, that's a good sentence. The guy's voice sounded a little excited, it had been long since he heard this sentence. Humans could never have the same thinking forever, with their strength growing, with different realms, abundant experiences and changes in living environment would definitely change people. But no matter how much changes there would be, if she stuck to her heart, she would be herself. I didn't expect you to understand at such a young age. The guy said, unfortunately your current situation is bad, I'm not sure if you can keep being like this. Sima Yu didn't understand what his jump of thoughts meant. Your health is bad. The guy said, divine devil physique, it's been years since I last saw it. Luckily you refined your body well, if not you'll die from the explosion of your body. Sima Yu didn't expect that he would find out this problem of hers. Stunned, she smiled bitterly and said, although you're good at refining, but it didn't solve the problem, it will end up as a threat. Your way of mind is firm, you'll find a way. The guy continued, I believe my judgment. You're more confident than me. Sima Yu said. Actually, you're not really worried about it, isn't it? The guy smiled and saw through her thoughts. It's not that I'm not worried, I think that if I can find a way, I will, if I really can't find any way, then I can only accept it. Sima Yu continued, but before I die, I've something that I need to accomplish and die without regrets. You're pretty open-minded. Didn't people in the ancient times say that, whether they die sooner or later, people will surely die, it's nothing as long as I die without regrets. Just don't let me die before I accomplish some stuff. The guy laughed softly, your thinking is indeed different from others. But it suits my taste. I wanted to just give you something small and chase you away, but I've changed my mind. Didn't you just say that there will be a test? Sima Yu asked in doubt. The test is over, you've passed the test. The guy said. The test is to chat. Sima Yu blinked her eyes, was the test supposed to be this easy? Then, what else do you think it will be? The guy smiled lightly, how to abuse you physically and torture you mentally. She really thought that way. I already knew your problem when you stepped into here. The guy continued, your talent, your willpower, I already knew from the past, so I don't need to test you all that anymore. You already knew about my past? Then does he know all the secrets as well? You don't need to worry about others knowing your secret. The guy said, I've a lot of other secrets here, I don't have the thought of spilling all the secrets. Of course I'll be worried. Sima Yu giggled. Those that used to pass my test will get my essence. But, I think I can give you other things, that is if you can get it. The guy continued. That means that there's a chance I won't get it? Sima Yu asked. Yes and no. The guy said. Then can I change it to another thing? Sima Yu asked. Change? Yes, how about that, I'll change it with you, I don't want that thing anymore, you go with us. Sima Yu said haughtily. The guy was teased by Sima Yu's thoughts, but he didn't agree to her request, a gold light flashed past and the shadow on the tree trunk disappeared. The crease on the tree has meaning on it, if you can feel it, then you can leave here. If you can't get it right, then you'll have to keep staying here till you feel it. Hey, how can it be like this, isn't this taking away the benefit? Sima Yu shouted. Although she just joked with him that might make him unhappy, he didn't have to be like this. Qing Yi. What? My name. The guy said. Qing Yi? Aren't you wearing yellow? Why are you called Qing Yi instead of Huang Yi? Qing Yi decided not to mind her, this guy indeed had some characteristic of a thug. Qing Yi, if I can feel it, will you go with me? Sima Yu asked towards the air. He ignored her still. If you don't answer me means you accepted. You've to go with me after I pass this round. I'll take you around to see the world. Qingyi felt regretful, he shouldn't let her achieve her enlightenment. Previous chapter. The silence in the tree's cave shrouded her, as if she felt that he was somehow angry, although he wasn't really angry. Living to this age, there would be little things that could anger him. Sima Yu turned around, all she could see was the tree crease. Am I supposed to comprehend some principles from here? She slowly sat down, the soft leaves gave out a faint fragrance that made her relax after smelling it. Tree crease, what principles can there be in tree creases? She stared at those tree creases, but tree creases are tree creases, she didn't see any difference. At the same time, in another tree cave, Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao were also trying to feel, but the difference between them and her was, they were in a mirage, what they saw was a different environment and not the original crease she was looking at. Qingyi. Little Seven climbed on a tree branch, calling out to the person beside her. Qingyi turned his head around and looked at this young lady, who was his friend, a very, very good friend. Qingyi, I remember who you are. Little Seven continued, I'm sorry, I've forgotten. The corner of Qingyi's lips curled up into a smile, extended his hand and patted her head and said, I didn't think that you'll degenerate to this extent, you must have suffered this past few years. Little Seven shook her head, no memories, no pain. She sat up, leaned on Qingyi and said, but after so many years, you still remember the past, you've suffered more than me. Qingyi hugged Little Seven, her small figure was different from last time, it felt different, but she smelled the same as how he remembered. How many years had it been, he didn't even remember how many years he didn't see her already. When you got caught last time, they absorbed all your spiritual energy, no one knew if you're dead or alive, I thought I won't be able to see you again. He caressed her hair like how he used to, it was as gentle as how he did in the past, such a pity they weren't that person she used to be. Little Seven laid in his embrace gently and absorbed the smell of him. Qingyi, do you know, after I'm conscious, I keep thinking that I'm a baby that has just formed, I'm like a baby that was so curious about this world, slowly growing up. But the moment I saw you, my memories came back completely, from there I know that things didn't happen the way I thought it had. I'm glad that I can see you again, and remember our past. It's a pity that we weren't strong that time, if not I won't let them snatch you away feeling helplessly. Qingyi felt remorseful. Little Seven raised her head and saw him blaming himself, he couldn't help but felt heartache for him. You can't be blamed for what happened in the past, you don't have to punish yourself like that and hide here for so many years. I can't imagine how you pull through all these years. Staying alone here, how lonely is that? Qingyi only smiled faintly. Lonely? Maybe. But he was already lonely to the extent that he forgot what lonely was. Sigh, what do we do? Little Seven sighed. Why? Little Seven extended her hand and lightly pinched Qingyi's face, then she pinched her own face and said, what do we do, although I've regained the memories, but I feel that I'm so young, you're old, would there be a generation gap between us? Qingyi was speechless and saw the smiling expression in Little Seven's eyes, he said helplessly with love, Little Seven, you've become naughty. Another meaning, Little Seven, you had become bad. Since when I become naughty, it's really a problem between us, don't you think that I'm very young? Little Seven stared at Qingyi, giving him an expression of asking for an assurance. Huh. Qingyi laughed, you do, you're young now, like a little doll. Pfft, you're teasing me. Little Seven pouted. No. Qingyi saw she got angry without feeling worried, if Sima Yu knows I'm teasing her, will she be angry at me? No, Yu isn't easily angered. Little Seven continued, moreover, you didn't tease her, if she can attain her own enlightenment here, she will be thankful to you. She's actually not bad. She's sincere to you. Qingyi continued, I'm rest assured that you follow her. Won't you come with me? Little Seven held on to Qingyi's clothes and looked at him anxiously. If you don't come with me, what will happen if you can't protect me? What if I get caught by others again? If my spiritual energy gets absorbed again, can I still start my spiritual wisdom? Wah. The more Little Seven spoke, the sadder she was and cried out loud. Qingyi became flustered after so many years, seeing Little Seven's tears. Like what she said, if all those came true. No, never, he wouldn't let this come true. Alright, don't cry, I didn't say that I won't go with you. Qingyi pacified her as he wiped her tears away gently. He wanted to say he was used to being here, but he couldn't let anything happen to her, he wouldn't know if he could bear the pain of losing her again. Really? Little Seven asked while sobbing. Of course it's real. When did I ever lie to you? Humph, you always lie to me the last time when you haven't grown up and I'm a little doe. Little Seven brought up the things when they were young. That's already 10,000 years ago. Qingyi felt helpless. It still happened regardless how long ago it was. Little Seven snorted. Alright. I didn't lie to you when we grew up. That is because I've become smarter after I grew up, you can't deceive me. You've become narcissistic. Okay, I told you I'll go with you, don't cry anymore. Qingyi's heart ached as he saw her crying. That time, when he saw how she was taken away with his own eyes, the tears on her face pained him for a few tens of thousands of years, now, he didn't want to see her tears anymore and he couldn't bear to see it anymore. I can't control it, who asked you to tease me? Little Seven complained. It's all my fault. Don't cry anymore. Qingyi pulled little Seven into his embrace and lightly patted her back. But, there will be a condition if I go with you. On what condition? Little Seven leaned on his chest and asked muffledly. Although I'm out there, unless you get into any dangerous situation, I won't take any actions no matter what. Qingyi said. I don't want you to take any actions either. I know, you're restricted by the rules of heaven, I won't put you in danger. Little Seven continued, when we're out, I'll protect you. Huh. Alright, you protect me. Qingyi laughed, although her temperament changed quite a bit, but she still treated him the same as last time. He wouldn't let anyone take his happiness that was hard to come around away from him anymore, not even heaven. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Little Seven slept in Qingyi's embrace, with her peaceful look. It was poles apart from her usual self. Qingyi stroked her face with his satisfied and gentle gaze. Qingyi. The murmuring of hers while she was sleeping melted his heart. But what came after in her sleep talk rendered him speechless. Great, since you're so cruel, let this grandma of me teach you a lesson. He shook his head helplessly and spoke softly, it's the same you, but why did your temperament change so much? But you're still cute as ever. He bent over and pecked on little Seven's forehead lightly. Lifting his head, he saw her bright eyes. You sneakily kissed me again. Again. Little Seven smiled with her eyes. Qingyi wasn't embarrassed being caught and said, alright, you should evolve already. Are you thinking of running away when I'm evolving? Little Seven questioned. You're in my body, even if I run away, doesn't that mean that I run away with you as well? True. Little Seven nodded, sighed and said, we used to be almost the same, even if we fight, you're nowhere better than me. But now, you've abandoned me so far away. I'm waiting for you to chase me all the way here. Qingyi continued, go ahead, I'll wait for you to finish evolving. Oh right, you have to adjust the time slower, you and I want to get the relics from the ruins. Little Seven said. Aren't you worried that she can't get out? Qingyi asked. Of course not, that's you, how is it possible that she can't get out? Little Seven said confidently, even if everybody can't comprehend, you definitely will. It actually depends on the comprehension of the tree creases, it's indeed a little hard, just prepare more time for her. Just right, I'll be done with evolving, then we can all get out together. Alright. Qingyi nodded. As a divine tree of life, adjusting the time on his body wouldn't be a problem. I'll go in now. Little Seven said reluctantly. Go ahead. I'm really going in now. I'll wait for you here. You promise. Little Seven pouted her lips, tugged on Qingyi's clothes, pulled herself to him and gave him a long kiss on his lips and headed into the tree cave satisfyingly. Qingyi was stunned, the corner of his lips raised and smiled bashfully. What a naughty girl. Even if he said that with his mouth, but deep down he was joyful. He reminisced for a while and fused into the tree trunk. On the other side, after Sima Yu and the rest landed for a few days, people came onto the island. They waited for the changes in the tide of the sea. In addition to not having a speed of warship, when they reached the island, the bodies of Yin Yang Palace's members they saw were already badly decomposed. Through the uniform and some symbolic items, everyone recognized their identity. These wounds should be made by sea beasts. Why are all of them Yin Yang Palace's members? I don't see Kong Valley and Heartbreak Valley members. They must have split when they reached the island. Someone guessed. Should be. Heartbreak Valley members don't know Yin Yang Palace's members, they only brought them here under Kong Xiangyi's request, of course they will split up, if not, it'll be hard to split the treasure. Poor Yin Yang Palace, they come to the island so impatiently, end up they didn't find anything but instead they become a disembodied bunch. Who asked them to get here early? It feels like they came here to die early, hee. Who knows, those that came early got into trouble, then will be counted as the earliest. There are so many people, they can't be all dead. If we're going to say all these here, we might as well search for the relics now. That's right, let's go. Unfortunately for those Yin Yang Palace's members, even if they were found by others, nobody would help them to handle their bodies and continued being exposed under the sun on the island. There was a thousands of miles mountain range in the middle of the island. In front of the mountain range was a big patch of grass with a few clusters of stones sitting on it. When Shimen Feng and Kong Xiangyi brought the others here, there were already a lot of scattered footprints on the grass. Seems like somebody found their way here. Kong Xiangqi exclaimed. But they might not find the relics. Bai Sheng said. What makes you say that? Look at those stones, they are definitely not the relics. Bai Sheng continued, this should be a kind of transportation array. If we get in, it will bring us to the place where the relics are. If what we found is really a relic of an emperor, she might bring us there. Then how do we start it up? Those who came here must have successfully started it. Let Array Master try it. Kong Xiangyi said. Kong Valley and Heartbreak Valley already brought their Array Masters. With that said, they walked towards the stones first. After studying it for a bit, they waved to the others behind. Valley Master, this is indeed a small transportation array, but this is a random transportation array, we won't know where it will transport people to. One of the Array Masters from Heartbreak Valley said. Would it split us up? NINE asked. There's a few nodes in this array, those that stand on the different nodes will bring them to the same place. Those that weren't standing on the nodes would be brought to a different location. That's right. We're unable to find out what is behind this array. It could be where the relics are, but it could also be a dangerous place. Starting this array is easy, but fear of what is to come. Valley Master, are we proceeding? Shimon Phone looked at the disciples behind and said, we don't know what will happen later, so this task will be done at your own will. If you don't want to go, don't force yourself, you can search for opportunity at other places or you can wait for us here. Valley Master, we'll go in together. That's right. Valley Master, we were all fugitive, what kind of danger have we not seen? Yes. We're going in too. Kong Valley's members had the same thought. Since they were all here to search for opportunity, how could they let a little unknown stop them? Shimon Phone looked at Kong Xiang-yi. Kong Xiang-yi walked over and said, I'm with you. Kong Xiang-chi looked at her little sister with disappointment. When a girl is of age, she must be married off. Since we've decided, then let's go in. Shimon Phone said. They went to the middle of the stones, those who were closer stood together, Array Master started the array, the whole group of people disappeared on the spot. Not long after they disappeared, some people came, after a round of exploring, they all went into the transportation array. And some other people, they strolled around and went to where Qing Yi was. Look, a golden tree. Those people called out in surprise, those voices woke Qing Yi abruptly. Is this the legendary divine tree? An elder recognized and trembled in excitement. The legendary tree of life. It's actually the tree of life. That elder said while taking out an ancient book that was worn out, flipping to one of the pages and compared it to the tree in front of him. It was indeed the tree of life he had been searching for so many years and was excited in disbelief. Tree of life? What tree is that? Disciple beside the elder asked. Tree of life, it's also called the vessel tree, it exists the longest in the world, it will turn gold when it ripens, it can be used as medicine, also can help to cultivate and can help to attain enlightenment. The elder explained, after cultivating to monarch rank, every advancement will need to attain enlightenment, only with enlightenment, then you can take a step further. Then isn't this tree of life useless? Tree of life's essence can let others rise up in cultivation, with one drop, people can advance to one level from divine paragon. If they are higher ranking than monarch rank, even if they don't attain enlightenment, they just have to absorb its essence, they can also advance. As the elder spoke, he got more excited, as if he saw his path of advancement in becoming higher than emperor. Really? Those disciples became excited. If they could get the tree of life's essence, do they even still need to worry? Their clan definitely could jump to a rival of the inner region's strongest clan. In the ancient books, it says that the tree of life has already long been extinct. I didn't expect here to have one. Immortal land is indeed immortal land, they even have such a treasure. Tree of life, tree of life. This was a real tree of life, it was a tree of life that had successfully evolved. There were some vessel trees found in the continent, but before it turned gold, it couldn't be named as the tree of life, so it didn't come with what the tree of life could do. But the one right in front of them was different, this was a legitimate tree of life. Sect Elder, then we shall move this tree of life back. Don't be anxious. This tree isn't that easy to deal with. Sect Elder continued, in the ancient book, the tree of life will fix a spirit barrier to protect itself, we have to think of how to break this spirit barrier first. They slowly got closer to Qing Yi, when they were 100 over meters away from him, they came to a formless barrier. This should be where the spirit barrier is. Sect Elder, what should we do? Back up, I'll try if I can open this spirit barrier. Sect Elder gave orders to the people around him. Sect Elder's strength was close to Paragoners, his attacks wasn't something a younger generation could handle. Hearing that he was going to attack, everyone hid far away. Sect Elder flew into mid-air, congealed all his spiritual energy, after getting all his spiritual energy, he attacked hard towards the spirit barrier. Boom! A huge impact made the Elder fly away, after spinning a few rounds in mid-air, he finally dropped on the floor. The aftershock stretched kilometers away before it scattered, those younger generations that hid far away got impacted by it, those with lower strength died, only left with those that are strong, but they were all injured. Sect Elder. Those who were alive got up and ran towards Elder Sect, seeing Elder Sect lying on his stomach, they flipped him and realized that his front had exploded beyond recognition. Fortunately he didn't die, he was still hanging on his breaths. They quickly gave him pills, after a while, he then opened the half of his eyes that was left. Tree of life. Sect Elder, don't worry. That tree is as good as new. An elder said. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood, he gave his all and put himself in this situation, but that tree was still as good as new. Then, didn't he get injured for nothing? But the other elder still comforted himself by saying that the tree was undamaged, that effort. Sect Elder, don't be angry. Another elder comforted, we will think of another way after you recover. How can we wait to recover? That impact must have alerted people who are nearby, if others come here and see the tree of life, what do we get? Sect Elder shouted. It's not a bad idea if someone comes. What are you saying? Sect Elder, don't be anxious, hear me out. That young guy said, this spirit barrier from the tree of life is powerful, you can't even touch it even after using all your strength, even when you recover, with everyone's strength, I don't think it's possible to open this spirit barrier. What little brother said is right. Someone agreed. Sect Elder, if we can't open this spirit barrier and take over this tree of life, no matter how capable it is, it's useless to us. Why don't we spread this news, let others open a path for us? That's right, Sect Elder, if we can't get it, it'll be useless just by looking at it. Sect elder hesitated. What this young one said made sense. It would be useless watching over this treasure without getting it. Sect elder is someone who is already stepping into paragon rank, but it's useless in regards to this. It'll be useless against commoners. So we shall not only spread the news, we have to spread it far and wide, so many stronger people will come here. After contemplating, Sect elder finally agreed to this method. With their strength, it was indeed useless against the tree of life. Borrowing others' strength was the only way. Then you guys go ahead and do it. While saying it, it caused his heart to ache. It was his treasure. A treasure that he found. Now that he had to share with others, he felt more pain in his heart than his body. You two help Sect elder to recuperate in a hidden place, another two handle the bodies, the rest follow me out. Both of them helped Sect elder to the mountain near the forest, the others went out to spread the news. The legendary tree of life, that could help to gain strength, able to help in advancement. This news spread quickly. Not only the people on the island knew, even the people outside the island knew about it. More and more people rushed over. The people on the island didn't bother to look for ruins anymore. There might be treasure in the ruins, but they weren't as valuable as the tree of life. Moreover, ruins might have treasure, it might be a place where the emperor stayed, but compared to a real tree of life, ruins didn't seem to be that important. More and more people came over, more and more people were blocked by the spirit barrier. No matter how strong they were, the spirit barrier didn't break. Sima Yu, who was staring in a daze at the tree creases in the tree cave, had no idea how lucky they were to be able to get in. Even with her merging with Little Roar, immune to the spirit barrier, but if it wasn't for Qing Yi who didn't attack them, they wouldn't be able to get near him without being harmed. 10 days later, it was crowded with people, but no one could break the spirit barrier. Over a month later, the grassland was squeezed with people. Some of the stronger ones came as well. They were determined to get the tree of life. In the cave, Sima Yu didn't even know what was happening outside. Dry and full, that was the only thing she was feeling right now. She sat cross-legged. Cross-legged on the leaves with both hands on her knees, hands supporting her chin, and stared directly on those tree creases. Creases, oh creases, we're staring at one another. Aren't you tired of it? If you're tired of it, why don't you just tell me straight? What kind of principles are you hiding in there? Endless silence. Of course the tree creases wouldn't tell her what principles were in there. It didn't even know what principles it contained, because everyone would see it differently. Actually, it didn't blame her for being restless, because other than creases, there was nothing else there, but flowers wouldn't bloom even if she kept staring at the tree bark. Doing it for 1 or 2 days was okay, she could accept it even if it was 1 or 2 months. But she felt like she had stayed there for more than a year, and she started to become restless just staring at the creases every day. Qing Yi paid attention to the 4 people in his body. Since Little Seven had already regained her memories, evolving was something that she was familiar with, so he didn't need to worry about it. For Su Xiaoxiao and Han Miao Shuang, both of them were in a mirage, and they were attaining enlightenment in the mirage. Their main test was on their mental power. If they broke through in the mirage, they would be able to upgrade. It was only at Sima Yu's side that there was nothing at all. Seeing her getting restless, he was wondering if he had overestimated her. Maybe she might not be able to attain anything at all. Seeing her empty-handed, Qing Yi decided to change his thinking. After Little Seven came out from evolving, he would then give her something else as compensation. Boom. Those people outside were attacking the spirit barrier again. They didn't even take a rest in that month. No matter how good his temper was, it made him mad. He lowered his gaze and walked out from the tree trunk, but he didn't show himself, so those people might not be able to see him. Qing Yi looked at the group of people, he narrowed his eyes, waved his hands. Those that were attacking the spirit barrier got a stronger counterattack and made them flew thousands of meters away. The tree of life is striking back. It could have struck us back long ago if it had wanted to. Why would it only counterattack now? Why would I see wrongly? That strength is obviously stronger than before. We've already attacked it for over a month, but this spirit barrier didn't break, needless to say getting close to the tree of life. Maybe this spirit barrier is unbreakable? There's no such thing as an unbreakable spirit barrier, only the wrong method. Everyone attacked separately. What if everyone attacked a point each? It might work. Don't waste your effort, even if it really works, it's not something you guys can do. Those inner regions forces are starting to get restless. I guess they're starting to join hands. Nothing can be done if they don't join hands. Some others came. Xianqiu he came over sitting on the wheelchair, accompanied by Xianqiu his bodyguard. Some of the inner regions people felt astonished when they saw the symbol on Xianqiu his clothes. Hidden families are here. Young master, there's a spirit barrier here. The guy assisting Xianqiu he stopped in front of the spirit barrier. Xianqiu he extended his hand and felt it. The formless spirit barrier blocked him out. Stop here. He ordered the person behind. That guard released him, he put his hands on the wheels and pushed forward. The wheelchair brought him through the spirit barrier. Hey, he entered. Oh my god, how did he get in? Those that didn't know Xianqiu his identity were astonished. Those who knew his identity were very much regretful. They went in just like that, well expected of the hidden families. Proficiently entered into the spirit barrier while sitting on the wheelchair. This must be Xianqiu he from Xianqiu clan. How did he go in? I heard that Xianqiu he can go through any spirit barrier. No spirit barrier can stop him. So it's not surprising that he can get in. He went in just like this. It'll be awesome if we can get in. You can only watch, we can't get beyond admiration. That's right. Let's continue breaking the spirit barrier. Wonder if he will get attacked if he gets near the tree of life. Should be, this spirit barrier is offensive. Seems like the tree of life isn't a benevolent crop. He's near it. It didn't attack him. He's gone. It didn't attack him, instead he went missing. Could it be that he disappeared after being attacked? He didn't defend, it might not be. I'm so envious. Continue attacking, continue attacking. Qing Yi was surprised to see Xian Qiuhe. He didn't think that he would see the man in Sima Yu and Little Seven's memories. Xian Qiuhe woke up from dizziness and saw Qing Yi who was on the branch, but he wasn't surprised. Tree of Life, you're actually here, he said. You're not surprised to see me at all. Qing Yi continued, there's something in your brain, I can't see your memories. It must be this thing that blocks your vision and makes you crippled. Yes, I've a friend that said this. You aren't worried. What's there to be worried about? Xian Qiuhe smiled, if it's time, it's fate, what's there for me to worry about? Aren't you worried that you won't be alive for long? I'll stay alive for as long as I can. There will come a day I'll die. You're quite similar to her, no wonder you guys are friends. Qing Yi said. My friend? That's right. Qing Yi continued, since you're here, I'll also give you a chance. Xian Qiuhe didn't get to ask another question but the shadow on the tree trunk disappeared, his surroundings also changed. He became a baby and saw a group of people surrounding him and anxiously chattering. He couldn't hear what they were talking about, he felt it was noisy, then he saw those people moving here and there on his body. Since then, he had never seen the color of this world. Contract with me, I'll make you the master of this world. A voice bewitched him in the darkness. Who are you? I'm you. It's impossible. I'm your longing, we're the same body. That voice said, form a contract with me, I'll let you stand on top of the world and bring you to see everything in the world. What kind of price would I pay? Price? No, there's no price, we're one. Why would I need you to pay a price? We're one, why do we still need to establish a contract? We're only body contracts, but it's not enough, we need to establish a contract on spirit, body and spirit combined into one, so that we can truly release our strength. At that time, you can walk on your own and see how the world looks like, come, let's establish a contract. Previous chapter. I know who you are. Xian Qiuhe said, you're the thing that is sealed in my head, right? You want to break the seal through my contract and me. We are together, I'm you, you're me. We can't be separated. That voice laughed weirdly, without me, you can't stay alive. Then I'd rather die. At least you can be the scapegoat after I die, it's not that miserable after all. Xian Qiuhe said faintly. You want to die? Why would you want to die? You're a prodigy, heaven gave you such a good gift, why don't you want it? This is a present from heaven. Present? You? Do you think I'll see you as a present from heaven? Xian Qiuhe laughed bitterly, you're a punishment from heaven, that's why they put you in my body. I'll make sure to come up with a way to get rid of you. Don't you want to stand on top of the world? Don't you want others to crawl under your feet? You yearn for all of these too, don't you? No. Don't tell me you don't. That voice interrupted him, if you didn't, you won't be here, I won't exist in your body as well. You long for all of this deep down, you yearn for all of this. Xian Qiuhe became silent, his thin lips slightly pursed up. Yes, you're right, I do have longings, but what I long is to see this world with my own eyes and not being controlled by you. Xian Qiuhe said, I'll fight for whatever I want by myself without betraying myself. You don't have to waste your effort on me. His words were resounding and powerful, with his determined attitude that after he spoke, the dark surrounding disappeared and reinstated to how it used to. Uprightly, don't forget what your initial intention was. These 8 words rang in between heaven and earth, 8 gold dazzling words suddenly appeared in the sky, it flew one round and stopped on top of the Tree of Life. A golden ray of lights afloat, Xian Qiuhe's shadow appeared on the crown of the Tree of Life. See, he's out. Shrouded in golden light, coupled with the divine melody of heaven and earth. He attained enlightenment. A commotion was caused on the grass patch, rarely people had attained the enlightenment of heaven and earth, once one attained enlightenment and got heaven and earth's present, then one would have a smoother cultivation ahead. That huge 8 words surrounded the Tree of Life in a circle and then penetrated into Xian Qiuhe's body. Xian Qiuhe's clan members were excited, they were instructed by Master Yin Lin before they came in, they said they would get a big opportunity, they didn't actually expect their young master to attain heaven enlightenment. This was something that happened once in many years. Next time, Xian Qiuhe's clan would be the top rank in the hidden families. When the 8 words of heaven penetrated into Xian Qiuhe's body, he felt the seal in his own body become more firm, his eyes could see some white lights. You have attained your enlightenment, go out there. Qing Yi spoke, Xian Qiuhe's body felt a push by an unlimited amount of strength and got out of the spirit barrier. Young master. Xian Qiuhe's clan members all surrounded him. Let's go. Xian Qiuhe ordered. Yes, young master. Xian Qiuhe clan member wheeled him back, before he left, he turned back around to take a glance at the Tree of Life as if he saw that guy again. His friends, who was he talking about? Was it Sima Yu? He was unsure why he felt the person Qing Yi said was Sima Yu, because he didn't have a lot of friends. Xian Qiuhe clan came for a few days and left, it was admired by many people. They also wanted to get the present from the Tree of Life. After a few months, a few hidden families and forces from the inner region came along, they knew better than anyone about the Tree of Life, they never thought of pulling it by the roots, because it wasn't something they could have to themselves anymore. They only want to get some of its present, even if it was a little, they would benefit from it endlessly. Especially when Xian Qiuhe attained his own enlightenment in the Tree of Life, this piece of news made countless people from immortal land come over, they wished they were this lucky. Some people went in, like Xian Qiuhe, they went into the Tree of Life and also gave them a similar assessment, but no one came out with their enlightenment. But they got the other things that Qing Yi gave, although it wasn't as powerful as the enlightenment they attained, it was useful to them. A few of those people that came left, because they realized, they couldn't open the spirit barrier, they couldn't get close to the tree of life and couldn't get his present. Since this opportunity was not fated with them, might as well give up earlier and head to another place to find their own. Although the rest didn't leave, they understood that it was useless being forceful, they could only think of another way to get in the spirit barrier. Since then, people came here in an endless stream. If they came here because of remnants last time, then now they came here for Qing Yi. In the hole of the tree, Sima Yu kept staring at those creases and lost in thought. She didn't know about the battle outside, but when Xian Qiu he succeeded in comprehending the way, and when the heaven presented him the way, she felt a sliver of divinity touch her and her heart followed in a tremble. Could it be that senior brother or senior sister succeed? She stood up, walked around, she couldn't adjust her own spiritual energy, she couldn't climb up even when she wanted to. So tired, why don't we take a nap? She stretched and lied down, just right she was lying in the middle of the cave of the tree. She looked straight up into the dark hole, it seemed as if she was sucked in. She was sleepy but she couldn't sleep and kept staring at the hole on top, while looking, that hole eventually became the crease on the branches. She rubbed her eyes, it was still the same and cried out, am I hallucinating? She shut her eyes, forced herself not to think of anything, but the vision in her eyes was still those creases. It has completely filled my mind after staring at this thing for too long. She knocked her head, opened her eyes and saw the black hole being filled by the creases. Why is it getting blurry? She looked at those creases, originally it was layer by layer in order, but those lines slowly bent and mixed together, as if it became a piece of lying waste. It was as if she became a part of the air, floating with bare wind, exposing to the ground. It's so desolated here, there isn't even a weed here. She thought. She drifted with the wind around, but no matter where she drifted, it was just a plain field of rock. With scorching burning, the skin of the stone was already burning with smoke, Sima Yu felt as if she was barbecued into a human jerky. Damn, what kind of place is this, it will be good to have a sip of water. After she spoke, a sweet spring water suddenly appeared from the crack on the ground and she was shocked and dumbfounded. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu stared at the spring water and licked her dried lips, she couldn't wait and squatted down and helped herself to the water. The spring water was cool and refreshing, after drinking it, the heat in her body immediately cooled down by half. After she felt better, she then had the energy to look around here. Where is this? There's nothing here at all, there is only full of cracks on the floor. Could it be my hallucination that let me see the primordial continent? She talked to herself. She was unclear how long she stayed here, it was always daytime, there wasn't any night at all. Is this place not one of the realms? If not, why will there only be day and no nights at all? If this is my place, I'll definitely put nights in here, then it will be complete. After that thought, the sun slowly set and the night came. Damn, I can do anything I want here. She was astonished by her own thought. Right after she thought about day and night, it indeed became daylight and Black Robe's agreement, she verified her own assumption, that she could get whatever she wanted here. What did the world look like? She couldn't remember what the world looked like anymore, although there were images in her mind, but she couldn't remember what it was like. Way of life, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to all living things. That's right, way of life 1, 1 give birth to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to all living things. Her eyes lit up, finally remembering what she was thinking. World of heaven and earth, containing all living things, different from the emptiness here. Way of life. A fish appeared in the spring water, a sprout of weed grew beside the waters. The spring water became streamlet, then became a river, at the end of the river, a vast ocean slowly formed. 1 fish became 2 fishes, 2 became 3 fishes, 3 fishes became more. 1 sprout of weed became 2 sprouts, 2 became 3, 3 sprouts became more. Riverside became a green patch of space, 1 animal appeared, 2 animals appeared, followed by different types of animals. Sima Yu sat on the summit and looked down on the world slowly changing to the world she was familiar with and felt content to her heart. There is sky and ground, mountains and waters, flowers and trees, flying beasts and land beasts, day and night, yin and yang. Could this be the world I want? She muttered while supporting her chin, I wonder what else is missing. She was unsure how long she was inside and didn't know what she was exactly doing, she just kept thinking non-stop. Seeing desolated and uninhabited earth slowly became full of life, she felt very happy, even to the extent of forgetting where this was and what she was doing. Qing Yi was recently testing those that just came in and didn't really notice this 4th person. When he turned around to look at them, he was frightened by how they looked, especially when he saw what condition Sima Yu was in, he was ruthlessly shocked. How did this? He used telekinesis, went to all the places where Sima Yu had been and saw a tree cave that transformed into another world. Way of life, 1 give birth to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to all living things. He looked at Sima Yu who was lying in the middle, her surrounding wasn't his tree cave anymore, instead, it transformed into another world. Spirit realm, she actually attained spirit realm, could it be that your rebirth made you understand the meaning of life more? Tree of life, a tree that is capable of giving prosperous life. He didn't expect that one day, someone would attain the spirit realm here. Her spirit realm wasn't stable now, there are little things inside, she was perfecting it. He was curious, wondering what kind of spirit realm she would make. Sima Yu didn't know that she was attaining spirit realm now and was just perfecting it unconsciously, stabilizing and widening it. Attaining the spirit realm at my side, containing the heaven enlightenment spirit realm, I'm very curious how it will turn out. I believe the paragon rank spirit realm can't contend against yours. Boom. The intense strike made him crease his eyebrows. He turned around and they were already outside. A few monarch rankers united together and attacked his spirit barrier. There were 2 paragon rankers among them. They couldn't get into the spirit barrier and couldn't get close to the tree of life, but after seeing others walk in and get quite a few benefits, they felt unreconciled, so they discussed attacking together. If it was before, Qing Yi might ignore them, but because Sima Yu was currently attaining enlightenment into the spirit realm, this rare opportunity couldn't be interrupted by these people. Even if Sima Yu became stronger, she would be able to protect little Seven and escort her safely. Those who forcefully attack the spirit barrier, die. This was the first time Qing Yi talked. Those who attacked outside actually stopped. Please, Tree of Life, to bestow me a chance to wait for opportunity. Someone shouted. Those that are destined will be able to get into my spirit barrier naturally. If you can't get in, this means you're not destined. You guys can go. Qing Yi spoke faintly. Tree of Life, I've waited for so long, why can't you give us a little when you can give others? I've already said, those who are destined will be able to come in, those who can't mean we're not destined. You guys can wait here for 1 year, 10 years, 100 of years, no matter how long you've waited, it's none of my business. But whoever dares to attack my spirit barrier again, don't blame me for being rude. Qing Yi threatened. Qing Yi's words seemed like it didn't give those people outside any sense of crisis, because they were here for around half a year and they had never seen Qing Yi attacking anyone. They didn't believe that he would attack. An irritable tempered monarch high ranking was provoked by Qing Yi's words. He congealed a spiritual energy and attacked towards the spirit barrier. Whoosh. Plop. A branch grew on the tree trunk with the speed of light and extended out of the spirit barrier within a blink of the eye. Before everyone got a good look at it, it had already penetrated through that guy's heart. This. Everyone was shocked. A monarch ranker was killed so easily, with this strength, who dared to go against him. Those that attacked the spirit barrier were fearful after the event. They were glad that the Tree of Life wasn't a bad-tempered person and attacked them from the beginning, because even if there were double of them, they were no match to him. The branch dragged the corpse into the spirit barrier and threw the body on the ground. That widened eyes showed how stupefied and unreconciled he was, warning those that were outside not to be impulsive. Seeing Qing Yi killing people and thinking of how no one was able to break the spirit barrier in the past half a year, most of them gave up. They wouldn't dare to forcefully attack the spirit barrier anymore, since they are not destined, then leave it be and go another place to search for their own opportunity. Pavilion Master, let us go in and try. A delicate voice attracted attention from the crowd. Previous chapter. Everyone looked over and just right saw that 2 girls unbuckling the veil of the cloak, revealing a stunning countenance. Lan'er, Hanyu, are you sure that you guys want to give it a try? Yu Chengbai asked. Master, this Tree of Life isn't a ruthless murderer. He killed that strong guy because it attacked the spirit barrier. If we don't take action, it probably wouldn't hurt us. That's right, Pavilion Master, let us try. Zhongzheng Hanyu said. Hanyu, you're our holy daughter. Lan'er, you're my disciple. If you get into trouble, I might not be able to protect you. Yu Chengbai said. Master, when seeking the way, there is no need to consider these. Yu Chengbai contemplated for a while before he said, go ahead then. With permission, Zhongzheng Hanyu and Nalan Lan were happy. They took out the items that they had prepared and walked towards the spirit barrier. Both of them stood in front of the spirit barrier and glanced at each other. It depends on us whether we can make it through. Zhongzheng Hanyu said. You have the most precious asset of the clan. It's effective against all spirit barriers. You don't have to worry. Nalan Lan said. With your physique, this spirit barrier can't stop you. Zhongzheng Hanyu envied her, but she wasn't far off. Nalan Lan smiled and said, let's give it a try. Both of them took one step forward at the same time. After they passed through the spirit barrier, the item in Zhongzheng Hanyu's hand shot rays of white lights and she was able to stride over easily. But the item in Nalan Lan's hands was useless. She was blocked outside. Looks like I'm acknowledged by the Tree of Life. Then I'll head in first. Zhongzheng Hanyu turned around and took a glance at her and turned back to walk towards the tree. Nalan Lan looked at her proud face, her eyes filled with bitterness, but it wasn't the time to be jealous of her. She needed to think of a way to get in. She tried twice, but it didn't work. The crowd behind started whispering. Having heard the discussion behind her, seeing Zhongzheng Hanyu disappeared below the tree, the fist in her sleeve tightened. She used so much force that her nails penetrated her flesh and fresh blood started to drip along her fingers. She wasn't reconciled. She was second to the holy body's lotus physique. How could she not get in? The next try would definitely be successful. This time she kept the item in her hand, closed her eyes and stepped forward. When she came in contact with the spirit barrier, the blood and spirit barrier that came in contact let out a white light. After the light dissipated, she discovered that she was already in the spirit barrier. She passed. The crowd behind laughed and they saw Nalan Lan wanted to give it another try, laughing at her overestimating her capabilities. Unexpectedly, the plot suddenly twisted and she managed to enter. Nalan Lan opened her eyes. When she saw herself in the spirit barrier, happiness flashed in her eyes. She knew it. How could she not be able to get in? She moved forward and when she passed by that corpse, she stopped to take a glance at him when a faint contempt flashed through her eyes. However, her back was facing the crowd, so nobody saw it. She bent down, extended her hand and brushed past his face, shutting his eyes. No wonder she is Sage Pavilion's disciple. She has a good heart. That's right, one look at this girl can tell that she's kind. Unlike that lady just now, she didn't even look back after passing through. But this is actually nothing. If it's us, we won't care after we get in. So to say, this shows that Nalan Lan is more valuable. That's right. Yu Chengbai got a good disciple. The corner of Nalan Lan's lips raised when she heard those compliments. She walked to the bottom of the tree of life, lifted her head and looked at the huge tree top, waiting for the present from the tree of life. Qing Yi knew that lady from Sima Yuyu's memories, like the lady before, there was more or less hatred with Sima Yuyu. But since they came in, he must give them a chance. This was a condition that was agreed with heaven. Go in. He waved. Nalan Lan was then shrouded in light and disappeared in front of everyone. Qing Yi laid on the tree branch, thinking what Sima Yuyu's reaction would be, knowing these two girls were here with her. 2 days later, Zhongzheng Han Yu came out. The difference between her and the others was that she didn't attain any enlightenment, but she managed to get an item even without being in the tree cave. After the test ended, she was brought outside the tree of life. A soft yellow branch floated in front of her. Zhongzheng Han Yu felt there was a strong vitality in this branch. She was certain that it was the tree of life's essence. She excitedly took out a bottom and placed it below the branch. The tree of life branch vibrated and dripped a few drops of essence. Once the essence left the branch, that branch wilted and dropped beside the tree roots. Zhongzheng Han Yu kept the jade bottle carefully, bowed to the tree of life and said, "Many thanks to the tree of life's blessing." The others that came in also got the essence, so this present wasn't that bad. But Qing Yi had some thoughts and gave her 2 drops left. He used divine knowledge to do an internal sweep. He didn't expect Nalan Lan to attain heavenly Tao in the test. According to the rule, he couldn't interrupt her and could only let her attain enlightenment. Body refinement is indeed different. They can easily attain enlightenment. Wonder what kind of enlightenment can she attain? No matter what enlightenment she attained, as long as she took this path, it was destined that she would be different from other cultivators. Han Miao Shuang too was unsure how long she had been in the tree cave. In this period of time, she went through what she did in the past again. Being bullied, being abandoned, being adopted by Su Jin, being brought to Han's clan to settle scores, coming to the sect concentrating on learning and refining pills, regardless if it was big or small, she experienced everything once again. Experiencing everything again, she thought she would be angry, sad and would uncontrollably fall apart, but until the end, she wasn't like that. Contrarily, she was calm. She watched those things as if she was watching others' life. Why didn't I get angry or sad? She asked herself, is it because my current frame of mind is different from the past? No one could answer her. She thought for long and said, yes, it should be like this, I'm different from the past. The last time I was bullied, I only felt sad and angry, but now that I have my master, senior brother, junior sister, they gave me warmth, which changed my mentality. So even if I experience my past again, I will be calm. The past is the past. I've to look forward and treasure the current warmth. I've to protect this warmth. Yes, treasure, protect, this was her next enlightenment. Making clear of this, her body felt like it was injected with strength that made her body feel comfortable, her limbs and bones relaxed, every pore on her body felt like it opened up, absorbing the spiritual energy around her. Dong. A Zen sound surrounded the air, signaling everyone that another one attained enlightenment. Previous chapter. Everyone outside thought one person successfully attained enlightenment, but only Qing Yi knew, there were 2 Zen sounds, 2 people successfully attained enlightenment. Nalan Lan was excited that she could attain her enlightenment in such a short time. It must be her physique that let her enter a door so easily. Holy, pure, lotus, heart. A deafening sound rang in between heaven and earth, she accepted happily. Well worthy of lotus physique, the enlightenment they attain is also holy and pure. Someone said. Treasure, protect. A second sound rang in between heaven and earth. Did she attain 2 enlightenment? Master, junior sister attained 2 enlightenment. Attaining double enlightenment, it had never happened before or after. Pavilion Master Yu, your precious disciple's future is bright. Yu Chengbai was happy to death deep down, although he couldn't get in, it wasn't bad after all that his disciple attained out with 2 enlightenments. Why is it 2 people? The crowd cried out in surprise when they saw the person on the tree top. Yu Chengbai's laughter hadn't completely lowered when he was choked with shock by the 2 people on the tree top. The light disappeared, Nalan Lan and Han Miao Shuang appeared at the same time. It's really 2 people. Could it be that it wasn't one person attaining 2 enlightenment, but it's 2 person attaining enlightenment at the same time? A golden light flashed in the sky, these 8 words, treasure, protection, holy, pure, lotus and heart appeared in everyone's eyes. The 8 words chased in disorder in the air. Han Miao Shuang was speechless when she saw the golden words chasing around like kids. She took a glance at Nalan Lan and knew immediately that this person was the one who wanted to kill her little junior sister. They both unexpectedly attained enlightenment at the same time, it upsetted her. Nalan Lan didn't know Han Miao Shuang's identity, she saw the way she looked at herself, it contained hatred, and even took it as her being jealous of her own beauty. They both only took a glance and moved their gaze on the 8 golden words and summoned them to their own bodies. Those golden words surrounded the tree top around, then looked for their host. The words, treasure, pure, and holy flew into both of their bodies at the same time. But protect, lotus, and heart wasn't anxious, it surrounded both of them another round, then protect went into Han Miao Shuang's body, lotus, and heart went into Nalan Lan's body. When everyone thought that it ended, something stupefied happened. After the word heart surrounded Nalan Lan, it didn't go into her body, instead it turned and flew in Han Miao Shuang's body. Everyone was stunned when they saw that scene, the word heart actually abandoned Nalan Lan. Nalan Lan and Han Miao Shuang were confused, what happened? Her body contained treasure, protect and heart, while Nalanlan's body only contained holy, pure and lotus. What is happening? The crowd felt that it was unfathomable. These were words that contained the enlightenment. It was the enlightenment that was attained by Nalanlan. Why did it go to Han Miaoshuang's body? This wasn't something to fool around. With one less word, wouldn't that be counted as attaining only half of the enlightenment? Moreover, she lacked the most important word, heart. Then what enlightenment could she follow from now? Han Miaoshuang was shocked as she didn't expect that such a thing would happen. What they didn't know was, the word treasure and protect was attained by sincerity. Compared to Nalanlan who used lotus physique to attain enlightenment, the word heart was more willing to get into Han Miaoshuang. Who are you? Return me my heart. Nalanlan shouted at Han Miaoshuang. Han Miaoshuang came back to senses from the initial shock, although she didn't know what benefit it would bring her, but seeing Nalanlan so angry when she got a word from her, she was deeply happy. What do you mean by returning your heart? Han Miaoshuang stood up, pulled her own dress. This heart is bestowed to me by heavenly Tao. It's not within my control that it chose me. All because of you. If you didn't follow me out, why will it get to your body? You're wrong about that. What do you mean by following you? I came in here first. If you talk about following, it should be you following me. Why? The crowd joined in and asked. Because she's heartless. Since she's heartless, that heart of course, wouldn't be willing to go to her. Makes sense. It seems like that. If not, the word heart wouldn't disdain her. Han Miaoshuang felt that this sounded familiar to her. She turned her head around, sure Qianji that scumbag was fanning himself while laughing. Scumbag. Han Miaoshuang rolled her eyes on him then back to staring at Nalanlan with alertness. Don't judge her by her holy, pure and gentleness. From what Sima you described, this girl was a ruthless person. Indeed, without any signs, Nalanlan congealed a spiritual energy and attacked her. Both of them were so close to each other, if she wasn't alert, she would have succeeded in her sneak attack. Nalanlan was almost the same age as Sima Yu, although her rank wasn't as good as her. With the help of Lotus Physique, she could advance faster in those years. Now she had already advanced to Divine Overlord. But her strength was weaker compared to Han Miaoshuang. She didn't succeed in one sneak attack. Instead, Han Miaoshuang caught her wrist and swung hard to the ground. She would be embarrassed if she didn't take out a sword and supported herself at the last minute. Nalanlan still wanted to attack Han Miaoshuang, but was stopped by Qing Yi. He waved his hand, a wave of power dragged her out of the spirit barrier. Qing Yi's shadow floated above the treetop, looked at the crowd and said, the Heavenly Tao's choice is uncontrollable by any human, regardless of the result, it's the choice of Heavenly Tao. Since it's decided, I'll kill anyone who argues here. Nalanlan initially wanted to break in to find trouble with Han Miaoshuang, but after Qing Yi said that, she had no choice but to stop after stepping one step forward. She could kill Han Miaoshuang but she couldn't not listen to Qing Yi's warning. That monarch rank's body was still on the floor, proof that Qing Yi's words weren't for nothing. Zhongzheng Hanyu was already jealous of Nalanlan because she didn't attain enlightenment, but this little girl could actually attain enlightenment. Didn't she just rely on her good body's physique? Humph, now I could see she wasn't any good. Attaining half enlightenment, she wouldn't have anything to flaunt next time. Pavilion Master, the Tree of Life seems to side that person. She walked to Yu Chengbai's side. Although little junior sister's enlightenment is lacking a bit, but she still attained enlightenment, it should be fine even if it's lacking just by a bit. Master, we can't afford to provoke this Tree of Life. We will have a chance next time. Yu Chengbai's gaze at Han Miaoshuang was filled with killing intent. Nalanlan didn't expect that Zhongzheng Hanyu would put it that way. She shouted at Yu Chengbai, Master. She was afraid that Yu Chengbai would really just give up like that. Yu Chengbai looked at Qing Yi. When he only sent Nalanlan out, he already knew that he was biased towards Han Miaoshuang. He was unsure what kind of method Han Miaoshuang used to make Qing Yi treat her differently, but he knew they couldn't kill Han Miaoshuang with Qing Yi around. Let's go, he said to Nalanlan. Master? Nalanlan didn't think that he would really give up. That was the enlightenment that she attained. She was not reconciled to give up like this. Han Yu is right, you'll have plenty of chance to kill her next time. There's no point in killing her now and go against the Tree of Life. Yu Chengbai said. But what about her enlightenment? Little junior sister, that heart had already gone into her body. It's already final. It won't become yours even if you kill her now. Zhongzheng Hanyu continued, we understand how much you want to kill her, but do you want Pavilion Master and the whole Sage Pavilion to go against the Tree of Life just because of this? Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be a match against the Tree of Life. Nalanlan watched as everyone stared at her. Even though she was sad, she couldn't put everyone's life at risk. If she really did that, then she wouldn't be able to establish herself in Sage Pavilion in the future. I'll heed senior sister's advice. I can't drag everyone down because of my selfishness. She bit her lips feeling wronged as she couldn't not think about the rest. That look moved everyone. Lanner, don't worry. Don't worry, we'll definitely seek revenge for you next time. This person won't leave the immortal land alive. Yu Chengbai comforted her as he patted her head. Thank you, Master. Let's go. Since nobody else in Sage Pavilion could get in, it'd be useless if they stayed here any longer. When Nalanlan left, she turned around and shot a glare at Han Miaoshuang with her eyes filled with hatred. Han Miaoshuang saw her expression and felt good deep down. She got happier as she lifted her chin, seeing that she became angrier. Seeing Nalanlan left feeling not reconciled, Han Miaoshuang cupped her hands to Qing Yi and said, thank you. You're quite proud of yourself. Qing Yi held his hand behind his back and accepted her sincerity. Yes. That girl wanted to kill little junior brother. Pfft, I'll be happy each time I go against her. Han Miaoshuang continued, speaking of which, it's not that I went against her on purpose, I didn't make the heart choose me. If you didn't successfully attain enlightenment together, others' enlightenment wouldn't be picked up by you easily. Qing Yi said. With Han Miao Shuang like this, it was the typical getting advantage and still acting innocent. It's not something I can control. This is fate. Han Miao Shuang said. Tree of Life, where is my junior brother and the rest? What about little 7? They're still attaining their own opportunity. Qing Yi continued, also, don't call me the Tree of Life. How should I address you as? Qing Yi. Han Miao Shuang looked up and down at him, why call you Qing Yi when you're a golden Tree of Life? A black line slided down Qing Yi's forehead, why did she say the same thing as Sima Yu? Keep quiet if you don't want to be killed by others when you get out. Han Miao Shuang looked at the crowd outside the spirit barrier while she was standing on the tree top alone. It felt as if she was being watched like a show, and that made her feel weird and uncomfortable. She didn't get out since Qing Yi didn't chase her away, if not, she might be killed by others outside. Since she just attained enlightenment, just right she could strengthen it a little. Being able to strengthen enlightenment in the Tree of Life was something no one could get. She dug into the tree top, found a branch that was thicker and stronger than her, sat down cross-legged and started to strengthen her enlightenment. The crowd outside was filled with jealousy, hatred and admiration when they saw that she could cultivate in the Tree of Life. It'll be awesome if we too can get in. Forget it, I don't want it anymore, I plan to leave, do you want to come with me? Where are you going? There is still one ruins of the Emperor left on this island, right? Why don't we go there and take a look? That relic was taken by others earlier, there won't be any treasure even if we go now. Right, we just came from the ruins, it's almost empty there. Really? Of course. Are there very little stuff in the ruins? It's not little, it's just that not everyone can go in there. What do you mean? There are different types of restrictions at every Emperor's place, we can only get into those places that have no restriction. Those that are stronger just go in directly, we can only wander outside. That's right. But those places without restriction have little stuff, it has been long turned upside down many times by others. Then what's there to stay on this island? Let's leave early, the place we went yesterday still has some stuff left. Have you guys heard? Heartbreak Valley brought a group of people into a place that has yet to break restrictions. I heard that other than restrictions, there are a lot of trap arrays. Not sure if they are dead or alive. Isn't that the new force? I heard their strength is quite strong, especially that Sima Yu, he is totally an evildoer. Did Sima Yu go into the ruins? I don't think so. They said they didn't see him in the ruins. If anything happens to him, then it'll be a waste. What a demon. If he's fine and something happens to the Pavilion Master, then won't he be the Pavilion Master? It can't be, he's so young. Those people are Blood Fiend City's members, they're not that easy to deal with. I think the one that deals with them is him. Did you forget what happened in Blood Fiend City? You're saying. Seems like it, that day the lightning strikes for so many days, could he be the one attracting it? So to put it, that the one that calls the shots is Sima Yu. But I saw that Sima Yu was quite respectful towards that Pavilion Master. You guys are talking about whether they're dead or not, they might be just fine. Don't forget, your Honor Yin Lin is very close knitted with that force. If they die so easily, will he even waste his effort to hand over? True. Qing Yi heard the discussion, he slightly creased his eyebrows, and rushed into the tree cave when he realized Sima Yu's changes. He didn't think that Sima Yu's spirit realm passed through and she managed to hear what those people said. Having heard that Shimen Feng and Heartbreak Valley's members who were unclear of alive or dead, her breathing became unstable, even the spirit realm started to crack, it was obvious that she was about to fall apart, all that has been achieved goes down the drain. You better don't let it fall, once you miss this chance, it won't be easy to attain spirit realm the next time you try. Sima Yu didn't know what she was doing. She saw that the flowers were withering, and the leaves were turning yellow and falling off. The water in the creek was decreasing, and the lotus ponds were all dried up. Later, the mountains and rivers even shattered. Except for the mountain where she was on, the other peaks collapsed and sunk. What's happening? She cried out in alarm. This was the world that she managed to build. Why did it suddenly collapse? What are you doing? She heard a voice berating her. Holding her head in both hands, she squatted on the ground and said, I didn't do anything, I didn't do anything. Correct, it's because you didn't do anything that the world has become like this. Sima Yu raised her head and saw a faint shadow, as if it were her, but also not her. I didn't do anything. Correct, you watched them collapse. You could stop it, but you didn't do anything. Rather you just stood there and watched the animals die, the flowers decay, the rivers dry up, and the mountains collapse. Think about it, isn't this all your fault? It is my fault. Then why don't you hurry up and save them? How can I save it? How did you build them up before? Do the same way now. You have to believe in yourself. You can do it. The shadow gradually faded, and Sima Yu's blank eyes gradually became firmer. As her state of mind changed, the world no longer collapsed, the riverbed slowly became a source of water, and the dead flowers and trees slowly came back to life. In the tree hole, Qing Yi saw that the spirit realm stabilized again, and his worried heart also stabilized. Just now, Sima Yu's heart was really in suspense. The only area around her did not collapse. If even this spot collapsed, then she would have completely failed. Heaven produced one produced two produced three produced all things. Sima Yu said this unconsciously, over and over again. The spirit realm became more stable and firm than before. Qing Yi compared the before and after scenes of the spirit realms. He felt more surprised. Is this the so-called standing after breaking? It seems I am worrying over nothing. The area after the reconstruction developed faster than before, and it soon spread to the outside, crossing the border, encompassing 100 miles of it. What's the matter? How do I feel like being controlled by something? I feel that way too. Is something wrong with this? What a strange feeling. It disappeared. Is the feeling of being controlled just now true? It's real. Is it the tree of life? Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 consecutive drum sounds in the air, and each sound was louder than those before. It was not only deafening the people present, but almost everyone on the island heard it. People nearby were attracted by these 3 drum sounds and flew here one after another. Can it be that 3 people have realized their own principle at the same time? No way. It was already astonishing how there were 2 people who succeeded in enlightening their principle simultaneously a moment ago, let alone 3 people. What if it was one person who enlightened the 3 principles? The people who were present talked about it constantly, and they were really curious about such things. Time is without end, space is without end, life is without end. These 12 words reverberated between heaven and earth. Everyone who heard them seemed to feel the vicissitudes of time, the vastness of space, and the greatness of life. This is whose enlightened principle, so. They already couldn't find words to describe the shock in their hearts. It seemed that it is not just one person's enlightened principle, rather it is the real heavenly principle. Sima Yu was brought to the tree canopy by a golden light as soon as she woke up. The illusion array was useless in front of heaven and earth. Although she was wearing men's clothing, the characteristics and aura of a woman were not hidden. With long hair floating in the back of her head, the beautiful facial features lacked the fortitude of men's clothing, but portrayed more of the gentleness and grace of a woman. The golden light dissipated, and Sima Yu was completely exposed to everyone, in the image of a woman. Isn't that Sima Yu? Isn't that her? But this is a woman. Sima Yu is a man. But they look exactly alike. Twins? When have you heard that he has a twin sister? Then, is it really Sima Yu? She's a woman? This is unbelievable, right? This Sima Yu is not only a perverse genius, but also a woman? Oh my god, this is way too shocking. Jiang Junxian, after changing his facial appearance, was beside Shi Qianji and Shi Qiushuang. He looked at Sima Yu and opened his mouth several times without saying anything. Shi Qianji and Shi Qiushuang beside him were not surprised at all, and said, "Did you know that she is a female?" Shi Qiushuang rolled her eyes at him. "When she treated me, she saw me naked. If it wasn't a woman, do you think she could survive?" Jiang Junxian was depressed. Sima Yu was his little junior sister. Shi Qianji and the others had already known it, but she didn't tell him that she was a girl. When he knew that there were ruins here, he wanted to come and have a look. Unexpectedly, he met Shi Qiushuang and the others before crossing the sea. They were all heading towards one place. Naturally, he was not good at refusing, so he came with them. But he didn't expect to see this. Indeed, I get shocked every time I look. Shi Qiushuang saw the stunned look in the eyes of Shi Qianji, didn't know why, and felt a bit uncomfortable. 12-character heavenly Tao. The shock of everyone was attracted by the 12 golden typing characters that appeared in the sky. And from the content point of view, Sima Yu's comprehension of her principle was obviously much more powerful. Time is without end, space is without end, life is without end. 12 characters floated from the air, flew around the tree of life, and then circled Sima Yu twice, and then injected into her body. Sima Yu felt that her body was much more refreshed at the moment when the 12 characters entered, and the 12 characters wandered around in her body, and finally attached to her meridians, engraved on her bones and even on her acupuncture points. Time is without end, space is without end, and life is without end. This is her principle, a comprehension of time, space, and life in the world. Wow, little junior sister, you are amazing. Sima Yu glanced at the long hair scattered on her chest, and knew that her identity as a woman had been exposed to the public. There may be a lot of trouble in the future. Having said that, she didn't pay attention to those troubles at all. Why are you alone? Senior brother and little 7 haven't come out yet? Nope, but according to Qing Yi, they should be rather soon. Han Miao Shuang said, little 7 is at the last moment of evolution, and junior brother is also in the process of attaining enlightenment. Sima Yu turned her gaze to the onlookers outside and found the people who had discussed the ruins from before. When she was enlightened, her spirit realm spread above, allowing her to hear these people discussing about Fenger and Heartbreak Valley. This made her anxious, which almost collapsed her spirit realm. Her Tao and her spirit realm were connected together. If her spirit realm collapsed, then her Tao would vanish. Wait here, she told Han Miao Shuang. She flew towards the spirit barrier and came to the front of those people. You said before that the people from Heartbreak Valley entered the ruins? When those people saw Sima Yu flying over, they were stunned. They came back to their senses after hearing her questioning. Yes, they entered the forbidden area. I don't know if they are out now. When did it happen? It's been a few months. Can you tell me where the forbidden area is? Yes. But the forbidden area seems very powerful. Although you have a relatively strong background, that place does not depend on background. Sima Yu was stunned. She immediately reacted. This was quite euphemistic. However, the other party kindly reminded her without contempt. Thank you, I will pay attention. Her smile made that person have a nosebleed. You, let us go in too. Sima Yu flew to the canopy. She looked back and saw Shi Qianji and Shi Qiushuang standing outside. Qing Yi, can you? She didn't know the relationship between Qing Yi and little 7. But she felt that he had helped her understand her spirit realm and her principle. If she knew how Qing Yi, Han Miao Shuang had been awake for a while. She had some understanding of Qing Yi's character. Although he was the tree of life, he did not have a lot of affection for people. Qing Yi didn't show up nor answer. Just when Han Miao Shuang thought he wouldn't agree, 3 branches flew out in an instant. When everyone reacted, Shi Qianji, Shi Qiushuang and Jian Junxian were already under the tree of life. The 3 of them didn't expect themselves to change positions in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, the 3 felt fear in their heart. Fortunately, this was not true, the other party did not attack them but just brought them in. Qing Yi's speed once again shocked the people present and at the same time, they were envious of Shi Qianji and Shi Shuang. At this time, everyone recalled this fact. Speaking of it, none of them saw Sima Yu and Han Miao Shuang entered, but they were inside. What did that mean? They had discovered the Tree of Life a long time ago and received enlightenment inside it. They were envious as they watched Sima Yu. No wonder Lord Yin Lin was so close to her. She was indeed a person with great luck. Sima Yu did not expect Qing Yi to bring an unfamiliar guy in. She was shocked when she saw him stare at her. She hadn't reacted yet, when Han Miao Shuang beside her suddenly jumped, grabbed Jiang Junxian's clothes, and punched him in the face. Jiang Junxian. You dare to show up in front of me. I said before that if I see you once, I'll beat you once. Jiang Junxian didn't fight back, letting her punch him. This was their first close contact after they separated after the ancient tomb opened. Fortunately, Han Miao Shuang didn't use any spirit power and just physically punched him with her fist. In the end, her hands hurt. Sima Yu stepped forward and held Han Miao Shuang. Perhaps, she had not lived with Jiang Junxian for a long time, she did not suffer as much pain as Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiaoxiao. Forgive? It turned out she had already forgave him a long time ago. Okay, senior sister. If you keep hitting, your knuckles will break. Han Miao Shuang's hands were held by Sima Yu. She just looked at Jiang Junxian's strange face. Why, don't you dare to face us with your true face. Sima Yu saw Han Miao Shuang's tears and her eyes were looking at Jiang Junxian. Love and pain were mixed in them. It turned out she had paid too little attention to them. She glanced at Jiang Junxian. His eyes at Han Miao Shuang were not without emotion. Maybe because the two had always been living together, so they didn't reveal their feelings to each other. Jiang Junxian had never seen Han Miao Shuang cry before. He uncomfortably took off the mask on his face. This mask is not used to avoid you guys. Seeing his face, Han Miao Shuang's tears fell even harder. Jiang Junxian stepped forward at a loss. Jiang Junxian's words made Han Miao Shuang feel wronged and sad, and more tears fell. Neither of them noticed that people around them were whispering to them. Cough, cough, senior brother, senior sister, you guys can come over here to discuss the old accounts. Sima Yu gave a dry cough and pushed the two into the canopy. With Qing Yi here, these people couldn't enter with their divine senses. Besides, without a few light bulbs standing in the way, they could handle their feelings more clearly. Cough, cough, being with him so long, I never know he actually liked Han Miao Shuang. I didn't expect that senior sister also, when we were living in Parting Garden, the two of them didn't look like this now. Sima Yu said. Didn't you say that senior brother wasn't with you? Why are you together now? We met him before coming to the island. Because we were going to a place and were worried about leaving him alone, so we asked him to go with us. Shi Shuang said. Previous chapter. Sima Yu sighed in her heart. Relationships were hard to deal with. In ordinary times, one did not feel anything, but when things came around, it would turn out there was someone in their heart. Thinking of this, she looked at Shi Qianji and Shi Shuang. She wondered what it would be like between them. Shi Shuang had someone else in her heart. But she could see that Shi Qianji liked Shi Shuang. She did not know what was going to happen between them in the future. She frowned when she thought of Wu Lingyu who was still in a coma. She did not know how long passed during her enlightenment. The time was certainly not short. Thinking about the time in the spirit pagoda, she did not know how long he slept. He hadn't woken up for such a long time. She was a little worried about his situation. Qing Yi. She called out. Qing Yi's figure emerged, looking at Shi Qianji and Shi Shuang. Since you came in, you should also have a try. With a wave of his hand, Shi Qianji and them too were wrapped in golden light and disappeared. At the same time, Jiang Junxian who was about to bend over to kiss Han Miao Shuang in the canopy also disappeared. Han Miao Shuang had her eyes closed and was waiting for her first kiss. But what the hell, the person suddenly disappeared. She opened her eyes and saw the empty branches. She couldn't react for a moment. But when she thought of what happened just now, she couldn't help but blush. Fortunately, he was gone, otherwise, she. Sima Yu flew into the tree canopy. Qing Yi, do you know why senior brother hasn't woken up yet? How much time has passed? How long have I been in the tree hole? It's been more than a year since you came here. Qing Yi replied. As for the time you spend in the tree hole, it's been more than 10 years. More than 10 years? Sima Yu cried out. Then considering the time in the spirit pagoda, didn't Wu Lingyu sleep for several hundred of years? What are you so surprised about? Qing Yi said. The time in the tree hole is under my control. It has nothing to do with the outside world and will not affect your body. You are still in your 30s. I am not worried about this. Are you worried about the people in the space? Qing Yi really knew what she was thinking. Its time is the same as the outside. It has nothing to do with the time I created. Sima Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but she was still a little worried. It's been more than a year outside, and it's been more than 10 years inside. Senior brother has not woken up after sleeping for more than 10 years. As long as he is here, he will not wake up even if he slept for 100 years. Why? Although he has returned to himself, after all these years wandering around, his soul has been wounded. Qing Yi explained. How is this related to your place? Sima Yu didn't understand. You forget what I am? What was he? I can become the tree of life, which naturally means vitality. For him, my aura can be both a tonic and a suppression. Qing Yi continued. Sima Yu understood a bit. Then how will it affect him if he continued to sleep like this? Does it count as helping him repair his soul? Qing Yi said. In fact, he is relatively lucky. If it were you, I'm afraid you would never wake up again. Why? Han Miaoshuang asked. Although she didn't understand what they meant about Wu Lingyu, since it was related to Sima Yuyu, she was suddenly nervous. Sima Yuyu knew the reason. Because my other half of me is of the Ghost Clan? Yes. Qing Yi confirmed. Ghost Clan? What does it have to do with you? Ghost Clan members mainly absorbed dark spirit power and death energy, and these are all in opposition to vitality. Sima Yuyu explained. If I fall into a coma, I will not be able to resist his vitality power, and there is no chance of winning. Fortunately, your body has not been completely controlled by the Ghost Clan's aura. Han Miaoshuang said gratefully. Yes, otherwise, it's impossible to comprehend this spirit realm and my principle. Sima Yuyu was also thankful. Spirit realm? What is that? Your spirit realm didn't appear? I only comprehended my principle, and there's nothing else. Han Miaoshuang said. What's a spirit realm? Spirit realm, how can I say it? It is equivalent to the time and space derived for myself, a world. Sima Yuyu explained. In that world, I am the master. It is a bit like the space locked by an array master. But that one uses the current time, while the spirit realm is the space I comprehended myself. Isn't that too overpowered? Han Miaoshuang cried excitedly. The array master's lock of space is already very powerful. What you're saying sounds even more powerful. I'm relatively lucky. I happened to be at Qing Yi's place to get enlightenment and borrowed his power. Sima Yuyu said. The spirit realm can only be understood by spirit masters above paragon rank. Someone of your age and strength had never appeared before. Qing Yi said. This was why he was so surprised when he first saw her comprehend the spirit realm. You've always been inside the immortal land. How do you know there are none at other places? Han Miaoshuang did not believe it. Although I have never been out, there are always people who come in. Qing Yi replied. From their memories, I can know the many things that happened outside. Han Miaoshuang stared at him wide-eyed. Wasn't that cheating? If someone could comprehend their enlightenment principle and spirit realm at this age, this news would spread throughout the continent and would not be unknown. Those who entered here would know, and I will know it naturally. Qing Yi said. How do you know? You're not the roundworm in their stomach. Unless. Han Miaoshuang reacted, can you see other people's memories? Qing Yi confirmed. Han Miaoshuang subconsciously wanted to step back, but there was no road behind. She almost fell. Fortunately, Sima Yuyu grabbed her hand and pulled her back. After she stood steadily. You are terrible. Everyone here has no secrets towards you. Not really. Qing Yi said. There is a person. I can't read his memory. Who? Xian Xiuhe. There is something in that person's brain that is protecting him from outside interference. Recalling Xian Xiuhe, he didn't know why, he always felt that something would happen to him in the future. Xian Xiuhe? He came here? Sima Yuyu asked. A few months ago, he came and left. He received his enlightenment very quickly. He's also a genius. Is his health better? Sima Yuyu asked. With the blessing of the principal, he won't get worse off. Qing Yi replied. It seems that there are quite a lot of people who received their enlightenment principle. Han Miaoshuang exclaimed. But even people like Nalan Lan had also received enlightenment, it's not strange other people would too and come out. Nalan Lan? She received enlightenment too. Sima Yuyu narrowed her eyes. Not only her, Zhongzheng Hanyu is also here. Qing Yi added. However, your senior sister has already helped you deal them a hand. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yuyu frowned, dealt a hand. Speaking of this, Han Miaoshuang was in a good mood. Little junior sister, you don't know. Nalan Lan and I successfully attained enlightenment at the same time. Hey, guess what happened next? Sima Yuyu saw her smile. Her mood improved a lot. She shook her head. I can't guess. I guess you wouldn't be able to. Han Miaoshuang had a mischievous grin. Our Tao appeared at the same time. My 4 characters were value, cherish, protect, and guardian. Hers was holy, pure, lotus, and heart. As a result, all my characters entered my body, but her heart did not want her. Instead, it ran into my body. It ran into your body? Doesn't that mean you stole her Tao? Sima Yuyu puzzledly said. What do you mean I stole her Tao? Her heart ran into my body itself. I didn't do anything. Han Miaoshuang said. Heh, then isn't her Tao incomplete? Sima Yuyu was in a good mood. Right, it's probably because her heart saw wasn't good and was pretending to be holy, so it didn't like her and came to me instead. Han Miaoshuang grinned. You didn't see it at that time. Nalan Lan and the people of Sage Pavilion were furious, but they could only watch it happen. With their temper, it's impossible to let you go. Qing Yi helped me. He protected me. Those people didn't dare to act here, and couldn't. Han Miaoshuang exclaimed triumphantly. They couldn't enter the spirit barrier and couldn't get close to her. So they couldn't take their revenge. But you still can't act alone in the future. It's not sure when the Sage Pavilion people will attack you. Sima Yuyu said solemnly. If it was something else, it might still be possible to resolve it. But this was a matter of heavenly Tao. If it was her, she also wouldn't be able to pretend it didn't happen. Especially whenever Nalan Lan continued to comprehend her heavenly Tao. She would think of how her heavenly Tao was complete. The heart, which was the most important character, was snatched away by Han Miao Shuang. She probably would be vomiting blood frequently. There is a holy son of Sage Pavilion on our side. What am I afraid of? Han Miao Shuang said. Even without your senior brother, I will not be afraid. It's just a Sage Pavilion. It's not like it's unmatched. Yes, I know. Senior sister, you are now a person protected by your senior brother. With senior brother, you are not afraid of anything. Sima Yu joked. Okay, little junior sister, you're laughing at me. See how I'll shut your mouth today. Han Miao Shuang took a spirit fruit out and tried to stuff it in Sima Yu's mouth. Sima Yu stomped lightly, flying from one branch to another. She dodged her attack. What's the matter? Why angry? Sima Yu chuckled. I haven't asked you yet. What's the situation between you and senior brother? What situation? There's nothing between us. Han Miao Shuang pursued. What do you mean by nothing? Why did you cry so painfully when you look at my senior brother? TSK, when you look at my senior brother's eyes, tears of distress were flowing out like water. Stop right there. Sima Yu flew to another branch while Han Miao Shuang pursued closely. Sigh, I used to think that senior brother was lazy. He didn't care about anything, he only knows how to sleep all day. I didn't expect him to be such a gentle person. TSK, I can't help but feel distressed. Go away. You're feeling sorry for your own senior brother. I also feel sorry for my senior brother here. Sigh, if he knew you don't want to admit it, would it affect him in his enlightenment? Why haven't I noticed that your mouth can be so slick before? You should just wear men's clothes all the time. Now as a girl, you became that interested in gossip. Stop right there. Hee, you want me to stop? You have to catch me first. Wait till I catch you. Watch how I will deal with you. You have to catch me first. Qing Yi returned to the trunk. He did not want to watch them act like lunatics. People outside could hear they were chasing each on another on the Tree of Life. They felt only envy. Why did the Tree of Life treat them so differently? After chasing for a while, Sima Yu and Han Miao Shuang stopped. They sat on the tree branch, leaning against the trunk. When I first met him, I saw the pain hidden in his eyes and his anger towards life. I thought at that time, this guy obviously had a good life, why does he still appear grouchy? Until I knew his true identity, I understood why. Han Miao Shuang murmured. Are you attracted to his eyes? Sima Yu laid on the branch. Her long hair cascaded down. I think so. Han Miao Shuang said. That guy only sleeps. He doesn't care about anyone, but he was obsessed with alchemy. When I lived in Parting Garden, why didn't I notice? Sima Yu said. Was it because you hide too well, or was I too slow to respond? That's because I was very careful at hiding. Han Miao Shuang murmured. You know, I was abandoned by the Han family. At that time, I thought he was the young master of Jiang family. Even if we got together, he will still have to return to the Jiang family in the future. So I never thought of being with him. But you didn't expect he was also abandoned. Afterwards, you found you two are quite suitable. Sima Yu answered with a smile. But later we didn't meet? Han Miao Shuang replied. When we met this time, I suddenly felt wronged and couldn't control myself. I thought he would laugh at me. After all, he didn't reveal anything particular. I was also quite surprised. I didn't expect senior brother to have such a side. Sure enough, a high-grade steel will turn soft by hand. Sima Yu exclaimed. I don't know when they will come out. Han Miao Shuang said. Sima Yu took out Shimen Feng and their life tokens. They were well, indicating nothing happened to them in the forbidden area. So she did not rush over. By the way, little junior sister, have you noticed how Qing Yi treats us differently? Han Miao Shuang also laid down next to Sima Yu. Is there? Sima Yu didn't think so. You just came out, so you don't know. Han Miao Shuang said. She told Sima Yu some of the things she saw during the period of time and compared them. It was indeed different. According to you, it really is different. Sima Yu said. Why do you say this? You don't think we're too charming? Han Miao Shuang said half jokingly and half seriously. PFFF. Sima Yu laughed out of nowhere. If it's charm, then it's Little Seven's charm. You mean he is so good to us because of Little Seven? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Little Seven? Oh right. Sima Yu said. Remember how Little Seven look at Qing Yi. It's clear that she and Qing Yi know each other. Han Miao Shuang thought about it. Little Seven did act weird back then. But Qing Yi had stayed here for several decades. Little Seven never came here before. How did they meet? She did not understand. Towards this, Sima Yu wasn't very clear. Maybe they met before in the past. When Little Seven comes out, we can just ask her. Before I came in, Little Seven said that she might be able to evolve here. I didn't expect her to actually evolve. Little junior sister, Little Seven is so powerful, and if she evolved, what level of power would she reach? Han Miao Shuang asked. When she saw Sima Yu wasn't listening, she called out, Little junior sister? Little junior sister? I'm here, senior sister. What's up? Sima Yu replied. I'm talking to you. What are you thinking about? You are so absorbed. Nothing. Sima Yu chuckled. She remembered what Qing Yi told her before. He said that in addition to helping cultivation, Little Seven could help advance someone, especially those of monarch level. She didn't pay attention at that time. Now when she recalled it, Qing Yi's voice fluctuated a bit when he said it. It indicated he was emotional at that time. Why was he emotional when he talked about this? Was it because he witnessed it before? In other words, Little Seven experienced such a thing before? Han Miao Shuang saw that Sima Yu didn't say much before she went back to being absorbed. Knowing that she might be trying to think, she stopped disturbing her. There were fewer and fewer people outside. Many people seemed to have understood Qing Yi's temper. Knowing that there was no hope, it was boring to continue to stay. After a few more days, Su Xiaoxiao had succeeded in enlightenment. His was very simple, firm perseverance. Although it was only 2 characters, it was very good for Su Xiaoxiao who was not too talented. Xiaoxiao has come out. Now we're waiting for Little Seven and Jiang Junxian. Han Miao Shuang was very happy for Su Xiaoxiao. Senior brother is also here? Su Xiaoxiao asked. He's here. Not only here, he also reconciled with senior sister. Sima Yu informed. Little junior sister, you're being slick again. Han Miao Shuang pretended to be angry. Su Xiaoxiao was bulky guy, but that did not mean he was dumb. With those two going back and forward, he immediately understood what was going on. Senior brother and senior sister are together? He asked Sima Yu. Yu smiled and nodded. It's really unexpected. But it's a good thing, lest you feel so sad every time you think of him. Su Xiaoxiao said. Who would be sad when they think of him? Han Miao Shuang denied. Do you think I didn't know? Little junior sister was not always with us. But we have lived together for a long time. I know every time you cry. Su Xiaoxiao said. You know, why didn't you comfort me? Han Miao Shuang squeezed Su Xiaoxiao's hand. I'm not senior brother, what's the use of comforting you? Su Xiaoxiao said. Alright, it really wouldn't work. But it was better than nothing. Especially when she felt that she had hidden it well. She didn't expect Su Xiaoxiao to know it from beginning to end. Because of Su Xiaoxiao's enlightenment, Qing Yi sensed Little Seven's change. His expression changed slightly and he immediately disappeared in a flash. Sima Yu, who was not standing far from him, frowned when she saw him in a hurry. Could it be that something happened to Little Seven? Inside the tree hole, Little Seven was groaning in pain. The white light that wrapped her was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Little Seven? Qing Yi condensed his spirit power and poured it to the white light to supplement the strength she needed. Qing Yi, a faint voice transmitted. It showed uncomfortable Little Seven was now. Little Seven, don't be afraid. You'll be fine. Qing Yi encouraged her while sending in power. Yu. Little Seven called out twice before going silent again. Qing Yi was taken aback for a moment. Then he disappeared from this place, came to the branches, grabbed Sima Yu's hand, and led her to the tree hole. Qing Yi, what are you doing? Sima Yu's hand hurt from his grasp. She saw Little Seven wrapped in white light. Disregarding the pain on her hand, she ran over. What's wrong with Little Seven? Why is her aura unstable? She is evolving. Evolving. There shouldn't have been any problems, but because of her old illness, which suddenly absorbed a lot of her energy. Now she doesn't have enough energy to advance. Qing Yi explained. He didn't expect Little Seven's body to still possess the old illness from back then. He didn't expect that this would affect her evolution. He kept sending more of his power in, but it didn't give much help to Little Seven. Sima Yu took out the pills and precious medicinal materials from the spirit pagoda and cast them all onto Little Seven. But it was still not enough. Damn it. Little Seven power is seeping out real fast. We can't replenish it fast enough. She said anxiously. It's all my fault. I let her come here to advance without checking her body. Qing Yi blamed himself. If it weren't for him letting Little Seven evolve, such a thing would not happen. Qing Yi, it's not your fault. Little Seven's voice rang again. Even if she doesn't evolve this time, it would still happen the next time she evolved. What should we do? Sima Yu found Little Seven's power continuing to dissipate. She was getting more anxious. Power, she suddenly remembered the lightning spirit fluid she had obtained the last time. It was said that she could use it to regulate their bodies. But she never had the chance to use it. She didn't know if that would work. Now she didn't care whether it would be useful. She took out the lightning spirit fluid and poured all the bottles on Little Seven. The lightning spirit fluid slowly blended inside Little Seven's body, injecting a lot of strength into her, making Qing Yi surprised. Lightning spirit fluid? Little Seven's power was replenished a bit. But it was not enough for her to evolve now. The spirit power was rapidly disappearing. Qing Yi saw that the lightning spirit fluid was useful and asked, lightning spirit fluid is useful. Do you more? No more, I took out all of it. Sima Yu replied. No more. What should we do now? If the loss of spirit power couldn't be fixed, Little Seven would not be able to preserve her life, even less to be able to evolve. Little 7, I did not expect our reunion time to be so short. I had said that I will protect you next time. You're going to have to protect yourself later on. After Qingyi finished, he retracted his hand. He turned himself into golden essence and slowly drifted to Little 7. Little 7 knew what Qingyi wanted to do. She shouted, Qingyu, don't do stupid things, I won't accept you. I don't agree for you to exchange your life for mine. Since Little 7 didn't accept it, Qingyi's power could not enter the white light. Little 7, there's no time. I can't watch you die before my eyes again. Qingyi shouted. Sima Yu shrank subconsciously. Die again? Little 7 already died once. Qingyi, I won't agree. I have another way. Little 7's voice was weak but her attitude was unusually firm. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Qingyi stopped and looked at Little 7 while waiting for her ideas. If it didn't work, he would have to use his method that he had already lived for 10,000 years, he didn't yearn for life anymore. He would be more than willing to exchange for Little 7's life. Little 7, do you have any idea? Contract. Little 7's voice was soft, but it made Sima Yu tremble. She wanted to establish a contract with her. No, there must be other ways. Sima Yu said. Yu, I know, even if I establish a contract with you, you won't take me as a contract beast. Little 7 continued, look at Little Roar, Little Rock, Floey and Little Dream, you treat them like your own family. You never treat them like servants, they are your help, but you treat all of them equally nice. I believe even if I contract with you, there won't be any disadvantage for me. Contrary, because of my identity, it will bring you trouble. I won't let Qingyi exchange a life, other than this, I have no other method. Yu, if you're worried that I'll bring you trouble, don't establish a contract, I won't mind, Sima Yu's tears flowed down, she looked at Little 7 and kept shaking her head, not sure if it was to ask Little 7 to stop or disagreeing to establish a contract with her. Yu, I've never regretted meeting you. Little 7's voice quavered, the energy that lightning spirit fluid gave was almost used up. Qingyi, sorry. Sorry for only giving you hope but ended up for you to be disappointed. You had to see me leaving you again. The white light slowly dispersed, they could see clearly what Little 7 looked like on the inside. She couldn't make it anymore. Sima Yu didn't expect that Little 7 would suddenly become like that when she hesitated just for a while. No. Little 7, I won't let you die. She bit her finger to tear, drew a star on Little 7's body and quickly chanted, unlimited time, boundless space, endlessly life. Unlimited time, boundless space, endless life, heavenly Tao lend me your power. 6 golden words flew out from her body, circling around Little 7 and her for a few rounds, then it all penetrated into Little 7's body and flew out again to Sima Yu's body. Ba dump. The sound of heartbeat came back weak but it got caught by Qingyi and Sima Yu. Sima Yu was glad and put her hand on Little 7's root, by right of blood, merging into bodies, connect by blood from now on, interdependent on life and death. Heavenly divine on top, overlooking all living creatures, establishing contract, stand by each other. Little 7, will you establish a contract with me? Silence. Sima Yu got anxious and repeated, by right of blood, merging into bodies, connect by blood from now on, interdependent on life and death. Heavenly divine on top, overlooking all living creatures, establishing contract, stand by each other. Little 7, will you establish a contract with me? Silence still, even after the contract's effectiveness, Little 7 remained silent. Sima Yu cried from anxiousness. Every contract had 3 chances, they had already wasted twice, if the last one was still the same, then she wouldn't be able to establish a contract with Little 7 anymore. By right of blood, merging into bodies, connect by blood from now on, interdependent on life and death. Little 7, will you establish a contract with me? After asking for the last time, Little 7 continued to remain silent, this almost made Sima Yu crumble. Little 7's weak voice rang at the last moment. The radiance from contract enveloped them together, Sima Yu felt another layer of contract between them, followed by a steady flow of energy injecting into her body. Sima Yu sat on the floor paralyzed, with her tears flowing out endlessly, but the tears that fell were tears of happiness. Qingyi transformed into human form, looking at Sima Yu whose tears were flowing like a river, secretly thinking that it was the first time in history that someone cried like that while establishing a contract. Sima Yu felt a rush of energy injecting into her body before she even dried her tears. The established contract had her energy flowing back. If she didn't guide the energy that penetrated into her well, she would have caused problems for herself. She quickly sat down cross-legged and guided that energy, making it calm and stable. In that moment, the ray of lights from advancement shrouded her. One advancing, another evolving, fortunately both of them were unharmed. She watched Sima Yu's calm face as he thought about what just happened. She didn't want to establish a contract with Little 7 in the beginning, just like what she said earlier, she wouldn't make use of Little 7. After contracting, she could take advantage of Little 7 in any way she liked. She rejected Little 7's request, but didn't expect Little 7 to run out of breath of life out of a sudden. In that moment of regret and sadness, she stayed calm, it was the first time she used the Enlightenment's power to save someone and injected breath of life into Little 7 and made her come back to life. Her resolute smartness wasn't something anyone could be a match for. Now, after experiencing sadness and happiness, she quickly got into the cultivation, absorbing the power that the contract gave. This part of her gave him a good impression of her. Little 7 evolved well this time. The contract got back the old and healed her, and gave her the power she needed next time. Her evolving went smoothly this time round. Sima Yu leaped a huge jump in rank, from Divine Saint medium grade and leaped to Divine Paragon medium grade. Moreover, the power of the contract hadn't been absorbed by her fully. Spirit Paragon helped her to save a part of the power, so she wouldn't advance too fast. Qing Yi could naturally see that she was suppressing, looking at her eyes and wanted to say something but was cut off by her abruptly. "Get me out here quickly, the further the better," Sima Yu said while standing up and grabbed his hands. Qing Yi didn't know why she made that request, but once he felt the situation outside, his expression turned dark. He was most afraid of a devil overlord flame and a lightning tribulation. It would be fine with lightning tribulation alone, but not with the dense mass of tribulation cloud. This guy's advancement could actually attract lightning tribulation. Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao were outside. They called out when they saw dark skies. "Little junior brother advanced already?" The crowd outside didn't know about the situation, but when they saw the tribulation cloud, they thought someone was being punished from disobeying the rule of heaven. Han Miao Shuang and the rest's vision became blurred. With a scroll of paper, Sima Yu flew far away with a speed that could almost torn her clothes. When Sima Yu moved, the tribulation cloud moved along with her and chased Sima Yu to a mountain in the forest. Some of them hadn't seen such a huge lightning tribulation and followed it. Their jaws dropped to the ground when they saw Sima Yu who was the one that tribulated it, especially when they saw Sima Yu welcoming it instead of avoiding the lightning tribulation. I heard that Sima Yu will always get struck by lightning every time she advances in rank. Someone said. Seems like it. Members from the sect talked about it before. Then wouldn't she get struck many times before, if she gets struck every advancement? Thinking back of the dark forest that time, it harmed quite a few monarch rankers. Who asked those guys to force others? Didn't they ask for it? That's right, Sima Yu is not someone to provoke. Look at the aggressiveness of the lightning tribulation, who can take it on? With this, it's enough to look down on everybody. Goddess. My goddess. Go away, she's my goddess. She's mine. You go away, she's my goddess. Humph, do you guys dare to walk in front of her and call her your goddess? Do you dare? I don't, do you? I dare to, in my dream. Pfft. Sima Yu who was tribulating didn't know that she had already gotten into the goddess category, she only knew that the faith in her body gained a lot. Damn, who's trying to harm me? She couldn't help it and roasted. Her plate was filled with all the lightning tribulation. If the power of faith didn't calm down, she would be struck by lightning to the ground. Zap. A lightning struck onto her body, she grimaced in pain. At this point of time, she missed Cloud Spirit, although that guy struck too, at least it gave mercy. She wondered if the tribulation cloud and Cloud Spirit had any connection, if it could give her a break and give her a discount? The crowd shuddered too, seeing the lightning as thick as a water pail struck on her body. If that lightning struck on their body, they guessed they wouldn't be able to make it even if it was just one strike. But as for Sima Yu, she only showed bitterness in her facial expression. Other than that, she looked fine. Only Sima Yu knew, if it wasn't for the top-graded purple lightning in the acupuncture point, she reckoned she would be dead. And the tribulation cloud on lightning tribulation was depressed. It couldn't struck a weak human to death with its strong lightning. It would be embarrassing if it got out. So, it started to strike a few lightning down, but no matter how many it striked, it didn't kill Sima Yu. Cough cough. Sima Yu laid on the floor, her long hair naturally curled up, reckoning she would have a curly hairstyle. She didn't even need to do up her hair. No humans can advance so much in rank. She tried to stand up on her own. Luckily this clothes was specially made to protect her from thunder for her by Fatty Chu, if not she would be exposed completely. Cough cough. She coughed twice and spat out black smoke from her mouth. She already knew how she looked without having to see herself. Hey, if you're going to stay inside all the way till you die, I'm going to get struck to death. She told the little guy who was happily swimming inside her dantian. Top-grade purple lightning just ate a lot of thunder and lightning. It was in a good mood and its attitude was much nicer to Sima Yu. Seeing how miserable she was, it slowly crawled out from the dantian and swam through the channels and sat on top of her head. What is that? People outside cried out in surprise looking at top-grade purple lightning. I don't know, is that her contract beast? Don't look like a spirit beast. Pow! A lightning struck again. This time Sima Yu didn't move an inch. She stood firm on ground, looking at those lightning being swallowed by little purple. Did you guys see that? Did the thunder lightning get eaten by the thing on her head? Did I see wrongly? No, I saw it too. What exactly is that thing? It actually ate heavenly lightning. I don't know, but I know this is cheating with just one look. That thing seems to come out from her body, right? No wonder she isn't scared of heavenly lightning at all and even dares to resist firmly. The lightning tribulation in the sky saw top-grade purple lightning below. Its body shuddered and almost fell from the clouds. Top-grade purple lightning? How does she have top-grade purple lightning in her body? No wonder, she didn't die no matter how many thunder and lightning struck her. It was actually just sending food to top-grade purple lightning. Top-grade purple lightning sat on top of Sima Yu's head. The thunder and lightning that just struck down was eaten by it. It was undoubtedly a formless creature, but lightning tribulation seemed to see it licking its own lips, with bright eyes looking up to it, as if it was waiting for it to continue feeding it with lightning. The lightning tribulation became depressed, it was useless striking lightning anyway. The more ruthless it struck, the more happy top-grade purple lightning would be. It struck the leftover lightning hastily, then brought its own tribulation cloud away. Sigh, it finally got to strike someone who was willing to after so many years, but the result was like that, it felt very hurtful. Sima Yu watched as the tribulation cloud seemed dispirited, as if she could imagine its shadow of sadness. She extended her hand and caught top-grade purple lightning, but that fellow walked slowly and slipped into her body, escaping from her clutches. Sima Yu curled her lips, this fellow is really arrogant, didn't want her to catch it. The trees around were implicated by her, the lightning tribulation actually struck a perimeter of 1 kilometer of vacuum district. She felt sorry, those were just ordinary trees, but now it was implicated by her and got struck like that. Sima Yu, you're awesome. Goddess, you're my goddess. Sima Yu, can I be with you? Sima Yu was surrounded by people, all of them were telling her how much they admired her and it made the power of faith in her body gained quite a lot. She was howling in grief in her heart, she really didn't need all such faiths. She tried her best to squeeze through them, wanting to get back to Qing Yi's place. Once she reached inside the spirit barrier, those people couldn't surround her. She nodded to those people while walking towards the mountain, but once she passed by the mountain range, she stood on top of the mountain and was stunned before the scenery in front of her. Not only her, others were stunned as well, it seemed as if a group of petrified people were standing on the mountain ridge, making it a unique landscape. How did it become like this? When did this happen? No more? That's it? He even knows how to escape. We are certain that we only watched Sima Yu's tribulation, right? There was nothing else? There's no more in a turn of heads? Sima Yu looked at the boundless grassland and curled the corner of her lips, she only went to face her tribulation, how come Qing Yi, senior brother and sister went missing? Did they escape? Even if they escape, they should bring her along. This group of conscienceless fellows. She chided in her heart. They couldn't actually escape if they really waited for her to come back before they escaped. Previous chapter. Next chapter. When those people came back to senses and wanted to talk to Sima Yu, they realized that she too had disappeared. In order to escape from them, she used blink, with a few dodges, she already left them far away. Blink. This can only be used by array masters from monarch rankers and above. I didn't think that she knew how. Someone cried out. What's there to be surprised, my goddess knows how to do everything. That's right. Her strength has yet to reach the monarch rank, this means that she is an array master. She is ranked first in the alchemy contest, didn't expect that her knowledge in arrays were so powerful as well. My goddess, such an all-rounder. Alright, don't act all smitten, she's already gone. My goddess left just like that. Alright, no point sighing. There's nothing here, let's go to the ruins and take a look. Aren't Heartbreak Valley members still there at the ruins? Sima Yu might go to the ruins and look for them. Oh right. Then let's quickly go find the ruins. Once they heard Sima Yu might have gone to the ruins, everyone flew towards there. Quickly, no one was seen on the grassland. Looking at the peaceful grassland, Sima Yu, Han Miao Shuang and the rest sat on Qing Yi's tree branch and wiped their non-existent sweat. At this point, the tree of life was still there, just that it was hidden by Qing Yi's power. Qing Yi, why do we need to do that? Han Miao Shuang asked. To get rid of these people. I was almost deceived by you guys. Sima Yu continued, if I didn't feel Little Seven's presence, I might have gone far away. How is Little Seven doing? Very good. She's almost done evolving. Qing Yi said. Oh right, little junior sister, what happened just now, why did you suddenly advance in so many ranks? And what happened to Little Seven? Han Miao Shuang asked with deep concern. Little Seven had some problems while evolving, we've established a contract. The power of my advancement was bestowed to me by the power of contract. Sima Yu didn't tell them how dangerous it was at that moment, she only explained to them vaguely. Despite that, Su Xiaoxiao and Han Miao Shuang both guessed how dangerous that situation was, if not she wouldn't use Sima Yu and Little Seven's relation or use a contract to settle it. It's alright now that she's fine. Han Miao Shuang patted her shoulders. I'll go wash up. Although she didn't suffer serious injuries, she can't stand how she looked after being struck by lightning and rolling on the floor. She entered Spirit Pagoda. When she came out, she had already changed to a long white dress accented with green, matched with a pair of green earrings and necklace, simple and fresh. Are you going to wear women's clothing from now on? Han Miao Shuang asked. Sima Yu led her dress and said, I'll just dress as a lady from now on. I dressed as a male previously because it's easier to do things, however, since others now know about this secret, then there's no point cross-dressing as a guy. That's good. Han Miao Shuang held both her hands, smilingly and said, you're a girl, definitely more beautiful in women's clothes. Those people left, Qing Yi finally got to live peacefully. Although people came in every time Immortal Land opened up, he didn't care about it from the start, but this time Little Seven was here, he became impatient towards those people. I'll go take a look at Little Seven. Sima Yu told Qing Yi. Once Qing Yi waved, she appeared in the tree cave where Little Seven was. Little Seven was almost done evolving, Sima Yu sat beside her, she wanted to touch her but was afraid that she would interrupt her. She still remembered the look on Qing Yi when he was anxious, remembering he said that sentence where she already died once. You guys have known each other for 10,000 over years, that means little 7 lived over 10,000 years? She silently thought, but your memory isn't 10,000 years, is it related to that time where you died once? Why did she and her contract beast always have a bitter past? She carried the hatred of the extermination of the clan in her past life, little dream and she was the same, didn't expect that little 7 who was so carefree also had a past where no one knew. You. Just when she was staring blankly at little 7 became human form, she pounced on her body, making her fall to the ground. After evolving again, her body grew quite a bit, she already looked like teens. The danger of evolving didn't affect her happiness, her eyes were filled with smiles. You're done with evolving? Sima Yu was happy seeing her awake. It's already done for quite a while, but you were in a daze and didn't notice me. Little 7 pouted. Really? Sima Yu laughed, why is your character still the same after growing so much? Let me get up first. No. Little 7 said beamingly, if brotherling you knew you're that easily pounced on the ground, would he be very happy? Sima Yu's face was filled with black lines, this little girl. How's your body, is there anywhere uncomfortable? Has the internal injury healed? She asked. Speaking of which, little 7 got up from Sima Yu and said, the internal injury was healed when we contracted. There won't be this problem next time. What did Qing Yi mean when he said that? What's with you guys knowing each other for over 10,000 years? I thought your memories weren't as long as 10,000 years. What do you mean by dying once? Sima Yu made sure she was fine before asking the doubts she had. Qing Yi came over and looked at them both. Little 7 glanced at Qing Yi and said, Qing Yi and I actually knew each other over 10,000 years ago. Qing Yi leaned on his own branch with his eyes filled with sorrow. Qing Yi and I are life partners, we're plants that grew together. Little 7 continued, speaking of which, I'm luckier, Eye of Earth wasn't as rare as now, but I'm the only one who can grow together with the vessel tree. You're life partners, does that mean you guys are childhood sweethearts? Sima Yu said. No wonder Han Miao Shuang said Qing Yi treated them differently, there was indeed an underlying reason. She guessed it was related to little 7 and got it right, but she didn't think that they would have such a connection. Little 7 nodded and continued, I evolved earlier than Qing Yi, when I became a matured Eye of Earth, he was still a little green tree. After that, I was caught by people, to help a person to attack the Emperor. My spiritual energy was absorbed completely, but it wasn't enough, so he also absorbed my vitality. Fortunately at the last moment, I protected a little bit of my original source, that's why I didn't die. It's my fault, I didn't protect you well. Qing Yi blamed himself, I told you that I'll protect you, but I could only see you being caught by others in front of my eyes and get absorbed completely by them, thrown away to some unknown place, windswept and battered by rain for 10,000 over years. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Seeing Qing Yi blaming himself, little 7 got up and walked to his side, held his hands and said, Qing Yi, I've never blamed you before, stop blaming yourself. Although it was painful at that time, what past is past, I'm living well now, you know, I'm very happy now. Qing Yi looked at Sima Yu with gratitude, he knew it was because of her, that was why little 7 became happier. But this couldn't change his mind on blaming himself. What happened next? Sima Yu asked, even if you don't have vitality anymore, your flesh is a supplement for human beings, how did you manage to stay alive? My last consciousness was that I heard someone attacking that clan, but I don't know how I stay alive after. Little 7 continued, but it's not important, the past is nowhere possible to do textual research, nowhere to seek revenge, just let it pass. I'm a whole new me now. Sima Yu smiled, she wasn't as open as little 7. Nevertheless, it was already 10,000 years ago, it remained the same, but people had changed, those people definitely died long ago and wouldn't be able to seek revenge. Might as well let those things pass, giving oneself a worry-free future. But, when I left, Qing Yi was still a vessel tree, when we met again, he had already evolved to a tree of life. Little 7 coiled on Qing Yi's arm, leaning her head on his shoulders, full of yearning. You have to protect me in the future now that you have become so strong. Qing Yi responded. Without extra speech, without extravagant words, without world-shaking oaths, little 7 knew that he would use actions to prove to her. The corner of Sima Yu's lips raised when she looked at the cute and helpless-looking little 7, thinking how she used to say that she wanted to beat up someone so frequently. She was happy that little 7 found someone she could rely on, even though this happiness came too sudden. If she becomes like this next time, she wouldn't have to worry that little 7 would become violent. But it seemed like she thought about it too fast. Because. Oh right, Qing Yi, are there many people outside trying to take advantage of you? Let's go, we'll go deal with them. Just nice that I test my strength after evolving. Little 7 said as he was dragging Qing Yi's clothes. Sima Yu sat on the ground, with a face of defeat, she sighed in her heart, it was indeed harder to change a character compared to changing rivers and mountains. Qing Yi was used to the current little 7, he stroked her head and said, those people are already gone, there's no one outside now. Huh? They left? Why so fast? Fortunately they left, if they stayed here, they would be beaten up by you. Sima Yu muttered in her heart. Now we'll only need to wait for eldest senior brother and the other 2 to come out. We'll go look for Fenger and the rest when they get out. She said while standing up. They've already come out. Qing Yi said, I came down wanting to tell you that. Sima Yu blinked, how were they so fast? Not everyone can attain enlightenment here. But the things they got weren't that bad as well. Alright, she thought they could. Then let's go. Qing Yi, you said you'll go with me. Little Seven swayed Qing Yi's hands. Qing Yi nodded, then told Sima Yu, I'll plant the source in Spirit Pagoda. Sima Yu nodded and brought them into the Spirit Pagoda. Before she realized, she was thinking if she could gang up with Qing Yi to leave with her, but she didn't think that it was already done when Little Seven took over. Qing Yi went to choose a wide space, he unfolded his left hand, a shrunken version of the tree of life floated on his palm. He planted the little tree in the soil, that tree grew rapidly, soon, it was identical to the tree outside. Done. Little Seven moved her main part in two, planting it under Qing Yi's tree. Both of them could stay and rely on each other this way. This is the legendary Tree of Life. Thousand Resonance watched the Tree of Life excitedly. In his tradition, the Tree of Life was out of reach, he didn't expect that it would actually appear in front of him. Ayaya, then can we cultivate here next time? Iron Claw Tiger asked. Of course you can. Little Seven coiled around Qing Yi's arm, lifted her head and looked at him. Qing Yi, there wouldn't be a problem, right? Qing Yi was actually used to quietness, used to being alone, he didn't really like it if someone was with him. But Little Seven already agreed, he didn't want her to be unhappy. And he could see that Little Seven really liked them, so he decided to adapt slowly. Crimson Flame suddenly appeared, looked at Qing Yi and said, I want your 10,000 years essence fluid. Qing Yi looked at Crimson Flame and said, Divine Vermilion Bird, you're suffering from serious injuries. Give me 10,000 years essence fluid, I'll use other things to trade with you. Crimson Flame said. I don't have anything in mind that I want. Qing Yi shook his head. He had no desires, he already had one request, that was Little Seven. So, Crimson Flame had nothing that could attract him. Sima Yu always knew that Crimson Flame had injuries, but she didn't think that it would be serious. She thought it was lesser. Even Qing Yi said it was serious. How serious would it be? But Crimson Flame had never asked for anything, this time he directly requested from Qing Yi, meaning that thing was very important to him. Qing Yi, can you help Crimson Flame? She was a little embarrassed because it seemed as if she got him in here with a motive. But Crimson Flame's health was important, so she could only ask. Qing Yi. Little Seven shaked Qing Yi's arm, looked at him beamingly, which goes without saying. Qing Yi shaked his head helplessly. Why did he feel like a girl must be married off when she is of age? But as long as she was happy. Since he would be keeping it anyway, it wasn't of any use to him. But it was the same as an animal shedding its skin, a bird's shed feather wasn't allowed to be touched by anyone, he had a different kind of feeling with his own things. A golden branch flew down from the tree and landed in Crimson Flame's hand. It's yours. Crimson Flame caught the tree branch, he could feel the vigorous vitality in. Next time, you can stay in my tree to rest. Qing Yi said. Sima Yu and the rest didn't understand. Phoenix rests on parasol trees, birds rest on vessel trees. That bird, indicating the divine vermilion bird. Good. Little Seven responded, but Crimson Flame, you better don't poop on my head. Everyone was speechless, Little Seven was too. Little Seven couldn't care less. Last time, there was a bird that landed on Qing Yi and pooped on her head. She remembered that feeling forever. From then on, she abhorred those birds that landed on trees and lifted their buttock up to poop. Crimson Flame ignored Little Seven and thanked Qing Yi, holding on to the essence. He flew to the treetop. Sima Yu looked at the Tree of Life, thinking of that sentence. Phoenix rests on parasol trees, birds rest on vessel trees, wondering if the rainbow bird and the rest came in. She was also unsure how Fenger and the rest was doing. Alright, since it's already settled, let's go outside. Little Seven said when she felt Sima Yu worrying for Shimin Feng. Sima Yu brought them to the tree cave, then Qing Yi brought them out. Han Miao Shuang and the rest were waiting outside. Seeing them coming out, they flew to him and said, Little Seven, you succeed in evolving? I heard something happened to you, are you okay now? It's all good now. Little Seven said. Han Miao Shuang stroked Little Seven's head inside. Little Seven has already grown so big and already become a lady. Little Seven clapped her hand away. You sound so old and decrepit. Does this mean that you're saying you're old? Old? How am I old? I'm forever 16, like a flower. Han Miao Shuang said while she raised her chin. Heh, yes, you're forever a doll. Little Seven beamed and said, but it's okay if you're old or young, you're the same in his heart. After she spoke, she raised her chin towards Jiang Junxian. Oh, now you've grown, your broken intention grew too. See how I'll deal with you. Han Miao Shuang said as she was going to hit Little Seven. Little Seven ran towards Jiang Junxian, just right before Han Miao Shuang caught her, she dodged and hid behind his back. Han Miao Shuang then pounced into his embrace. Alright, Little Seven, that's it, what are you both arguing about? Jiang Junxian blocked Han Miao Shuang's waist and said softly. Han Miao Shuang's face turned red and got out of his embrace and said, help me to catch her, how dare she tease me, I'll settle scores with her today. Little Seven flew in between Sima Yu and Qing Yi and said, you found an assistant, I found mine too, I have two while you only have one. Han Miao Shuang saw how she coiled her arms on Qing Yi's arm, whiningly, you're good. Hee hee. Little Seven laughed proudly. Alright, since everyone is out, let's go to the ruins. Fenger is still there and not yet out, I'm a bit worried and go there and take a look. Sima Yu said, turned around to look at Shi Shuang and asked, what about you guys? Shi Qiushuang looked at Shi Qianji and Jiang Junxian, hesitated for a while and said, we too want to take a look at the ruins, let's go together. We'll separate after we leave this island. Sounds good. Just two of you walking on the island seems dangerous. Sima Yu said. Qing Yi, let's start, once it's done, we'll leave. Little Seven released Qing Yi. Qing Yi nodded, let everyone leave. He flew in mid-air and waved his hand, dazzling bits of golden lights fell from his hand, it shrouded the whole tree of life. What is he doing? Han Miao Shuang said. He is keeping the tree. Little Seven said. Keep for. Bringing it along. Qing Yi is going with us. Little Seven said. What? He is coming with us. That's right. Why are you guys so surprised? Little Seven covered her mouth and laughed as she saw Han Miao Shuang stutter. Heh, seeing on how you always bullied me, I will let you be shocked for a while. Sima Yu, who felt her thoughts couldn't help it but slightly raised the corner of her lips. When did this fellow get bullied? No doubt she was the one who always bullies others in the past. Why is he coming with us? Shi Qianji and the rest stuttered. Qing Yi shrunk the tree of life and it flew onto his hand. Done. Little Seven flew over to his side. Qing Yi opened his palms, a mini tree of life laid in the middle of his hand. Why is your embodiment so cute? Little Seven said surprisingly when she saw the pocket-sized tree of life. Do you like it? It's really cute. It's much nicer than mine. Little Seven said, put it on you if you like it, alright? Qing Yi took out a green rope from somewhere, and brushed it through the tree of life. The green line went through the tree point, with the pressure of his hands, the tree became a small locket. He leaned over and put it on Little Seven and said softly in her ears, put it on you no matter where you go, okay? Little Seven dumbfoundedly touched the little tree on her chest, hearing his gentle words, she unconsciously nodded. Good girl. I'm tired and confused, does this mean that both of them are together? Not only did Qing Yi follow them, he got together with Little Seven as well. What happened to this world? Only Little Seven broke into laughter while shaking her head, Little Seven would flip out in a while. Indeed. Qing Yi, why are you so annoying? You actually take me as a child. Little Seven punched Qing Yi's shoulder with little force. That sentence, good girl, wasn't it supposed to be said to a child? Hee. Qing Yi caught her hands and laughed contentedly. Oh my god, this is totally different from the tree of life earlier. Although the Qing Yi earlier on only killed one person, everyone could feel his indifference and distance. And in front of them was someone who was smiling so gently, was he the same person as before? Let's go. Sima Yu waved at Little Seven and the rest, summoned Halcyon and flew on it. Do you know where the ruins are? Qing Yi released Little Seven and held her hand instead. I have their direction. What happened, little junior brother? Sima Yu waved the scroll in her hand, the image of the scroll showed up in the air. I can't find Fenger and the rest. Han Miao Shuang looked through the whole image, indeed, they couldn't find Shimen Feng and the rest. Qing Yi flew Little Seven over, took a glimpse of the scroll and said, if it's a forbidden area, it won't show here. Then let's go to the ruins and see. Qing Yi, since you've been here for so long, do you know where the ruins are? Little Seven questioned. Qing Yi nodded, he actually knew where it was. I'll bring you guys over. He casually drew a circle in the air, a pale golden circle was formed just like that. Get in. Sima Yu took a glance at Qing Yi and flew into the golden circle, followed by Han Miao Shuang, Jiang Junxian, Su Xiao and the rest. After they all got in, Qing Yi then held on Little Seven's hand and got in. Everyone thought he would bring them through the air, they didn't expect that when Qing Yi got in, that golden circle bore them into the ground, then traveled towards a direction in high speed. If there were a lot of tree roots on the way, the roots would give way in advance. Previous chapter. Little Seven sat next to Qing Yi. She scanned the dark surroundings. Qing Yi, why don't we go by air instead of traversing on ground? Sometimes the space looks the same, but it's distorted. We seem to be walking straight, but we may be going astray. Qing Yi explained. And I am more familiar with the ground. When we walk on the ground, I can tell where we are. That's it. Everyone's doubts were cleared. But they did expect him to have such a fastidious attitude. Others didn't know, but Sima Yu understood the remains of someone of emperor rank would definitely not be easy to find. If they were to make spatial changes, it was a piece of cake to them. She estimated that they have been underground for 5 to 6 days. Qing Yi led them back onto the continent. He waved his hand, and the aperture disappeared. Is this the ruins? They looked around and saw no one. Now we're outside of the ruins. There's a forbidden area in the ruins. It will be dangerous to go down again. Qing Yi said. Sima Yu examined her environment. The surrounding flowers and plants were still very luxuriant. There was no trace of them being trampled on, indicating that no one had been here recently. Han Miao Shuang and them also noticed this. No one has been here. Are we really outside the ruins? The aura's right. Qing Yi finished speaking and stood quietly to the side. He brought them here, but it did not mean he would always help them. It was impossible for him to help them with everything. As he said before, unless Little Seven is in danger of life, he wouldn't bother with anything else. Sima Yu knew this. So she was grateful that Qing Yi could bring them here. The ruins are so big. It's impossible for people to be at all the places inside. She said. I will send some bees to observe the environment here. She called out hundreds of scarlet bees and let them fly around. Some of them flew into the forbidden area which their contact with her broke. Such a strong forbidden area. Sima Yu exhaled. What happened? The forbidden area can actually cut off contract connections. Sima Yu replied. Perhaps the bees are in a master-slave contract with the Scarlet Queen bee and they are one of many. It can block the connection, indicating that it is not so strong. Sure enough, it's an emperor rank. Even if it is just the ruins, the forbidden area is so powerful. Shi Qianji sighed. If we can get his things or inheritance, that would be great. Han Miao Shuang exclaimed. In fact, there is nothing left here. Qing Yi suddenly blurted. The immortal land has been opened for many times, and the things have already been taken away. You also knew about it? A lot of people have been here before, and this is what I have heard. But the ruins are so large. It's impossible everything has been taken away, right? Maybe there are fish that slipped through the net. Shi Qianji said. There are many people stronger than you. Although what Qing Yi said was not pleasant, it was nevertheless true. They are all powerful? I don't think those people were all that. The immortal land is not limited to this spirit realm. The ones in other places are more powerful than this spirit realm. Qing Yi said. However, the talents of these people to comprehend principle were better than those in other places. Other spirit realms? This place is not the only one in this world. The whole world is infinitely big. I don't even know how many there are. Qing Yi said. It's all right. I will take you around the world in the future. Little Seven grinned. All right. Qing Yi smiled, which made Little Seven surprised. They waited a while looking at the entrance. It took more than a day for the Scarlet Bees to return with news. Sima Yu summarized the information. We are now on the east side of the ruins, the closest place where Fenger and the others disappeared. It is said that this place has the forbidden area which has the most restrictions. So few people entered here. This is just right. No one will snatch our things. Little Seven said. If we want to go in, we must first break the forbidden area. Shi Qianji said. The more powerful it is, the harder for it to be broken. It shouldn't be too difficult. Little Seven did not know much about forbidden areas. But she understood Sima Yu's and the group's expression that it wouldn't be easy. Moreover, Jiang Junxian, Han Miao Shuang, and Su Xiaoxiao were alchemists, Shi Qianji was alchemist and poison master, and Shi Qiu Shuang was not a professional. So they were not good at breaking the forbidden area. While Little Seven, she would be even less counted on. Therefore, Sima Yu had to break the forbidden area herself. But Yu, have you broken a forbidden area before? No. Sima Yu's reply made everyone almost choked. However, the forbidden area is similar to a spirit barrier or array. It shouldn't be difficult. Maybe. However, the result. You have been studying it for several days and you have not found a solution yet. Little Seven squatted beside Sima Yu, watching her draw on the ground. Not yet. Sima Yu threw away the branch in her hand and sighed. Although the forbidden area is a bit like those, I can't find a way. Even you can't do it, how did they find a way to enter? Little Seven asked. The people of Heartbreak Valley did not break the forbidden area, right? They didn't, but... But what? Sima Yu thought of someone. Before coming here, she had called Shimenli to go with everyone. Later Shimen Feng had left and Shimenli followed. Maybe the forbidden area was opened by the thing inside her body. She did not know why, but she felt this possibility was very high. This was the only reason she could think of, that Shimen Feng and the others could enter without breaking the forbidden area. Then what shall we do now? Find a place to go inside the ruins first. Sima Yu suggested. If it didn't work here, then they could try other places first. Maybe they'll find a way in. Okay. After 2 days' journey, they came to a mountain near the south. The forbidden area here had been broken before. There were more people here and soon they met people. Fortunately, Qing Yi had adapted a disguise. Otherwise, he would definitely be recognized. But even so, the presence of Sima Yu, Han Miao Shuang, and the group caused a lot of sensation. Soon, many people inside and outside the ruins knew she was here. Everywhere Sima Yu went, there would be a group of onlookers. She finally understood how celebrities were. Unfortunately, she did not like such treatment. But this also brought her benefit. These people knew she was looking for the people of Heartbreak Valley. They revealed a lot of information about Shimen Feng's party. At the same time, it confirmed her conjecture that the people of Heartbreak Valley could not enter without breaking the forbidden area. It was indeed related to the thing inside Shimenli. The person who told her the news said that Shimen Feng and the group were blocked outside the forbidden area at that time. They had planned to leave when a woman told Shimen Feng, second brother, there are treasures inside there. I can take you guys in. Shimenli was the only one who could call Shimen Gung's second brother. And Shimenli's biggest secret was Little Doe in her body. Little Doe cherished her life very much. Since it was connected to Shimenli's life and death. It wouldn't treat her life like a game. From this perspective, Shimen Feng and the others were not in danger now. After confirming this, Sima Yu's heart felt more at ease. They started searching the ruins, wanting to pick up things left behind. But after walking around, they discovered that people who had come before had swept the palace clean like locusts on the fields. Just when they were about to leave, Sima Yu sensed a vibration from Sun Mother Stone that she gave Shimin Feng as if asking for help from them. Something happened to Fenger. She told the people beside her. How do you know? Aren't they unable to communicate with the outside world? Sima Yu took out the Sun Mother Stone. The vibrations that came up had not completely dissipated. Fenger and the others have been inside for so long. They must know that contact is closed off between the inside and outside. This is not far from where they went in. Let's rush over and take a look. They ran all the way to the east to the place where Shimin Feng and the others disappeared. They found the space here was fluctuating. Someone is breaking the forbidden area. Let's go see. They went around the canyons and saw a huge courtyard. Outside there was a group of people waiting. They did not attack the forbidden area. There should be someone coming out from inside. The forbidden area had not been destroyed. It indicated that that person was another who could ignore the forbidden area. She looked at the clothing of the people outside. She could guess who was inside. After a while, Xianqiu he came out from the courtyard. He immediately noticed Sima Yu's aura. He looked in the direction where she was. Young master. People of Xianqiu family gathered around. Young master, is your enlightenment a success? Young master, inside. Xianqiu he raised his hand to stop them from continuing. Everyone realized that he had been looking behind them. When they glanced back, they noticed Sima Yu's group. Xianqiu he patted his wheelchair, and the wheelchair rose up from the ground and came directly in front of Sima Yu's group. Sima Yu walked over. Xianqiu, I didn't expect you to be here. I was a little surprised to hear that you are a woman. Xianqiu he began. I didn't expect it to be so. Sima Yu chuckled. You just came out from there. What good things did you get? Xianqiu he didn't conceal and replied, there are some inheritances and I was lucky enough to get 1 or 2 of them. Can you go inside directly? Sima Yu asked. Yes. Does it work with any forbidden areas? Xianqiu he was a clever person. He immediately understood what she was thinking about. Do you want to find your valley master? I just received his request for help. Something dangerous must have happened inside. Sima Yu asked, can you help me get in? I can help you, but... Xianqiu he hesitated. But what? I have something that allows people to enter and exit at will, but that can only be used by one person. Even if I give it to you, you can only enter alone. Xianqiu he replied. But no one knows exactly what the situation inside is. There are so many people of Heartbreak Valley that need help. If you go in, it may not be useful. You might even put yourself in danger. Please lend it to me. Sima Yu insisted. I will be fine. Are you sure? Sima Yu nodded. I'm certain. Please help me. Xianqiu he saw that her attitude was firm. He took out a leaf-like thing. He took her hand and placed it on the palm of her hand. I hope to see you exit. When Sima Yu touched the leaf, she felt relief. What kind of leaf is this? Bodhi leaf. Only this one is present in this world. Bodhi leaf? Sima Yu was surprised. There were really Bodhi trees in the world. According to the legend, enlightenment under the Bodhi tree can get twice the result with half the effect. Its effect was no less than the tree of life. However, enlightenment under the Bodhi tree was more related to Buddhism, while the enlightenment under the tree of life was more to life. In the past, the tree of life and Bodhi tree were both legendary sacred trees. Now she saw the tree of life, she didn't expect to see the Bodhi leaf. She held the Bodhi leaf in her hand. I will come out, and we'll take out together. I owe you a favor. I said before, we are friends. Friends help each other when they meet. Okay. She nodded. She didn't think so in her heart. He didn't care, but how could she just forget it? The people in the Heartbreak Valley are in the 2 valleys ahead. Xianqiu he informed. How do you know? Xianqiu he was slightly startled. When I came in, I heard about her sect members. So I asked people about it. Thank you. You're welcome. I'll take you there. Then I'll trouble you. Xianqiu he took them on 2 turns before arriving at a valley. It is here. Sima Yu examined the place. The top of the mountain was covered by a layer of mist. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. The restriction here is very powerful. It must be more dangerous inside. You have to be careful. If there is danger you can't handle, escape. No matter what is inside, it cannot leave the forbidden area. I got it. Han Miao Shuang shook her head. We will be waiting for you to come out. At the same time, we will think if there is a way to open the forbidden area. Alright. Sima Yu said. Little 7. We've already established a contract, so I must go in with you. Little 7 stated. Just wait for me here. The restriction doesn't affect me. Qingyi said, which meant he was going to go with Little 7. After hundreds of thousands of years apart, he didn't want her to leave his sight for even a minute. Knowing Qingyi's ability, no one was worried about his safety. Within going with Sima Yu, they felt relieved although his original intention was not to go in and help Sima Yu. But if Yu dies, Little 7 would die with her. So Qingyi couldn't let any accidents happen to Sima Yu. At the most, the previous matters wouldn't interfere with now. Sima Yu sent Little 7 into the spirit pagoda. Holding the Bodhi leaf, she walked towards the valley with Qingyi. When they reached the restriction, Sima Yu paused before strolling in. Qingyi's steps did not change as if the restriction did not exist for him. Xianqiu he as well as his clan looked at the departing back of Qingyi. Their gazes were deep, filled with thoughts. Once they were inside the restriction, the white mist disappeared. It seemed that the white mist could only be seen outside. She called out Little 7 before she took out a scroll and looked at it. However, she still could not find Shimen Feng and the others' figures on it. She frowned, aren't they here? But Xian Qiu he said they were here. He wouldn't lie to her. There are fluctuations deep inside. Just go in and take a look. Let's go in. Sima Yu closed the scroll. They walked deeper and deeper. They saw some footprints in the valley, confirming someone had indeed been here recently. As for whether they were someone from Heartbreak Valley, it was not certain. There was nothing here. Sima Yu was very puzzled. Although there were rare medicinal materials in this valley, they were not particularly precious and not attractive to her. Little Do had stayed in the Spirit Pagoda with Shimenli, so it knew what medicinal treasure there was. So it wouldn't be attracted to these as well. But scanning the place, they didn't see any treasures there or fluctuations caused from the rare treasures. What on earth was that Little Do attracted by? There's another restriction ahead. Little Seven pointed to the other end of the valley. This restriction was different from the one outside. A thick mist covered the one outside, but this one was transparent. If they didn't sense the fluctuations, they wouldn't have noticed it. There are a lot of footprints here. Sima Yu said. It's messy in the mud. They should have stayed here for a while. Then let's go in and have a look. They should be inside. Little Seven said. Wait. What's wrong, Qingyi? The restriction is stronger than the one outside. I don't know what's inside. After entering, don't leave my side. Qingyi told Little Seven firmly. Oh, Qingyi, you don't have to worry about me so much. My current strength is not low. Qingyi looked at Little Seven. He didn't reply but silently expressed his meaning. Little Seven was saddened by his melancholy eyes. She waved her hand. Alright, I got it. I will. That's good. Let's go. Qingyi let go of Little Seven's hand. She pulled a long face at Sima Yu. She noticed her smiling eyes and pouted. If Brother Ling Yu wakes up, you will face the same. But he is not awake yet. She sent Little Seven into the Spirit Pagoda, and then entered the restriction with Qingyi. As soon as they entered, they immediately discovered what was unusual here. Antiquity aura. Sima Yu whispered, looking around in surprise. Yu, let me out. Yu, let us out as well. Little Dream said. Sima Yu didn't expect to feel the antiquity aura here. Intuition she told her that there was an unknown danger here. She thought for a while before calling Little Seven, Little Dream, and Floey out. The other low-powered beasts stayed in the Spirit Pagoda. When Floey saw Qingyi, she felt apprehensive. If Little Seven and Sima Yu gave her strength, she would have fallen down again. Floey, you don't have to be afraid of Qingyi. With me here, he would not dare to bully you. Little Seven patted Floey on the shoulder. Floey nodded and swallowed subconsciously. Qingyi glanced at Little Seven and Floey. He didn't care for this small flower king. Was this girl trying to live off him and help someone else? However, when he saw her smile, he felt happy. Although the sight of a strong woman and weak man could be ignored. Yu, let's try if we can find their location from here. Little Dream suggested. Let me see. Sima Yu took out the scroll. Over there. Without waiting for Sima Yu to speak, Little Seven started. How do you? Sima Yu didn't finish when she saw a few disciples of Heartbreak Valley being chased. The ones running in the front were Shurchen and Nine. They thought they saw Sima Yu and at the same time, thought it was an illusion. Why did Boss appear in this place? It must be because their spirit power was running out and their energy was exhausted that they were dizzy and started seeing things. Little Dream, Floey, go help them. Sima Yu knew that her two spirit beasts were strong. Her strength was not enough, so she could only let Floey and Little Dream go. Yu, don't worry. Floey and Little Dream flew over at the same time. They saw that the two disciples behind were about to be overtaken. Floey waved her hand and a vine whip flew over and pulled these two to their side. They were now free from the monster's poisonous mouth. At the same time, another vine whip flew over and wrapped it around one of the monsters. Pulling hard, that monster fell on top of the other monsters, knocking down the others nearby. The other monsters stopped pursuing the people of Heartbreak Valley when they saw Little Dream and Floey. They instead turned to attack them. Stay over there. Little Dream flew midair. Her hands continuously congeal seals. Black roses flew out. When the black roses approached the monsters, they disperse automatically. Each petal piercing the monster's body. Nine and the others stopped when they Little Dream and Floey. Then their sight reached Sima Yu and Little Seven who were not far away. They immediately jumped up. That's great. We're saved. Boss, the boss is here to save us. Boss is here. We can finally leave. Finally, they were saved from despair. Boss. Deputy Valley Master. They flew toward Sima Yu, tears in their eyes. They felt inexplicably at ease when they saw Sima Yu. They didn't know why. But when they saw her, they felt hope. Although the current situation was very dangerous and she was alone, they just believed that she could get them out of here. Boss, ugh, you are finally here. If you don't come, you won't see us again. Nine clutched tightly onto Sima Yu's clothes. He was bawling but there were no tears in his cries. Sima Yu was originally worried about them. But after seeing his humorous anecdotes, she couldn't help but want to slap him twice. Alright, stop bawling. You'll disturb Floey and Little Dream who are dealing with them. She slapped Ni's forehead and pushed him away from her. She glanced at Shurchen. Shurchen, why is it just you? Where are the others? We got separated. Most of the people are in the valley in front. The others are scattered where I don't know, but most of them are running around like us. Shurchen answered. What the heck happened? Sima Yu frowned. Weren't you doing well, why are you here? What's with this dense antiquity aura, and what is it? According to Yin Lin's words, they shouldn't be in danger. How did they encounter such a dangerous thing after being separated for a period of time? They're all ancient spirit beasts. Shurchen said. All ancient spirit beasts? How come there are so many ancient spirit beasts? Little Seven asked. They must be left behind by the Emperor. Qing Yi said. Shurchen and the others glanced at Qing Yi. Their respect towards him grew, after which they couldn't tell his strength. At this time, Little Dream and Floey eliminated those spirit beasts and came back. Yu, we're done. Thanks for the hard work. Sima Yu said. Now you guys can talk about what is going on. It's like this. Several months ago, Shimen Feng brought the people from Heartbreak Valley around the ruins for a few months. What's wrong, Lear? Shimen Feng asked when Shimen Li stopped. Second brother, there is a treasure here. Shimen Li pointed to the valley. Shimen Feng looked at the white mist. The restrictions here can't be cracked. We cannot enter. Little Do said it can let us in. Shimen Li said. It said that there's good stuff in it, which can greatly raise our strength. When everyone heard their strength could be raised greatly, they were moved. Didn't they come to the immortal land to increase their strength? Now there was a place to improve their cultivation, how could they let it go? But the restriction here has never been broken before, will it be dangerous? Shurchen put forward his thoughts. Historically, opportunities and danger coexist. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. That's right. Besides, didn't Lord Yin Lin say that we won't have any big problems with this trip to the immortal land? Since Lord Yin Lin said so, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Uncle Bai, what do you think? Shimen Feng asked Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng remained silent for a while. I think we can give it a try. Even if there's danger, danger is inevitable on the road of seeking the way. Avoid it now, you will not be able to avoid it in the future. Lear, Little Do can really let us in? Shimen Feng asked. Shimen Li nodded. Little Do said it can take us in. Alright then, let's go in and see. There must be a good treasure that attracted it. Shimen Feng said. Shimen Li came before the spirit barrier and placed her hand on the barrier. Soon, a hole appeared in the barrier. Alright. Shimen Li retracted her hand and looked back at Shimen Feng. Let's go in. Lear, you stay by my side. Xian Yi, you are as well. Shimen Feng went in, pulling the girl first. They didn't see any treasure inside the spirit barrier. It was just an ordinary valley. The herbs in the valley were not as precious as those outside. Seeing this scenery, everyone was a little disappointed. Didn't they say there was treasure? That can increase their strength? Why was there nothing? Little Do said further in. Shimen Li said. There's another restriction ahead. They wonder what type of treasure it was that required 2 restrictions to suppress it. But since they came here, they weren't going back without getting anything. Then let's inside and see. They came to the other side of the valley and let Shimen Li take them inside the restriction. As soon as they entered, they had a different feeling from outside. Such dense spirit power. They commented in surprise. The dense spirit power showed that there were some treasures here. Only in this way could such an environment form this restriction. Everyone was excited, thinking they found the treasure. If this could aid everyone in their cultivation and increase their strength. At that time, there was no antiquity aura, nor any antiquity spirit beast like now. What happened later? How did it become like this? As we entered, we felt the antiquity aura rushing in our faces. Is this all from later on? Little Seven blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. It did happen later. Shurchen replied. After we came in, we walked in the direction pointed by Little Do. The further we go in, the denser the spirit power. At that time, when they saw the richness of the spirit power that was like water, everyone got excited. If they could cultivate here, it would require half the effort. They flew for a while before coming to a sinkhole. They found that spirit power was coming from below. What's below here that can exude such a dense spirit power? You'll know when you go down. Will there be any danger? Let some people go and check the situation. Nie led some people down. After a while, he came back up. Valley Master, the mist below is full of spirit power, but the visibility is low. However, there seems to be some caves at the bottom of the cliff. But we couldn't get close because there was something blocking our way. Is there danger? Probably not. There are no spirit beasts underneath, nor restrictions or arrays. Nie said. It feels like an empty sinkhole. But I don't know what is inside the caves. When they heard that there was no danger, everyone went down one after another. They found a place to start cultivating. At that time, they didn't know the reason. They absorbed more spirit power into their body than usual. After a few months, many people started advancing. And the problem appeared after everyone advanced. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Originally, everything was fine. Everyone had advanced and they were all very content. Nie said, especially the people from the Blood Fiend City. They have not advanced for many years after being poisoned by the Blood Demon Tree. They didn't expect to advance soon after they came out. What does advancement have to do with these? Little 7 asked. At the beginning, those who advanced were all good. But afterwards, those who later advanced cannot stop advancing. Shi Chen said. Can't stop advancing? What does that mean? Those who later advanced will form a spiritual power vortex over their heads. The vortex keeps sucking the spiritual power into their bodies. Some people have risen by 2 levels because of this. 2 people have also burst their meridians because of this. Shi Chen was scared after thinking of that scene for a while. Then how to stop it? It is impossible to stop it until the spiritual power inside there was sucked clean. Shi Chen said. Thinking of the scene after the spiritual power was sucked clean, everyone present shuddered. What happened after it was sucked clean, scaring you all so bad? Little 7 asked curiously. There have been a lot of monsters. Some with bodies, some without bodies, and then there are all sorts of combinations. They are all in the caves looking at us. Nine said. In the caves? The caves mentioned earlier? Yes. Nine said, when we absorbed the spiritual power in the sinkhole, we saw a strange stone, which seemed to contain a lot of power. Before we had time to study what it was, Little Doe jumped on top of it. Little Doe should be the one in Miss Lear's body that she mentioned. Shi Chen said. That Little Doe swallowed up the stone, and that's when the nightmare started. When Little Doe swallowed the array stone, the restriction front of the cave disappeared. The whole valley seemed to come alive. The strong antiquity aura burst out instantly, and then the spirit beast ran out and attacked them. Fortunately, Old Bai was quick to respond. He lifted up the ball, buckled the remaining half of the stone from its mouth and put it back. However, those things in the caves came alive, and only half of the suppressing stones remained, and the suppression on them became less. Now those spirit beasts had been attacking the restriction in front of the cave, wanting to rush out. Later, they found that injecting spiritual power into the incomplete array stone could increase the restriction in front of the cave, so they took turns to inject spiritual power there. And like the ones running around after Nine and the others, they were the antiquity spirit beasts that ran out at the very beginning. Since Little Doe can let you in, why don't you let it take you out? Should those spirit beasts not pass through the restriction? Little 7 asked. Everyone wanted to leave, but we discovered that an invisible net appeared on the top of the sinkhole, and that net locked the spirit beasts and the valley master underneath. We can't get down, nor can they get up. Shi Chen said, the people below are taking turns inputting spiritual power, but the input spiritual power is not proportional to the supplement, and it will not be long before everyone runs out of spiritual power. Sima Yu was silent, unable to go down or up, which was really a headache. How many people are up there? Besides us, there are dozens more. Because there are more spirit beasts who catched up to us, so we did not gather together, but chose to flee separately. This would also disperse the spirit beasts a bit. Nine said. Yu, what shall we do now? Little 7 asked. Sima Yu took out the scroll, took a look at it, and asked, how strong is the spirit beast that came up? Compared to those chasing you? About the same. Nine said. Sima Yu thought for a while and said, Floey, Little Dream, you guys take this, and Shi Chen and the others go to rescue the others. Nine and I will go to that hole to have a look. Do you still know where that place is? Seeing Sima Yu looking at him, Nine nodded. That place was very easy to find, and it left him such a deep impression that he would never forget it. Let's go, let's split up. Little Dream and Floey, after you guys find everyone, follow them back here. If you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Rather, contact me, understand? Sima Yu told Floey and Little Dream. We understand. Little Dream nodded. At this time, she was not the previous she, and both her mind and strength had risen a lot. Then, you guys be careful. You too. Floey and Little Dream followed Shi Chen and the others, holding the scroll to rescue the others. Sima Yu patted Nine, who looked at Little Dream in a daze, and said, let's go, too. Boss, how does this Little Dream feel different from before? Nine kept up with Sima Yu and asked as they hurried to the sinkhole. When someone remembers their past experiences, they naturally become a different person. Sima Yu said, why are you interested in Little Dream's affairs? Isn't it because I saw her in a coma before, so that when I see her again, I will compare her to the previous her? What did she remember, boss, can you tell me? Nine said. Just focus on reaching our destination. If you inquire into Little Dream's personal affairs, she will make you regret it later. Sima Yu said. Nine rubbed his nose, but he wanted to see how he would regret it. Sima Yu followed Nine for a long time and came to the sinkhole they were talking about. This is the place. Nine said, boss, look. With that, he picked up a stone and threw it down, but as soon as it flew on top of the sinkhole, it was blocked. Net flashed in the air, and then disappeared again. It's really like a net. Little 7 said, what exactly is it? This should have been placed by the Emperor after he discovered these antiquity spirit beasts. Sima Yu said, I don't know why those spirit beasts were trapped in the sinkhole, and they might come alive at any time. In order to prevent them from coming out to harm people, he arranged a formation or enchantment at the entrance of the cave, suppressed it with the thing eaten by Little Doe, and arranged such a thing in the air. Once the lower array is destroyed, the upper one will be activated. Yes, that's what they also guessed. Nine said, but if this is not opened, they will not be able to get out. But if this is opened, those antiquity spirit beasts may run out again, and I don't know whether the external restriction can stop them. So the best way is to keep them from going out. Sima Yu said. Then what are we going to do? Sima Yu stood on the edge of the sinkhole and observed for a while, then suddenly took a step into the air. And as she stood up, that net-like pattern appeared under her feet, blocking her outside. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Yu, be careful. Little Seven noticed the net was releasing energy. She called out to Sima Yu. Sima Yu turned and jumped away when she felt the energy fluctuation and stopped midair. Heavenly net. Qing Yi said. Qing Yi, what did you say? Little Seven asked. This is the heavenly net. Qing Yi said. A kind of net formed by the power of heaven and earth. Once trapped inside, unless the person who arranged the heavenly net, they cannot get out. Wouldn't Brother Feng and them be in danger? Little Seven's eyes widened. Can they come out from the ground? Qing Yi shook his head. The heavenly net covers the entire range of ground and even underground. Heavens! What should we do then? Nie was stunned. Then the disciples of the valley would just. There must be a way. Sima Yu murmured. All things are complementary to each other. Even if it is by the power of heaven and earth, there must be a solution. Qing Yi was startled. He didn't expect Sima Yu to say this. He admired her agility and wit. You are right. There is indeed a way to break it. Really? What is it? Qing Yi, tell us. Little Seven urged. Originally there wasn't one. But your Tao and spirit realm are the exact nemesis of the heavenly net. Qing Yi replied. Can this be broken with my spirit realm? Sima Yu asked. It's not to break it. It doesn't affect you. Qing Yi explained further, your spirit realm and your Tao is like the power of heaven and earth, which is similar to the heavenly net. As long as it recognizes you, you can go down and then bring them out smoothly by putting them into your spirit realm. Is this all? Little Seven asked. Don't think it's easy. Qing Yi patted Little Seven on the head, regarding her like a child again. Although they are taking advantage of the power of heaven and earth, the difference is at large. It won't be easy for her to get the approval of the heavenly net. Then let's try. Sima Yu flew to the edge of the sinkhole. She sat cross-legged, released her spirit realm, and then summoned her 12 golden characters to merge with the spirit realm. The edge of the spirit realm approached the top of the sinkhole, slowly coming close to the heavenly net. The heavenly net immediately blocked it with a bursts of white light. At this time, the 12 golden characters that were integrated with the spirit realm glowed with golden light, merged with the white light and began to confront each other. Can this work? Little Seven asked. It's up to her if she can do it. Qing Yi smirked. He was quite confident in Sima Yu. Nie stood by the side. He was worried about the situation below. He helplessly walked back and forth constantly. He felt extreme anxiety. He took out a Sun Mother stone and contacted Feng Ji and them. Big brother, are you all right? Old Sixth. Where are you? Feng Ji and the group had not heard from the above for the past 2 days. Now they contacted Nie, they were excited. I'm fine, the spirit beasts that were hunting us are all dead. Nie said. How are you all? Fortunately, we can hold on for a while more. But if we can't think of something. Big brother, don't worry, boss is here and currently thinking of a way above. As long as we open the heavenly net, you all will be fine. Nie comforted. Boss? You said boss is here? These people who had been listless heard Sima Yu was here, they felt energized. Yes. Nie confirmed. Boss is trying to open the heavenly net above. You guys hold on for a few more days. As long as boss succeeds, everyone will be safe. When did boss come? Deputy Valley Master is here. We have hope. That's right. Everyone hold on for a bit longer. If you run out of spirit power, take the pills to recover them gradually. Kong Xiang Yi grabbed Shimin Feng's hands excitedly. Feng, it is Yu is here. You must have contacted her the last time you tried. Shimin Feng was very happy. There was finally hope. It was not in vain that he exhausted his spirit power and was injured. But, the thing above didn't respond when we all attacked it. Yu is alone. How can she open it? Bai Sheng was still worried. Little Seven jumped over. Old Bai, don't worry. Although the heavenly net is a bit hard to break. Yu has a way to deal with it. It only takes a little time. Little Seven and Sima Yu had always been inseparable. Hearing her voice was seeing Sima Yu here, their hearts became firmer. How is she going to break it? Little Seven felt her posture speaking was uncomfortable. She simply took the Sun Mother stone from Nie hand and sat on the ground to explain to everyone. This heavenly net is a net that uses the power of heaven and earth to be set. It was originally very powerful. As long as the people locked inside except those who set up the heavenly net, no one can escape out of it. Listening to Little Seven, everyone felt bitter. It was so powerful. But thinking it over, there were many antiquity beasts locked here. At the same time, back then this was not an immortal land. Once it opened, what kind of disaster would strike the outside world? In fact, it was expected that the heavenly net would trap them. But with such a powerful heavenly net, how were they going to get out? Little Seven guessed their thoughts and continued, are you all really worried now? If there's no Yu, you need to be worried, but with Yu, there's nothing to worry. Didn't you say that no one can open it except the person who arranged it? Kong Xiang-yi asked. Sister Xiang-yi, you have to believe that all things are arrangements in the dark. Little Seven still played along. If it was a few months ago, you and you all were locked here together, there would be no hope. But now, this is not a problem. Why? What could change in a few months? Because Yu has comprehended her Tao during the period of separation. And it is related to the heavenly Tao. She also comprehended her spirit realm. Little Seven exclaimed proudly. This is closely related to the heavenly net. Now she's trying to establish connection with the heavenly net. As long as the connection is successful, she can bring you all out. She actually comprehended her Tao. She also comprehended her spirit realm, which only a paragon rank could do. There was an uproar in the sinkhole. Their deputy valley master was simply extraordinary, but it was precisely because of this that they had the hope of surviving. They liked this aspect of her. Time ticked by and passed on like this for several days. Previous chapter. When Little Dream and Floey brought over the others from the valley, they witnessed Sima Yu sitting on the edge of the sinkhole. She was trying to fuse control of the spirit realm and heavenly net. Little Dream, you are back. Little Seven waved at Little Seven and Floey, inviting them to fly over. Are you all right? We're fine. What is you doing? Little Seven explained to them about the heavenly net. As a result, everyone waited together. Inside the sinkhole, the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Valley Master, everyone's spirit power is almost exhausted. This thing requires too much spirit power, and we are unable to support it. Although Sima Yu was currently thinking of a solution, if time became too late, even if she opened the heavenly net, they would already be buried in the bellies of these spirit beasts. Everyone understood this. The atmosphere in the sinkhole dropped to another low point. Shimonli, who sat beside Shiman Feng, felt guilty. Her tears poured out. I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, no one would be trapped here. Lear, it's not your fault. Shiman Feng comforted. If it weren't for my order, this wouldn't have happened. That's right, Miss Lear. You can't blame yourself for this. Everyone didn't know what's going on. Shimonli was different from her sister and brother. Shiman Feng was cold and Yu was abnormal. Only this little girl who was cute and sensible gets along with everyone. People could help but pity her. Sometimes they thought, how could Sima Yu and Shiman Feng have such a pure and lovely sister? Shouldn't she also be dark and abnormal like her sister and brother? Although this matter started because of her, everyone didn't blame her. After all, this was their own choice, and no one forced them. That's right, Miss Lear. Don't blame yourself. But the more they were like this, the more Shimonli blamed herself. Ow, hey, it hurts. This guy can talk. Everyone gathered around and looked at the little doe curiously. The current little doe was no longer what it used to be. Just like its name, it was a white little doe, especially after eating the stone. It became whiter. Little doe, you brought everyone down. Do you have a way to bring everyone out? Little doe pretended to be dead as if it didn't utter anything just now. Little doe. Shimonli was angry. She kneaded Little doe into various shapes with both hands. Little doe still didn't say anything. Little doe, if you act this way again, I will terminate the contract between us. Little doe still ignored her. This little girl was spoiled while growing up. But she didn't know that the more pure one's temperament was, the more crazy things they would do because of self-blame. Seeing Little doe was still indifferent, Shimonli began to terminate her contract with Little doe. Little doe saw she was serious and was shocked. She shouted, oh, I know. Don't be angry. Shimonli stopped. You're not going to pretend to be dead? Cough, cough, not pretending, not pretending. Little doe suddenly expressed her stance. At the same time, she thought to herself, although this girl looked innocent, her cruel temperament was really like her sister. Then do you have a way to go out? This is the heavenly net, what can I do? Valley Master, everyone can't hold any longer. Everyone was continuously inputting spirit power into the stone. Many of them were already exhausted. Once their last bit of spirit power got exhausted, the antiquity spirit beasts locked in the cave would rush out, then they looked up at the intertwined white light and golden light. After so many days, they were afraid that they would not be able to see the heavenly net opened. Roar. They could hear the roar of the spirit beasts. At the entrance of the cave, they sensed the restriction was weakening. They constantly charged at the spirit barrier. Shimonli's face turned pale in fright. If everyone died, how could she forgive? Oh, didn't I say to stop crying? Little doe said helplessly, watching Shimonli sobbing harder. I said there was no way to take them up. But I didn't say there was no way to relieve the current situation. Everyone caught on the last sentence and glanced over. Little doe, what's your plan? It glanced at the person who was inputting spirit power and was condensing less and less spirit power. Seeing that the spirit power was about to be exhausted, it sighed, flew out of Shimonli's arms and fell on the stone with a slap, wrapping around it. Everyone was stunned by its behavior. Thinking that it was about to eat the other half of the stone, they were just about to stop it when they noticed the caves turn quiet. Now, tell that ruthless woman that I can only support it for 2 days. Little doe snorted. If she doesn't break the heavenly net in 2 days, you can't blame me anymore. Anyways, when the spirit beasts come out, they wouldn't dare touch it. Everyone's hanging heart suddenly fell. Although 2 days wasn't a long time, it was hope. Feng Zhi contacted NINE and them and explained the situation here. NINE was anxious. Because he couldn't go urge Sima Yu, he felt his body was being burned. Sima Yu heard what was said. Knowing that time waits for no one, but the heavenly net was like a bull, unwilling to cooperate and refusing to give her way. When she heard the following situation, she became angry as well. She poured out her divine sense and minimized her spirit realm. She pressed it against the heavenly net. I don't care who set you up, or if you had the power of heaven and earth, if you don't open up for me today, I will burn you into ashes. Sima Yu released crimson flame. Using his fire, she merged them with the 12 golden characters. The power of the flames increased greatly, and the space began to burn and become distorted. The heavenly net had been here for many years. It had developed its own intelligence, so it could fight with Sima Yu for so many days. But in the face of this flame, it felt scared, a kind of yielding to a more powerful power than itself. Its heart was crying. It clearly was the darling of heaven and earth. Why was there something more powerful than it? Sima Yu didn't know of the heavenly net's inner wailing. She only knew that she had forcibly merged her golden characters with the crimson flame's fire. Now it was breaking apart her body. If this guy still did not give in, she didn't know how long she would last. Cracks appeared in her internal organ, her bones shattered inch by inch, and her flesh started to show cracks. Are you going to give way or not? Her voice was soft, but it was firm. The heavenly net's little heart couldn't bear it. All right, I'll give way. Why are you so fierce? The heavenly net opened a small hole. Sima Yu's spirit realm immediately entered, enclosing the entire sinkhole. Little Seven and the others' tears fall when they see Sima Yu like this. But they did not cry out loud in order to not disturb her. People of the Heartbreak Valley were moved when they saw Sima Yu covered in blood. How could they meet someone else and be treated the same? Up. Sima Yu stored the spirit realm and brought out all the people inside. Roar. When Little Doe left, she brought the remaining half of the stone as well. The moment the erase stone left, the restrictions outside the caves disappeared automatically, and the spirit beasts all catched up. Fortunately, the heavenly net was powerful and a silver light slashed down. The spirit beasts who were close on them were slashed back. The moment the spirit realm exited, the heavenly net immediately closed. Even if the spirit beasts flew from behind couldn't get out of the sinkhole. Puff. After Sima Yu brought out the people of the Heartbreak Valley. She could no longer support the spirit realm. She passed out after coughing up blood. As soon as her spirit realm shattered, the people of Heartbreak Valley appeared on top of the sinkhole. Yu. Little Seven and the others rushed over, wanting to hold the Sima Yu who fainted. Even the crimson flame couldn't help appearing. He stood beside her with a frown. The shouts on one side awakened the people who were immersed in joy. They looked over and saw Sima Yu lying in Little Dream's arms covered in blood. They all flew over. Her white skirt was soaked in blood. The red patches filled their vision. Sister. Boss. Yu. Although they didn't know what happened, they knew why she was like this. It was to save them all. Now they all came out. They didn't expect to see her like this. Quickly give Yu the healing pill. No, she is gravely injured. I don't think the pill will work. Little Seven exclaimed. Use my essence blood. Little Seven pierced her finger and opened Sima Yu's hand to put the blood in. But she was stopped midair before she touched the lips. Qing Yi grabbed Little Seven's hand and wiped her finger with his right hand. The wound disappeared. Qing Yi. Little Seven looked at him with tears. Qing Yi sighed when she saw her panicking. With me here, don't be afraid. Don't hurt yourself. He cut his hand and squeezed out a drop of golden blood. He opened Sima Yu's mouth and dripped it in. Qing Yi's blood was filled with vitality. For healing, his essence blood was even better than Little Seven. There was no need for Sima Yu to swallow. The essence blood contained vitality. It ran through every part of her body along her meridians and began to repair her body. At the same time, her divine devil physique also started healing, repairing her body together with the vitality aura. Her condition slowly stabilized. What happened just now? How did she suffer such a grace injury? Little Seven and the others were not in the mood to explain to everyone. So Nie explained all the things Sima Yu had done in the past few days. When talking about the latter, his eyes were red. The rest were about the other disciples who were rescued by Little Dream and them. Although they could feel Sima Yu's care for them. It was far less shocking than seeing her doing this in person. Deputy Valley Master. Boss. Sima Yu was in a coma right now. So she couldn't see them all with red eyes. But their conviction increased. Why is the Deputy Valley Master wearing a skirt? Someone finally noticed it. Boss is a woman, so there's nothing weird about wearing a skirt. Deputy Valley Master is a woman? That can't be. Oh my god. Although they didn't want to admit it, the current appearance of Sima Yu explained everything. This discovery stunned them. Unexpectedly, the person who made them follow her desperately turned out to be a woman. She is a female, so we should call her Young Miss instead of Young Master? Probably, yeah. Young Miss is really amazing. She's worthy of being my king's contract master. When the four-winged rocks saw Crimson Fire, they couldn't help but kneel down. Crimson Fire only glanced at them once, only one glance, caused the bewildered Sparrowhawk clan and Egret clan to kneel down. Lord Divine Bird, the true king of their bird race. Sima Yu didn't let the people of Heartbreak Valley follow them when she helped Shui Qing Man give birth in the Little Realm. So they never saw Crimson Flame before. Now this suddenly appeared, it really scared them. Get up. Crimson Flame said lightly. He turned away from them and looked at Sima Yu's situation. The Sparrowhawk and Egret clan members recalled how the four-winged rocks knelt down first. They were not surprised by Crimson Flame's identity. They grabbed the people beside them and asked, you already knew the king appeared? The members of Four-Winged Rock clan blinked, admitting. God, you already knew. Why didn't you tell us? Our king didn't want us to say. So we didn't say. Otherwise the king will be angry and that would be serious. I see. Wow, I need to properly digest these two news. Me too. The people of Heartbreak Valley noticed that the bird clans were abnormal. They became curious of Sima Yu's contract beast beside her. They had witnessed the bird races weren't like this when they see Little Rock. It indicated that this person was even more powerful than Little Rock. Sima Yu rubbed her eyebrows and groaned. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Her sudden movement made the hearts of people agitated. But after this murmur, there was no movement. Yu? Sister. But no matter how they shouted, Sima Yu didn't respond. She is badly injured. Even if there is my blood, it will still take a day or two to recover. She won't wake up so early. Qing Yi said. While being worried here, how about having her lie down on something more comfortable? That's right. Let's set up a tent for Yu. Little Seven said, let us do it. Shimin Feng and Shimin Li set up a tent for Sima Yu on the spot. Then Crimson Flame picked her up and put her on the bed. Little Seven, Little Dream and them stay beside her. Shimin Li was also sitting aside. When she looked at her pale face, she felt guilty. This was all because of her. How could she forgive herself? Sister, you must get better soon. She wanted to hold Sima Yu's hand. But because it was covered in scars, she didn't dare to touch it. Shimin Feng stood at the entrance. He couldn't bear to look at Sima Yu like this. It reminded him of what happened back then. He turned around and went outside. He looked at the spirit beasts that kept attacking the heavenly net below. Valley Master, look, these spirit beasts are much uglier than the spirit beasts then. The people of Heartbreak Valley were looking at the spirit beasts in the heavenly net. I don't know who sealed them here. Why didn't they just kill them? Bai Sheng asked. I'm curious about which emperor set up the heavenly net. It's really amazing. Shimin Feng glanced down at the ugly spirit beasts. Something must have happened before, for this to appear. But these have nothing to do with us. When she gets better, we will leave here. Valley Master, how is boss? Nine asked. Under stable recovery. Shimin Feng replied. Although these things happened, fortunately everyone has gained something. Although this time was a thrill ride, everyone had advanced. Some even went up by 2 levels. For people of their level, it wasn't easy to accomplish. How many people who couldn't even rise by a level for decades were there? But they advanced as soon as they came. It was not easy. Shimin Feng looked at spirit beasts and remained silent. He didn't know what had happened before for there to be so many ancient spirit beasts to survive and still were awake. Fortunately, they were now in the immortal land. After they leave, no matter what would happen in here, it was not going to affect their lives. If it was outside in the continent, these spirit beasts would give people headaches. Everyone waited for a day. 1 day later, Sima Yu finally woke up. Yu, you're awake. Little Seven noticed Sima Yu wake up. She suddenly became energetic. Yu. Little Dream and others gathered around. Sister, how do you feel? Sima Yu frowned. My whole body hurts. All the bones in your body broke, your internal organs were torn apart, and your muscles were strained, so the pain is normal. Qing Yi replied. It is not bad, you actually woke up in 1 day. Although Sima Yu was in a coma, she knew his essence blood was in her body. She gratefully said, thank you. I don't want Little Seven to waste her essence blood. Qing Yi said. No matter what the subjective reason is, on the objective side, you help me. Sima Yu weakly smiled. Sister, you are still seriously injured now. Don't talk so much. Shimin Li urged. Sima Yu looked at her red eyes. Why are your red eyes like a rabbit? Have you been crying hard for the past few days? Sister, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. I will accept any punishment from you. Shimin Li bit her lower lip and said with self-accusation. This thing really did start because of you. I don't think you're feeling well these 2 days. So I'm not going to punish you. As for how Fenger and them deal with it, I don't care. However, I will punish the real culprit. Little dough in Shimin Li's body shrank its neck subconsciously. Wasn't this ruthless woman talking about itself? No, I can't be blamed for this matter. It's all because these humans wanted to increase their strength. It was not its fault, not her fault. Little dough, are you coming out yourself or have Lear throw you out? Sima Yu's cold voice cruelly broke her self-comfort. This ruthless woman was really looking for her trouble. I'll count to 3, if you don't come out. Sima Yu threatened. Maybe she was frightened by her. Before she even started counting, Little dough came out of Shimin Li's body. Smart, kind-hearted, strong, beautiful, and lovely Yu, what can I do for you? As soon as Little dough came out, she hugged Sima Yu's leg and began to flatter her. Sima Yu frowned. Little Dream grabbed Little dough and threw it outside. Little dough sludged in from outside and wanted to hug Sima Yu's legs again. Little Dream did not raise her eyelids as she reproached, you're hurting Sima Yu. It meant that if it dared to come over, it would be thrown out again. Little dough stopped at a distance of 10 centimeters from Sima Yu then obediently went beside Shimin Li. It was acting very cute now, so she shouldn't want to punish it now, right? It was said that women like cute things. By acting cute, a woman's heart will melt from it. Hopefully this trick was useful to this ruthless woman. When Kong Xiang Yi saw such an obedient little doe who had acted arrogantly inside the sinkhole, she pursed her lips. It turned out this guy was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Sima Yu would not be fooled by this little doe's pretense. It was far worse than little Roar acting cute. When she wanted to get up, little Seven and little Dream immediately supported her with pillows. She looked at little doe with a cold face. You already knew what was below here, right? Little doe shook its head in denial. She had to be kidding, why would it admit it? If it admitted everything, the ruthless woman would pull its skin off. But seeing Sima Yu's penetrating gaze, its head drooped, nodding slowly eventually. As expected, you knew. Sima Yu sneered. So you planned all this? Let everyone help you absorb all those spirit power and have them become your scapegoat. Her voice was getting colder and harsher. Everyone in the room was shocked, especially Shimonli and Little Doe. No, it's not that like that. Little Doe quickly denied. Otherwise it would be dealt with by this ruthless woman. Sima Yu didn't believe it. She shot out a ball of crimson flames fire. Really, then tell me what are you? Previous. Little Doe stared at the flame in Sima Yu's hand. It shrank back and said, you're injured. Don't play with fire now. Then do you know who you are now? Sima Yu played with the flames. Are you willing to tell the truth? If you don't, Little Seven, I haven't made a baked little dough for you yet, right? It tastes good too, do you want to eat it? Sure, as long as you makes it, it's all delicious. Little Seven echoed. Little Doe shrank back, looking at Sima Yu. It didn't look like she was joking. That, I'll say. You put away the flames first. Let's talk nicely, okay? If you get hurt again, everyone will be worried again, right? Ha ha ha. It said nervously with a wry smile. It's no problem. I can bear this bit of flame. Sima Yu retorted. Are you going to say, or not? Say, I'll say right now. Little Doe sneaked a glance at the crimson flame's flame. It was crying in its heart. Ruthless woman, bullying it because of its low strength. If it was strong, much stronger, it would definitely make her crawl underneath its feet. Then quickly say it. My patience is limited. Sima Yu yelled. What are you? Shimonli looked down at Little Doe. She also didn't know Little Doe's identity. Little Doe felt more aggrieved after being yelled by Sima Yu. Its body moved, limbs grew, and a head grew with facial features. A tiger? Little Seven watched Little Doe. What is a tiger pretending for? I'm not a tiger. Little Doe protested. A white tiger. If you're not a tiger, then what are you? Are you saying you're the white tiger of the 4 divine beasts? Little Seven poked her neck. I'm not the white tiger. Little Doe, who was originally proud of its identity. But when it thought of Sima Yu's vermilion bird beside her, it didn't feel as proud. You're not a tiger, not the white tiger, then what are you? Sima Yu asked softly while playing with flames. Little Doe twisted its body and another head grew beside her head and another head grew on the other side. Little Seven blinked. She glanced at Little Doe and cried out in surprise, You're not a tiger, but a monster. I am not a monster. Little Doe felt hurt. It really wasn't a monster. You have 3 heads. What are you if not a monster? Little Seven snorted. I'm not a monster. If you keep saying I'm a monster, I will bite you. After the 3 heads of Little Doe appeared together, its voice became a bit scary. It was a pity that people here were not all experienced people. This kind of aura did not scare them. It's the ancient divine beast, Lu Wu star. Qing Yi said. Asterisk Chinese mythological beast with the face of a human and the body of a tiger. FYI, it has 9 faces and 9 tails. Little Doe turned to look at Qing Yi. It didn't expect someone to recognize it. How many heads have you grown? When Qing Yi didn't speak, everyone didn't sense his existence. Everyone looked at him when he spoke. Speaking of its heads, Little Doe put away its 3 heads and twisted its body once more. Its 4 limbs were gone and it had returned to its original appearance of Little Doe. I haven't completely transformed. It looked forlorn. So you're still a Little Doe right now? Sima Yu remarked. Qing Yi, what kind of beast is Lu Wu? Is it strong? Little Seven asked. When it has 9 heads, it is very powerful. Without it, it's just average. Qing Yi explained. Isn't that same as 1,000 resonance? After he grows 9 tails, he will be a real 9-tailed spirit fox. Little Seven said. We know who you are now. Then Little Doe, now say why did you fool everyone to come here? Sima Yu said. I didn't fool everyone to come here. Didn't everyone find opportunities? Little Doe replied without confidence. Are you sure that is your response? As soon as Little Doe met Sima Yu's gaze, it felt even less confident. It was afraid she would throw the flames in her hand at it, so it honestly confessed, I felt there was an antiquity aura here, so I led them here. I didn't expect that there would be so many ancient spirit beasts here. I also didn't know there was a heavenly net above. Do you really don't know or are you pretending? Sima Yu interrogated. I really don't know. I can swear. Little Doe said. I had thought, if they could absorb the spirit power and gain strength, I could get what I want. Isn't that a win-win situation? Who knew that those spirit power and those things were to suppress those spirit beasts? I didn't expect that a few of them would escape before the heavenly net activated. Really? Really? Little Doe nodded vigorously. My starting point was good, but I didn't consider the things afterwards. What did you want? That array stone? Sima Yu asked. That's not an ordinary array stone, it's a source stone which contains antiquity aura. As long as I digested it, I will surely grow an extra head. Little Doe said. Speaking of it, you said that you can transform into a long time ago. Why hadn't you successfully transformed and you're still absorbing Lier spirit power? Huh? Sima Yu narrowed her eyes. Tell me, if I find out you lied to me, what would I do to you? Braised in soy sauce? Deep fried in oil? Fried? Barbecue or hot pot? Each word she mentioned made Little Doe's body shake. It felt the surrounding temperature drop by 1 point. I didn't lie to you. Hey, you are so wise and brilliant, a smart person, how dare I lie to you? Little Doe said dogmatically. Then what's going on with you? Why haven't you successfully transformed? Aren't I trying to improve Lier and myself? Little Doe said. The later I transform, the stronger I will be after transforming. I said I can transform, but it's just with 1 head. If I can transform with 4 or 5 heads, when I transform, my talent will be even higher after transforming. Lier can also gain more power. Sima Yu didn't know if it was telling the truth, so she looked at Qing Yi for help. Since Qing Yi could recognize Little Doe's identity, he should know, right? Qing Yi nodded, indicating there was such a thing. Alright, I will believe you for the time being. Sima Yu said. Since I am aware of the situation, I need to go think about how to punish you. Little Doe shrank its body towards Shimonly and said weakly, I said it was not on purpose. You'll still need to be punished. Sima Yu stated. Then how are you going to punish me? Little Doe shrank into a small ball, obviously frightened. Previous chapter. Shimonly lowered her head and sat on the deck, waiting anxiously with Little Doe for Sima Yu to proclaim their sentence. Although she was also very angry with Little Doe, she was still with Little Doe. If Big Sis really wanted to punish Little Doe, she would be punished together with him. Little Doe was incomparably afraid, it could sense Shimonly's thoughts and its heart warmed up considerably. It just didn't know how this evil woman was going to deal with it. One really has no choice but to bow their head when their head was on their chopping block. It was too pathetic. However, after waiting for such a long time, she still didn't say anything. Was she wondering how to get rid of it? After waiting for such a long time, it grew more and more afraid. Sob, this evil woman was just too evil. Just as everyone thought that Sima Yu was about to maliciously pronounce its sentence, she withdrew instead, saying, I'm tired. I'll leave Fenger to dish out the punishment. Lier, take it to your second brother. Shimonly and Little Doe raised their heads at the same time. By what she said, did that mean she didn't blame them anymore? Could it be that the evil woman had changed for the better? Little Doe thought in its heart. However, when it saw Sima Yu's pale expression, it realized that she really was just tired. Alright then, this was even better. That ice-cold second brother was actually a lot more reasonable than that tiger lady. Then, Big Sis, you should rest well. I'll bring Little Doe to second brother. Shimonly said. Let's go. Sima Yu said as she closed her eyes. After Shimonly hugged Little Doe and left, Kong Xiangyi finally opened her mouth to ask, you really don't want to punish them? Sima Yu opened her eyes, I don't have the energy to do that right now. So why did you put on that scary act to scare that little guy? Isn't that because I'm worried about Lier? As an older sister, you're already like this, it's worrying too. Once you and Fenger get married, I'll be your sister-in-law. Sima Yu closed her eyes once again, but she still felt really bad. Kong Xiangyi saw the way she was acting and stopped bantering, saying, you should go back and rest. You don't have to bother yourself with the other things. Sima Yu gave a light reply before going to sleep. Although she wouldn't be lucid while she slept, her divine devil physique would kick itself into action. As to how Shimin Feng would punish them, actually, she wasn't worried in the least. Qing Yi looked at Sima Yu and his gaze changed. He was slowly beginning to accept her. 2 days had already passed by the time Sima Yu woke up. This time, she had recovered quite a bit. Qing Yi, your life energy is truly useful. If not for it, I would not have been able to recover so quickly. Based on your physique, you would have been able to heal after a short while anyway. But without you, I wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly. She went into the spirit pagoda then came out immediately. When she appeared, she had already changed into a skirt and looked a lot more energized. Kong Xiangyi came in and saw her wearing a long skirt. I've been so used to seeing you dressed in male clothes that it feels a little strange to see you in a long skirt. Then you just need to see me in it a few more times. You'll be wearing female clothes from now on. Since others already found out, there's no more meaning in wearing male garb. That's good too. A lady should dress herself up beautifully. You shouldn't just wear male clothes all day. You sound like senior sister. Oh right, the restriction wasn't lifted, so how did you come in here? Xian Qiu he helped me come in. Senior sister and the others are waiting outside. Sima Yu said, if there is nothing else, we can head out. They'll worry if we take any longer. Alright, I'll go notify everyone else and get them to call everyone back. I'll head out with you. Sima Yu appeared outside. When the men from Heartbreak Valley saw that she had awoken, they all came out. Deputy Valley Master, you're finally awake. Deputy Valley Master, thank you for saving us. Bai Sheng looked at Sima Yu and asked, are you feeling better? I'm alright now. Sima Yu said, why are you all waiting here for me instead of going around to look for treasure? Fu Yi and the others went ahead so we're waiting here. We kept a lookout for any weird beasts in the meantime. Did you see anything? We did. What did you see? The spirit beasts from the ancient times are a lot uglier than the ones now. Sima Yu looked pointedly at Nine. He was the one who spoke earlier. Alright, everyone should pack up. Once the others return, we'll leave this place. Sima Yu announced. Then we'll go ahead and keep the tents away. Those people dispersed, leaving her and Bai Sheng behind on the cliff. I've never ever seen them reveal their true emotions before. Bai Sheng looked at the men who had smiles hanging on their faces. You've brought these people back to life. I'm guessing that even if it were the entire of Bloodfiend City, they would stand together for your sake. Sima Yu smiled. Old Bai, you really think highly of me. You have the ability and charm for it. Bai Sheng said, this is something that I'd never thought of before. I'm lucky now, to be able to journey with you all. I am glad as well to have you helping us. Sima Yu sighed, without you, Heartbreak Valley would not have risen to this height. They smiled at each other, it was as if they had found an intimate friend. The ancient beasts are like that, will anything happen? With the heavenly net in place, they won't be able to come out. They will probably spend their entire lives trapped in there. Huh. That's so pitiful. Little Seven said, they didn't do anything, but they have to spend their entire lives trapped in there. If it were me, I would have gone crazy. Yu, can we take them out with us? Sima Yu looked at the spirit beasts in the mountains and furrowed her eyebrows, saying, these spirit beasts are too evil. If we release them, they might only cause danger to everyone. What if we take it all with us? Little Seven asked, as long as there is time, we can slowly tame each one of them. Sima Yu looked at Little Seven with confusion, asking, this isn't like you, just what are you planning? Hee. Little Seven grinned, wasn't I just thinking of how they hurt you? If we can tame them properly, I'll be able to torture them bit by bit and help you vent your anger. Sima Yu was really happy that Little Seven thought this way, but she still walked off without doing anything, without even starting on how difficult it would be to handle Heavenly Net. Even if they had the time to do it, she didn't want to release them all. Even as Little Seven walked away, she kept looking back at Heavenly Net. It was as if she really wanted to take them back with her. When they came to the front of the restricted area, Little Doe opened it and everyone came out. The men from Heartbreak Valley appeared once again, and everyone couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They finally appeared. Sima Yu came out and saw Jiang Jun Xian, Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao Xiao along with the men from the Xian Qiu clan. However, she didn't catch sight of Shi Qian Ji or Shi Qiu Shuang. Wait here for me for a while. Sima Yu told Shimen Feng and the others before walking over to Xian Qiu He. She came in front of him, took out the Bodhi leaf and handed it to him. Thank you. She was truly grateful to him. If he had not sent her in, Shimen Feng and the others would never have been able to return. Xian Qiu He took the Bodhi leaf and said, to be able to have helped you has given me joy as well. It is good that those from Heartbreak Valley are well. Although he didn't know what went on in there, he believed that it was because of her that they managed to come out alive. If you ever need any help in the future, I, Yu, will definitely neither run nor hide. Sima Yu said. If I really do need your help in the future, I really won't hold back either. Xian Qiu He said, since you're all okay now, we'll take our leave. Please do. Xian Qiu He led his Xian Qiu clan away. Only then did Sima Yu turn to Han Miao Shuang and the others to ask, where's Qiu Shuang and the others? Someone came earlier to say that there were those pretending to be from the mythical dragon clan were trying to kill other sect members again. Shi Qian Ji and Shi Qiu Shuang went to settle it. Han Miao Shuang said. Why didn't you go with them, then? Sima Yu turned to Jiang Jun Xian. Wasn't he also a part of the mythical dragon clan? His position was rather high too. I've never bothered with the clan's issues before. Jiang Jun Xian said, as for that little issue, the two of them are more than enough to deal with it. I think you're worried about senior sister. Jiang Jun Xian didn't deny it either. This guy really just enjoyed teasing them, there was no need to bother himself with it. He leaned on Han Miao Shuang and then fell back to sleep. Sima Yu saw that he closed his eyes and was pretending to be asleep, and smiled lightly. It had been a while since she had seen him like that. Deputy Valley Master, what should we do now? Someone from Heartbreak Valley asked. I think this place has already been searched enough, those places which are accessible to others will have been scoured many times over. Sima Yu asked the scarlet bees that were on the outside to find out how things were. However, weren't there many places that nobody had gone before? She looked at Little Doe, saying, didn't you take everyone into the restricted area? You should take everyone for a walk around. You still want to go? That's right. Since there's treasure, why would we not go look for it? It'll be fine as long as it's not like how it was before. However, I don't have that much ability anymore. Little Doe said. I haven't finished ingesting the other half of the stone, so I won't have the ability to bring so many in with me. No problem, you don't have to take them all. You just have to bring me in. Her smile caused Little Doe to shudder. Such a terrifying evil woman. Shimen Li touched her nose speechlessly. Her older sister was obviously very gentle. Why did Little Doe constantly refer to her as an evil woman? When she saw Little Doe's reaction, Sima Yu pulled it out from Shimen Li's embrace, saying, just take it as the punishment meted out to you. But Shimen Feng has already punished us. Little Doe refuted, didn't you say that you wouldn't? I said that I didn't have the energy to punish you back then. Sima Yu said, resistance is futile, just do it obediently. Little Doe didn't have arms and legs, so it just twisted around in her grasp. When it saw Sima Yu produce crimson flames fire, it settled down obediently and said reluctantly, fine then. As such, for practically a year, she hugged on to Little Doe in some way or another as they went through all the restricted area. She brought everyone in the little realm, then looked for relatively safe areas with Little Doe before entering. If there was no danger, she would call everyone out to look for treasure. If it was dangerous, the man and beast would retreat. Every time Little Doe tried to refuse, Sima Yu would play with her fireball, forcing that guy to toss back whatever it initially wanted to say. After all these occurrences, Little Doe was even more certain that Sima Yu was an evil woman and was certain that it would have to separate its master from her. This woman was too terrifying. Those who had come for the immortal land had come and gone, and the little island slowly became empty. With the tree of life gone and nothing to look for in the immortal land, there was no longer any meaning for them to stay. They might as well search in other places. 1 year later, Sima Yu led her men from Heartbreak Valley out as well. This was because Xianqiu he had found out news about the Emperor's inheritance and the Heartbreak Valley's men had finished absorbing everything in the holy cultivation ground. The occasional treasure had also been taken by Sima Yu's people. Of course, there were more items in the immortal land along with a few other restricted areas that they hadn't ventured into. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but Little Doe said that there was something scary inside. When she thought of Heavenly Net, she decided to let it go. If there was some kind of terrifying existence inside and they weren't able to deal with it, it would be troublesome. Oh, and everyone from Heartbreak Valley had increased in rank. This was something pretty noteworthy. Little Seven brought everyone back to land on her boat, then got Shimen Feng to take the men of Heartbreak Valley away. Why don't you want to go with your group? Jiang Junxian lazily opened an eye, asking sleepily. They have their fortuitous encounters, as do I. If we go together, we will lose it. Sima Yu said. How do you know that? Lin told me. That was true. Although the men of Heartbreak Valley encountered danger this time, they had profited a lot from it. However, didn't Lin say that there wouldn't be danger? Could it be that he meant that the danger wouldn't be that great because of her intervention to rescue them, leaving them unharmed? No matter what, it was good to reap rewards. After Shimen Feng and the others had left, Sima Yu and Han Miao Shuang left in the same direction. This way, they wouldn't be too far from one another. If anything happened, they would be able to respond quickly. However, Lin's words were not spoken in vain. Later on, once everyone had left Immortal Land, the men from Heartbreak Valley no longer sent out any emergency signal requesting for help. After the group swept the Immortal Land, they returned with huge rewards before it closed. Also, nobody knew why, but the Immortal Land had opened longer than it ever had before. From the time it just opened to when it finally closed, it was about 20 years. This was something that nobody, not even Lin, had expected. Previous chapter. Sima Yu took out a scroll and looked at it. She realized that there were a lot less people on it. Are those from the Zhongzhen clan still alive? Little Seven asked. Old Ape already told us that they're all dead when we left the island. Sima Yu said, you were on the bridge of the ship when he told us, that's why you don't know. Oh, so they're all dead. I wasn't in time to take my revenge. Little Seven sighed with disappointment. You still like fighting so much even though you have Qingyi, what, can't Qingyi manage you? Han Miao Shuang teased. Your mouth is still so sharp even though you have Senior. What, can't Senior manage you? Little Seven immediately refuted. Dash. Han Miao Shuang was stunned. When did this brat learn to react so quickly? She just wanted to tease her, but the tables turned really quickly. Little Seven seemed to have won the battle when she saw Han Miao Shuang's reaction and dashed to Sima Yu's side, asking, Yu, where are we going now? Use your little nose to sniff around. Are there any strange beasts up ahead? Sima Yu said. No way. I'm not a dog. Little Seven huffed. You act similar to one. Sima Yu said with a laugh, come on, try it. Hateful. I'm ignoring you. Little Seven ran to Qingyi, not bothering with her anymore. Haha dash. Everyone burst into laughter. Even though she looked a little older, her personality was still the same. Sima Yu looked at Little Dream, saying, Little Dream, we're going to some places that will be crowded to take a look and see if we will be able to encounter those from the Devil Clan. If we find any of your enemies, we will help you take revenge. Little Dream trembled when she thought of what happened to her in the past. She nodded. If she met them, she would definitely not hesitate to get rid of them. Sima Yu took a look at the scroll and looked for a place with the highest number of dots. She got Halcyon to take everyone there. They flew for quite a few days, but they didn't encounter anybody. They did encounter a few carcasses, though. They died quite miserably. It seems to be the doings of the Devil Clan. Some devil aura still lingers above. They concluded when they inspected the bodies. Little Dream saw those carcasses and her entire person froze. Little Dream, what's wrong? Floey pulled on her sleeve. Little Dream flew beside the carcasses and sniffed it intently. This is the aura of the Devil Wolf Clan. The Devil Wolf Clan. Were they one of those clans back then? Little Seven asked. They were the ones who ran the most number of tests on me. I will never forget their scent. Little Dream clenched her fists tightly, her entire body trembling due to her self-restraint. Sima Yu came to her side and pressed her into her embrace. She gently smoothed her hair and said, you are safe now. Since those people are here, we will dig them out and take revenge on your behalf. That's right. Little Dream, can you sense where they are at now? Little Dream came out from Sima Yu's embrace and shook her head. Let me try. Sima Yu took out the scroll and used her spirit energy to draw the devil aura on the top of their wounds in a circle around the top of the scroll. A few faint dots appeared on the scroll. This scroll is rather useful. Han Miao Shuang cried out with surprise, a great treasure. Junior sister, where did you get this item? Senior brother Ling Yu gave it to me. Sima Yu said. As the holy son of the Sage Pavilion and the previous Devil King, it wasn't strange for him to possess this. Northwest. Little Seven rushed over to where those black dots were clustered. Yu, let's head over there. Sima Yu saw that there were quite a few dots around it and replied, there are more of them here than any other place, and they're concentrated. It seems like some kind of treasure might have appeared over there. Su Xiao said. Sima Yu kept the scroll away and said, since that's the case, we can go take a look. Halcyon flew them for quite a few days before they slowly drew closer to where that place was. In order to stay safe, Sima Yu released many scarlet bees to get them to scout for information. Very quickly, the scarlet bees came back with news to say that quite a few people had gathered. However, it was not to look for treasure, but to secure the location. Secure the location? Everyone was very surprised towards this piece of news. Every single second was important in this wonderland, but these people were not using it to look for fortuitous encounters but to fight with others. However, because there were many strong people there, the scarlet bees were unable to draw near. Hence, they had no idea what was happening. Let's head over and take a look. In order to be more inconspicuous, the group came off Halcyon's back and decided to walk instead. Halcyon turned back into a human and followed after them. There's a dense devil clan aura. Along with the ghost clan. Qing Yi said. Could the humans, devils, and ghosts be fighting? Little Seven was very familiar with these kinds of scenarios. The bees in front of us dare not draw near. They have no idea what the situation is like right now. Everyone, be careful. Sima Yu said that. Little Seven, take Qing Yi to the spirit pagoda. Qing Yi was not an average person, after all. If the experts found out, it would invite a lot of trouble for Sima Yu. She was alone now and those from Heartbreak Valley were not around. It would be problematic if anything happened. Alright, Qing Yi, let's head in. Little Seven said. Qing Yi wasn't too interested in what was happening, so he followed Little Seven into the spirit pagoda. Sima Yu and the others walked slowly in the front. After crossing one of the mountain valleys, they saw that people were scattered all around. They were on the peaks and in the valleys. The entire area was covered with people. Furthermore, in a valley far away, there were also people. People from the Devil clan. On another side, those from the Ghost clan occupied quite a few mountain peaks. Men, Devil, Ghost. These three groups occupied three corners and were in a face-off. Some experts sensed their arrival and turned around to take a look. When they saw that they were just an average group of people, they didn't pay too much attention to it. Sima Yu and the others came to a rather distant mountain valley. This place was relatively higher and allowed them to see everything clearly. However, because there were just too many people, only the Ghost clan opposite them could see them. Once they saw Sima Yu's face, the people opposite them were stunned. Is that the princess? Impossible, that's clearly the human clan. Deja saw Sima Yu and his body trembled as well. Ghost Master, is that her? Why did she seem so familiar? Ghost Master saw Sima Yu. Her female appearance was really similar to their dark princess. It is her. There is an imprint on her soul from before. But it's being suppressed by something, that's why it can't be sensed easily. Ghost Master, why does she look so familiar? Deja saw Sima Yu in female garb, and couldn't help but feel like there was something familiar about her. I heard that when the Dark Princess went to the human realm, she developed some relationships with a human and got married without anyone's consent. They then gave birth to a child. Deja was stunned. You're not saying that that person is my younger cousin, are you? He looked at Sima Yu and thought of this possibility. He somewhat couldn't accept it. This girl had killed quite a few of his ghost soldiers. He had always wanted to take his revenge on her. Master Ghost, you couldn't have gotten it wrong, could you? I wouldn't. Master Ghost was certain. He looked at Sima Yu. Although she stood so far away and her ghost clan aura was suppressed, he could smell the scent that belonged exclusively to her. Yuko Luo. Master, are you that certain? Ji was rather flustered. Master Ghost was always very proper towards his management of things. If he were not certain, he would never be so confident. However, that was his cousin. He felt like he had to digest this piece of information well. If that were someone else's cousin, it was fine if he killed her. The king would not blame him either. Others would also dare not to make trouble for him. However, if that was his youngest aunt's daughter, he couldn't do it. He must definitely have owed her a lot in his past life. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so tormented by her. Sima Yu watched Adisha's eyes filled with rage that melted into surprise, helplessness, and even as if he was being bullied. This was extremely confusing for her. She should be the one who was angry, right? She was the one who was bullied, right? The last time she encountered them, he almost killed her. But he was actually looking at her like that? Where was his dignity? However, was this guy crazy? Why was he looking at her like this? Unless. She suddenly thought of something. This guy couldn't have seen the truth of her ghost clan identity, right? That wasn't right. His gaze was obviously as if he was looking at someone familiar. It was even a little as if he was looking at a close relative. Damn it, it couldn't be that. Sima Yu was shocked by her own thoughts. If she was really related to this kind of guy, she would be depressed to death, right? No way, it wouldn't be that pathetic, right? However, the way Deja kept looking at her made her feel more and confident of the way she thought. However, Sima Yu thought of what Yin Lin told her back then. The 100 ghost fan must end up in her hands. This 100 ghost fan, wasn't it Deja's treasure? If she really stole it, would it incense him to the point of vomiting blood? She thought of how she almost died the last time, so it was fine if he ended up spitting a bit of blood. Junior sister, who is that person? Your gaze is strange. Han Miao Shuang said. An enemy. Sima Yu said. Deja read her lips as she spoke and almost vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. An enemy. He was her relative. Relative. This brat. Once they acknowledged each other, he would definitely have to teach her a lesson. Master, she wouldn't really be your younger cousin, could she? One of the guards standing behind Deja said. That's right. Master, she wouldn't really be my cousin, right? Deja really wanted to hear a different answer. She's clearly of the human clan. She doesn't have a bit of the ghost clan's aura. Master Ghost seemed as if he was just pulled out from reminiscing on a memory as he looked at from the corner of his eyes and said, the last time I left an imprint on her body, I released the ghost clan aura from inside her. At that point, I knew that one of her parents was definitely from the ghost clan. However, we left too quickly that I didn't have the time to sense who her aura belonged to. I thought back then that she wouldn't be able to live long and didn't think I would be able to see her again and even sense her familiar aura. She really is. It wasn't clear if it was surprise or sadness. No matter what it was, it all sounded like mocking to Deja's ear. If she was the cousin of someone else, Master could ignore it. However, if she is the child of the Dark Princess, you. Shut up. Deja turned around to glare at the other person. The Dark Princess's child, what a worrying statement. Yuko Luo was only a few years older than she was, and the both of them had a good relationship with each other. In the past, when his talent had yet to flourish and other looked down on him, she was the only one who stayed with him, encouraged him and helped him start his life anew. He had said before that he could betray the D clan, the royal family and every single ghost clan under heavens. However, he could never betray her. As long as it was something she wanted, he would give it to her. Even that 100 ghost fan. It was because he heard that it would be a way to rescue her that he spent an incredible amount of effort to get it back. If he knew that she had a kid, how happy would he be? However, the condition was that it couldn't be the person in front of him. He thought about how he had once sent his men to kill her daughter, and thought again about how her daughter had killed so many of his ghost soldiers. He just wanted to curse and swear. Sigh. No matter how upset he was or how he felt unresigned, he had no way to change the fact of this matter. The only thing he could do now was to accept it. In light of all that happened before, he felt like it might be a little difficult for them to get along. Sima Yu watched Deja's expression changed again and just couldn't understand what was going on inside his mind. However, what he was thinking about wasn't important right now. The most important thing was to steal the 100 ghost fan. It was fine if they didn't bump into each other. Now that they had encountered each other, she wouldn't let go of this chance. Just why are these people in a deadlock? Su Xiao asked when he saw the three sides facing off against each other. No idea. There seems to be a group of people in the center having some sort of discussion. The ones on the top should be waiting for some sort of conclusion. Let's wait and see. Sima Yu said, Little Dream, have you seen those from the Devil Wolf clan yet? Little Seven nodded as she cast her gaze over behind the Devil clan. Sima Yu followed her line of sight and saw a few hundred people who had uniforms with the design of a wolf head. Those people are from the Devil Wolf clan. I don't recognize anyone else, but I do know the leader. Little Dream looked at the person right in the center. When they experimented on me, he was just a young wolf. However, his position in the clan wasn't low, so he came to watch often. I remember that he has helped them conduct some experiments as well. That damned devil wolf deserves to die. I'm going to eat them all up. We will never forgive them. But there are so many of them on that side. If it's just the few of us, we may not succeed. Don't worry. It's still too early to leave this place. We will find a way. Sima Yu said, there are times where you don't need to have the numbers. You just need a favorable location and to fulfill some conditions. It's not impossible to defeat your enemies who outnumber you. Are you referring to Shisha Mountain Ridge when you used an array to exterminate those from the Zhongzheng clan and Yingyang Palace? Sima Yu smirked, a tacit agreement to what she said. The array. That was a very useful thing. They've reached a conclusion. Su Xiao said. Everyone looked over and they indeed saw the group that had initially been clustered together, was now dispersed and they were retreating to their own places. Sima Yu only realized it now, but the three who were talking below were all very powerful individuals. The human, devil and ghost clan are all paragon experts. Floey said. Just what happened that it actually got the experts of all three clans out. Si Xiao frowned. Sima Yu's expression was rather solemn as well. It definitely was something far from average if these kinds of experts from the three clans had to gather together for a discussion. Who's that person from the human clan? If my guess is not wrong, that person should be from the Sage Pavilion. Su Xiao said. Someone from the Sage Pavilion? Sima Yu was stunned. If Wu Lingyu was conscious, he would be able to recognize that person's identity. Vice Pavilion Master. Yu Qingbai hurried to receive him when he saw the Vice Pavilion Master returning. Tang Yun was the Sage Pavilion's overall Vice Pavilion Master. Even if Wu Lingyu was awake, he would have been surprised to see him too. Because there were many Vice Pavilion Masters and seniors in the Sage Pavilion, Tang Yun, who was the youngest, was rarely sighted. Who would have thought that he would come into the Wonderland? Tang Yun seemed gentle as jade, looking incomparably pure and holy in his white robe. His jet black hair casually flowed down his back, giving his entire person an otherworldly feeling. We're going back. Tang Yun said to everyone. Once those from the Sage Pavilion had returned to their original seats, the other powers headed up. Vice Valley Leader, how did the discussion go? Tang Yun waved his hands as everyone was making a ruckus and everyone quieted down before saying, our final discussion concluded that everyone from the 3 clans, human, devil and ghost, will go in simultaneously. At the same time? How is that possible? We don't agree. How could we ever be with those from the devil and ghost clan? That's right. He watched as everyone grew agitated, but Tang Yun was not anxious to explain. Vice Pavilion Master, we let you attend the discussion because we respected you. It wasn't to let you show weakness to the devil and ghost clans. Tang Yun raised his eyebrows, saying, so you are saying that you have the confidence to exterminate every single member of the devil and ghost clan? Everyone fell silent. Not a single one of them had that assurance to say that they could exterminate the members from both clans. Or are you saying that you have the confidence that either the devil or ghost clan will work with you and gang up to defeat the other clan? Tang Yun said. Everyone fell silent once again. They had no assurance of this either. That was a joke. They had always been enemies with the ghost and devil clan. How could they possibly work together with one of them? It was more likely that they would work together to get rid of the human clan. After all, the ghost and devil clan would still interact occasionally. Tang Yun watched as they fell silent and asked, not talking anymore? Wasn't everyone discussing everything very excitedly? Why are you so silent now? Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Since you have no idea to exterminate the ghost and devil clan, and have no way of working with them, tell me. Do you want to give up on this place or go in with them? It seemed like this was the only option. This wonderland is not comparable to the continent. The devil and ghost clan are of the same rank as you guys here. Do not keep thinking that this is the world that you know. Yu Chengbai said. In the continent outside, in the blood tunnel, there were many from the human clan. They were powerful, so they naturally cared nothing for the ghost or devil clans. However, it was different here. The number of people from the human clan who could enter was the same as those from the ghost and devil clan. The strength of the humans who could enter was the same as theirs. Inside here, they did not have any advantage. That was why they had to put aside any sense of security. Sima Yu looked at Tang Yun. Everyone was really worked up just earlier, and anything could have happened earlier at the slightest mishap. This would have invited criticism to the Sage Pavilion. However, he only asked them 2 questions and solved the entire issue. This person is rather powerful. The highest degree of battle was to fight without using soldiers. He had forced them into silence. This was even more powerful than that. Tang Yun, he's the youngest Vice Pavilion Master in the Sage Pavilion. He's the youngest Paragon Expert. If he wasn't able to solve this, it would be a waste of his title. He's Tang Yun. Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao were rather surprised. They had only heard of his name. They had never seen him before. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. It seemed like he knew this person, the youngest Vice Pavilion Master as well as the youngest Paragon Expert. She had grown quite a bit of interest towards him. However, she had no idea what happened here. The Ghost Clan and Devil Clan had a similar response to the ones from the Human Clan. In the beginning, they were very against working alongside these 2 clans. However, just like it happened with the Human Clan, the Devil and Ghost Clan had the same considerations. They didn't have the confidence to fight them, so they couldn't take any chances. As such, the temporary alliance was established. Although they were disgruntled, they had no choice but to agree. After speaking so much, they haven't mentioned what's going on. Han Miao Shuang said. If nothing else, they found a place with some treasure. Then, the 3 clans discovered it at the same time and now they've decided to go and explore it together. Jiang Junxian said lazily. This is very possible. Sima Yu said, we just don't know what is in there. Yu? A familiar voice sounded and Sima Yu turned around to see. She happened to see that baby-faced girl, Zhou Lan, the one she saw on Bright Red Mountain Peak that year. Zhou Lan, you're here as well. When she saw Zhou Lan, she was rather surprised but happy as well. That year, everyone could be considered to have worked together on the Bright Red Mountain Peaks. It really is you, We heard that the Deputy Valley Master of Heartbreak Valley was a female and her name was the same as you. We even thought that it was just a coincidence. Zhou Lan said, that was why we didn't dare to acknowledge you when we saw you. Finally, everyone made a gamble and I lost, so they got me to come over and ask if it really was you. If it was, they would come over. If not, they wouldn't have to embarrass themselves. This group of bad people. Their initial words were that if they had to be embarrassed, then, just having her embarrass herself alone was enough. So you're saying that the others have come as well? They're all here, waiting below. I'll get them up here. Zhou Lan turned around and waved to all her members standing there. The others immediately ran over. Heroic Sword Sect wasn't too far from here, so they arrived very quickly. Qi Wei ran the quickest and came in front of Sima Yu. His hands were flying around and spun Sima Yu around a few times. The myriad of emotions on his face congealed into one and he was so agitated that he couldn't speak. After a long moment, his first words sounded tearful. Boss, you're actually a woman? Qi Wei's had an expression like a young married woman, causing everyone to burst out laughing. If you keep giving me this kind of expression, don't call me boss anymore. Sima Yu said with a solemn expression. Alright, boss. Qi Wei, with great difficulty, forced himself not to be confused about the fact that Sima Yu was a female. Little junior sister, these people are? Han Miao Shuang looked at these people with puzzlement. Let me introduce you, this is Blue Blade, Qi Wei, Zhou Lan, Yu Qing and Xian Ming Lang. These are the ones I've talked about before, the few friends I made at Bright Red Mountain Peak. Sima Yu pointed to Blue Blade and the others as she introduced them. Then, she pointed to Han Miao Shuang and the others and said, "This is my senior sister, Han Miao Shuang, senior brothers Jiang Junxian and Su Xiaoxiao. We've heard junior sister mention about what happened at Bright Red Mountain Peak long ago, many times. We didn't think we'd bump into you here. Thank you for taking care of our junior sister back then. Lady Han, you're too kind. Yu was the one who took care of us back then. If it were not for her, we would have lost our lives back at Bright Red Mountain Peak long ago." "What do you mean, Lady Han? You can just call me Miao Shang," Han Miao Shuang said. "Alright. You guys can just call me by my name as well." Blue Blade nodded. "So you're saying that you guys are really the ones from Heartbreak Valley?" Xian Minglang looked at Sima Yu and asked, "You're the Vice Valley Master?" "I am." Sima Yu nodded. "I heard that Sir Lin and yourself have interacted for a long time. He even entrusted you to take care of the divinators, is that true?" "It's not that exaggerated. He merely asked me to take care of his disciple for a while in the future." Sima Yu said, "But he was just regarding me too highly. No matter what, it will be different to the other party." Sima Yu didn't want to continue the conversation, so she asked, "How long have you guys been here? Do you know what happened? Why are the devil and ghost clansmen here? Tang Yun mentioned about going in together too, what was that about? We only came half a day earlier than you, but we did manage to figure out what happened here." Zhou Lan said, "Do you see that valley with nobody on it?" Sima Yu nodded. "It's rumored that somebody went in and found out that it was a true Emperor Monarch's remnant. The one at the little island was merely a fake. That year, the great emperor actually came to stay here. They even say that this was where the great emperor died." Zhou Lan explained, "No matter what, the one who came out of there obtained a treasure after going in. Then, the news spread and the three clans who were around here all rushed over. So why did they have to wait here? Because everyone came here at around the same time. The human clan said that the Emperor Monarch was a human, while the devil clan said that it was an Emperor Monarch who came from the devil clan, so only they were allowed to enter. The ghost clan also claimed that the Emperor Monarch was from the ghost clan, so only the ghost clan could enter. As such, the three clans were caught in a stalemate here." Blue Blade explained. "Doesn't matter if it's an Emperor Monarch's remnant or a cemetery. With so many people going in, it just won't be enough." Su Xiaoxiao said. Sima Yu nodded in agreement. Then again, was the one on the island really just a fake? Not likely. If it really were a fake, how would Xian Qiu have gotten the inheritance from inside it? Could it be that the emperor would place his inheritance in the fake palace and not in the real place where he lived? That was just impossible. Furthermore, if this happened to anyone else, as long as they found treasure, they probably couldn't wait to hide this place and prevent others from finding out about it. Why would they still let others know? That was why it was more likely that this place was the fake. Furthermore, the fake actually attracted so many people. Those people who leaked the information about finding treasure here had motives that were too suspicious. As she pondered these things, Han Miao Shuang and the others thought of the same things. Their faces were colored with suspicion. "Why do you guys have those expressions on?" Qi Wei asked with curiosity when he saw that Sima Yu and the others had found out about the historical remnant here, but were not only not happy about it, but were frowning instead. "Do you guys really think that the remnant on the island was a fake and the real remnant is actually here?" Sima Yu asked Blue Blade and the others. Blue Blade and the others were initially very confident. However, when they saw the way Sima Yu was accruing, they fell uncertain again. "That's what everyone else says. The one on the island was said to be the Emperor Monarch's remnant, but nobody found any treasure going in. That's why they felt like they were cheated. On the other hand, an Emperor Monarch's treasure appeared here, so everyone believes it. Before you asked us this question, we thought the same as well." Blue Blade said, "What, is there a problem?" "There is indeed a problem." Sima Yu said, "Do you guys know that Xian Qiu he obtained the Emperor Monarch's inheritance in the historical remnant on that island?" "What? Are you certain?" Zhou Lan asked. "We saw it with our own eyes and he admitted it himself." Sima Yu said. "If there really was an Emperor Monarch's inheritance, why did no other treasure appear?" Yu Qing said. "That's because we weren't the only ones who came to this wonderland." Sima Yu said, "Many came here, so others have already obtained the items in the historical remnant." "Others? Who?" Qi Wei asked. "Those from the outside." Sima Yu said. "How do you know this?" Qing Yi said so. "Who is Qing Yi?" "The Tree of Life." "If the Tree of Life said so, then it shouldn't be wrong." Zhou Lan said, "If that's true, then the one on the island was the real remnants? Then what is this place? What do you think this place is?" Sima Yu tossed the question back. Zhou Lan and Blue Blade thought of something and their expressions changed immediately. "If that's really the case, then our sect members are going to go in. Hurry and notify our masters and the others." Blue Blade said as he hurried back. "Blue Blade, you should know what to say. There are some who do not want others to know about their personal things." Sima Yu said. Blue Blade hesitated. She was talking about Xian Qiu He. He nodded, saying, "I understand. In any case, we're not certain about this. You can just tell your master and the others vaguely." Sima Yu said again. "All right." Blue Blade turned around to leave. Qi Wei and the others hadn't yet thought it through, so they asked, puzzled, "What's wrong with Blue Blade? It's been a long time since I saw his expression change like that." The three of them had yet to understand the gravity of the situation. Zhou Lan and the others understood them more. Their personalities were straightforward. If she didn't explain it to them, they would never understand this. If the one on the island was the real remnant, then what is this place? She asked. That should be a fake then. An emperor monarch would never place their inheritance in two places so far from each other. Yu Qing said. Then, she suddenly understood and breathed deeply, are you saying? Xian Minglang kind of understood as well. However, he didn't think that deeply. It was still Qi Wei who didn't understand. Just what are you saying? He asked. Zhou Lan sighed, saying, if I said that the real one was at the other place, then that means this is the fake one. Why will there be someone who has found treasure here and even said that this is the real remnant of the emperor? What benefit will there be? To get everyone here. Qi Wei said, but it's also possible that this is the real place. Yu Yu has already confirmed that the one on the island was the real remnant. Would there be another real remnant here? Zhou Lan asked. That's impossible. Unless the emperor is an idiot. Qi Wei said. Of course the emperor could not possibly be an idiot. That was why. We've been here for such a long time, did we hear who the first one who found this place was? Which power did he hail from? Zhou Lan asked again. Yu Qing and the other two shook their heads. When an average person obtains a treasure, they can't wait to bury the news from everyone. Why would this person spread the news instead? Zhou Lan continued to ask. Someone has definitely lured everyone here intentionally. Qi Wei said. But why would they want to do that? Yu Qing asked. No matter what the reason, this piece of news will definitely scare everyone. Zhou Lan said. Blue Blade thought of this, which is why he went back to notify Master and the others. We just don't know whether or not Master will believe it. Zhou Lan was rather worried. They believed this because they knew the inside story, which was also because they believed in Sima Yu. However, their sect members would definitely not believe her. This treasure was dangled right in front of them, and their IQ was now pathetically low. What if, and I'm only saying if, what if there's no relationship between the previous emperor and this place? Or we said that there's other opportunities. Xian Minglang said. We can't discount this possibility. Zhou Lan said, that's why I'm worried that Master and the others wouldn't believe this. As expected, Blue Blade had an argument with a person beside his master, then left after throwing down a single sentence. Did they not believe you? Zhou Lan asked. My master was fine, but that damned red blade was opposing it over there. He kept insisting that I was a coward that was afraid, saying that this wasn't any kind of plot at all, it was just me lying and finding an excuse because I was afraid. Blue Blade said, I couldn't talk about Xian Xiuhe either, that's why it's also expected that they wouldn't believe me. Since you've already said it, it's not up to you whether or not they believe you. Han Miao Shuang said. Although that is the case, they are still my sect members. If something really happened, there's no way we can just let them be. Blue Blade said. They were a single sect. Although they had their internal disagreements, they would still stand banded against outsiders. They were still one body, no matter what. But if they were determined to head to their deaths, would you still go along with? Han Miao Shuang asked. If something really happened, we would die with them. Blue Blade said. Are you an idiot? Sima Yu rolled her eyes at Blue Blade. She initially thought that he wasn't bad, but she knew now that he was really an idiot. What? If anything happens, you don't think about how to rescue them. Instead, you think about dying with them. If that's not stupidity, then what is it? Sima Yu asked. You guys don't know this, but my sect has a few obstinate people. They will never listen to what we say. Zhou Lan said rather helplessly. Then just let those obstinate people go in on their own. Han Miao Shuang said. This isn't realistic either. Zhou Lan shook her head, if we go in, we will still be able to be on guard if anything happens. I hope so. At this time, those from the heroic sword sect waved at them, asking them to return. They're calling for us. We should hurry up and enter. You guys go ahead. Sima Yu smiled. Qi Wei pulled on Sima Yu's clothes, saying, Boss, if something happens, you definitely have to come save us. Sima Yu used 2 fingers to pull at the twist in her clothes and pulled it lightly out of his grasp. She smiled at Qi Wei, saying, I'm not even going in. How am I supposed to save you guys? As my little brother, you have to be smarter. Don't die inside. Boss, I feel like your smile is a little cruel. Qi Wei said with pursed lips. Is it? Sima Yu smiled even wider, the Qi clan should have prepared quite a few good things for you. Use them well. Don't die while you're in there. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge having you as my little brother. Alright then. Qi Wei walked away, full of grievance. He believed Sima Yu. Since she said that something would happen, something bad would definitely happen. Stay alive. Stay alive. Otherwise, he couldn't be her little brother anymore. Only when Blue Blade and the others walked away did Han Miao Shuang ask, Junior sister, are we really not going in? We'll see the situation. But we definitely won't go in with them. Sima Yu said. Should we inform the others? Sima Yu looked at the people below and there were some that she was acquainted with, so she said, we can let them know. However, it's not our problem whether or not they believe it. How will we notify them? Sima Yu took out some paper and scribbled some words on it quickly. Then, she divided them into little pieces as she called out the scarlet bees. She got them to hold on to those and use them to notify the relevant powers. People started streaming into the entrance already. Those who received her slip of paper didn't care for what she said at all. Big Wei and Little Wei were currently speaking to someone from their sect when a scarlet bee flew in front of them. What is this? The person who was speaking with them asked. You use scarlet bee. Big Wei replied. He stretched forth a hand, and the scarlet bee stopped in his palm. A faint white light flashed, and a piece of paper appeared in his hand. He took the piece of paper and the scarlet bee fluttered its wings and flew away. Is she giving us some piece of news? Little Wei asked when he saw that Big Wei didn't speak after receiving that piece of paper. Big Wei opened up the piece of paper to allow everyone to take a look at what was written. The remnants could be real or fake. Guard against the ploys. Little Wei read it once and said, she's saying that this remnant is a fake and that there's a trap inside? No matter whether or not there are traps, we have to be more careful. Big Wei said, You, that child, it's not like you don't know this, but she will never say anything without being completely certain. You? Is that the array genius that you talked about from that academy? The one beside him asked. That's the one. She seems to be on fire lately. I hear others talking about her often. Definitely, a hero emerges from the youth. It would be great if this person was from our sect. Based on her talents, our 100 Changing Door sect will once again rise back to our previous glory. But those are just dreams. The sect that she has just set up is pretty big. To ask her to relinquish her Deputy Valley Master position to join us isn't realistic. Big Wei and Little Wei exchanged glances. They hadn't even revealed the fact that Sima Yu had that array book. Their sect master was the only one who knew. If they knew that she possessed the book, they probably wouldn't continue thinking this way. Previous chapter. Big Wei kept the piece of paper away. Big Wei, Little Wei, you guys have interacted with that Sima Yu before. What do you think of this situation? The person from the 100 Changing Doors asked. I feel like it is very possible. Little Wei said, I was rather suspicious in the beginning about this as well. How could a remnant suddenly appear? Seeing it now, it is very possible. However, how did that Sima Yu find out about it? Someone threw out a question, is this news reliable? I think we should believe some of it. But we shouldn't give up on this opportunity. Then we should still go in. However, everyone should be on their guard. Big Wei said, notify our sect disciples. If anything happens, immediately activate their arrays and leave. Alright. Sima Yu watched as those who looked at the piece of paper still went in, and wasn't surprised at all. None of them listened to your advice. Floey said. It's all within expectations. Sima Yu said, a piece of paper can only get them to be on their guard at best. It would be impossible to stop them. You knew this long ago, but you still notified them. Floey didn't understand. There are some relationships that can still be considered. We decide whether or not to tell them, but they decide whether or not they should listen. Sima Yu said, if they listened, and were able to avoid whatever would happen, would be happy. However, if they didn't listen and something happened, I wouldn't blame myself. Floey nodded. He understood a little of what she meant. They're going in as well. Little Dream had her attention on the Demon Wolf clan. When she saw them head down the mountain, she said with clenched fists. Don't worry. They can't escape. Sima Yu patted Little Dream's head. What did you do? Han Miao Shuang asked. Nothing much. I just got the scarlet bees to drip some things on them during the chaos earlier. Sima Yu said. Is that poison useful? Will they discover it? Su Xiao was a little unsure. If they found out about it, then nothing bad would happen to them. The Devil clan is rather sensitive towards things like this. If you really poisoned them, it would never escape their noses. Jiang Junxian added on. Who said that I poisoned them? Sima Yu said. If not poison, then what is it? They're just a bit of pollen. Some of Floey's pollen. Sima Yu said, it wouldn't be strange to get some pollen on you in the Immortal Lands, right? Furthermore, Floey's pollen can stay on their bodies for a long time without being dispersed. As long as our scarlet bees are around, they will be able to locate them. In any case, don't I also have the scrolls? It's just that the scroll isn't that accurate sometimes. Not accurate? We didn't have much of their aura earlier on. Once it gets dispersed, we won't be able to sense their location. Sima Yu said, this is, after all, a tool used against the human clan. So Floey's pollen can be considered as an added layer of security. Han Miao Shuang said. Then when are we going to go in? We'll talk about it again once they've all gone in. The human clan and ghost clan have already gone in order to rush in and be the first to get the treasure. Everyone's fighting to be the first. Many have already started fighting at the entrance, giving others the opportunity for free. Master, most of them have already gone in. Are we not going to move yet? A guard standing beside Dija asked. Diji looked at Sima Yu, who was standing on the mountain across them. His eyes grew increasingly solemn as he asked, wait some more. Those behind him understood that he was waiting for Sima Yu to go down and go in together. Even if they didn't go in together, at least they wouldn't be very far. Although they were not closely acquainted, he was already starting to worry for her safety. It was a pity that Sima Yu didn't share the same sentiments. After a long moment passed, all those from the ghost clan had already gone in. The other two clans were dwindling in numbers as well. However, she didn't have any intention to move. This caused Deja to be so filled with rage that he almost spit blood. Are you going to go in or not? Don't mess with me by standing at the entrance if you aren't. Master, everyone is going in. We. Go in. Deja saw the way Sima Yu was acting and guessed that she probably wasn't going to head in, so he could only instruct his members to enter. At this moment, they were probably one of the last few to enter. That ghost clan is rather strange. The other ghost clansmen have already gone in. Could it be that they know that something is happening inside? It feels like they're waiting for us. Jiang Junxian said, do you know them? Speaking of the ghost clan. Everyone looked at Sima Yu. They only knew that she had some interactions with the ghost clansmen. Furthermore, half of her did have the ghost clan's aura. Sima Yu looked at them, asking, what are you looking at me for? You couldn't be saying that they're waiting for me, are you? Junior sister, do you know them? Han Miao Shuang asked. I do. Sima Yu admitted. You actually do? Why have you never mentioned it? Didn't I? Sima Yu said with puzzlement, the ghost clan that was at Bright Red Mountain Peak? The last time I almost died at Bright Red Mountain Peak, it was because of them. Her three seniors fell into silence. Then, Han Miao Shuang exploded, damn, if you told me earlier, I would have gone up to beat them up earlier. Calm down, senior sister. Sima Yu saw how agitated she was and pulled on her, relax, I won't let him off so easily. I was wondering why they kept looking over here. It turns out they were enemies. Su Xiaoxiao was enraged as well. Master and Teacher Gu had left the academy precisely because Sima Yu's physique had been agitated. This revealed her secret, so they went to find a solution for her. At this time, the ghost clan's aura had been activated, which pushed her body to the edge of collapse. It turns out that everything was because of that ghost clan. They glared at her. Why didn't she say so earlier? Alright, you guys don't have to get so mad. Sima Yu smiled, I already said that I wouldn't let them off. When the time comes for revenge, you guys can take care of them properly. She didn't think they would be like this when they found out, and felt her heart warming for a moment. Then we should head in first. Han Miao Shuang said. No need to rush. Since we're not going in to look for treasure, we can carry on waiting. Sima Yu said. What are you waiting for? Everyone has already gone in to search, and we didn't even make a marking on the ghost clansmen. What if we can't find them after going in? Sima Yu looked at the one who was so anxious that her IQ had fallen to 0 and said, if we can't find them, then we'll just wait for them to come out of there. Sigh, senior sister. Calm down. The bee said that someone is coming. We should hurry up and hide. She led everyone into the spirit pagoda and listened as Little Spirit examined the world outside. A group of people clad in black and wearing masks flew in. He looked at the empty valley and a lady said, they've gone in. Looking at the footprints, there must be quite a few who went in. Is it all prepared? A raspy voice asked. Yes, the inside has already been set up. The lady said. Then we should go in and take a look. Remember to break off their path of retreat. We'll open it again in half a year. Understood. After speaking, those people dressed in black entered, leaving only a few to guard the entrance. Previous chapter. Do you guys smell anything? I feel a little dizzy. Boom dash. The men clad in black fell down in 2s and 3s. Then, Sima Yu and the others appeared from where they were. Go over and take a look. They stopped beside the black-robed men and pulled down their masks. Senior brother, do you recognize them? Sima Yu looked at Jiang Junxian. Jiang Junxian shook his head. Sima Yu tossed away the mask in her hands. It seemed like she once again didn't know who was messing around. She just didn't know about these people, or the ones messing with the Mystic Dragon sect. She also didn't know whether they had anything to do with those who were committing the mass murders either. What is this? You guys, come over and take a look. Han Miao Shuang waved her hands at everyone. Sima Yu walked over and saw a turntable embedded in the soil. This turntable didn't have the slightest bit of ability to move. If it were not because the few black-robed men had brushed the dirt away, they would never have realized this. Junior sister, do you know what this is? Han Miao Shuang asked when she saw Sima Yu studying it so intently. It's my first time seeing this. However, I've definitely come across it in some book before. Sima Yu said, let me look it up. She threw her consciousness into her spirit pagoda and went to look for it in her library. Little Spirit appeared and saw Sima Yu's spiritual body. Sima Yu saw that Little Spirit was looking at her with a weird gaze, so she tore her gaze away from the book and asked, Little Spirit, what's wrong? The 4th level of the spirit pagoda is open. Sima Yu almost dropped her book on the floor. She looked at Little Spirit and asked, it opened when I advanced in rank? Little Spirit nodded. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Sima Yu stared at him and noticed that his expression was a little off and asked, what's wrong? Whenever you're alone, come and see what's on the 4th floor. Little Spirit said. Alright. Sima Yu nodded. When she saw the way he was acting, she guessed that something scary lay there. Seeing how Little Spirit didn't tell her for so long, it was probably because he didn't want the others to find out about it, but she was always with the others. It seemed like she had to find a time to come here by herself. Right now, she better settle the things right in front of her. She continued to look for the book, placing each book down after flipping through it a few times. Little Spirit came to her side and asked, "What are you looking for? Do you remember this book that is rather ancient but relatively inconspicuous? It just talks about a few uncommon ancient things." Sima Yu asked. "The books here are 1, all relatively ancient and old. 2, they're all inconspicuous, and 3, most of the books write about strange ancient things. Which one do you want?" Little Spirit asked. Sima Yu's expression was filled with black lines. "This guy." Sima Yu drew a general shape of the turntable in the sky and sighed, "It writes about this." Little Spirit thought for a moment and all the books on the shelf flew out. Then, sounds of pages being flipped were heard and very quickly, a single book appeared in front of Sima Yu. "This one?" Sima Yu took the book and flipped 2 pages before saying, "This is the one. Thank you, Little Spirit." She returned her consciousness to the outside, but a book now appeared in her hands. "Is this the book?" Han Miaoshuang asked. "Yeah." Sima Yu nodded. She opened the book and found the page that wrote about this turntable. It's actually a Rubik's sky." Han Miaoshuang saw what was written on it and cried out with surprise. "What's a Rubik's sky?" Su Xiaoxiao asked. "It's something that can create a type of space. It's just that this space has to be set up against a real space." Han Miaoshuang explained. "What use does this space have?" "It can create whatever you want it to create, like a fantasy array. It's just that this is a lot more advanced than a fantasy array. The things that are created inside are real." Sima Yu said. SS-. Everyone sucked in a breath. There was actually something of such a high rank here. If I wanted to kill someone in there, wouldn't it be a simple task? If that's true, then wouldn't all the ones who went inside be dead? It's not that easy either. Sima Yu said, the things that are created inside have to be done so with a spirit skill. The stronger the spirit energy, the more powerful the item created. The scope will also be greater. That's not too bad. If it was really not moderated, this item would be too scary. However, this item has already been closed. Without being opened from the outside, or by the original owner, those inside could never dream of coming out here. Sima Yu said. When the people earlier talked about breaking off their line of retreat, they were probably talking about this. Little Dream guessed, the one who owns this item should probably be that person. It's possible. Sima Yu said. So you're saying that everyone inside is like fishes in the net? It seems like this really was a fake. Jiang Junxian sighed. Then are we going to go in? The Rubik's sky has already been closed. Unless we know how to open this, we won't be able to go in. Will you be able to open it? No. Then what do we do? Earlier on, there were quite a few of those black-robed men. Adding on to that, the fact that they had this item helping them, it wouldn't be impossible for them to kill every single person inside. Think of a way to open it. Sima Yu said. Didn't you say that you couldn't? I can't right now. But the method is written here. Sima Yu held the ancient text in her hand and pointed at a line of small text below. Everyone looked at the small words and said, then you should hurry up and study it. They currently felt like this brat had quite a naughty temperament. She loved to tease them for no reason. Sima Yu held the book and sat by the side to study it. Based on the method above, she had to arrange the chaotic state of the array stones. Although there were a few permutations given to her in the book, every step had to be done with extreme caution. That was why 2 to 3 days had already passed by the time she opened it. The energy from the array burst forth, similar to the one from before. This attracted the group who was standing by the side. Is it done? Yeah. We can go in now. Sima Yu said. Then we can head in now. Wait. Sima Yu stopped them. What are we waiting for? What if we go in and get locked in as well? Sima Yu asked, that's why we have to do some things out here. She set up a few arrays here to conceal the area, then called out Little Rock and 1,000 Resonance. I have set up arrays here so the average person will not discover this place. You guys stand guard here. No matter what happens, do not let them seal up this thing. Got it? Little Rock and 1,000 Resonance understood the gravity of this request and nodded. You, relax. If need be, I will call all the bird clans nearby. I'll leave this place to the 2 of you. After speaking, she led everyone into the space. Sima Yu and the others came to where the Rubik's sky was and realized it wasn't different from the outside. If it were not because they knew it beforehand, it would have been difficult to realize that anything was off. Those people have already gone in so long ago. We don't even know where they are right now. Floey said. We should first get rid of the Devil Wolf clan. Sima Yu said. Even if they came in a day ago, they wouldn't be that far. She called out her scarlet bees and released them, using them to scout for information. She also called on Little Seven and Qing Yi by the way. The space here is rather large. Little Seven said after sensing around for a bit. It really isn't small. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to accommodate the number of people. Sima Yu said. There are dead bodies over there. Little Seven said while pointing at a place not too far from where they were. They flew over and, indeed, saw a pile of corpses. They're humans. The ones who killed them were also humans. Su Xiaoxiao said after inspecting it for a bit. It should be the black-robed men who ran in from the back. To them, this is just a plan to hunt. These people, why did they come here? They keep causing a huge ruckus in the continent, just what are they trying to do? Sima Yu frowned. Every time we catch someone, they're always already dead and we can't ask them anything. Little Seven said with a pout. The scarlet bees have caught the scent of Floey's pollen. Sima Yu said, that way. They headed towards the direction that the scarlet bees notified them about. They caught up with the Devil Wolf clan in less than 2 days. It really is them. The Devil Wolf clan was currently locked in battle with a group of humans. Sima Yu realized that those people were acting rather sluggish and not like a usual state. As for the Devil Wolf clan, they looked like they were beyond themselves with excitement. Every single one looked like they were filled with adrenaline as they attacked the humans non-stop. It was as if they didn't know what pain was. They watched from afar and had no plans to interfere. Based on their current abilities, there would be no use to interfere. Why do I feel like they're acting a little weird? They really are acting weird. It's like someone is controlling them. Han Miao Shuang said. They've been poisoned. Sima Yu guessed that something was up the moment she saw their expressions, and sniffed very attentively. There was a special kind of fragrance here. She took out a few antidotes and distributed them, saying, eat this. They were all alchemists and knew at a glance that they were antidotes. Each of them ate 1 pill. Those people must have been passing by when they smelled the poison. Then, they lost their consciousness and started to fight. The Devil Wolves are quite powerful in their ability to fight. Han Miao Shuang said, the Devil Wolf clan's battle abilities are amongst the higher ranks amongst the Devil realm. Little Dream said, it's precisely because they are strong that they managed to have such a strong foundation in the cruel Devil realm. However, most of their things were obtained through stealing. There are so many of them, and they're all so excited. It won't be easy to defeat them. Right now, none of the conditions are favorable, of course it won't be easy. Sima Yu said. She sensed the movement from beside her and stretched forth a hand to hold on to Little Dream's hand, saying, don't worry. We will definitely take them to task. Little Dream's hands curled into fists as she turned to look at Sima Yu, nodding her head firmly. She believed in her master. If she said that she would take revenge for her, then she definitely would. The battle happening far away was decided very quickly. The human clan had been killed off completely while the Devil Wolf clan barely suffered any losses. It was clear that they were very strong. Sima Yu's head hurt when she saw the cruel and powerful Devil Wolf clan. It seemed like she had no choice but to form a careful plot. After the Devil Wolf clan had killed everyone, they continued to walk forward. Only after they left the place did they slowly regain their senses. What came over us just now? We were engaged in battle earlier on, it felt so good killing one after the other. But why do I feel like my memory of that is kind of blurry? Blurry? I think that you were too excited during the killing, which is why you can't remember. No, I did feel a bit strange just now. Someone said, worthy of being the remnant of the Emperor Monarch. Just a random place will mess up our senses. So that means this place is the real Emperor Monarch remnant? That's right. Let's go, let's see whether or not we can obtain the treasure. Dash. Those people flew away and Sima Yu was completely speechless when she heard what the Scarlet Bees managed to eavesdrop. Could it be that it was really because they were a beast clan that they didn't have brains? Wasn't it obviously not because of the remnant? Little Dream saw that they smiled with joy and the anger in her eyes went deeper. At that time, after they exterminated the Devil Dream clan and her clan was on the ground, they had these huge smiles on their faces as well as they relished their victory. She thought of her dead relatives and her fist tightened. She swore that she would exterminate these people with her own hands one day. Her fingernails dug into her palms and fresh blood flowed, showing the state of her heart. Little Seven stood beside Little Dream and felt her hurt. She pulled her fingers away and said, don't be sad, we're here with you. They've walked far away. Follow them. By this time, the Devil Wolf clan had already experienced 2 more battles. Once was the Devil clan while the other was a Ghost clan. They came out victorious both times, proving just how powerful they were in battle. After following them for 2 days, she finally found an opportunity. The Devil Wolf clan encountered a human power and it just happened that the power came out from the valley in front of them. As they were fighting, those people accidentally said that they should return to the remnant, allowing the Devil Wolf clan to find out about the valley in front of them. The Scarlet Bees had found out about the valley a long time ago. Sima Yu was just wondering how to con them into going into the valley when this happened. It was like offering a pillow to a sleepy man. We'll go ahead and set up a barrier first. I'll set up an array. She set up the dragon trapping array first. She wanted to make sure that those who entered would never be able to leave. Then, she set up a fantasy array before she put enough poison at the entrances. As long as those people entered, she just needed to activate the dragon trapping array and the poison would be dispersed. Yu, what poison is this? Little Seven said as she ran to Sima Yu's side. It will enable them to slowly experience the poison. Sima Yu said, is it the same one as the one we gave to the Yin Yang Palace? Nope. Sima Yu kept the jade bottle away, this is one above that. That one was only effective against humans. This will definitely render the Devil and Ghost clan helpless as they wait to be captured. Everyone saw the way Sima Yu was acting and an idea arose in her heart. They should never casually provoke an array and poison master. Especially one that was so black-hearted. Finished setting up the arrays, she led the group to a cliff by the side. They used an array to hide themselves and waited for the Devil Wolf clan to enter. After half the day passed, the Scarlet Bees that were waiting outside sent information saying that the Devil Wolf clan were coming in. Sima Yu immediately activated the array and hid them along with their auras. Very quickly, they saw the Devil Wolf clansmen running in excitedly. Was this the valley those humans were talking about? This is one part of the remnant? Why does it look so ordinary? Did you forget that the humans said that there was a fantasy array outside? Once we disable it, we will be able to see its true appearance. We're not familiar with arrays, how are we supposed to disable the fantasy array? We don't understand arrays, but we have the strength. Smash everything. Smash everything outside here into smithereens. We'll see how long the array can hold up. Right. We have the strength. Let's go. Destroy these things. Every single one of the Devil Wolf clansmen were incredibly excited as they manifested their devil energy to raise the stones, grass and flowers into dust. The Devil Wolf clansmen couldn't see Sima Yu and the others, but Sima Yu and the others could see the Devil Wolf clansmen very clearly. When she saw the Devil Wolf clansmen creating such chaos, she couldn't help but purse her lips. It was a good thing that her array was rather sturdy. Otherwise, with this mess, they would never be able to start. She released a bout of spirit energy and activated the array. When the devil energy was dispersed, another scene appeared in the valley. Such a dense devil aura. Could it be that the Emperor Monarch is really from the Devil clan? If it is that way, we would definitely be able to use the items here. Hurry, go in and see what kind of treasure is in here. Those devil wolves rushed into the valley. Once they entered, Sima Yu activated the dragon trapping array. Once the dragon trapping array was activated, the fantasy array activated as well. The scene in front of them immediately disappeared along with the dense devil aura. What is going on here? The devil wolves watched as the surroundings changed and was incredibly surprised. Young clan leader, it's an array. They raised their heads and saw that there was a ripple on the top of the valley. The exit was the same. It was as if the entire valley was surrounded. Who's messing around? Maroon Wolf cried out to the sky. Young clan leader, there's no devil aura here at all. We've been tricked. This young master knows. Maroon Wolf roared at his men. If he still couldn't tell that they had been cheated by this point, there was no longer any use for him to stay in the devil realm. Who's the one messing around? The devil wolves cried out. Sima Yu released her array and a few human silhouettes immediately appeared on the peak. Who are you guys? Why did you scheme against us? Maroon Wolf asked. You may not recognize us, but once you see her, you will understand. Sima Yu finished speaking before stepping aside to reveal Little Dream, who appeared behind her. The moment he saw Little Dream, Maroon Wolf was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Dream Devil Beast. Maroon Wolf, do you remember me? Little Dream looked at him icily, the killing intent in her gaze thick and dense. You're that Dream Devil Beast. Maroon Wolf had been with his clansmen and the others, dissecting her, back then. So many years had passed but she still looked the same. The same as in her memories. So you do still remember me? Impossible, weren't you suppressed? How could you be here? Maroon Wolf called out. I'll have to thank you for suppressing me in the human realm. Otherwise, I would never have gotten to know my master and she couldn't have rescued me, right? Little Dream sneered coldly. Even if you have an immortal body, with a human as your contracted master, do you think you will be able to defeat us? Maroon Wolf saw that Sima Yu's gang was small in numbers and not that powerful either, so they didn't take them seriously at all. After their momentary surprise, they returned to their usual cocky attitude. When did we say that we were going to fight you? You idiots. Little Seven crossed her arms over her chest, looking at them with an expression that told them clearly she thought they were idiots. You plan to use this array to defeat us? Maroon Wolf said, what, you plan to keep us here forever, or do you want to come in here and meet us in battle? When he saw Sima Yu and the others upstairs, he guessed that they wouldn't be coming in. If they did come down, they would be able to eliminate them with one stroke before taking their time to disable the array. Trying to goad us into coming down? Too bad, it's useless against us. Sima Yu said. Maroon Wolf narrowed his eyes. It seemed like they were planning to drag them down. The few of you, go and break this array. He ordered the few men beside him. Yes, young clan leader. Those men flew into the sky and attacked the array. However, no matter how much strength they exerted, they couldn't budge the array a single inch. After they had attacked it a few times, the devil wolves felt like they were getting rather dizzy and weak. With a boom, they fell to the ground. Useless. Maroon Wolf didn't find that there was anything abnormal about them as he pointed at other clan members as he said, you guys go. The few clansmen went to attack it as well, like the previous few had, but they fell down as well after a few attacks. Useless things. You guys go. Maroon Wolf ordered. Young clan leader, I feel that something is amiss. Someone beside Maroon Wolf said. What is amiss? Maroon Wolf asked. The clansmen that we brought are all extremely powerful. They wouldn't end up in this state after firing just a few attacks at the array. The person said. Maroon Wolf calmed down and thought about it, that was indeed the case. His Devil Wolf clansmen could not possibly be that weak that they would end up like this after just a few attacks. You go take a look. Just what is going on with them? Understood. They went to check on them before returning and saying, young clan leader, they should have been poisoned. Poisoned? How could they have been poisoned? You're not mistaken. Not mistaken. They truly have been poisoned. Ha 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 dash. Little Seven's voice sounded from the cliff as she said while covering her mouth, we just wanted to see how long it would take you to realize that they had been poisoned. You're truly an idiot. You took such a long time to find out that it was poison. The Devil Wolf clan's expressions turned ugly. These people had not only locked them in this array but had even poisoned them. They were prepared long ago. What did you poison us with? It's a kind of poison that will cause you to lose all strength and be unable to use your devil energy. However, it won't spread that quickly in the beginning. Once you activate the devil energy in your body, it will spread even quicker. Sima Yu explained. When she said this, the ones who were gathering their devil energy to attack immediately retrieved their devil energy. Even Maroon Wolf was the same. Hehe, you idiots. Even if you don't use your devil energy, this poison will take effect in half an hour. A few tens of minutes have already gone by, you should live your life to the fullest for the remaining time. Little Seven kind-heartedly reminded them. Little Seven's words caused the expressions of the Devil Wolf clansmen to change. Were they all poisoned? Impossible. They were the high and mighty Devil Wolf clan. How could they fall to poison dealt by the humans? Don't believe me? Little Seven said, you can try and activate the devil energy in your body. You can see whether or no you'll end up like those people over there. Nobody dared to try it. They had already subconsciously believed in Little Seven's words. In order to avoid getting poisoned even earlier, none of them moved. What do you plan to do? Maroon Wolf asked with an ugly expression. Do you even need to ask? Little Seven looked at them as if they were idiots, tooth for tooth, an eye for an eye. Whatever you did to Little Dream back then, we will ask for it back today. You dare. What is there we don't dare to do? Do you think that this is your devil realm where you're in charge? Dream Devil Beast, if you dare kill us, our Devil Wolf clan will never let you go. Even if you hide in the human realm, they'll stop at nothing to dig you out. Maroon Wolf threatened. Is that so? Just let them go ahead. Sima Yu said, maybe we won't be able to wait for them. We'll be the ones charging into the devil realm to get rid of your entire nest. You should worry about yourselves for now. Maroon Wolf looked at Sima Yu. He didn't know why, but when he looked at her, although she wasn't a strong human, a chill still ran through his heart. Could it be that they were really going to lose their lives here today? Little Dream, it's about time. Sima Yu said, be careful. Little Dream nodded as she was a single step away from flying down. Wait. Sima Yu pulled on her. She took out Ling Long and said, let her accompany you. Ling Long flew out from Sima Yu's hand and stopped in front of Little Dream. Little Dream held on to Ling Long, got up and flew out. The dragon array, one could enter but never exit. It rippled a little bit when Little Dream entered, then it settled down again. The devil clansmen looked at her warily. With every step she took, they retreated a step. Dream Devil Beast, I'm advising you not to mess around. You know our Devil Wolf clan, you. I do. Of course I know your Devil Wolf clan. Your characters are vicious, there's nothing you dare not do. Your favorite thing to do is to exterminate clans. Little Dream said, but so what? You have already killed my entire clan. Can you kill them again? As she spoke, she brandished Ling Long in her hands. The blade flew out, taking the life of one of those who lay on the ground. Dream Devil Beast, don't be rash. We can talk this over. As the time passed, they could feel their actions turning sluggish. With their devil energy suppressed, when faced with Little Dream, even if they had an advantage in numbers, they would not be able to fight back at all. Talk it over? That year when you exterminated my Dream Devil clan, did you ever think of talking things over? That year when you experimented on my body countless times, taking me over and over again, did you ever think of talking things over? This was the first time that Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao Xiao heard of what happened back then. When they visualized what she said, their eyes couldn't help but redden. They just couldn't imagine it. She watched as her clansman died with her own eyes, was experimented on again and again yet was unable to die. Little Dream was still so young back then, how did she handle it? With every word Little Dream said, she brandished Ling Long once. The group of devil wolves died under her blade. Fresh blood splatter on her face, body and her hate-filled eyes. She looked just like she crawled up from hell. That year, you killed me but I couldn't die. You also couldn't obtain the item inside me, so you sealed my power and memories away. Then, you suppressed me in the Yilan continent for a few hundreds of years. Have you ever thought of talking it over? Little Dream swung the blade again. Right now, you tell me. What is there to say? Tell me, what is there to say? Little Seven wasn't by her side when Little Dream recovered her memories, so she didn't see how crazy she was. Hearing her say these things now, she felt like her heart was going to break along with hers. Little Dream. Dream, don't kill them with a single slash. She kicked off with one foot and flew down as well. She landed beside her and looked at these people saying, allowing them to die in one hit is letting them off too easily. I'm joining too. Flowey flew in too and stood beside Little Dream, no matter what you want to do, count me in. Although Little Dream was the one who had given her the name Flowey, and she had always felt like this name was too cheesy, it didn't discount her current feelings of camaraderie. Little Dream looked at Little Seven, looked at Flowey, then nodded, saying, Little Seven is right. I'm letting them off too easily if I kill them in one hit. We already said to take a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. I can't let them die so easily, right, Maroon Wolf? Maroon Wolf saw Little Dream's bloodthirsty smile and wanted to retreat. However, his body turned numb and he immediately fell. You. What are you going to do? He asked while trembling. Didn't I say it? Tooth for tooth, eye for an eye. Whatever you did to me, I'm going to do to you. I will repay it to you bit by bit. Maroon Wolf recalled how he had once watched as she was dissected alive and was so afraid that he turned pale, crying out, "Don't. Am I going to stop just because you want me to? You're no longer in charge." Little Seven went up and stomped on his chest, saying, "Humph, how many times did Little Dream cry out for you guys to stop? Did you agree? Whatever you didn't do back then, don't expect others to do for you." Smack. A vine grew in Flowey's hand, and it flew maliciously and whipped them. "Oh my, are we going to dissect something? I have no knife, though." Yu dash, Little Seven raised her head and shouted at Sima Yu. Sima Yu saw her playful expression and shook her head helplessly. She took out 2 knives and tossed them at her. Flowey waved her whip and caught those 2 knives, pulling them over. She handed them to Little Seven and Ling Long morphed her body and turned into a knife as well. Right now, each of them had a knife. "Alright, then let's start." Little Seven looked at Little Dream, then retreated to the side. Those who had harmed Little Dream with their own hands would definitely have to be settled by her personally. Little Dream walked over slowly and squatted beside Marin Wolf. She toyed with the blade in her hand. "Relax, Ling Long is very sharp. Although she'll slice into your body, you won't feel a thing. Those organs of yours? Even if I rip them to shreds, you'll still look exactly the same." Maroon Wolf trembled even more intensely when he heard her speak. He finally understood the emotions of the little girl who lay on the chopping block watching them. The terror, despair, pain and struggle. However, what he didn't know was that after going through a few hundreds and thousands of tortures, the feeling she had when she looked at the blades was multiplied. Little Dream placed her left hand on Maroon Wolf's stomach and gave a thought. A ball of fire immediately shrouded the entire top half of his body and burnt his clothes off nice and cleanly. Who would have thought that the human form of Maroon Wolf would actually have some substance to it? It was just a pity that he had such a nice figure, but it wasn't worth half a damn in their eyes. SS-. Without any warning, Little Dream stabbed a knife into his chest. Schlick. Little Dream grabbed onto the blade of the knife and dragged the knife all the way from his chest to his abdomen. Blood poured out continuously from the wound, and it seemed like it would never stop. Maroon Wolf's mouth fell open and his eyes bulged. He couldn't believe that he was really being sliced open. "That year, you cut my belly open just like this." Little Dream said, "Look, I still remember it until now, how you gave them the knife, stood to the side and asked why there wasn't a single thing in my belly." Maroon Wolf's pupils moved with much difficulty and they landed on Little Dream's enraged eyes as she recalled her emotions the first time she had been dissected by them. Schlick dash. A similar sound of flesh being cut sounded clearly from the inside of a dark little house. A tiny little Maroon Wolf ran over and saw Little Dream's empty stomach. He asked with curiosity, "Clan leader, why is there nothing inside this person's body?" "Because she has already been experimented on too many times. They have already gotten rid of all of her internal organs and they haven't grown back yet." An elder who was working on her said. "There's nothing left inside of her body, so why isn't she dead yet?" Little Maroon Wolf asked. "Because there's something inside her heart. That thing can ensure that she will never die no matter what wounds are inflicted on her." Devil Wolf clan leader said. "Then are we going to take that thing out?" "We can't. Every time we get close to the heart, we're stopped by some unknown force. That's why we can't touch her heart, and she can't die." At this time, Little Dream, who was on the boards, opened her eyes. Little Maroon Wolf would always remember that pair of eyes. The clarity, the pain, the despair. Pooh dash. Little Dream sliced down with her knife before pulling with force. She pulled out his liver, then his internal organs and intestines. "At that time, you felt like it was really fun to mess with my body that didn't have any organs left. Today, you will feel what it is like to have a stomach that is empty like that." Maroon Wolf's eyes slowly lost their light as the life in him slowly leaked away. He was not Little Dream and he didn't have an immortal body like her. Little Dream had no internal organs and only a single heart left dangling, allowing the rest of her to function. As for him, he had nothing, so he had nothing. Maroon Wolf swallowed his final words as a ray of light flashed and he regained his original body, a huge devil wolf. His eyes were huge, dying with regrets. It was possible that he never thought about it even in his dreams, that entering the Wonderlands would cost him his life. As for the Devil Realm, the Devil Wolf clan saw Maroon Wolf's life plate shatter, giving rise to a huge commotion in the Devil Wolf clan. The blood tracker, it shattered. A bout of spirit energy poured into the broken life jade. Following which, a drawing of a person's appearance appeared before them. When they saw the tiny face streaked with blood, everyone on site was incredibly surprised. "Clan leader, isn't that?" The person behind him couldn't continue speaking. That face, it was too familiar. Dream Devil Beast. It's really the Dream Devil Beast. Clan leader, wasn't that Dream Devil Beast suppressed under the Yi-Lin continent? How did it appear in the Wonderlands? Do we even need to say this? Someone definitely rescued her. Clan leader, should we tell the other powers about this? No. The clan leader waved his hand. Why? Did you not realize that the Dream Devil Beast has formed a contract with a human? Devil Wolf clan leader said. It seems like it. Weren't we unable to kill her back then? Now that she's formed a contract with the human, I want to know which is more powerful. That thing, or the laws of the contract. If they killed her contracted master, as an immortal Dream Devil Beast, would she die too? If she died, would their Devil Wolf clan be able to obtain that treasure? The treasure that was rumored to allow one to take over the entire Devil realm. For those two people by her side, check and see which one she's formed the contract with. Devil Wolf clan leader instructed. Yes, clan leader. Also, be careful not to let the other powers find out. Got it? We understand. Clan leader, please relax. We will be careful. Let's head down. Understood. Poof. The drawing suddenly disappeared, but the image had already been inscribed into their hearts. So shocked by the news that the dream devil beast had appeared, they even forgot that the young clan leader had been killed. Little Seven looked at Qing Yi, who suddenly acted, and she blinked, asking, "What's wrong, Qing Yi?" The corpse has a secret art. It is able to activate the secret art to allow them to see the circumstances around his death. Qing Yi explained. He didn't care whether or not Little Dream had been seen, but he didn't want others to see Little Seven. So you're saying that the other side already knows that Little Dream is out? Jiang Junxian said. Sima Yu knew about this as well. If it were not because they used a secret art, Qing Yi wouldn't have noticed it either. Aren't you worried? Jiang Junxian asked. What is there to worry about? Sima Yu said, without mentioning whether or not they're coming here. Even if they did, would we even need to be afraid of them? Even if they don't come here, there will be a day where we look for them. Everyone was stunned by what she said. Her level of confidence made them feel as if those people came to look for her, that would simply be like walking a straight path down to their death. How should we get rid of the rest of the people? Are we really going to wait here until they're all sliced apart? Su Xiao asked. Of course. We said that we would. If we don't let them do it, they'll cause a ruckus. Sima Yu said, pampering. How long will that take? Relax, they'll do it quickly. Sima Yu sighed with a smile. In the beginning, they didn't understand what she meant. Then, they saw how crazy those three were, and they had, in less than half an hour, sliced open the stomachs of all the wolf clansmen. This scene. Han Miaoshuang and the others were speechless. After getting rid of the last and final devil wolf, Floey and Little Seven came to Little Dream's side, asking, should we clean up the dead bodies? Based on their past way of doing this, when Little Seven spoke about cleaning up, she was referring to the use of fire to burn everything down. Little Dream thought about it and shook her head. Let this serve as a warning to the other devil clans. Let them tell the others that I have returned. I will search out each and every single one to take my revenge. Alright, then. All the devil wolves were dead. Sima Yu opened the array and they returned to the cliff. I'll go ahead and deactivate the array. In order to prevent the devil clansmen from tracing it back to them, it would be better to wipe out all traces. Once they were done, they receive a plea for help. Boss, help. Chi Wei cried out from the Mother Stone. Sima Yu seemed to hear the sounds of a large battle taking place through the Mother Stone. Sima Yu was speechless. This cry for help was too unreliable. If she didn't come in with them, who was he going to request for help from? In order to search for treasure, you can disregard anything. She said. Boss, I've already tried my best to live. But if you really don't come, I'll be dead and gone. Chi Wei cried out. It seems that your plea for help is very animatic and you have a good amount of energy. You sound like you'll be able to defeat those people. Sima Yu said this, but she was already taking out a scroll and looking at it. Boss Chi Wei was about to cry. His sect members continued to die beside him, and his master had already suffered grievous wounds. Alright, don't be like that. Where are you? Sima Yu asked. How am I supposed to know where I am? Chi Wei said, there's no landmark here. Then look at your shadow. Is it tall or short? From which direction? Sima Yu asked. Northwest, the shadow is only an inch long. Chi Wei said. Alright, I got it. Sima Yu cut off his line after speaking. She looked at her own shadow to estimate where his location was. Their shadows were tilted towards the southeast, and it wasn't long. This proved that the sun was just above them, and it wasn't very far. They're northwest from us, and based on this distance, there are more people here. So, they should be here. Sima Yu said while pointing at a cluster of red dots. It's possible. We should hurry, then. Otherwise, the fun will all be over. Don't be anxious. A good worksman sharpens his tools. Sima Yu said. What do you plan to do? Han Miaoshuang asked. Sima Yu took out a pile of array stones and said, at this time, the usefulness of an array master should appear. Without an array, it would be like abandoning the airplane for a steam engine train. Airplane? Steam engine train? Everyone looked at her. Just what was she talking about? Cough cough, that. I'll tell you next time. Sima Yu sighed, right now, let me set up this array. Making an array for this kind of distance was nothing to her. She set one up in less than an hour. Will this take us there? Little Seven asked. I don't have the exact spatial coordinates, but I can guess the general direction. Sima Yu said, we'll cover at least half of the distance. Alright, the array has been set up. Let's go. The group of them came inside the array. When Sima Yu activated it, they immediately disappeared from where they were. As for those array stones, they turned into dust because of the spirit energy. Shortly after they left, a group of devil clansmen passed by. When they saw the dissected bodies of the Devil Wolf clan, they got a huge shock. Those wolf clans were such a powerful clan, but they were actually wiped out. They were even killed in this fashion. Just who did they offend? Especially the organs that had just been tossed to the side. Even their own clansmen couldn't continue watching. Boss, are we going to help clean them up? A disciple asked. Clean what up? Is the Devil Wolf clan not so high and mighty in the Devil realm? Just let them stay here for a few days. Someone will eventually help them clean up their carcass. Boss is right. Not only are we not going to help them dispose of their dead bodies, we're going to properly proclaim this when we get back. We'll see how the Devil Wolf clan covers up this disorder. Boss, you're a genius. Let's go then. It would be disastrous if those people returned and killed us as well. Yesiases, we have to hurry up and leave this place. Even the Devil Wolf clan couldn't handle them, so we would definitely not be their opponent. Wait a minute, use this recording stone to record everything down. We'll go back and let the others see it. That elder took out a stone and inserted some of his devil energy into it to record the entire scene. He paid some special attention to Maroon Wolf, then left with satisfaction. Sima Yu and the others exited the teleportation array and saw that the red dots on the scroll were just beside them. This proved that they were less than 100 kilometers away from where they were. There are very powerful fluctuations over there. Little Seven said after sensing for a moment. Go over and take a look. Sima Yu called out Halcyon and they flew over in that direction. They quickly arrived at the exciting battle. In a distance far away, they saw the heroic sword sect and a few other sects fighting with a group of spirit beasts. Wait. Qing Yi called out, and Sima Yu immediately got Halcyon to stop. What's wrong, Qing Yi? Those spirit beasts, there's no life energy in them. They're not real spirit beasts. Qing Yi said, they're fakes. Fakes? Qing Yi nodded. As the tree of life, whether something was dead or alive could never be hidden from him. So you're saying that those spirit beasts were artificially created by those people? Jiang Junxian said. Sima Yu looked around her and said, these people won't be too far if they need to control the spirit beasts. Bees, help me look around and find out where those bees are. Act quickly, it looks like they won't be able to hold on much longer. Over 1,000 scarlet bees flew out and flew towards the 4 directions. Senior sister, go ahead and help them hold on. These spirit beasts can't be killed before we manage to deal with the people behind it. Sima Yu said. Alright. You guys, take this. Sima Yu took out a few thunderbolt bullets and distributed it to them. This is fun to play with. Let's go. Han Miao Shuang took those thunderbolt bullets and went over with Su Xiao and the others. We should go ahead too. Once the Scarlet Bees had discovered those people, they would face a tough battle as well. The heroic sword sect couldn't hold on much longer. It wasn't that they were not powerful, but these spirit beasts were just immortal. They continuously depleted their spirit energy and those spirit beasts would come back to life after dying, so they were completely immortal. If this continues, everyone's spirit energy will be depleted. Zhou Lan led her group of disciples to surround their injured master in the center as they battled the spirit beasts. Qi Wei, didn't you ask Yu for help? Is she able to rush over here? Yu Qing asked. At this moment, Sima Yu was their final hope. Let's not talk about whether or not she will be able to make it. Even if she does, based on just the few of them, they may not be able to defeat them. One of the disciples from the heroic sword sect said. You don't know him. As long as he can make it, he'll definitely be able to save us. It's all our fault, we didn't believe in you. A few elders had gotten injured and were protected in the center by their disciples. However, if even they got injured, how long could their disciples hold on? If they had listened to Blue Blade before they came in here, how could something like this have happened? They were just too blinded by the word treasure. Master, relax. Boss said that she would come over, so she definitely will. As long as she comes, we'll be rescued. Qi Wei said. They still didn't carry much hope. It wasn't that they didn't believe Sima Yu, but that these spirit beasts were just too strange. Who would be able to handle these immortal things? Previous next chapter. Report chapter. What appeared in those persons' memories? Su Xiao asked. They were just foot soldiers. They didn't know much about the group behind it. Sima Yu frowned, the group is very secretive. Each person can only hear the orders from the rank directly above them. Furthermore, they know very little about the group. That's why they only know what they're doing at that immediate point in time. They also continually wear that secretive mask, so they're not familiar with those in here. It's only if they're with the people they're always with that they're able to differentiate them. So you're saying that you didn't really get much information? Han Miao Shuang said. Yeah, there are a bit more details, but I'll have to analyze it a bit before I come to a conclusion. Sima Yu said, however, with regards to this, they do know a bit. What did you get? Firstly, the Rubik sky is controlled by a few people together. Just now, the one who Little Seven killed was one of them. If we want to solve this problem quickly, we'll have to get rid of all those controlling it. Sima Yu said. This is a good idea after all. We just need to find them, then we can settle this. What else? Also, the killings that happened before were also done by this group. Sima Yu said, they had an Immortal Land Massacre competition and a few of the little groups acted. They competed to see who could kill the highest number. So it was done by this group. Han Miao Shuang said, the last time back at Cloud Sea City. Were they behind it as well? It's not within their memories. Sima Yu said, however, based on the way they've been doing things, it is very possible. Immortal Land Massacre, that is interesting. Jiang Junxiang said, however, it shouldn't be something as simple as a massacre, right? What about the setup? That's right. Sima Yu said, different groups targeted different powers. For our area, the one who was set up was your mystic dragon sect. As for who set you up, these people don't know either. Just who is this power that it can even have these sorts of methods? The average power in the inner sect won't be able to do it. Han Miao Shuang said. Everyone fell silent. They didn't have an answer to this. Let's first settle the current issue here. We'll wait till we obtain more information before figuring out the later parts of it. Sima Yu said. They could only do this for now. Since they had a motive, they had a direction to go towards. They would kill all who controlled the Rubik sky and it would naturally be broken. She understood from the black-robed men's memory that there were a total of 5 who controlled it. After they entered, they were responsible for heading into the different areas, north, south, east, west and central. The one they just killed was the one in charge of the west area. Right now, the other 4 remained. The one who was in charge of the central region was the strongest. Sima Yu dared not take the situation lightly. Right now, they had to focus on settling the 3 of them. As such, for the next few days, Sima Yu and the others settled the black-robed men and saved a few victims along the way. A few of these powers were even ones that Sima Yu had notified beforehand. However, because they were not cautious and were blinded by the treasure, they were rather guilty after Sima Yu rescued them. The best ones that Sima Yu saw were the 100 Changing Doors clansmen. They weren't battered and exhausted like everybody else was, and were still going about casually. However, they still couldn't get rid of the spirit beasts controlled by those people. These spirit beasts are strange. No matter where we teleport to, they keep catching up to us. Big Wei said. Indeed. We haven't seen any remnant, but have been chased by these spirit beasts the whole way. I don't think there's any remnant here at all. Little Chi said, Yu was right. This is a fake. It's a pity that we didn't believe her. If it were not because she warned us beforehand, we would have already fallen to their poisons. Big Wei said. In the end, we're the ones who didn't listen to good advice. Little Wei sighed. It's a good thing that we had enough arrays. Otherwise, those spirit beasts would have been enough to get rid of us. They're coming again. Can't they just give us a break? Little Wei said. They just came out from the array a short while ago and had yet to recover their spirit energy when the spirit beasts came out to chase after them again. They had arrays, but could it be that the spirit beasts had arrays as well? It was such a pain in the ass. They had already spent their spirit energy and finally had the time to recover, but they used it on activating the teleportation array. Once the teleportation array was spent, what would they do? Alright, don't talk about that anymore. We should hurry and find a way to get rid of the spirit beasts tailing us. Big Wei said. How do we shake them off? We used a teleportation array to get rid of them and they caught up to us. Even if we leave again, they'll just catch up again. This is completely useless. We have to find a way to solve the root of the problem. Little Wei said. But these spirit beasts can't be killed at all. I've thought of something, I don't know if you guys have thought of it as well or not. Big Wei said. What? Rubik Sky. Big Wei said. What? That thing. Didn't that thing get lost a long time ago? But this is way too similar to that. If that really is it, then we have to find the ones controlling it. Otherwise, we'll never rid ourselves of these beasts. I feel like these spirit beasts may have been created by those people as well. Heavens, if it really is that item, we're in trouble. If they were locked onto by the people controlling the Rubik Sky and didn't get rid of them, this would never end. We don't even know where the person who is controlling the Rubik Sky is. We still have to dig them out. Big Wei said. Alright, you guys have done the most research in this. Tell us how we can locate those people. Our spirit energy has already been completely spent. What could we do even if we find them? If we can't defeat them, we'd still die. Big Wei's words caused everyone to fall silent. It truly was this case. Even if they found them, if they couldn't defeat them, the outcome would still be death. Little Wei saw something in the grass and suddenly burst out in laughter. We're not necessarily going to die. What's going on? Scarlet bees. You use scarlet bees. This proves that she's nearby. Little Wei said excitedly. Isn't it just a little kid? Look how excited you are. Hee, you just have to wait and see. Little Wei said with a smile. They escaped twice more and just as the spirit beasts were about to gain on them, they all suddenly disappeared. They're gone. It seems like the ones who have been controlling them have been killed. It's definitely you who did it. Little Wei said. Teacher Little Wei, you really believe in me. A portal through space appeared and Sima Yu dragged out a few men clad in black as she walked out. You, it really is you. Little Wei said, I just knew you'd definitely be able to deal with this. You just have too much faith in me. What if I didn't manage to kill this person? Sima Yu asked. We know you rather well after all. Little Wei said. What he was referring to was the fact that they had broken through an array before. Sima Yu tossed the guy on the floor and said, "Alright, I came because I have something to tell you." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu's candor shocked the 100 changing doors. Cough cough, is anything the matter? Big Wei was the first to react as he asked. Take a look at these two men first. Do you recognize them? Sima Yu kicked over the two men lying at her feet and kicked them over to Big Wei and the others. They bent down and pulled their masks off, shaking their heads, not a single one. When she heard this, Sima Yu felt like it was a bit strange. This group was so careful that it probably wouldn't allow them to catch a hold of anything. These people should be the ones controlling the Rubik's sky. Little Wei asked. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. They know about the Rubik's sky. Then it would be much easier to explain. However, it made sense just thinking about it. The 100 changing doors was the most proficient in arrays. If they didn't know about it, then who would? Sima Yu sighed, I came to look for you guys this time because it has something to do with that. What do you need us to do? I found out through my capture of some previous people that there are a total of 5 people controlling the Rubik's sky. They're divided into north, south, east, west and central. The one in the central region is the most powerful of them all and we can't defeat them. Sima Yu said, that was why we wanted to work with you to get rid of the one in the central region. The Rubik's sky would naturally be taken care of that way. What about the people in the other 4 areas? We've already gotten rid of them. Sima Yu said. You've gotten rid of them? That's right. This is the south, and the one we got rid of the last. Sima Yu said, only the one in the central region remains. The 100 changing doors was stunned. As they were running for their lives, these guys were swiftly rescuing so many people. Little friend, you are truly astonishing. One of the elders in the 100 changing doors said, since you have already gotten rid of the ones in the north, south, east and west, leave the central one to us. Sima Yu smiled, alright. With this sect, she wouldn't need to interfere. The 100 changing doors was so affected earlier because they didn't know what was going on here. However, now that they did know, they were now the ones who were going to be doing the affecting. She took out some pills and said, these pills will help to recover your spirit energy. The 100 changing doors had almost finished using their own pills, and as they were stressing over the issues of the pills, Sima Yu actually gifted some over. Since little friend has some pills, we won't hold back. You'll have to go against that black-robed man. How could you go without properly recovering your spirit energy? Sima Yu said with a smile. They ate their pills then sat down where they were to recover. Sima Yu, Little Seven and Ching Yi sat a little away from them, chatting. After a moment passed, Big Wei and Little Wei walked over with a few elders. Teacher Big Wei and Little Wei. Sima Yu stood up. Although they had a bit of an unhappy parting the last time they met in school, based on their interaction with the 100 changing doors, they did not leak the fact that she possessed that array book. Yu, this is our elder, Elder He. Big Wei introduced. Greetings, Elder He. Sima Yu gave a bow to He Ming. Little friend Yu, much credit truly goes to you for what happened here this time. If you did not get rid of those people controlling the Rubik's sky, who knows what would have happened to us right now. He Ming looked like Buddha, and he still did when he smiled. That joyous expression looked as if he didn't go through anything just now. Elder He, you're too kind. About that, we came to look for you this time because there's a little thing. Elder He said, Big Wei, I think you should be the one to tell her. Sima Yu saw the way he was acting and blinked in confusion. Why did it seem like they were acting a little sheepish? About that. Yu, aren't you an alchemist? Do you have any more pills? It was finally Little Wei who spoke up. Pills? Yeah. We exhausted our supply of spirit recovery pills this time, and we don't know how much longer we're going to stay here, so, if you have a lot more pills, could you sell us a few? Sima Yu was still wondering what it was, so it turned out to be something about pills. She took out a pile of pills and said, you can go ahead and take these. I don't have much of other things, but I have quite a bit of pills. Cough cough, about that, we have quite a few of us. His meaning was that these weren't enough. Then I'll refine a few more. Sima Yu said. She winked at Big Wei and Little Wei, showing that it was thanks for them keeping her secret. It would be better if we gave you some compensation after all. He Ming said, just charge us based on the market rate by other pill pavilion. Sima Yu thought about it. If she refused the money, the other party might end up feeling uncomfortable. Hence, she nodded and said, alright, I'll get my seniors to refine some pills with me. Han Miao Shuang and the others were nearby. When they received Sima Yu's news, they rushed over. They initially thought that something had happened, but it turned out that it was just about refining pills, so they weren't that interested. Sima Yu pulled them to the corner, saying, do you know the 100 changing doors? I do, aren't they the founders of arrays? Han Miao Shuang said, you're saying that teacher Big Wei and the others. That's right, they're from the 100 changing doors. If you refine some pills for them, not only will you be able to get some money, you'll form a good relationship with the 100 changing doors. That's 2 birds with 1 stone. Sima Yu said. It was true just thinking about it, so the 3 of them happily agreed. Actually, Su Xiao and Han Miao Shuang agreed. Jiang Junxian, who never had an interest in anything, was coerced by Han Miao Shuang into agreeing. They spent an entire day's worth of time and refined over 100 pills for the 100 changing doors. They received a large sum of money. For people like the 100 changing doors, money was not a problem. Because it was still not enough, they made an arrangement to continue refining once they were out. At this moment, they had to first get rid of the person controlling the Rubik's sky. With the appearance of the 100 changing doors, Sima Yu could just watch from behind. With the men from the 100 changing doors almost dying, they had a belly full of fire. Since they knew the root cause, it was an easy matter to settle it. With the scroll, it was not a difficult task to find that black-robed person. They quickly determined his position. Seeing the array of the 100 changing doors, Sima Yu felt as if a new world had opened up for her. Truly, the sect of the founders of arrays would be different. Their setting up of the arrays was much quicker and more stable. When he saw Sima Yu watching them set up their arrays with rapt attention, He Ming raised his head and smiled the Buddha-like smile. He said, "Young friend Yu, do you have any interest in joining our 100-door sect? If you enter, you can learn many different types of arrays." Sima Yu chuckled and said, "I enjoy my freedom. A sect has too many laws, I wouldn't necessarily fit in." Big Wei and Little Wei stood by the side. When they heard what she said, they exchanged glances and helplessly shook their heads. Once the array was set up, He Ming selected a few more powerful people to head over first. The remaining people would rush over later on. Naturally, Sima Yu and the others were the first to go over. Once they came out from the array, she was filled with even more respect for the 100 changing doors. The stability of their space was too amazing. The last time she had gone to rescue the heroic sword sect, she ended up more than 100 kilometers away from this place. However, just look at these guys. They came out within a kilometer of them. She also believed that they had specifically chosen this place in order to avoid being attacked by the black-robed men immediately. The moment the 100 changing doors men appeared, they attacked the black-robed men. Although the black-robed men were proficient at controlling space, when confronted with the true origins, they had nothing to boast about. When controlling the item, he had to have a quiet and stable environment. However, the current situation afforded none of that. However, the black-robed men were not to be looked down on. Especially for the one in charge of the central region. He was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would not have become the most important controller. "Give me time." Sima Yu recognized the raspy voice immediately. It was the one who spoke at the entrance back then. Those black-robed men understood that he was asking them to buy some time so that he would be able to produce some of those immortal spirit beasts. They attacked the 100 changing doors, desperately trying to buy some time. Sima Yu and the others were behind and knew that something was off the moment they watched the situation. They hurriedly tossed a thunderbolt bullet over. They should be joking. If they created some of those immortal spirit beasts, they would have a hard battle ahead of them. Those people were not weak, but the power of the thunderbolt bullets were not to be looked down on either. Especially since Sima Yu was more powerful now, so the explosive power intensified. Although that black-robed man did not die in the explosions, it caused harm to those beside him. Furthermore, his actions were interrupted. If he wanted to call those spirit beasts out, he would have to start from the beginning. That black-robed man was so angered that he spit blood. However, he had no time to mope now. There were so many people in the 100 changing doors as well as people chasing after him that if he didn't manage to call those spirit beasts out, they would definitely be the ones to die here today. The other black-robed men understood as well. That was why they fought despite their injuries. They just needed to buy some time. Sima Yu looked over. A single thunderbolt bullet wasn't enough to stop them. She took out another few more and handed it to Han Miao Shuang, Little Seven and the others. Each person lobbed one over. Boom dash. Boom dash. The subsequent explosions interrupted the actions of those black-robed men again. He had already suffered some internal injuries by now. He looked at Sima Yu and prepared to give up on his original plan, wanting to try again after getting rid of them. Otherwise, this would happen again once he succeeded and he would probably suffer more than some internal injury. Little Seven saw that the black-robed man was flying towards them and prepared to rise up and go when He Ming suddenly appeared in the center, beaming as he looked at the black-robed man. "Where do you think you're going? Come, let us talk about life. Let us not bother the younger generation." After speaking, he started to fight the black-robed man. Sima Yu looked at He Ming. Although he was a little weaker than the black-robed man, he was more apt at controlling space. Flashing here and there along with the help of spatial lock, the black-robed man didn't gain any sort of advantage. The battle continued on for more than 2 hours and Sima Yu and the others didn't do a thing. There were the occasional few that landed where they were, but Little Seven, Floey and Little Dream got rid of them. Explode dash. With He Ming's exclamation, Sima Yu looked over. The surroundings of the black-robed man exploded and he turned into a meat patty. Aya, don't splatter his brain as well. She rushed over and saw the pile of human flesh and wanted to stomp her feet in frustration. He Ming didn't know why she was so agitated and flew down asking, "Little friend Yu, what's wrong? You exploded him into a meat patty, so all his memories are gone." It had been no easy feat for her to meet a high-ranking one and she wanted to obtain even more information from him, but it turned out to be nothing in the end. You should have said so earlier." He Ming saw how agitated Sima Yu was and snickered for a bit before running away saying that he was going to check on the others. When the black-robed man died, the Rubik sky stopped functioning as well, and everyone's surroundings changed. They were still in the mountains, and they hadn't gone to any sort of remnants at all. No matter whether it was a human, ghost or devil clan, they finally understood that this was just some sort of setup. Those that had gone out earlier had already left the place. There were those still waiting, like the heroic sword sect. When they saw Sima Yu come out, they finally relaxed. However, they did not rashly go forward. Many still didn't understand the situation. They began to discuss with those beside them on what finally happened. After receiving some explanation, everyone finally understood that they had almost died. "Young Miss Sima, I have committed to memory what happened here today. Let us meet again if an opportunity arises." Goodbye. Many cupped their fists in salute to Sima Yu before turning around to leave. Of course, those from the Devil and Ghost clan wouldn't share the same sentiments. They left directly after hearing everything. It was only Deja and his group who remained at a distance without leaving. Blue Blade and the others walked over, looked at Sima Yu and the others gratefully. Yu, we'll have to thank you for this. I know what you want to say, so you don't have to say it. I will look for you if I ever need your help. Alright then. We shall take our leave. Those from the heroic sword sect were waiting here for her to begin with. Now that she was safe, they had no other reason to remain. Very quickly most of them left. Only the 100 changing doors and the ghost clansmen remained. He Ming walked over with Big Wei and Little Wei. They looked at Sima Yu without speaking. I won't hand that item over to you. Sima Yu said, just based on the fact that I saved you guys, you should let me have it, right? Hehe, we didn't say that we wanted the Rubik's Sky. He Ming said cheerily. Sima Yu subconsciously took a step back and said, then why are you looking at me like that? He had always been an affable person, which part of him terrified people. Could it be that his smile was not sincere enough? It was possible. As such, he let himself smile deeper, but when Sima Yu saw the way he was acting, she turned around and ran away immediately. She hid behind Qing Yi and Little Seven, peeking her head out from behind them. He Ming couldn't maintain the smile on his face any longer. He looked at Sima Yu with grief. Why was this brat so afraid of him? This wasn't normal. What do you want to do? Sima Yu looked warily at him. Seeing him come closer, she hurriedly pointed at him, don't come over. If there's anything you want to say, you can say it from there. Those actions, that gaze, He Ming was truly hurt. Big Wei and Little Wei saw that way she was acting and lowered their heads, pretending to cough. They already told him that it was useless, but their boss refused to believe it. He just insisted on coming here personally. See? Wasn't he hurt now? He Ming felt like he was not only injured, but gravely injured. Sima Yu saw the way he was acting and felt like she had overreacted a little bit. She coughed twice and said, about that. Elder He, just say what you want to say. Actually, I just wanted to ask you. Do you want to join our 100 changing doors? Cough cough, we already discussed that back inside. My answer won't change. Thank you very much, Elder He, for your invitation, but Yu really isn't suited for joining such a large sect. Sima Yu rejected him. You really won't consider it? He Ming was dissatisfied as he asked. I really won't consider it. Sima Yu sighed, Elder He, the other powers have already left. Aren't you worried yet? If someone else steals some opportunity, that would be disastrous. Humph, don't think that I'm unaware that you just want to chase us away. He Ming said, but never mind then. Since you do not have the desire to, we will not force you. However, you have to remember to come to the 100 changing doors to play when you have the time. Sima Yu smirked. If she really went to the 100 changing doors, it wouldn't be playing around. Alright, I'll definitely go and take a look if there's an opportunity. He Ming looked at the ghost clan standing far away and said, they seem to be waiting for you. The ghost clans aren't any good. Do you want to leave with us? No need. Alright then. Then you should take care of yourselves. We'll go off. He Ming led the 100 changing doors off. In a moment, only Yu and the ghost clansmen remained. Deja looked at Sima Yu. He stayed where he was without moving. Sima Yu saw that they weren't moving, so she watched them warily. Master, are you going to acknowledge her now? Someone beside Deja asked. Deja looked at Sima Yu. His heart was troubled. He didn't know whether or not he should acknowledge her. He wanted to in his heart, but when he thought of what happened back at Bright Red Mountain Peak, he was a little hesitant. In any case, how was he going to go and tell her that he was her older brother? Because of what happened before, he wasn't close to the people of the same generation as him in the clan. He also rarely interacted with any relatives. Right now, if he was to go and get closer to her, he didn't know what to say. However, this person was youngest aunt's daughter and he really wanted to say something to her. Master? Deja sighed and waved his hands, saying, let's go. Sima Yu looked at Deja and was making some calculations internally, wondering how she was going to snatch the 100 ghost fan. Just as she was going to head over to them, he led his ghost clan away. Yu, they're gone off. I know, I saw that. Then are we going to chase after them? Sima Yu thought about it, but decided to let it go. She only let the scarlet bees go and keep an eye on them. She did not yet have a sure way to make Deja hand the 100 ghost fan over. If push came to shove, she may not definitely win. Since she still had time, she could take it slow. Right now, she still had to figure out the Rubik's Sky. Once Deja and the others had walked far away, she hopped out of the exit. She dispersed the array, revealing Little Rock and Thousand Resonance. Are you guys alright? Little Rock and Thousand Resonance stood up, saying, we're all ready. It seemed like nobody noticed us aside from the ghost clan that just left. The ghost clansman noticed you? There was someone who was very powerful. He's the one who left an imprint on your body. He used his divine consciousness and found us. However, he didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't notice us at all. Little Rock said, then how do you know that he noticed you? Little Seven said as she hopped down. When he was sweeping this area with his consciousness, he lingered on us for a while. Because he noticed us. Thousand Resonance said. That guy almost killed you the last time, but he actually didn't do anything even when he discovered you? That's too strange. Little Seven said. This is not the only thing that's strange. Sima Yu's eyes narrowed. When I encountered them this time, every single thing was strange. It was totally different from the last time when we met with swords drawn. Their side was the strange one, but I can't put my finger on it. Their eyes. Thousand Resonance sighed, I have thought about it deeply. Earlier on, when we were at bright red mountain peak, they looked at us like cattle, like the dead. There was no warmth in their eyes. However, this time, when they look at you, their gaze is completely different. Especially the one in the center. He looks at you like, family. Even as Thousand Resonance said this, Sima Yu felt the same. But why? Was it truly like what she had thought about before? Did it have something to do with the ghost part of her body? Once I grab hold of him, I definitely have to ask him well. Let's not think about this right now. Let's go take a look at the Rubik's sky. Sima Yu eagerly came beside the Rubik's sky. She held onto the large turntable that was about 2 centimeters wide and turned it quite a few rounds. Earlier on, they didn't properly look into this. They could only think of a way to get it open. Now that they had time, she wanted to spend it and properly research it. This thing was extinct, and even the 100 changing doors didn't possess it. That proved how valuable it was. This thing is so big. Little Seven said, aside from doing those things, what else is the Rubik's sky good for? Didn't you see what was written in that book? This thing is super useful. However, you'll only know after researching it carefully, just how useful this is. Sima Yu said. However, that ancient book wasn't too detailed about it either. That was why there was no use reading more of it. However, this wasn't the time to research more about it. With a thought, she kept the item away into her spirit pagoda. Yu, where are we going right now? Little Seven asked. Sima Yu looked at the direction Deja and the others left in and said, Senior brothers and sister, I'm going to go and settle something personal. You guys. Are you going to look for the ghost clan? Sima Yu nodded. Han Miao Shuang wanted to say that she wanted to go with her, but Jiang Jun Xian already spoke first. We were also thinking of heading somewhere else to see if there's any opportunities elsewhere. We can take our leave then. Alright then. If anything comes up, remember to contact me. Sima Yu looked at Jiang Jun Xian gratefully. She wanted to look for Deja on her own to clarify what she thought. Jiang Jun Xian could tell, which was why he said that. Han Miao Shuang saw that Jiang Jun Xian had already agreed, so she could only nod. She looked at Sima Yu and said, then you have to be careful. I will. The three of them departed. Sima Yu took Little Seven and the others, then left in the direction where Deja went. Yu, why didn't you want to let Miao Shuang and the others come with us? Because there are some things where, if they were to find out about them, would only bring them danger. Sima Yu mumbled. Previous chapter. Her intuition told her that the person who almost killed her the last time was way too dangerous. If she let senior sister and the others follow along, who knows what would happen. Furthermore, Deja and the others who were walking up ahead, noticed Sima Yu coming after them. Master, young Mrs. Bees are following us. Master Ghost said with a wave of his hand, and a few scarlet bees were pulled over. Although they were able to suppress their spirit energy, things with life energy found it difficult to hide from ghost clans. Much less someone as powerful as Master Ghost. Deja looked at those scarlet bees and seemed to see Sima Yu's familiar face. He hesitated for a moment then said, kill them. Master? One of the guards beside him cried out. These were the pets of his beloved youngest aunt's daughter. He was just going to kill them. Deja, however, seemed to have thought some things through and regained his initial calm and maliciousness. We are going to do some things. We can't let her know about them. He said as he released a bout of spirit energy and killed those bees. Let's go. We definitely have to go to the place from before the immortal land is sealed. They continued to rush forward, leaving behind the corpses of the scarlet bees. After a short moment, Sima Yu and the others arrived beside the scarlet bees. They're not dead yet. Qing Yi said. Sima Yu could sense that they were still alive. She kept the scarlet bees back into her spirit. Based on the grudges they had back at Bright Red Mountain Peak, Deja should have wanted to kill her the moment he saw her. However, not only did he not do that, when he found out that she was following him, he even spared the life of her scarlet bees. If it were not because of the reason that she had already guessed, there was nothing else that would make him think this way. That place, where is it? What other motives did they have for coming here? She couldn't think of an answer because she didn't know what they were going to do. They have already discovered our scarlet bees, so we have no idea where they are right now. Yin Lin said that the 100 Ghost fan had to land up in her hands. However, who knew where the Ghost clan was at right now? How were they supposed to get it? Qing Yi saw that Little Seven was a bit disappointed and said, I can roughly estimate their location, but it won't necessarily be accurate. The general direction should be right, though. Really? Why didn't I know about your tracking ability? Little Seven held onto Qing Yi's arm, asking with a tilt of her head. How would I know how to track? Qing Yi said, it's just that they're ghost clansmen and have death aura. As they walk, they leave a bit of it behind. I can sense that light death aura. If they were humans, he might not necessarily be able to do it. However, the Tree of Life was especially sensitive towards life and death auras. That was why he could tell. If other ghost clans appeared as well, he might not necessarily be okay. Then I'll have to trouble you. Sima Yu said gratefully. With Qing Yi leading the way, Sima Yu let Halcyon bring them there as they continued to look for them. 1 to 2 days later, they encountered some issues. What's wrong? There are 2 ghost clans. They split up, and I don't know which one they are. Qing Yi pointed towards 2 directions. Sima Yu looked around and the 2 places weren't very far. However, if they guessed wrongly, it would probably be impossible to find them again. She casually chose a direction and said, let's go here. She wasn't sure which direction was the right one anyway, so she might as well try one. As it turned out, she was wrong. When they caught up to the ghost clan, it wasn't Deja and the others. When the ghost clan saw Sima Yu and sensed her delicious soul, they were immediately moved. This human soul is really fragrant. Prince, we'll go and get her soul for you. The guards beside the 15th prince were practically drooling when they saw Sima Yu, and every single one said fawningly. All right. The 15th prince wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth and said, I've never seen such a fragrant soul in the ghost realm before. A young male beside 15th prince looked at Sima Yu and said, Prince, this human is the child of the ghost clan and human clan. Is that so? Is that why her soul is so fragrant? 15th prince felt like he was about to lose control. He really wanted to eat her up. Prince, we'll go and kill her for you. Those guards said as they flew towards Sima Yu. Halt. The male child stopped them. Fifth, say whatever you want to say later on. 15th prince said, annoyed. Prince, I can sense a very familiar aura emanating from her. Di Wu Yi said. 15th prince looked towards Sima Yu, but he was completely enthralled by the fragrance and said, I don't care if it's familiar. Even if she's my blood sister, I must eat her today. What are you guys waiting for? Yes, Prince. The guards flew off, and Di Wu Yi wanted to stop them. To have such a similar aura to their prince, furthermore, a descendant of both human and ghost, he was pretty certain what her identity was. A person by Di Wu Yi's side pulled him to a stop, saying, Di Wu, don't you know the prince's personality? Just as he said earlier, even if it was his blood sister, he would still eat her up. If she really was his sister, he probably would have killed her immediately when she was born. Di Wu Yi thought about it and agreed. He really couldn't understand why the clan would choose someone like him to support. They even wanted him to follow him all the time. Sima Yu and the others saw that the ghost clan wasn't Deja and the others and were about to turn around to leave when they saw the ghost clan start to attack them. Hey, weak little humans. Our prince has his sights set on your soul. That's why you should obediently hand it over, Those attacking Sima Yu said with a wicked laugh. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows, they wanted to eat her soul? Little Seven, Little Dream and Floey exchanged glances. They saw rage reflected in each other's eyes. They dared plot against their master? Yu, leave them to me. Little Dream stepped forwards, giving both her hands a stretch. I'll join in too. Little Seven let go of Qing Yi and came beside Little Dream. You can't leave me out of something like this. Floey said. 3 contracted beasts? Although the ghost clansmen were a little surprised that she had so many contracted beasts, they didn't pay too much attention to her. There were so many of them. Were they afraid that they wouldn't be able to take her down? Their prince loved delicious souls, and so they killed quite a few ghost clansmen. Much less was to be said now that they had met a human. These people have such cruel gazes. Little Seven said, let us compete to see who kills the highest number. Alright. Floey's 10 fingers turned to vines as pretty and seductive flowers appeared on them, the one who wins is the eldest sister. Let's begin, then. Little Dream attacked the nearest ghost clansman when she finished speaking. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Those ghost clansmen were still laughing when they heard Floey's bet with the others. These contracted beasts were too great. They wanted to kill them, and even bet who could kill the highest number. They were dreaming in broad daylight, however, once Floey and the others acted, they finally understood that this group of humans were not easy to deal with. The 3 of them killed them like harvesting vegetables. They were like 3 grim reapers. Man-eating flower king. Dream devil clan. And what is this one? How is it so powerful in battle? The ghost clansmen were shocked silly by their battle abilities. The first wave of people were all killed in a short moment. Floey suddenly jumped up and landed on a flower, grinning widely. Just now, it seems like I killed the most of them. Floey, that's because you had so many flowers. It may not be the case later on. Little Seven said. She was clearly the strongest, but Floey could kill so many at once, so she killed the highest number. This made her depressed. That's right. Little Dream looked at the others, until the very end, the victor is undetermined. Then we can continue. The ghost clansmen saw that these people had all been killed off. Although they were surprised at how powerful they were, they didn't plan to give up. You guys continue to fight. You definitely have to get me that soul. 15th Prince said. Yes, Prince. If they all attacked at once from the beginning, Floey and the others may not be able to react. However, now that they were dispersed, they were easily giving them every chance to strike. Di Wu Yi realized this. Although he wasn't happy that they were not listening to his advice, they had reached the point of no return. He said, you should all attack at once. Initially, there were only a few tens of them. Little Dream and the others were still able to hold them off at that point. However, once the numbers increased, they were too busy dealing with their own enemies. Although they could assure that they would not get injured, they couldn't assure that those people would not be able to attack Sima Yu. After all, the Ghost Clan's prince's guards were not something just anyone could be. Sima Yu saw that those people had attacked her and gave signal though, surrounding her whole body with fire. Qing Yi stood where he was, and those people were simply unable to come close to him. When they got near Sima Yu, they were all burnt into ashes by the flames that surrounded her. Little birdie hasn't come out to play for a long time, right? Sima Yu's flame danced around her before turning into a vermilion bird and landing on her hand. Go on, you can play around today. The moment the Ghost Clansmen felt the flame, they sensed its terrifying temperature. Fear rose from the depths of their hearts, and they instinctively wanted to turn around and run. However, little birdie didn't give them that opportunity at all. Its body grew huge in the sky, turning into a gargantuan bird. It immediately surrounded every single one of them. The flames immediately burnt every single Ghost clansman into ashes. In a single moment, the hundreds of them were completely gone. The Ghost clansmen were so afraid that they turned ashen, but little birdie was excited and continued to fly towards the remaining ones. Sima Yu watched as they were swallowed up by the flames, until they were not able to cry out at all. She sighed at how Crimson Flame's recovery of his energy allowed little birdie's strength to grow as well. Protect the prince. Everyone was flustered now. This flame was the nemesis of their Ghost clan, especially so for a flame as powerful as this one. Towards something like little birdie, you could say that they had no ability to fight back at all. Di Wu Yi saw this, and although he was rather unwilling, he still stood in front of the 15th prince. The clans had orders that he was to ensure the prince's safety. Although he didn't like this prince, he still had to give respect to the clan leader's orders. He knew that the flame was Sima Yu's flame and said, "Human, this is the 15th prince of the devil realm. If you stay your hand, the Ghost clan will be extremely grateful to you." Sima Yu glanced sideways at the prince and said slowly, "The prince of the Ghost realm? Could you be telling me that, because he is the prince of the Ghost realm and was attracted to my soul, I had to hand it over? But since I was not willing, he could kill me, and now that he can't kill me, he can suppress me with his status?" It really seemed to be the case when she said it like that. Little birdie stopped for a moment, as if waiting for Sima Yu's instructions. "If I didn't happen to possess something that could stop you here today, wouldn't you have killed me and eaten my soul?" Sima Yu continued to ask them, "You want to kill someone, but can't kill them, so you use your identity to suppress them. Do you think it's going to work? We were the ones at fault earlier. We are willing to compensate you." Di Wu Yi said. "Compensate me?" Sima Yu laughed lightly. "I am someone who isn't too interested in the belongings of others. However, for those who don't offend me, I do not offend. Once you cross me, nothing will stand in the way. The 15th prince is the most beloved prince of the Ghost realm. If you kill him, you will definitely evoke the ire of the Ghost King and earn the hatred of all Ghost clans. Although you have a flame that can combat us, you will not be able to kill the entire Ghost realm." Di Wu Yi said. "Even if a day like that comes, I still have to take my revenge today." Sima Yu sighed. "You are certain that you want to make an enemy of the entire Ghost realm?" Di Wu Yi said. He slowly activated the spirit energy in his body. If it really came down to it, he could take the preemptive strike. "I do not wish to make an enemy of the entire Ghost realm, I merely want to take revenge for myself. However, if you want to make me an enemy of the entire Ghost realm, I am not afraid. If they have to come, let them come." Sima Yu said, "I already noticed you earlier. You asked them not to do anything. It's a pity that your words were taken lightly. The prince cared nothing for what you said." Di Wu Yi's face turned solemn. However, he didn't refute her words. If they had listened to her earlier, how could any of this have happened? As for the 15th prince, he was already so frightened that he couldn't move. The other party was clearly just a human with some spirit beasts. How was she so powerful? This was simply akin to kicking a hornet's nest. However, that person's soul really was too fragrant. It would definitely have tasted divine. Sima Yu saw that the look in the prince's eyes didn't change. He was truly an ingrate who knew no remorse. "Little birdie, take good care of these people. Oh, don't kill that person yet. Keep him alive. He's useful." The moment little birdie received her command, it continued its work. It burnt the Ghost clan completely to the ground. Ah. Don't set me on fire." 15th prince wanted to fight back, but little birdie was just too powerful. After a cry of pain, he too was burnt to ashes. On the other hand, little birdie just flew past Di Wu Yi. However, it did trap him and he was rendered unable to move. Finally, the entire Ghost clan was exterminated, leaving only Di Wu Yi behind. "Little 7, grab him. He'll be useful later on," Sima Yu said. "Alright." Di Wu Yi wasn't little 7's match at all and was quickly captured. So who won? Flowey wiped her sweat and looked at the other two. Because little birdie had gotten into the fight, it seemed like the bet from before was nullified. The three of them felt this way, but little birdie flew in front of them, blocking them. Previous chapter. Next. What? Flowey looked at little birdie, wondering why it blocked her way. Little birdie opened its wing with its head tilted backwards and lifted its chest. But Little Dream and the rest didn't catch what it was trying to say. Except for Sima Yu who smiled and said, "Little birdie is trying to say it killed the most people." Little birdie nodded, this was what it meant. Little 7 and the rest's face immediately sunk. They were deciding the most powerful gets to be the eldest sister, but this didn't include the others. Little Dream glanced at little birdie and said faintly, "Can you transform into human form?" It then flew around her and left. Flowey laughed and said, "Are you female?" It similarly did the same as it flew around Flowey before it flew off. Little 7 held on to Di Wu Yi, "Little birdie, move away, this is only for adults, you're still young." Again, it flew around little 7 and left. Little birdie was sad that they didn't care about her. It flew to Sima Yu's hand and transformed into a small bird. Sima Yu patted its head and said, "Be good, don't play with them. You aren't a girl anyway, do you really want to be the elder sister?" Little birdie became moody because even she put it this way. TCH, it doesn't want to become a female. But it was a fact that it killed the most, those arrogant girls. It did a little kick in Sima Yu's hand and went back into her body. Really? Little Seven shaked her head helplessly. Yu, why did you catch this guy for? To get a better understanding of the ghost clan. After she spoke, she brought everyone into the spirit pagoda. After the 15th prince died, Master Ghost shivered and said, 15th prince died. That idiot died? Deja was shocked momentarily before he regained his composure and said, it's good that the idiot died, he is always so arrogant. Wonder who killed him? Should really thank that person. The 15th prince was someone who he had always wanted to kill, but he was someone who was not only the child of the Ghost King, his mother's clan was also strong. For some unknown reason, even Di Wu-Yi followed them. With that thought, he could only bear with that idiot, even though they met before, he didn't dare to take action. We will know. Master Ghost said. How do you know? The guard behind asked. About the death of the 15th prince, Ghost Concubine would definitely know. Ghost Clan has a secret way to pass the news into our brain. Master Ghost continued, Ghost Concubine will not leave that person alone, she will definitely send out orders to get us to avenge. With the thought of the secret way, Master Ghost broke out in cold and continued in a flash, but Deja still found out. Others didn't know what that was, but as someone who was involved in the royal clan, he would know. Master, don't worry, I'll definitely help you find the other part of the spirit. Deja said. Master Ghost nodded. Not all powerful people like them would be willing to serve the royal clan, but why were there so many people? It was because their spirit was separated out, the spirit that was separated out would be locked up by the secret of the royal clan. On a side, it gave them supreme honor, another side was to use that spirit to control them. And Master Ghost was bestowed by Deja's mother. He was once the bodyguard of the Ghost Realm's princess, someone who lost part of their spirit. Last time in the clan, Deja was but someone who wasn't valued, but as Yukuluo's talent started completely, he started shining in the clan, his mother then gave him Master Ghost to protect him. Master Ghost, how did you know that the 15th prince died? Someone asked. The last time we met, I had left an imprint on his body. That imprint is now gone. Master Ghost said. Once the imprint disappeared, that meant that the person completely disappeared as well. They even dare to kill the Ghost Emperor's favorite, the 15th prince. Does that person intend to revolt against the heavens? Someone commented. Who is it? We'll know in a while. Master Ghost rarely got curious. When they met that time, beside the 5th family that were alongside the 15th prince, there were also some powerful people. Their strength was no doubt regarded as powerful. Now that he was killed, they didn't even know what forces the opponent was from. Very quickly they knew that this wasn't done by a force, but someone he knew. Just like what he said earlier, the Ghost Clan quickly learned about the news of 15th Prince's death. The driven mad Ghost Concubine then sent out the image before his death through secret way, getting people in the immortal land to kill them without fail. He sent out that image. When Deja saw the familiarity in Sima Yu, Little Seven and the rest, he almost fell from the flying beast. How can it be her? Didn't they just get separated for 2 days? How could she get into such a big trouble? However, Master Ghost wasn't surprised. Sima Yu wasn't far from them. If they met 15th Prince, it wasn't impossible that she would meet them too. Her spirit smelled nice. 15th Prince who loved to eat spirit wouldn't give her a miss. If they took action, with her previous Red Mountain Peaks performance, she would definitely counterattack. He knew she had the flame in her. With that flame, even if it was royal guards, they wouldn't be able to resist for even half a minute. The moment he saw the fiery eye in the image, he felt that the fire was even stronger than before. The royal clan has sent out an arrest order, wanting the Ghost Clan in the immortal land to gather and kill her. Master Ghost said, so, from now on, she might get attacked by the Ghost Clan. If they don't succeed, the Ghost Concubine might send someone else. Deja shut his eyes and took a deep breath and said, she should be fine. That might not be it. Master Ghost continued, since they already know that she has the flame, if people in the immortal land can't settle her, the people Ghost Concubine sent might have ghost weapons that clash. At that point of time, she might not be able to defend. So. Troublesome. Deja continued, Master, bring the others to protect her, we will continue looking for that place. My mission is to protect you, I can never abandon you to protect others. Master Ghost said. But she is in danger, I can't leave her in the lurch. Deja continued, but I can't give up on the purpose of coming here. Indeed. Master Ghost said, but I won't give up on my position. How then? Don't worry, she can still handle it from the start, as long as you can find that place before the people of Ghost Concubine and complete the mission we came for, then you can protect her later. Master Ghost said. That's the only way. Deja believed she wouldn't be killed by Ghost Clan members if she could even kill the 15th Prince. Previous chapter. Next. Sima Yu was oblivious to the Ghost Clan's matters, even if she knew, she wouldn't take it to heart that it's only about the Ghost Clan, it wouldn't matter even if there was more. With little birdie here, it could restrain them to death. She brought Di Wu-Yi into Spirit Pagoda, so Little Seven could unlock him. Inside the Spirit Pagoda, there was Little Spirit, so even if he wanted to suicide, he couldn't. Di Wu-Yi was frightened by changes in the surrounding and came back to senses. This woman was definitely different. Come to think of it, if she was ordinary, would she even be able to eliminate so many strong people in Ghost Clan? What's your name? Sima Yu took out 2 chairs, she sat down and watched Di Wu Yi, who was in shock looking back at her. She swung her hand and said, "Take a seat." "Why did you catch me?" Di Wu Yi asked. "Why didn't you kill me? Was it because I helped her previously?" Seeing him not taking a seat, Sima Yu didn't force him either. She was shocked when she heard what he said, shot a glance at him and said, "Do you really think that's the reason?" Di Wu Yi shaked his head. "Nope." "Smart." Sima Yu continued, "I brought you here to ask you about some stuff." "What stuff?" Di Wu Yi saw her calculating expression, mentally prepared and said, "If you're trying to get me to betray my clan, don't even need to think about it." "Your clan? I don't even know your name, why would I want you to betray your clan?" Sima Yu refuted. "Then what do you want to ask?" "Answer my question first, what's your name, do you want to keep calling you Hey?" Sima Yu asked. Di Wu Yi. "This handle, Di Wu, is rare." Sima Yu continued, "It can't be the royal clan, right? If it wasn't, then he wouldn't protect the prince. The royal clan's family name is Yu." Di Wu Yi continued, "The prince you killed is Yu Du." "Oh. Is his position in the royal clan high?" "Yes, her mother ghost concubine's clan is very powerful, my king showered him with love. Now that you killed him, they won't let you go." Di Wu Yi said. "And also won't let you go, right?" Sima Yu looked at him, "You're ordered to protect him, but you watch him die helplessly. Royal clan and your clan, they won't let you go either, right?" Di Wu Yi glared at Sima Yu and said angrily, "It's your doing." "I did it, but you don't seem very angry. Isn't it?" Sima Yu smiled faintly. Di Wu Yi didn't expect that she would read his mind and was stupefied for a moment. "Nonsense." He denied, but it didn't sound convincing. "Am I spouting nonsense?" Sima Yu continued, "Although you look enraged and angry that I killed your master, but your eyes don't show any grief, it showed relief instead. Am I right?" Di Wu Yi went silent. Sima Yu smiled and continued, "You don't want to follow this prince, you followed him only because of the clan's order. You even thought of killing him, but sadly, you didn't dare to. What are you trying to say?" Di Wu Yi didn't like that his mind was read and stared at her with alertness. "What I want to say is really simple, since you want to kill him, I helped you kill him, don't look at me with deep hatred." Sima Yu said. Di Wu Yi went silent again. Sima Yu didn't rush him either. "With me being like this, it's already counted as betraying my own clan." He finally started talking after being silent for a while, "But I really can't tolerate how 15th Prince was. I don't understand why my clan wants to be involved with them, I don't care either. But I can't stand their arrangement, getting clan members to protect him. Do you know that initially, with my strength, I'm not supposed to protect him, but because he likes to tease me and appoint me to protect him. Every time I see him do those things, even though I'm from the ghost clan, I can't take it anymore. This kind of person doesn't deserve to live." Sima Yu saw his rage, it seemed like this person was really a bastard. "Since you already killed him, please kill me too." Di Wu Yi continued, "If not, my clan will have to bear the responsibility." "Do you want to die that much?" Sima Yu looked at him, "Since your clan can be together with the royal clan, that means your clan's strength isn't that low. Do you think that the royal clan will eliminate your clan just because you didn't fulfill your obligation?" "I don't think so. But I can't go back anymore." Di Wu Yi continued, "There's no difference between being alive and dead. What's funny is that I ever thought of committing suicide after killing him, but I don't have that courage." "You're alive, well, why do you want to suicide?" Sima Yu continued, "It's a good thing to treasure your life, there's nothing to be ashamed of." Di Wu Yi looked at her with shock, she was the first one to tell him that there was nothing to be ashamed of. This was totally different from what he was taught. What's so surprising about it? Sima Yu saw his shocked look and looked at him with sympathy. "But, I still can't go back anymore. I can see you're not a ruthless person, so you." Di Wu Yi forced a smile. Regardless, he couldn't go back to Ghost Realm anymore, it was impossible to go back to his clan. He didn't have the courage to suicide, he could only place his hopes on her. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Sima Yu continued, "You can just stay here and ask me anything you want to know." "Don't you only want to know about all these?" Di Wu Yi asked. "These? These are all about you, I don't even know your existence before meeting you, why would I care about your matters?" Sima Yu said. "Then what do you want to know?" "I heard those words you exchanged with the prince earlier on." Sima Yu continued, "You said that we have a similar breath." Di Wu Yi looked at her, she could even hear it when it was so far away. "I know how to read lips." Sima Yu continued, "What do you mean by similar breath?" "You have the ghost clan's breath on you." Di Wu Yi replied. "I'm sure that's not what you are referring to, if not you won't say it's similar, instead, you'll say that I have ghost clan's breath." Sima Yu said. "I'm not sure either." Di Wu Yi continued, "I'm only guessing." "Tell me about it." "You have royal clan's blood." Di Wu Yi said. "The royal clan's blood?" She remembered a very long time ago, in Elin continent when she entered Dragon Reflection Mountain, she made a dark beast retreat before. If it wasn't Ghost Realm's royal clan, why would she be able to do it? It turned out that much earlier, she had already guessed her past life's history. Previous chapter. Next chapter. If she had the ghost clan's royal blood, then wouldn't her mother belong to the royal clan? Di Wu Yi saw her in deep thoughts and said, "Actually, you are not that old, there's not much human who got into the royal clan, much less a princess, there are only that few of them, it's easy to guess." How do you know? Sima Yu asked. It's natural that I know about the royal clan because I have to protect the 15th prince. If you are not over 50 years old, your mother might be the Dark Princess, because in the past 50 years, she was the only one who came to the human realm. If your age is over 50 to 100, then it might be the other 3 princesses. Dark Princess? Dark Princess Yukoluo. She is a beautiful, knowledgeable legendary princess, it's a pity. Di Wu Yi nodded with a tint of sadness in his eyes. That was his goddess, but sadly she went missing. Dark Princess Yukoluo. Sima Yu repeated her name in her mind for a few times. This was the first time she heard about her mother, that was if the Dark Princess was really her mother. Both of them went silent. Di Wu Yi came back to reality from his memories, seeing the faint smile on her face and said, "You are not over 50 years old, right?" Sima Yu nodded. "Then you're really Dark Princess daughter." Di Wu Yi sounded a little agonized. She had a child with someone in the human realm. "Can I know what's your name?" Sima Yu. Sima Yu came back to senses and realized the looks he gave her was a little different. Sima Yu. Was that guy's surname Ma? You didn't even let your child follow your surname when you gave birth to her? Sima Yu saw Di Wu Yi's weird expression and said, "You know my mother?" "I know her, but she probably don't remember me anymore." Di Wu Yi said. "Why say so?" Di Wu Yi once again sunk into his memories, reminiscing the few times he met her. He was chosen by Yu to be a personal guard, just so he could tease him anytime he wanted. Although they were from the same generation, his talent was much higher than Yu, even his strength was also stronger. Because of Di Wu clan's power, Yu didn't dare to kill him, but there was still humiliation from time to time. He heard a lot about Dark Princess Yukoluo, but when he first saw her with his own eyes, it was 2 years after he became a guard. That time, just because he wasn't willing to help Yu to kill a child that was only a few years old, he was stripped off his top by orders and hanged at the only road by the entrance of the palace. Everyone who passed by would despise him and laughed at him. Some even stopped and looked at how he was being made fun of. Only Luo's was stopped, frowned and ordered people to let him go. If it was others, Yu wouldn't care, but he was afraid of Luo's, not sure what happened between them, but he was scared of her in the bones. Once she spoke, Yu immediately summoned people to release him. He still remembered, when he got down, he was already weakened. In a daze, he saw her walking towards, squatted beside him, gave him a pill and said, "Go back and take a good rest. You'll be fine in no time." Even till now, he remembered, her voice was so gentle that instantly warmed his cold heart. If it wasn't for her comforting words, he wouldn't have made it. After that, he wasn't sure what he ordered Yu to do, but he was sure it was about him. From then on, Yu tortured him less as time went by. After that, he followed Yu around in the palace and saw her from afar a few times, but there wasn't any communication. He thought she had already forgotten who he was, because there were times where he passed by her and she looked at him with unfamiliarity. But then come to think of it, she was so dazzling, he was so ordinary, how would she remember him? Regardless if she remembered him, it wouldn't affect his feelings and affection towards her. Despite that, those feelings were lowly and humble. Sima Yu roughly knew how he felt when she heard him reminiscing while talking about it. She didn't expect that her mother was so charming. She wondered how her father got to chase her mother. After that, she made him tell her about her mother, about how good her talent was, how strong she was and how she would dare to go to the Dark River and killed all those rebellious spiritual beasts. All these made Sima Yu felt that her mother was too cool. Let's say that her mother was really the Dark Princess, Emperor's youngest daughter, then wouldn't she be? Di Wu Yi told her many things regarding Yukoluo that both of their relationships also changed. At least, he didn't hate her anymore. Both of them chatted and changed to the stone table in the yard. There was even a pot of infused tea on the table. "Oh right, do you know someone from the Ghost Clan?" "Who?" Sima Yu didn't know Dija's name, so she indistinctly described his appearance. "He has someone beside him who's very strong and that person seems to always hide in his cloak." Di Wu Yi roughly knew who that was, seeing her nodding her head and said, "I think that is young Master Dija." "Dija?" Sima Yu frowned, different surname, could they be relatives? "With that said, this young Master Dija is your cousin." Di Wu Yi answered a question that she didn't ask. "Young Master Dija's mother is a princess in the royal clan, he calls your mother, little aunt." Heard that young Master Dija is also a ruthless master, but he is close to Dark Princess, he is closer to her than his own mother. There's even a rumor saying that he is secretly looking for your mother. Indeed they were relatives. He definitely realized that she had a similar odor as Yukoluo and must have known that she was his cousin, that was why his attitude changed totally. "Where is my mother now?" Sima Yu asked. Di Wu Yi shook his head and said, "I don't know about that, I know something huge happened that year. A lot of members from the Ghost Clan went into the human realm and brought your mother back. From them on, nobody ever saw your mother again. Mother too went missing, just like father. Do you have mother's news?" She shrunk into the chair with heartache, both her arms hugging her knees. What exactly happened that time that made father and mother go missing? No. But Dija might know something. Because it was rumored that he acquired the 100 Ghost Banner to save your mother. Sima Yu went blank completely. Dija did so much, it was all for her own mother? Lin said, 100 Ghost Banner would only work in her hands, did he already know about this? Di Wu Yi saw Sima Yu's expression and was confused. He asked, "You've met young Master Dija before?" Sima Yu nodded. Not only had they met, so many things happened in between as well. Did something unpleasant happen? Di Wu Yi asked. Ah. Sima Yu sighed, not only not good, we even tried to kill each other before, how can it be? Di Wu Yi cried out in shock, if you're Dark Princess daughter, he will never kill you. I can sense the odor on you, the master ghost beside you must know about it. At that point of time, my ghost clan blood wasn't activated completely, it was sealed. Sima Yu continued, I was almost killed by that ghost master. But that also triggered the blood. So did they recognize you this time? I was wondering why their attitude changed so much seeing me in immortal land this time. I once heard from you that Deja wasn't regarded highly at home, he was even bullied, but your mother changed his destiny. So no matter what has he become, he will treat your mother the same as last time. Di Wu Yi said. Ah. Sima Yu was at a loss. Why? Sima Yu shot a glance at Di Wu Yi, anyway, she didn't intend to release him, it should be fine to tell him about her own problems. Do you know about humans divinators? She asked. I know, Ghost Realm has it too. But because humans will only talk about human realms matter, the Ghost Clan will only talk about Ghost Realms matter. Then humans can predict the Ghost Clan's matters, can the Ghost Clan predict humans' matters as well? Able to predict, but can't tell, won't tell too, unless it's a matter or human and Ghost Clan. Di Wu Yi continued, did you meet Divinator? Before getting in here, Lin told me to get the 100 Ghost banner. Lin? The Divinator is the human clan's master. You know him too? Not that I know him, but because he's famous even in Ghost Realm, everyone heard his name before. Heard that he's the most powerful Divinator in this 10,000 years in the human realm. I think so too. Sima Yu continued, I didn't know why, but now I know. Then what are you waiting for? If what you said is right, he must be thinking of that way to save your mother. Sima Yu continued, if I snatch this over, then he can't save my mother with it. But if it's coming from Lin, then there must be a reason. He's always accurate, if not, his famous reputation wouldn't be spreaded to Ghost Realm. But I'm unsure when I will get to go to Ghost Realm, if the 100 Ghost banners are in my hands, each day that I'm not in Ghost Realm means my mother will have to deal with the sin for another day. But, if the 100 Ghost banners isn't used to save your mother, or, even young Master Deja can't save your mother even if he gets hold of it, wouldn't that be a waste of his life? I know, but... I'll go out and ask Lin if he knows about my mother's whereabouts. Sima Yu said. Di Wu Yi was right, since Lin asked her to do that, there must be a reason behind it. If it was like this, then she could ask Deja what exactly was the situation. Although you have that powerful flame, your current situation is still very dangerous, it will be better if you have the 100 Ghost banner. Di Wu Yi said. Sima Yu looked at him with doubt. Do you think that this matter will rest after you killed Yudu? Di Wu Yi was choked from her ignorant look. Huh. I told you, Yudu's mother's clan is a very powerful clan, that is also half the reason why Ghost Emperor favors her. Di Wu Yi continued, Ghost Concubine and Ghost Emperor dote on Yudu very much, now that she's dead, they will definitely get the Ghost Clan to come after you. She will use the secret method to get news of you and pass it down to the members of the Ghost Clan, so now, you should be famous among the Ghost Clan. Di Wu Yi saw how her face didn't change and asked, aren't you worried? There's no use worrying, right? Sima Yu put down both her legs, held the teacup and lightly took a sip, at least those almighty from the Ghost Clan won't come, I don't have to worry about those small troops. So charming. It was exactly like her in those years. You told me that my mother was Ghost Emperor's favorite youngest daughter, and you told me Yudu is heavily doted on. With this comparison, who does Ghost Emperor favor most? Of course it's Dark Princess. Di Wu Yi continued, but now that Dark Princess isn't here, one another side, Ghost Concubine is so strong, so your situation is very dangerous. And what? After that thing happened, Ghost Emperor didn't allow anyone to mention the Dark Princess anymore. If it was in the past, he might protect you knowing your identity, but now, it's one disaster on top of another. Di Wu Yi said, we will kill whoever comes. My Yu can do whatever she wants. An aggressive voice came through, Sima Yu's eyes sparkled in surprise, seeing Wu Lingyu woke up, she jumped up from her chair, pounced into Wu Lingyu's embrace and said, you finally wake up. I'll be scared to death if you don't wake up. I'm really happy seeing you so excited. Wu Lingyu embraced Sima Yu with the corner of his lips curled into a charming smile. Are you completely recovered? Can I check for you? Sima Yu spoke as she was going to read his pulse. Wu Lingyu lightly held her hand, not letting her read his pulse. We've finally reunited, let's not spoil it. Has your health not recovered yet? I won't deceive you, that's not a minor injury. I can recuperate slowly, there shouldn't be any issues. Wu Lingyu said. If he told her blindly that he had recovered, she might be worried, with that said, she would feel much relieved. Wu Lingyu led her to sit beside the table and sat beside her, asking, what were you all talking about? How did you get involved with Ghost Clan? I killed one of my uncles. Sima Yu said smilingly. Ghost Clans? Wu Lingyu asked. Yes. Sima Yu smiled, royalty of the Ghost Clan, heard that the maternal side is very powerful and wants to seek revenge from me. They want to activate everyone from Ghost Realm. Oh. Wu Lingyu frowned, you really know how to stir winds when I'm not around. He wants to eat my spirit. He ordered his subordinate to kill me and grasp my spirit. Sima Yu said. How dare they eat his Yu? Since you've already killed, even if the Ghost Emperor comes here to get you, just kill him. I'll be responsible for everything. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu smiled widely, she knew even if she fought against heaven, he would stand by her side. Di Wu Yi looked at Wu Lingyu astonishingly, although he already knew about both their relationship, he didn't expect that he would dote on her so much. If it was him, could he do it? Firstly, what trouble would she bring for him? What comes after? Should he plan to plead innocent in this? That was what most people would do. Oh right, I've something else to tell you, Sima Yu continued, Dwu-e, you won't be able to get out anytime soon, you can't kill yourself here either, so just stay here for the time being. If I have any questions, it will be easier to ask you when you're here. Dwu-e looked at her, she made arrangements for him just like that. Although, his treatment as a captive here was much better. But regarding suicide, he didn't dare do it in the past, he didn't want to now too. Since she was her daughter, could he have some hopes? Little Spirit took Dwu-e, leaving both of them alone. Wu Lingyu held onto her hand, he pulled hard and she went into his embrace. Come, tell me, what happened during the time when I was unconscious? Sima Yu sat on his thigh, making herself comfortable. Wu Lingyu also made use of the chance and rested his head on her shoulder. She leaned into his embrace and said, a lot of things happened while you're not around. She then told him what happened one by one after he went into coma, including that she comprehended spirit realm and her own Tao, saving Shiman Feng and the rest, about the Rubik sky and all, she told him all about it. Wu Lingyu didn't expect that she experienced so much when he was in a coma, she actually comprehended spirit realm and heaven's Tao. Nobody else would have this talent. He leaned his face over near his face and asked, so powerful, you're indeed my woman. Tell me about how your spirit realm formed. Sima Yu then told him about her staring at the tree of life's fold to how she comprehended everything, after hearing it. Sima Yu didn't hear anything from him, she turned around and asked, why? Wu Lingyu poked her nose and said, nothing, I'm just shocked. Shocked about what? Sima Yu asked as she slapped his hands away. I don't know, there's a difference in spirit realm. Wu Lingyu caught her hands disallowing her to pull back. Although I don't know, but I guessed it. Sima Yu continued, why, is mine special? Qingyi never told me. He's not human, although he knows about spirit realm, he might not be familiar with it. Then what makes my spirit realm special? Sima Yu asked. Spirit realm is segregated by those with a life and those without. The difference is simple, those with life, are the one you have, there's plants, trees, mountains, waters and some animals. Those without life, it would only be a space, boundless space. Most of the spirit realm has a life. Since most of them have life, then what is special about mine? Sima Yu asked. Don't be impatient, I'll explain to you slowly. Wu Lingyu continued, although many people have spirit realm that has life, it also comes with ranking. How to rank this? By size? The size of spirit realm is indeed one of the most important differentiations, but that's not the most important part. Wu Lingyu said. Then what is the most important difference? The stability and control of spirit realm. Wu Lingyu continued, when those powerful people in Paragon rank in battle, most of the time it's the colliding spirit realm. The more stable the spirit realm is, the more chances of winning when it collides. Sima Yu nodded, she understood. What about control? Control means the amount of people you can weaken in a spirit realm. Just like how a Ray Master controls the space, in that space, you're the master. The more stronger the control, the enemy will be weaker inside. Wu Lingyu said. Now I understand. Sima Yu continued, then what's the speciality for mine? Firstly, your stability must be strong. Wu Lingyu continued, like the saying, breaking first and coming back up, when you're constructing, your spirit realm will almost collapse. If it was others, I guess it would just fail straight away, not only did you not fail, your spirit realm became stronger. It could be because it was once in Qingyi's body, so it helped me to build. Sima Yu said. That should be one of the reasons. Wu Lingyu continued, but I think that's not the main reason. Tell me everything at once, don't keep me in suspense. Sima Yu turned around and twisted his ears with both hands. It's you who always interrupts me. Wu Lingyu defended. That's also because you don't make it clear at once. Sima Yu continued, Alright. It's my fault. Wu Lingyu saw her staring at him, he knew where he stood. It didn't matter if she kept asking him questions, as long as he didn't finish what he was saying, then it would be his fault. Sima Yu smiled seeing him taking the initiative to admit his fault and remembered a joke she saw from her past life. A wife made a rule for a husband, there were two simple and clear rules. First rule, the wife was always right, the second rule, if there was any mistake, please look back at the first rule. Now that they are in this situation, it really looked similar. Thinking of this, she pursed her lips into a smile, sliding both her hands down holding his face, alright, quick, tell me. What's the main reason? The main reason that I'm trying to say is, you're different from others. When Wu Lingyu talked about it, his gaze on Sima Yu changed. When Sima Yu saw him like that, she didn't tease him further and waited for him to clear up the confusion. Your spirit realm is attained when you attain enlightenment, so. So what? Try putting me in suspense again. Sima Yu waved her fist. Wu Lingyu looked at her being impatient, he stopped teasing her and said, you really never thought what's the difference between you and others. I only know that those that reach the realm of a paragon and above will get a spirit realm, because it's too far, so I didn't try to understand it. Sima Yu said. Just like what I said earlier, there's rank for spirit realm, and you get it when you attain enlightenment at the same time you attain the spirit realm. Wu Lingyu continued, so, enlightenment is the main thing, spirit realm is secondary. But because you attain it together, it fuses together. With that said, your spirit realm became heaven's spirit realm. There's Heaven's spirit realm? Sima Yu frowned, she looked as if she heard something impossible. Seeing Wu Lingyu like that, it should be powerful. Do you know, other spirit realms don't have Heaven's Dao, including my previous spirit realm, they don't have it. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu's eyes brightened when she heard the last sentence and said, really? Wu Lingyu nodded, not knowing why she looked happy, guessing that she was like that when she heard others didn't have Heaven's Dao. But her thoughts were that finally she had one point that was more powerful than him. What can spirit realm with Heaven's Dao do? If you stay alive and keep expanding your spirit realm might become a world next time. Wu Lingyu continued, but I don't know what's the main use of it, after all, no one really met one. But there's a myth that says, our current world is formed by immortal spirit realm, although there's no proof, but you can take the advice. Hehe, if I really can form a world, then I'd become a master of a world. Sima Yu said while laughing. If you really become a world maker, then I guess the people in your world will also be wretched. Wu Lingyu said seriously. Why? Because your current laughter is very wretched. See how I'll handle you. Sima Yu shouted while choking him with both hands. Saying I'm wretched, well let me show you how wretched I can be. Wu Lingyu was pinned beneath her as they lay on a lounge chair. Yu, are you that impatient to pounce on me? If you want to, I'm willing to, you don't have to be impatient. Wu Lingyu laughed while teasing. Black lines slided from Sima Yu's forehead, this guy really was wretched. She released his neck, wanting to get up, but was caught by him, her waist was hugged by him, with a flip, she was pinned below him. Since you're so anxious, I won't mind being taken advantage of by you. Wu Lingyu laughed evilly, or, you don't want to take advantage of me, but you want to eat me up. Rogue. You can touch me anytime you want, don't have to hold back. Wu Lingyu held her hands and put it on his chest and laughed deceitfully. This wasn't just being a rogue anymore. She rolled her eyes, her right hand was held by him, another arm around his neck, with a little strength, they both immediately flipped, she once again pinned him below her. Since you want to be pinned by me, eaten by me, then come. But then it can only be like this, I'm on top and you're below. She extended her hand to caress his face and said teasingly. Wu Lingyu saw her sudden change, released her hand, laid on the bed, with the look of being taken advantage of, his eyes blinked and said, go ahead. Little Roar who was playing afar saw what happened, used its little legs and covered its eyes, it shouted, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Other spirit beasts turned to look around at his cries, seeing them lying one on top of the other, they were all stunned. Cough cough, if you guys want to do that, we can act like we didn't see anything. You guys continue. You guys can continue. Yaguang followed Little Roar, covering its eyes, but the gap between his fingers was so big that his eyes were exposed. I didn't think that you would like being on top. Thousand Resonance sighed while shaking his head. What's so weird about it, we're also that strong and powerful, it's normal being on top. No one makes a rule that the guys must be on top. Little Seven smirked. Right. But they aren't moving, do they intend to continue or not? I don't know. Maybe they're embarrassed because we are here? Maybe. Didn't you guys say you want to leave? Why are you still here? Of course you will be shy if you guys are still here. Little Roar said shamelessly, as if it wasn't being a light bulb here. Once it was spoken, it made all the beasts fought, especially the shameless Little Roar. Sima Yu got up from Wu Lingyu, initially she was just kidding, but with this guy being involved, she wasn't in the mood to tease him anymore. Seeing Wu Lingyu still lying on the bed, she shot a glance at him and said, how long do you intend to lie down there? Until you agree. Wu Lingyu threw a flirtatious look at her. Then you can continue lying there. Once she spoke, she walked around him and left. But when she passed by the lounge chair, with a thought, that lounge chair turned into ashes. But Wu Lingyu didn't fall to the ground, another piece of lounge chair appeared instantly and caught him. Humph. Sima Yu glared at him and left. Wu Lingyu lied on the lounge chair, looked at the direction of the tree of life, and went into deep thoughts. Sima Yu went to the pill refining room and refined some pills, then went back to Wu Lingyu. You're back so fast. One hand of Wu Lingyu held his head and another one patting on the spot beside him, asking Sima Yu to sit down. Sima Yu sat down and placed the pills in front of him. One pill a day, you've to take it on time. Before your strength recovers, you'll have to stay here. Sima Yu ordered. Wu Lingyu laughed, they were messing around just now, it wasn't like he didn't know she made use of that chance to take his pulse, just that he didn't know that she would catch it that fast. As long as after coma, he would become very weak, his spiritual energy wouldn't be able to mobilize, which lessens his strength by a lot. He kept the pill and said, but I want to keep you company outside. No. Sima Yu rejected straight, I told you, before you recover, you'll have to stay here. Compromise a little? He stopped her by her waist. Sima Yu turned her body, pointed his forehead and said, be good. I've to go out now, you stay here and recuperate. If you want to keep me company outside, then quickly recover your strength. After she spoke, she really got up and left, leaving him there alone and looked at the jade bottle, lost in thoughts. Sima Yu brought Little Seven and the others out and left Wu Lingyu behind. Di Wu Yi gave her something that tracked Ghost Clan, although it couldn't determine Dija's position, it could show their direction that at least allow her to know where to search for him. But at the same time she was searching for Deja, others were also looking for her. Just 10 days from killing Yudu, she met 2 waves of people who came to kill her. That day when they were rushing, they headed to a mountain range. Out of a sudden the sky changed, a black cloud floated over. Following, black smoke came out from their bodies that caged them up. Again. Little Seven pulled a long face showing unhappiness. Surprisingly, Floey and Little Dream showed that they would be able to handle this well. This made her feel defeated. Seems like Wu-E was right, the ghost clan will chase us till the end. Sima Yu alighted everyone on the mountain peak. Looking at these ghost mist, they didn't sound scared or worried at all. Kill as many as they come, as long as Little Birdie goes around and checks. Little Seven said. Little Birdie, sorry for the trouble. Sima Yu summoned Little Birdie. Little Birdie likes to burn all these dark stuff. Seeing all this stuff made it excited. It flapped its wings and started to burn all those dark smoke. Ah. Ah. Followed by a lot of screeches, the black smoke quickly retreated and one by one transformed into Ghost Clan, but most of them became disembodied. I didn't think that the black smoke could transform and look like humans. The way Ghost Clan cultivates is really amazing. Sima Yu said. What's so amazing about this? If you can succeed in cultivating Ghost Clan's way, you can do it too. Little Dream said. You know about all this? If you can recall your memory, the tradition will be continued. Little Dream continued, come on, we also used to mingle in Ghost and Devil realm. Really, then I'll try it. Sima Yu seemed quite interested. You can't even touch on the dark attribute now. Where do we find you, if you accidentally explode? I bet even your spirit will also explode. Can't even find you in Ghost realm if I want. Sima Yu looked at Little Dream and felt that she was badly influenced by Little Roar. Ever since her memory recovered, she became a little vulgar. With Little Dream being like this, she decided she didn't care anymore. She watched without fluctuation as Little Birdie burnt those Ghost Clan members. After all, these people were here to kill her, so they had to be prepared to get killed as well. The dark clouds in the sky were also transformed by Ghost Clan members. Little Birdie flew up the sky, they dispersed even before it touched them, they transformed into Ghost Clan and escaped. This person is really too amazing. They weren't even her match. Sima Yu didn't chase after them so they could let the news spread. It would be good if it could intimidate some people, if not they would have to deal with these Ghost Clan members all the time. She would be annoyed to death. It's already the 3rd wave, if this continues, we'll be annoyed to death. Little Seven exclaimed. It's indeed annoying. Sima Yu continued, then we'll just come up with something. Let's think of a way. Little Dream and the rest agreed. But very quickly, they regretted this suggestion, because Sima Yu's idea was to change her appearance. She said in case they got exposed, she didn't allow Floey, Little Dream, Little Seven and rest out, they could only stay in the Spirit Pagoda. Even Halcyon was in disguised, changing into 4-winged rock. If she came out, nobody would recognize her. Those Ghost Clan members only knew how she looked, since now she changed her appearance, they couldn't find her anymore. Not knowing if Deja and the rest was rushing, she couldn't chase them after so long, seeming they kept moving forward, they didn't seem to stop looking for treasure. What were they exactly looking for? She chased after them for a few months. Every time it seemed like they almost caught up with them, their breath suddenly disappeared. Sima Yu looked at the unresponsive dark weapon, she couldn't make up with it. The dark weapon's response was very strong earlier on, that means that they were already close by, but why did it suddenly disappear again? She walked around nearby, searching 10,000s of kilometers in the area, but didn't find any breath of Ghost Clan nor any unusual things. Suddenly, she felt a motion in the space, she lifted her head up, a group of people fell from there. Ah. It's so painful. You fell on me, get down quick. You're sitting on my face, move your ass away. Sima Yu stood alone from afar, watching this scene where it suddenly happened. She was in doubt, especially when she took a closer look on who those people were. Sima Ife got up from the ground and said, how are you guys? Is everyone here? Other than Chi Chi and Yi Yun, others are all here. Someone responded. I didn't expect this to happen, let's quickly report to the elder. Elder only left for a while and that person caught Chi Chi and Yi Yun. If we didn't use an array to escape, we'll be dead. Even if the elders and uncle were there, they can't win against him. That person killed so many girls, the chances of Chi Chi and Yi Yun being alive is slim. Regardless, let's contact Uncle Lu Feng and the rest first. Sima Xian Shu said. Sima Yu initially didn't want to acknowledge them, but after hearing what they said, her leg was stuck to the ground. Sima Chi Chi and Sima Yi Yun were caught? Caught by who? Lady, why are you here alone? Sima Yi Fei saw Sima Yu and said, don't you know this district is dangerous for ladies? Why are you lingering around here? Leave this place quick. Sima Yu saw Sima Yi Fei's worried face, seeming like there were serious matters. Since they have the same Sima surname, she thought about how Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun's warning, she didn't bear to leave this matter alone. She walked over and said, what happened here? Don't you know? Sima Yi Fei looked at her astonishingly. Recently, there's this paragon in the area and he goes around catching ladies. Those that were caught by him will be found dead with their clothes wrecked. Why are you here alone? Leave this place as soon as possible. A paragon? Sima Yu mumbled, if that was the case, then wouldn't Sima Yi Yun and Sima Chi Chi be in danger? Yes, so you should leave here. I heard you guys said that there's 2 ladies from your side being taken. Sima Yu asked. Yes, we have to get them out quickly, if not, they'll be in danger. I'm Siyu, I'm wondering if there's anything I can help. As Sima Yu spoke, she flew and winked to Sima Yifei and Sima Xian Shu, who were walking over. Previous chapter. Next. Sima Yifei and Sima Xian Shu widened their eyes and stared at Sima Yu in shock, but the Sima family who were behind them couldn't see their expression. See. You? Sima Yifei was so shocked. I was still hoping that you guys could recognize me just now, but it seems like you guys don't remember at all. We met in Cloud Sea City, I told you before that I'm Siyu. Sima Yu said. Oh, it's you, we remembered. Sima Xian Shu continued, Miss Siyu, you too came to the immortal land. Yes. Sima Yu was satisfied with Sima Xian Shu's response, smiled and said, when I was in Cloud Sea City, Yun, Chi and me clicked well. Did you guys just say that they were caught? Both of their worries came back while speaking of the Paragon, they were still worried about them. Yes, if we didn't escape fast enough, I'm afraid that other girls in the clan would be caught as well. Sima Xian Shu continued, we have to inform Uncle Lu Feng quickly, if not. Yifei, Xian Shu, why are you talking to others here instead of getting help to save Chi and others? A girl with freckles shouted at both of them. Sima Yu took a glance at the girl. In this world, skin complexions were good because of cultivation, this kind of situation was rarely seen. That lady seemed as if she knew what Sima Yu was thinking, she stared at her and shouted, what are you looking at, continue staring and I'll dig your eyes out. Sima Yu was tempted to tell her to try it, but before she even spoke, Sima Xian Shu said, this is the first daughter of the clan, Sima Favoured. Meaning that her position in the clan was very high, don't mind her. Sima Yu glanced at both of them were worried that she would fight with Sima Favoured, she shrugged her shoulders and said, don't worry, I wouldn't bite a dog back. Just right that Sima Favoured turned around and talking to others, didn't notice what she said, if not, both of them would definitely fight on the spot. At this moment, 2 guys walked over, one of them is tall and slender, one of them is short and fat, just like the classic show on television, Fat and Thin Itinerant Monk. That tall and slender guy walked to her and asked, Yifei, Xian Shu, what are you guys talking about? Who is this girl? Although both of them were talking to Sima Yifei, but their gaze was on Sima Yu, that lustful look made her uncomfortable. This is our friend. Go away, both of you, don't even try anything funny. Sima Xian Shu said while pulling a long face. Such a beautiful lady, why do you know them instead of us? Hi miss, I'm Sima's first young master Sima Gao Qi, it's so dangerous now, don't travel alone, go with us, let us protect you. Sima Gao Qi said. That's right. Wouldn't it be dangerous alone? Let us protect you. The short and fat Sima Gao Qi said. Sima Yu faintly glanced at them and said, can you guys protect me? Of course. Sima Gao Qi exclaimed while patting his own chest. Really? Definitely. Then why didn't you guys protect Chi and Yun? If you guys are strong, why did they get caught? Sima Yu asked. Sima Gao Qi didn't expect Sima Yu to be this straightforward, they were stunned. After all it's still a paragon, we can't fight that. Sima Gao Qi said. You can't even protect your own clan members, how can I believe that you'll protect me? Sima Yu said smilingly. Both of them talked at the same time, but Sima Gao Qi responded fast and said, as it may seem, but it will be safer if there are more people. Sima Yu nodded and said, it indeed is. With that said, miss, are you willing to go with us? Sima Gao Qi asked. It's not willing to follow you guys, but them. Sima Yu spoke and ignored them, turned to Sima Yifei and said, Yifei, tell me about the paragon. Don't know which force was that paragon from, never seen him before. Sima Yifei continued, recently, he kept catching girls, Uncle Lu Feng was saying that he must be cultivating some devious skills, treating girls as furnaces. So the girls who were found are in that state. Does that person have any special features? How does he look? Sima Yu asked. There's a scar on his left face, from the corner of his eyes to the corner of his lip. Sima Yifei drew it on his face. And that person's hair is in a mess, his beard is stubbly, his clothes are also dirty, like a beggar. Sima Yu could imagine that guy's appearance, thinking of those girls that got tarnished by someone who looked like a beggar and their frame of mind at that point of time, she could totally understand. Is that person always here? Sima Yu continued, from entering till now? No, I heard that he came out recently, about 3 to 5 months ago. Sima Yifei continued, at first I thought he came from another place, but people from other places said that nothing like that happened before. But, people who were at the district of the Tree of Life said that they previously saw someone like that. He is alone, but because they can't make out his strength, they are unsure if it is him. Sima Xian Shu added. He came from that district? Sima Yu blanked, the first thing she thought about was the person who eliminated a group of people, the speculated Paragon ranker. But if it was that person, why did he need to come here to catch those girls? Lu Feng. Where are they? Sima Yu saw Sima Gao Qi and the rest, but didn't mention the word uncle. When we came to this district, they told us what was here then they left, leaving an elder along with us, but that elder was killed just now, giving us some time to escape. Sima Xian Shu said. If this district is so dangerous, why are they still staying? They said that place is dangerous, if we go, it'll only implicate them. Sima Xian Shu continued, and also, they asked us to get out of here, it was because of their curiosity, that's why they didn't leave. But we didn't think that things like that would happen. At this moment, Sima Fayer cried out, you can't contact them? What do you mean that you can't contact them? Did you even try to contact Uncle and the rest? Miss, we have already contacted all the uncles, but none of them responded. A guy who was holding the Sun Mother stone said. Miss, what do we do if we can't reach them? What else can we do? Do you expect us to die? Of course we'll listen to Uncle and leave this district. Sima Fayer shouted. Previous chapter. Leaving? Sima Fei called out, my little sister is still in his hands, but you're talking about leaving? Sima Fayer glared at Sima Fei and said, what can we do if we don't leave? Do you want everyone to die with her? Don't you forget that it was Uncle and the rest asked us to leave. It's all your fault. Sima Fei pointed at Sima Fayer and shouted, we wanted to leave, you're the one who insisted to stay, you wanted everyone to accompany you as well. If it's not for you, such a thing wouldn't happen. What's the point of blaming me now? Sima Fayer called out, we still have so many ladies here, do you want us to get caught and tarnished as well? With your looks, who would want you? Sima Fei said. Sima Fayer was angered by his words, if you're so capable, then you stay here and save her. We will definitely not stay here. You. Sima Fei was about to hit her, but was stopped by Sima Xian Shu who was at his side. Alright Fei, they are right, that person's strength is so powerful, there's no point staying here. Sima Xian Shu persuaded, although it's not nice to hear that, but what she said are facts, there's still so many ladies here, it'll be dangerous if they stay. Humph. Sima Fei let go of his and turned his head to the side. His face was flushed red from anger, this happened solely because of Sima Fayer, but now that she managed to escape, she decided to leave just like that and even spoke with so much self-confidence and rights, if she wasn't the first miss, he would have hit her already. Humph, at least you guys still have rationale. Let's go. Sima Fayer told others. Now that elder and uncle weren't here, as the first miss, the words she said counted, who dared to defy once she talked. You all can leave if you guys want to, I won't leave before saving my little sister. Sima Fei said. Humph, don't blame us if you die here. Sima Fayer continued, what about you? Sima Xian Shu, are you going? I will stay. Sima Xian Shu said without hesitation. Humph, you're asking for it. Sima Gao Qi said sarcastically, then smiled and told Sima Yu said, little miss, you should go with us. Leave here, don't have to worry about that Zun. Thank you young Master Sima for your concern, but I'm more concerned about Chi Chi and Yun's safety, so I want to stay here and be with them. Sima Yu turned down gracefully. You can't. Sima Gao Si called out, this little miss, you can't stay here, that Zun is too strong, if you stay here and get caught, that will. That's right, you better come with us. Regardless of what they said, Sima Yu only looked at them and smiled without saying anything. What are you both dilly-dallying there? If you both don't want to go, you can stay here. Sima Fayer already prepared to set up a transportation array, if these two didn't enter, it would delay everyone's journey. Sima Gao Qi and Sima Gao Si looked at both sides, seeing Sima Yu didn't have the intention to leave and Sima Fayer already started the transportation array, both of them got no choice and flew into the transportation array. They didn't want to die, but compared to flirting, their life was much more important. After the Sima family left, Sima Fei then turned around, he congealed a spiritual energy towards the direction they left, although it didn't hit them, at least he vented some of the anger in him. Sima Yu saw him being worried and said, no use venting here. Let's think of a way and see if we can get her out. It's my fault, I should have followed initially when both of them wanted to check out the other side. Sima Fei said in remorse. Don't blame yourself, they both want to go to the side, you as a man, why would you follow? Sima Xian Shu continued, what you said is right, venting here is useless, what we need to do now is think of a way to save them out. Sima Fei blinked his eyes and said, but we don't even know where they are, where do we find them? Even if we found them, how do we get them out? That is a paragon, if we're in front of him, one sneeze from him can kill us. Sima Xian Shu went silent, although both of them stayed, but they didn't have the confidence and way to save them. Sima Yu understood how they felt seeing both of them feeling helpless. The pervert was strong, everybody understood that. Paragon, who could rival that? With that kind of force, they would be crushed to death just by moving a little finger. But she couldn't leave Sima Chi Chi and Sima Yun just like that. At least when they knew her identity, they still treated her well. Did you guys bring anything that has their scent on them? Sima Yu questioned. What? Both of them were thinking how to find them and couldn't come to sense after hearing her question. I'm saying, did you guys bring anything that has their scent? It will be better if there is their blood on it. Sima Yu said. Something with their scent? I don't have it. Sima Xian Shu frowned and asked Sima Fei, do you have any? Sima Fei gave a long thought and said, I have a cloth with her blood. He took out a finely sewn cloth, passed it to Sima Yu. Yu and said, this is something that my mother passed down to us. That time her hand was bleeding badly, I took it out in a hurry to wipe. But because this thing is something meaningful, so I didn't throw it away. Is this useful? Position. Sima Yu took out the scroll, melted the blood on it and dropped it on the scroll. The blood was absorbed by the blood straight away, then came together to form a red dot, appearing in their northeast direction. Yun and the rest are there. Sima Yu claimed while pointing at the red dot. Let's go there now. Sima Fei spoke as he set off to fly. Hold up. Sima Yu continued, if you go now, you'll die. But they can't wait any longer. Sima Fei groaned. Every minute they delayed, the chances of them being tarnished would become higher. They didn't know their location earlier. Now that they knew, how could he be calm? We will have to come up with a safe plan. Sima Yu said. Do you have any ways that can win that person? Sima Xianshu asked. That person is a paragon, how can I win against him? Sima Yu continued, but for now, we can only ask for help. It is impossible for us to make it even if we get there. Previous chapter. Next chapter. From whom can we seek help from? Sima Fei and Sima Xianshu all looked at her, filled with hopes in their eyes. I'll bring you guys to a place, you guys will help me keep a secret, right? Sima Yu looked at both of them, wondering if she should believe them. Without your permission, if I leak out your secret, then let me go to the abyss of hell. Sima Fei said. Me too. 2 laws landed in both of their bodies, showing that their oaths had been conceived. Sima Yu nodded, took out the little door, opened up little realm and brought them in. This little realm is so amazing, others can't open up from here, didn't expect that you can. Both of them were indeed from popular clans, they had seen most of the little realm, they recognized Black Lotus difference. This used to be an emperor's little realm, not sure how he made it his, the spatial is different that it can be opened from inside. Sima Yu explained. She brought them to the riverside, the fastest that came up wasn't Wu Lali and Shui Qing Man, but Little 11. Little 11 jumped out from the water and jumped into Sima Yu's embrace, kicking with strength, seemingly like asking her why it took so long for her to come in. Sima Yu hugged Little 11 and said, I miss you too. You're more golden now, is your blood still evolving? Indeed. Wu Lali held Shui Qing Man out of water, seeing Little 11 been so dear to her, she was envious. This little guy, just because he threw it once, then now it didn't go any close to him. Godfather, godmother. Sima Yu smiled to both of them, is Little 11 still evolving? Yes. Although the speed is slower, it is still evolving. Shui Qing Man said. Sima Yu touched Little 11 and said, Little 11 come on. Little 11 kicked and turned a few rounds. Yu, why are you here? Shui Qing Man asked. I ran into some trouble, I need Godfather to help. Sima Yu kept her smile and asked with a serious look. Oh. Our omnipotent kid will need our help. What is it, tell us about it. Wu Lamai said. Sima Yu looked at Sima Fei, both of them who were at shore, flying Shui Qing Man and Wu Lali over. Sima Fei and Sima Xianshu saw Shui Qing Man and the other in Cloud Sea City, they also saw Sima Yu at the entrance, and didn't expect they would be here. This is my godfather and godmother, Violet Water Dragon Clan's king and queen. This is our cousin Sima Xianshu and Sima Fei. Sima Yu introduced. Nice to meet Dragon King, Dragon Queen. Sima Xianshu and Sima Fei greeted, while being shocked by their identity. Wu Lamai faintly nodded and asked, are they the one asking for help from me? This attitude and tone was totally different when talking to Sima Yu. Not really. Sima Yu continued, our cousin were captured by A, we want to save our cousin, but that is a paragon ranker. You want me to deal with that person? Wu Lali asked. Sima Yu nodded and asked, will Godfather help me with this? Wu Lali went silent for a while, it seemed like he was considering, just when Sima Xianshu and the others thought that he wouldn't agree, he laughed and said, this is the first time our Yu asked us for help, how can I not agree? Both of them were happy, bowing to Wu Lamai, many thanks to Dragon King for willing to help. You guys don't have to thank me, if you didn't request, I won't bother about humans matter. Wu Lamai said. But we still have to thank you. Sima Xianshu said. He was willing to help, then it would be a goodwill. Yu, tell me more about it. Wu Lamai said. Sima Yu let Sima Xianshu then told him about it once more, then said, the problem now is that we have to know about his strength. Do you guys know? Not a lot of difference, and he didn't use his full strength, we were busy escaping and didn't really take note. Sima Xianshu said. Don't you guys know where he is? We'll go take a look now, let me take a look at him and I'll know his strength. Wu Lali said. Alright. They came outside, Sima Yu took out the scroll and showed him, showing where Sima Yun was. It's not far, I'll bring you there first. After Wu Lali spoke, he opened up the spatial tunnel and brought them in. They didn't straight go to the lair of Zun, but appeared nearby, then slowly dived in. They didn't know Sima Yun and Sima Chi's situation, but they were sure that they were still alive, because that red dot was still there. That person is in that hole. Wu Lamai could feel the breath of Zun. How is Yi Yun and Chi Chi's situation? Sima Yi Fei asked. There's 10 overgirls inside, which one are you talking about? Wu Lali asked. There were 10 overgirls? Seems like this person is hoarding girls, using them later. Sima Yu guessed, Godfather, can you feel how high his strength is? I can feel that his strength is stronger than me, but I'll have to see him to know the exact strength to confirm. Wu Lamai said, if his strength is the same as mine, then I'll know for sure if I can win him. If he's higher than me by 1 rank, I should still be able to win him. Our Violet Water Dragon clan is still powerful in battles. But if he is higher than me by 2 ranks, then I can't do anything. After waiting for a while outside, Yin Zun didn't seem to have any intention to come out. We can't keep waiting. Do we have to keep waiting if he doesn't come out? Sima Yi Fei said. Every minute we wait, those girls would be in danger. Time waits for no man. We have to come up with something. Sima Yu said. Let me go in and lure him out. Wu Lamai was also impatient. After waiting for so long, he became a little frustrated. No. Sima Yu denied without hesitation and said, we don't know his strength now. If his strength is almost the same as Godfather, what if he is higher than yours? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Then do we have to keep waiting? Let me think of an idea to lure him out. Sima Yu said, you guys wait here. What are you going to do? Wu Lamai asked, it will be more dangerous if you're seen by him. Godfather, don't worry, I got a way to come back safe. After Sima Yu spoke, she jumped out from their hiding. She used a spatial to hide her own breath and stopped a few hundred meters away from the cave. A scream from a girl rang out and the cries of other girls in desperation followed by a guy's lewd laughter echoed. Previous chapter. Sima Yu heard that girl's cry, and when she realized that she was not Sima Chi or Sima Yi Yun, she let out a small sigh of relief. She took out 2 thunderbolt bullets and whispered, giving you the shock of your life when you least expect it. I wonder if this will leave any scars in the future. She injected spirit power into the thunderbolt bullets, and threw them into the hole. At the moment of throwing them, she teleported back to the shelter for 2 consecutive times. Then she led everyone into the spirit pagoda. Sima Xi and Shu and them vowed that they would not share her secrets. With that, she felt assured to bring them in. When Yin Zun came out after finishing wearing his pants, he didn't see anyone. Sima Yi Fei and the others witnessed her using teleportation to come back. They recalled she still had this ability. Sure enough, he looks like a beggar. Sima Yu used her spirit pagoda to peer outside and saw that person, which matched what Sima Xi and Shu said. Who is it? Who is it? Yin Zun, who was in a good mood and was about to advance again when he heard a sudden explosion. It shocked him, which immediately made him come out. It wasn't that he was frightened by the explosion. But he was thinking of how this person could get that close to him. He realized that the opponent's strength was at least equal to his own. But when he came outside, he didn't see a single figure nor anything moving. The spirit beasts had fled after knowing he was here. Who is it? He released his aura, but still did not feel the presence of anyone. No matter who is it, if I catch you, I will kill you. Inside the spirit pagoda, Sima Yu asked Wu Lamai. Godfather, did you see his strength? Wu Lamai said. His strength is 1 rank higher than mine, and he's about to advance to upper rank. And he is infinitely close. If this is the case, his strength is more than 1 rank higher than mine. Then if you fight him, can you succeed? Sima Yu didn't expect Yin Zun to be so strong. Since he was so strong, why did he need to do such a thing? It's less than half a chance. Wu Lamai said frankly. If I use all my strength, it's not like I have no chance of winning. That's too risky. Sima Yu said. Less than half a chance, that meant, the possibility of him winning was small and the possibility of being killed was high. She couldn't let him take such a risk. She thought for a moment. What if with a spirit realm? Spirit realm? Wu Lamai was startled. Then he shook his head. Our spirit beasts clan can't comprehend a spirit realm. I mean, my spirit realm. Sima Yu said. If it's inside my spirit realm, how about I suppress some of his strength? The 3 men were stunned by her words. Spirit realm? You mean you comprehended a spirit realm? Wu Lamai, who had been in the little realm, didn't know of Sima Yu experience in the past 2 years. He almost bit his tongue when he suddenly heard this. Not to mention the surprise Sima Yu Fei and Sima Xi and Shu. As a direct member of the powerful and respected Sima family, they naturally knew what the spirit realm was. But wasn't it something that a powerful person can comprehend? Why did she have one? Yu, when did you comprehend the spirit realm? Less than a year ago. Because of some opportunities, I comprehended my spirit realm. Sima Yu replied. Godfather, as I just said, if it's inside my spirit realm, what's the possibility of success? At least 80%. Wu Lamai replied. But it won't be easy. That person's a paragon. If he had also comprehended a spirit realm, you won't be able to beat him through collision. What we want is not to kill him right now. Sima Yu said. But to cooperate with all parties and stall for time so Yi Fei can rescue the people. Of course, it is best to kill him. Then we have to discuss how to do it well. Wu Lamai said. We really have to plan carefully. Sima Yu said. They discussed in the spirit pagoda for a long time before finally deciding on a plan. I'll go out first and set up an array in the distance. I will put some poison in the array. Although it might not poison him, it can stall him for a second or 2. Sima Yu started. Xin Shu is responsible for activating the array. I will control the spirit realm on the sidelines. So Yi Fei, you'll be the only one saving them. Got it? Don't worry, I will definitely rescue them. Sima Yi Fei confirmed. There's one thing that is still a bit worrying. Sima Xin Shu said. A powerful expert is very sensitive to space. If he finds out you can use a spirit realm, I'm afraid he'll find out before you even succeed. If he does, you will be in danger. I have my ways. Sima Yu exclaimed. Godfather, I will let the Egret clan elders work with you this time. Okay. Then it's settled. I'll go out and find a place to set up an array. You will go with the elders. After Sima Yu finished, she went out alone and came to an empty place. After taking a deep breath, she began to arrange the array. She set up a small trapping array, placing the activation site farther away, so the Sima Xin Shu could activate the array from a distance. After setting up the array, she placed some poison in it. Then she brought the others out. In addition to Sima Xin Shu and them, the 4 elders of the Egret also came out. Although they weren't able to Paragon rank, they were halfway to Paragon rank. We will go look for this bastard in a while. As soon as he comes out, you go in and rescue people. Your actions must be fast, because we're not sure how long we can last. Sima Yu said. If we let him slip back, then you and others will be in danger. I got it. Sima Yi Fei said. Godfather, don't engage him in battle after you draw him out. You must come back fast and draw him into the array. Sima Yu reminded Wu Lamai. Don't worry. Wu Lamai nodded. Then you guys can go. Okay. Wu Lamai led the Egret clan elders to the entrance of Yin Zun's lair. Sima Yi Fei hid to the side, then he threw a thunderbolt bullet inside. Sima Yu and Sima Xin Shu waited at the array. When they heard the explosion, they knew they were coming soon. Xin Shu, when he flies to that position, you activate the array. Then get away from here. I got it. Sima Xin Shu's expression remained unchanged, but he was shaking slightly. It was the first time for him to fight against someone so powerful. Especially if the other party was a devil, maybe he would get killed in second. After a while, they saw Wu Lamai and the group fly over, followed by Yin Zun. Inside the cave, Yin Zun was interrupted by Sima Yu. He was furious. When he returned to the cave, he saw the scene of girls crying together. He was upset and roared, "Don't cry." More than a dozen girls were yelled at by him. A few of them shut their mouths, while others cried more because of fear. The one who was crying the most was the girl who had just been defiled. I said don't cry. Yin Zun yelled at that girl, and a force soared forth. PFFF. That girl vomited a mouthful of blood. Her facial features started to bleed. Her eyes opened wide. She fell to the side in disbelief and lost her life. If either of you all keeps crying, you will end up like her. Yin Zun threatened. The girls that had been crying were frightened dumb. They forgot about crying and didn't dare to cry again. Humph. That's good. Yin Zun touched the face of the nearest girl. Then he went to the innermost cave and sat down and began meditating. Although he was interrupted just now, he gained some more strength. He had to go refine it. Sima Yun and Sima Chi were next to each other. They both had cried. Yun, what should we do? Sima Chi glanced at the girl's corpse and leaned on Sima Yun in shock. Don't be afraid. We'll be fine. Sima Yun patted her hand. She herself didn't even believe it. Being caught by such a person, even if they contacted Uncle Lu Feng, they might not be saved on time. He was very strong. Sima family didn't even have Paragon to send out. Why did such a powerful expert like him come here? Sai, Yun, what did you think that was? Probably not. Sima Yun glanced outside. I think it's very likely. Otherwise who would provoke such a person? Sima Yun felt her body trembling. Being controlled by him, we can't even suicide. If they could, they would rather commit suicide. Sima Yun wanted to comfort her by saying that there was hope. One day later, Yin Zun woke up. Every time he woke up after absorbing a girl's essence, he would repeat his previous action. Yin Zun looked around. Sima Yun's body froze when she felt his gaze. Was it her turn now? You, come here. Sima Yun closed. Want her to come over? She stood up slowly. Yun, don't. Yin Zun swept his gaze over Sima Chi. I haven't tried it with 2 girls. Sima Chi's body stiffened. She wanted to say no, but the moment Sima Yun approached close, even if she couldn't hurt him, unfortunately, her power was too weak in front of him. Ugh. Yin Zun grabbed her neck. Ha ha ha, I like fierce girls like you. Kill me if you have the ability. Want to irritate me so I can kill you? He threw Sima Chi. Rip. The sound of tearing clothes shattered Sima Yun's last hopes. If there was a second life, she must become stronger and not let anyone bully her. No. Sima Chi screamed. No. She watched Sima Yun's clothes were torn to pieces, revealing jade-like skin. Little beauty, don't worry. Sima Yun looked at him with deep hatred and said slowly. You better kill me, or else I will kill you. Ha ha ha, Yin Zun laughed. The more you keep saying, the more reluctant this paragon is to kill you. I definitely will. This paragon is waiting. Now, little beauty, please make this paragon feel comfortable first. Perhaps, he was attracted to her. He took out a bed for the first time, instead of doing it on the spot before. He put Sima Yun on the bed. When he was about to proceed, the explosion sounded at the entrance of the cave again. If it happened several more times, he didn't know if he would be scared to impotence. You again. This time, I must catch you. Little beauty, wait, I will come back and make you comfortable. Yi-yun. Sima Chi-Chi got up from the ground and took her clothes to wrap around Sima Yi-yun. Don't be afraid. Someone is here to save us. Listen, there is the sound of fighting outside. Sima Yi-yun's eyes rolled. Her eyes brightened. Will someone come save us? Yes, they must be here to save us. Huh, there is a spirit barrier here. It's time for this baby to use his powers. Previous chapter. Sima Chi-Chi looked outside the cave. Did someone really come to save them? It had. Little Roar, stop making trouble. Look at you being anxious. His claws were placed on the spirit barrier, and as soon as he entered, he saw Sima Yi-yun lying on the bed wrapped in a skirt and Sima Chi-Qi kneeling on the side with a tear-stricken face. Yi-yun, Chi-Chi, are you alright? Yi-Fei. Sima Yi-Fei looked at the tattered clothes on the ground and the coat on Sima Yi-yun. No, that Yun-Zun went out before it even started. But he tore Yi-yun's dress. The guy's inside. Right, we can talk later. Come with me. He saw that Sima Yi-yun still hadn't moved. He walked 2 steps forward and Princess carried her. He told Sima Chi-Chi, let's go. Those girls had already gone out. Little Roar let go of his paws when the 3 of them also became excited. Quickly follow me. In a valley not far away from Sima Yuyu's group, Sima Yi-Fei led everyone out. Huh, we are saved. Are we really out? I thought we. The girls cried together in joy that they were saved. Thank you, young master, for saving us. Little Roar flew in the air. He waved his small paw. It's me, it's this baby who saved you all. Those girls knew that if it hadn't opened the spirit barrier, they wouldn't be able to escape. Thank you, Divine Beast, for your help. Yes, thank you very much. Little Roar, who was floating around. Sima Yi-Fei saw that Sima Yi-yun was not as joyful as the rest in being saved. He lowered his head to hers and said with self-blame, sorry, Big Brother came late. He seldom called himself Big Brother, but this sudden self-addressed, Sima Yi-yun recovered back to her senses and her tears fell. Big Brother. This Big Brother carried the feelings of rebirth, sadness, joy, grievances, and sadness. Sorry, I came late. Sima Yi-yun leaned on Sima Yi-Fei and shook her head. Sima Yi-Fei noticed that her mood stabilized. He spoke to Sima Chi-Chi, take her to change clothes. Sima Chi-Chi supported Sima Yi-yun. Sima Yi-yun came down and tightened her clothes, afraid of it falling off. Chi-Chi, you were also injured just now. I'm fine. Let's go. Let's go change clothes. When they came out again, Sima Yi-yun had changed her clothes and Sima Chi-Chi had also taken a pill. Big Brother, how did you come to save us? Who is that divine beast? That's Yuyu's spirit beast. To be honest, she was the one who saved you. Yuyu? You met her? That bastard is so strong, who has the ability to draw him away? Yuyu's godfather, the Dragon King of Violet Water Dragon Clan. He left with them on the teleportation array. He gave them an overview of Sima Yuyu. Because of the vow, he omitted the matter about the little realm and spirit pagoda. Unexpectedly, we owe her such a big favor. Sima Yi-yun said, if it weren't for her, I'm afraid I would already. Thinking of that scene, her whole body couldn't help shaking. Sima Yi-Fei stepped forward and hugged her. Don't be too surprised when you see her. Why? You'll know it then. They were not far from Sima Yuyu's group. They didn't hear much about her, so they didn't know she was a girl. Then where are they now? Honestly, I am also worried about them. How could they participate in a battle with Paragon ranks? Even if they die, they would drag them down. We won't participate, we'll look from a distance. Sima Yi-Fei felt her deep hatred. If he didn't allow her to see him die, he was afraid she would never let this go. Alright, let's go over. They went to get Little Roar. Sima Yi-Fei didn't force them. If that's the case, then let's send our farewells here. Those girls hesitated again. With their previous experience, they no longer dared to act along. How about let us go with you? When that girl said those words, the hearts of those girls started to shake again. Previous chapter. In-Zun came to the entrance of the cave and saw Wu Lamai's group at a distance. It was also you guys yesterday? But you're only a spirit beast of Paragon rank. Don't be arrogant in front of me. In-Zun looked at Wu Lamai contemptuously. He didn't even put him in his eyes. He cultivated a divine technique. His strength is much higher than people of the same level, not to mention people who are 1 rank lower than himself. To kill you, it's enough. Then you can try. In-Zun attacked Wu Lamai, but Wu Lamai stood still as if he did intend to counterattack. A small ball could withstand his attack, but the small ball exploded as soon as it met his attack. It was obviously just a fist-sized iron ball. When the aftermath passed, the elders beside Wu Lamai exclaimed, his strength is much higher than ours. That's right. Let's go back first. Wu Lamai looked unwilling, but he gritted his teeth. Several people turned and flew away, trying to escape. It had to be said that this In-Zun's brain wasn't very good. He had not thought whether there was a trap before pursuing, but it was his confidence in his strength. He believed that no one in the immortal land could do anything to him. Sima Yuyu and Sima Xianshu waited anxiously. Here he is, Xianshu, get ready. Their figures gradually approached. Sima Xianshu's nervousness made his palms sweat while waiting for In-Zun to come to the top of the array, but as he watched him come into range, he suddenly stopped in midair, because he noticed Sima Yuyu. Sima Yuyu adapted an appearance similar to her original appearance. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? Although her strength was not low, she was very young and later could still advance. When Sima Yuyu saw that In-Zun hadn't moved anymore, she wondered if he had started to suspect. She shouted to Wu Lamai. Godfather, you must kill him. Inzun looked at how Sima Yu showed fear and hatred towards him. He seemed to understand Wu Lamai. Ha ha ha. Little girl, don't be afraid. Follow this paragon and this paragon will allow you to walk freely in the world. Go away, you bastard. Sima Yu cried. You are so bad, you will not end well, really? Ha ha ha. Then follow me and see how I am unfettered in this world. Sima Yu was trembling in fright. She turned and ran back. When Inzun saw her, he looked back on Wu Lamai and others. He chased after her. After flying for more than 10 meters, he was trapped. Dragon trapping array. He wasn't in a hurry to escape. He looked at Wu Lamai's group. How dare does a spirit beast like you who just got into Paragon rank challenge me? Sima Yu stopped. She turned to look at Inzun in the dragon trapping array. She didn't know how effective the poison was and how long he would be trapped. She flew back. It seems that you know this array. Then you should know that you can't get out of the array. Really? Inzun was not in a hurry. Did you arrange this array? Yes, it's specially arranged for people like you. You can set up this kind of array at such a young age. You're very talented. Inzun said. However, do you know that your array can't trap me for long? As long as I want it, it will be broken in 2 strokes. Humph, then you try. Let's see if you can do it within a short time. Inzun liked Sima Yu's temperament, so confident that made people want to ruin it. Well then, watch carefully. He attacked the array. The first moment, it made the array shaky and her expression changed immediately. Inzun laughed and launched the second attack. After that attack, there was a faint ripple that remained in the array. Inzun casually sent out a ball of spirit power to break the array. Not bad. It can actually withstand 3 attacks. Sima Yu's face turned pale. She shouted, Godfather, you want to catch my baby, you're seeking death. Humph, overestimating your ability. Wu Lamai didn't use all his strength. Inzun shot a ball of spirit. Ugh, dash. Wu Lamai shot a water dragon over which was quickly embroiled in a fight with Inzun's spirit beast. Let us help as well. The clan elders used their spirit power to materialize an egret to help Wu Lamai. But the few of them combined were not stronger than Inzun. Though it broke their front, it even charged towards them. Spatial lock. Inzun did not expect her to use spatial lock. He was getting more curious about her. She was so young yet she was already able to set up a dragon trapping array. Little girl, you're really making me more and more interested. I will make it such that you will never have any interest. Explode for me. Little girl, wait until I deal with your godfather and we'll have a nice talk. Now, stay aside obediently. Inzun once again used his spirit power. But he found that his strength was suppressed. He closed his eyes to sense around. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her. He was shocked for the first time. Spirit realm. You put up a spirit realm. How is this possible? Previous chapter. Previously, he was just interested in Sima Yu. Now he looked at her directly. A spirit realm requires one at a paragon rank to comprehend it. How can a little divine rank comprehend it? Sima Yu looked at him. You want to know? I won't tell you. Godfather, make your move. The underlying meaning was to hurry up. To trap such a paragon rank in her spirit realm, she needed to expand energy. She had told Wu Lamai a while ago. Now they didn't have time to chat. At this time, killing him should be the focus. Sima Yu didn't take action. Inside someone else's spirit realm, he couldn't use his own spirit realm. Incorrect. It was not unbeknownst. Her movements were large. She used the spatial lock not only to dissolve his attack, it was also used to cover up her use of spirit realm. As for himself, he never thought she would comprehend a spirit realm at such a young age, so he didn't consider that aspect at all. Because of his carelessness, he let himself fall into a passive situation. This was something that had never ever crossed his mind. Moreover, Wu Lamai's attacks were no longer weak as before. Each of his attack was powerful. Coupled with Sima Yu's suppression, it made them a little difficult to deal. When Sima Fei and the others arrived, they happened to see them inside a spirit realm. Hearing the conversation between Sima Yu and Inzun, they were shocked. I didn't hear anything wrong, did I? Spirit realm? Sima Yu actually comprehended her spirit realm. How could this be? It's really impossible, but it can only be him. Sima Yun said. The others were spirit beasts, and spirit beasts were unable to comprehend a spirit realm. Yu is mighty, Yu is the best. At this moment, Sima Chi suddenly shouted, Sima Yu is a girl? Sima Yun also reacted, seeing that familiar face was indeed in a female dress. They were shocked by what happened in Sima Yu's spirit realm that they didn't notice this at all. Little Roar recovered his balance a few centimeters before he landed. Then he flew up and returned to Sima Yun's arms. What's strange about my Yu being a girl? Sima Yu? Is Sima Yu the Deputy Valley Master of Heartbreak Valley? That legendary rising star? Right. My little Yu is the Deputy Valley Master of Heartbreak Valley. Unexpectedly she saved us. What's more unexpected is that she is actually a girl. Everyone fell in silence. A person younger than them was so powerful and had saved them. It shocked them to their hearts. Sure enough, we can't compare. We'd better step back a bit. If we get affected, it won't be good. Although they were far away, if they get affected, it would be too late for them to regret. They retreated nearly a kilometer and stopped at the edge. This way, they could see what was happening, and if something were to happen, they could escape. The battle here soon attracted a lot of onlookers. They felt shocked at the stunning batter. Those people could only watch at a distance. Isn't that person a paragon rank? Someone can actually compete with him. Amazing. He can actually fight with a paragon rank. No, it's several people fighting together. Why is this little girl so close? Isn't she afraid of being affected? Right. Such a willful girl. What do you understand? Look, she must have a divine artifact on her. The attacks dissipate every time before it hits her. What divine artifact that can resist the battle between paragon? No matter what rank is the divine artifact, it's definitely not something people like you and me can have. That's right. It must be those big forces that can possess that kind of what a lucky guy with so much good resources. Isn't that so? The onlookers talked a lot. They didn't find anything wrong until Tang Yun showed up with people from Sage Pavilion. These people are really powerful. The people of Sage Pavilion sighed. It would be great if we also had such a powerful divine artifact. Then we won't be afraid of other people's battle affecting us. What do you know? Tang Yun looked at the battle with surprise. That girl is the key. Deputy Palace Master, what did you say? Spirit Realm, they're all in that person's spirit realm. No way, Deputy Valley Master. Shouldn't a spirit realm be only comprehensible for a paragon rank? I used to think so too. Tang Yun said. But, obviously the world made a big joke with us. It was not that people of low strength couldn't comprehend a spirit realm, but their talent was too low for them to comprehend it. Isn't that Sima Yu? Someone recognized her. Those are all spirit beasts. Then this spirit realm is really Sima Yu's. This is too unexpected. Amazing, not to mention her background, just her talent is beyond my reach. Sima Yu also knew a lot of people had come. She had guessed earlier that this battle would attract others, so she wasn't surprised. As time passed, she felt more and more strenuous. Supporting a spirit realm was like manual labor. If they didn't get rid of this guy soon, she was afraid she couldn't hold on anymore. But looking at Wu Lamai's performance, it didn't seem that he could defeat him in 3 to 5 minutes. No, if this goes on, her efforts today would be wasted. If he escaped, she wanted to catch him again, it would be a joke. Boom, Wu Lamai and Yin Zun slammed their palms together and there was a violent collision. Ugh, Sima Yu was affected. She suffered some injuries, blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. Tang Yun saw her appearance. The situation is a bit bad, the strength of this Yin Zun is unexpectedly strong. His level is obviously not much higher, why is there such a strong combat efficiency? It should be related to the technique he cultivated. He uses women as a cauldron to absorb their essence, which is inherently an evil technique. This kind of technique is extremely insidious. But it can make people's combat efficiency exceed ordinary people. Tang Yun explained. It seems their differences are not much. Someone didn't understand. You see that they are evenly matched because they are in that little girl's spirit realm. On one hand, she is suppressing the strength of Yin Zun while on the other hand, she is providing power to the Violet Water Dragon King. Under such circumstances, it is still impossible to take the other party down. That shows how strong Yin Zun is. Tang Yun explained. Not good, they seem to be losing. Wu Lamai didn't expect the opponent's strength to be much higher than he expected. The two fought for so long without determining a winner. He could already sense that Sima Yu was unable to support it. Chopping the grass without removing the roots was definitely looking for trouble with yourself. The onlookers in the distance also understood this principle, but they could not do anything after all, his strength was obviously higher. It seems that I can't stand by and watch. Tang Yun sighed. He leaped up, flying over and came outside of Sima Yu's spirit realm. Little friend, let me in. Since she didn't have a good impression of the people of Sage Pavilion, she didn't let him right away when Tang Yun came over. If he was here to save Yin Zun, wasn't she allowing a wolf into the room? Your senior brother said that you can try believing in this Deputy Palace Master. Little Spirit conveyed Wu Lingyu's meaning. Sima Yu didn't expect Wu Lingyu to interject. Since he believed him, she would also. She opened the spirit realm a bit and let in enter. Tang Yun did not waste any time on words. He directly made a move in Yin Zun. He was a person who didn't like talking, he liked to do things directly. There was one Wu Lamai who had gotten into a tie with Yin Zun. Now there was another paragon rank. Although his level was lower than them, he became the crucial point that broke the balance at the moment. Once the balance started to tilt, it became easier to flip it. After a few moments, the two men joined hands to subdue the other. And when Yin Zun lost his fighting power, Sima Yu's spirit realm completely collapsed. She fell down without strength. Yu. Everyone wanted to help her, but their distance apart was too far. Sima Yu didn't feel the stiffness of the earth. She raised her eyes and met Tang Yun's smiling fox eyes. Little friend Yu, your appearance seems to have changed somewhat from before. I'm coming. Wu Lamai ran over. Those pair of eyes that knew everything made Sima Yu subconsciously guarded against him. At that time, in order to attract Yin Zun, she changed into an appearance similar to herself. Now that her identity had been exposed, there was no need to hide it. As soon as they appeared, they supported her and pushed Tang Yun away. Yu, are you okay? Sima Yu leaned on Little Seven. I'm okay, Little Dream. Little Dream understood what Sima Yu meant. She appeared next to Yin Zun and sent her divine sense into the other party's mind. After a while, she came back and nodded to Sima Yu. Kill him. Someone shouted across. That's right. Kill this bastard, so he can no longer harm girls in the future. Sima Yifei flew over with his group. Yu, how are you? I'm all right. She did this all to save them. I almost. Sima Yun started. If it weren't for you, I would have gotten defiled. Sima Yu didn't see Sima Yun's clothes being torn. Anyways, Little Dream had already gotten what she wanted. So whether Yin Zun lived or died, it had nothing to do with her. Be careful, in case he suddenly counterattacks. I know. Sima Yun left and Sima Chi followed her. Sima Yu sat on a chair. She watched Sima Yun fly up, took out a long sword, and fiercely plunged it down. Yin Zun, who had a single breath left, was stabbed in the heart by her. His vitality slowly dissipated. Because of his carelessness and conceit, he somehow lost his life. When the girls saw how Sima Yi-yun killed In-zoon, they thought of their own frights over these days. They also went up to make up for it with their swords. Those who had lost their relatives or fellow peers also felt righteous indignation. They also went forward and went up to give him another stab to vent their hatred. Sima Yi-yu sat behind the crowd. When these people had vent enough and scattered, her sight caught onto a riddled corpse. Destroy him completely. Sima Yi-yu told Little Dream. Little Dream nodded. She came over and threw a black flame onto the corpse. Soon, the corpse turned to ashes. In-zoon, who had made everyone afraid for several months, had been resolved. Those women no longer needed to be frightened and not dare to come out. Sima Yi-yu took a pill and healed herself. She left with Wu Lamai's group. Before those people had time to thank her because everyone focused their attention on In-zoon, they had already disappeared from everyone's field of vision. When she left, Tang Yen noticed her back. The corner of his mouth suddenly smiled. Why do I feel some kind of link from her? I don't know whether it is a good thing or not. It really makes one curious. Sima Yi-yu felt an inquiring gaze behind her. He saw her leave but didn't try to stop her. He was one of the deputy palace masters of Sage Pavilion. He was also Sage Pavilion's youngest paragon rank expert. Why did he help her just now? They found a place without anyone. Sima Yi-yu took out Little Door and led everyone into the little realm. Little Dream, what did you discover in his memory? Previous chapter. What do you recall in your memory? Sima Xi and Shu and others all looked at Little Dream, wanting to know what she saw. Yu, sit down first and then I will tell you. Little Dream helped Sima Yu to sit down on the chair and said that In-zoon was not like this before. Rather, he got a technique of harvesting Yin and nourishing Yang. He is the one that we had guessed before who killed everyone with one move. Then this year, he mastered the technique look and started looking for girls. Such an evil technique. This person was not a good person before. He has been stuck at his current level for a long time. His death is approaching. He got that technique so his life can continue. Little Dream then said, if we hadn't killed him, he would have collected another 9,000 girls to advance. If he didn't die, he would still kill 9,000 girls. Sima Chi shouted. Thinking of them almost becoming one of those 9,000, she was both frightened and grateful. I see. Sima Yu said, okay, are you going out to find the people from the Sima family now, or will you continue to stay here? We don't want to find those people. Sima Chi already knew that Sima Fair and those other people had given up on saving them. Although this could also be said to be reasonable, the fact that things originally started was because of them, but later abandoned them was a fact that they didn't want to join them. Sima Yu was not reluctant, and Sima Fair was not a good person. Then you guys go find a place to rest. I will heal first. Sima Yu said, you can go anywhere except the small lake. Alright. Let's visit here too. Sima Xi and Shu's group of 4 people, including himself, left. Sima Yu looked at Little Dream and asked, what else do you see in his memory? When Little Dream was talking about that person's memory, no one else had noticed it, but Sima Yu sensed that she paused. There should be something that she didn't say. Yu, I saw in his memory that Deja and the others went to a place, which was where they disappeared. Little Dream said. Sima Yu was shocked and asked, is he sure? Little Dream nodded and said, that In-zoon has also been close to that place, and I felt a strong spatial fluctuation there. By the way, the people of the Sima family also entered that place. Uncle Lu Feng and the others? Yeah. One time, he caught 2 girls when he was passing by. He glanced inside and just saw them. And it wasn't only them, many people have entered in the past few months. Their strength was not low. However, no one came out. If it wasn't because he was searching for girls, he might have gone, too. Little Dream said. Then does he know what's there? Sima Yu asked. Little Dream shook his head and said, he doesn't know. Sima Yu leaned on the chair, folded her hands together, lost in thought. Yu, where should we go? Little Seven asked. With so many people going there must be something in it. Then let's go in. I can protect you guys. At this time, Wu Lamai walked over here and said, I once heard from my ancestors that if there is a hidden space in the immortal land, there is either great opportunity or great danger. It won't just be a little fuss. If it's a great opportunity, then it would be alright. If it's a great danger, then we need powerful people. That's right. Great opportunity can lead to people fighting over it, and no need to talk about what great danger leads to. Whatever it is, let's go in and have a look. Sima Yu was a little moved by what Wu Lamai said. If there is a great opportunity, then she will take a share. Wow, okay, let's go when Yu feels better. Sima Yu smiled when she saw her like that, asked them to play by themselves, and then began to meditate in order to recover. On the other side, Sima Yi-yun and the others came to a small hill where they could see the living quarters of Blood Fiend City. I didn't expect Yu to have such a place. Sima Yi-yun sighed as he looked at the lively living quarters below. Right. Sima Xi and Shu said, we have also heard about the Blood Fiend City. At that time, we also discussed how many people in the entire Blood Fiend City suddenly disappeared. I didn't expect to come here. Sigh, Sima Chi sighed, I didn't expect Yu to be a girl. I am also a girl, but the difference between us is too big. It's really shocking. But my little sister is not that bad, too. Sima Yi-yun said with a smile. This matter is all thanks to her. If we didn't meet her, we too wouldn't be able to think of a way to rescue you. Especially within a short period of time. The smile on Sima Yi-yun's face faded a lot. This incident made her eager to improve her strength. By the way, don't tell anyone about the matter regarding Little Realm, because we swore we can't tell anyone else, otherwise we will go to hell. Don't worry, we won't talk about it. Sima Chi said, just due to the fact that she saved us, we wouldn't do such a thing. Yes. Sima Yi-yun also nodded. Sima Yu-yu, who was in the process of healing and meditating, heard them say so, and she continued healing with assurance. Although she trusted them, she still wanted to hear them personally to be at ease. However, the people on the mountain didn't know that Sima could hear them even though they were so far away, because others also have little realm but they couldn't completely integrate with the little realm. They were still sighing about Sima Yu-yu. Sigh, Yu-yu is so powerful. If she wanted to return to the family, those people would definitely not object. Sima Chi-chi said. Not necessarily. Sima Xian-shu said, although we didn't know what happened at the beginning, it made a lot of fuss. At that time, a lot of people participated in the meeting, and then there were many heads of the house and so on. Even an old ancestor was startled. Yes. Sima Yi-yun agreed, if they insist on opposing it, or if they have any conventions, even if Yu-yu is very powerful now, it is not certain that she can return back. Previous chapter. Several people on the top of the mountain were silent. Not only did their family keep a secret about what happened in those years, but even other forces involved did not reveal any information. In such a continent, it was almost impossible to conceal a matter in such detail. However, that matter was an exception. No one knew what happened at the time, and no one knew, back then, where the people went or what kind of things that they were experiencing. Not true, it wasn't that they don't know, but those who knew had chosen to keep silent. Therefore, leaving behind those who barely knew anything about that matter curious. Sigh, we still don't know where Uncle Lu Xian is now. Although Uncle Lu Feng and the others have been searching for him for so many years, they still don't know where he is. What if he had already? Probably not. Sima Xian-shu said, Uncle Lu Xian's life jade is still in the family. Although it is indeed covered with lines, it did not split, indicating that Uncle Lu Xian is not dead. After so many years, what happened back then is still an untouchable secret in the family, alas. Sima Yu-yu opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of worry. She was about to start healing, but when she heard them talk about her parents suddenly, she wanted to know what they knew, so she kept listening. But as direct bloodlines of the family, they still didn't know what happened, so it seemed they still had to ask Sima Lu Feng's group what they knew. In the past, they said that her strength was too low, but she had improved a lot since the last separation and comprehended the spirit barrier. They should tell her what happened. Now that they had entered the place, she should go in and find them. She was uncertain if they would really tell her what happened in the past. However, didn't Dean Lin say that as long as she found the purest water, he would tell her about her father? If he could tell her the news of her father, then it would be within reach of finding him. But, the purest water. She didn't know what kind of water was the purest water. But no matter what, she had to give it a try. They had been searching for Sima Lu Xian and his group for so many years without any news of them, so this might be the only clue. The few people on the mountain were talking about other things in the Sima family, so she retracted her consciousness and began to heal her injuries. They stayed in the little realm for 3 days. When the people who had stayed in the ruins heard about this, they spread out the story of her enlightenment of her principle under the tree of life. Those people combined the two things and then realized that Sima Yu not only comprehended her own principle, but also comprehended the spirit realm. This had become a very powerful existence. A talented person was simply a fighter in perversion. The people outside admired her while Sima Yu was enduring pain while healing herself in the little realm. Not only must she recover her injuries, she had to control the power of faith in her body so it did not grow too fast and out of control. She suddenly felt that this thing was a burin. She couldn't help but say how troublesome it was. Fortunately, Wu Lingyu knew her current circumstances, so he taught her a method she could better control the power of faith. So it would not be as strenuous as now. Today, she felt she almost recovered. Currently no one was beside her. She created a spirit barrier and then entered the spirit pagoda. She went to find Wu Lingyu, who was forced to stay here and recuperate. He was bored for the moment. Wu Lingyu was a little depressed now. He had gone in and out of the spirit pagoda several times. At that time, he was stronger than her and had a contract relationship, so he could freely enter and exit. But now he could only do nothing and stay here. It was not as good as when he was just a soul back then. Seeing Sima Yu entered, he gave her a sad look. Why are you here? I heard that you were so bored here that you became a petal plucker. Of course I came to see. Sima Yu walked over and saw a layer of petals next to his reclining chair. This guy was bored enough to pluck petals like women from ancient times. It really was enough. Wu Lingyu still had half a flower in his hand. He pulled a petal and the petal was torn off. Then you let me out and I won't destroy your flowers. How about it? Wu Lingyu suggested. No. Sima Yu sat next to him and said, you stay here. If it was before, it wouldn't matter if you go out. But the situation is different now. I'm going to find Deja and the others. At that place, Uncle Lu Feng left the juniors outside. You should continue to stay here. Or maybe you don't want to listen to me. Sigh, Wu Lingyu continued to destroy the flower in his man. Not lovable. When he thought about his dignified devil king position, as the holy son of Sage Pavilion, how many women would be moved at his words? Now he could only complain here. Sima Yu looked at his current appearance. She chuckled, lay beside him, stroked his cheek and planted a kiss. Alright, his goal was achieved. Wu Lingyu threw the flower away. He clasped her head with his hands. He deepened and lengthened the kiss. After a while, the two separated. Sima Yu looked at his sly appearance. You are not in good shape, and your strength has not recovered. What if something happens to you and you leave me behind? I guess you're going to the ghost realm to find me. Wu Lingyu said. Her hand who was stroking his cheek suddenly slapped. This guy was looking for a beating. Sima Yu put her head on his shoulder and fell asleep dazedly. Wu Lingyu listened to her even breathing. He knew she was asleep. He turned and kissed her forehead. His eyes darkened. While he was bored, he just wanted to be by her side. If that happened again, he wouldn't just be here and watched her get hurt out there. Sima Yu felt tired and painful recently. His scent allowed her to relax. She slept beside him for more than an hour. Awake? A seductive voice transmitted. Sima Yu's eyes were still in a daze. She raised her head and didn't speak. She was greeted by his kiss. The kiss made her awake eyes blurred. She didn't know where she was. Are you awake now? Wu Lingyu smiled and looked at her. Almost. Sima Yu said with a wicked smile. She wrapped her arms around his neck and bit his lip. After a long wet kiss, Sima Yu let him go in satisfaction. Now I'm awake. In order to awaken you, I sacrificed. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu smiled and remembered something. She got herself up. Come, I'll take you to a place. Previous chapter. What are you looking at? Wu Lingyu grabbed a handful of her black hair and wrapped it around his fingers. Sima Yu turned around, drawing her hair along, which also pulled him up. Let's go, I don't know what it is. Wu Lingyu was pulled along with her. They went to the small tower in the spirit pagoda. Sima Yu seldom came here. She usually had little spirit take whatever she needed from there and wouldn't come here specially. Every time she came here, she would remember how she said those words and was struck by lightning and got an afro. Little spirit appeared. I thought you forgot about this. I have been busy lately. Sima Yu said. Why don't you tell me what's in it instead of having me come? You'll know when you look through. Little spirit kept her in suspense. Let's go. He led Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu in. They ascended level by level and stopped when they were between the third and fourth level. A faint cloudy mist enveloped the upper stairs. Since Sima Yu hadn't gone up before, it hadn't dispersed. Go up. Little spirit said to her. Sima Yu nodded and stepped up. Those cloudy mist slowly dispersed as she ascended to the fourth level. All the cloudy mist dissipated the moment she reached. Wu Lingyu followed. The two of them stood in front of the gate of the fourth level, waiting to see what was inside that caused little spirit to be so mysterious. Sima Yu took a deep breath. She stretched out her hand and slowly opened the door. This floor was different from the other floors. It wasn't a mountainscape world, nor was it a mine. It was just a big dark room. A very, very large one at that. It's so dark. It's covered entirely in dust. Sima Yu waved her hand in front. You became stupid after getting injured. She had been getting better and better recently, which he almost forgot about the times he always despised her. Black lines formed on her face. This guy was trying her again. Didn't he say that she could control it? He could just remind her instead of giving her such undisguised contempt. She willed and the dark room immediately became bright. But the sudden scenery stunned her. Even Wu Lingyu was surprised as well. After a while, Sima Yu came back to her senses. She looked at the pile of scrap iron in front. She asked in disbelief, is this the thing on the fourth level? Yes. Little spirit replied affirmatively. Sima Yu's mouth twitched. No wonder this guy wanted her to come see for herself. If he told her that, she wouldn't believe it. Little spirit looked at her disdain and rolled his eyes. You really think they are a pile of scrap iron? Isn't it? Sima Yu turned around confused. Little spirit couldn't help rolling his eyes again. That is treasure. Treasure? Sima Yu picked up a piece shaped like a hand. She really didn't see how it was a treasure. I said you're stupid and you're acting dumb. Little spirit reproached. The real thing is inside, not here. Behind. Only then did Sima Yu know behind the room, which was bigger than a few football fields filled with broken scrap iron, was a door. Why didn't you say earlier? She rolled her eyes back at Little Spirit. Holding Wu Lingyu, she stepped past the pile of scrap iron. They are all treasures. But you don't have the ability, so you can only regard them as broken pieces of metal. Little Spirit said. Really? Then you try, turn them into treasures and let me see. Sima Yu retorted. If I had that ability, would I still be an artifact spirit? Little Spirit glared at her. Sima Yu curled her lips and ignored him. The broken scrap iron under my feet was very uneven. She had to walk carefully. It was just like that. They walked for a while before they came to the opposite side. After treading over a pile of scrap iron, she finally saw something that resembled a door. They went down and Wu Lingyu went to open the door. But the door remained motionless. You can't, only she can open it. Little Spirit said. This was her place, only she can come and go freely here. Sima Yu walked over and pushed gently. The door opened. Behind the door was a dark area. With her previous experience, Sima Yu willed and it became daytime. Hiss. After seeing the things here, she took a deep breath. Machine-like people stood neatly in line while outside was just a combination of broken scrap metal. Are these mechas? She covered her mouth in disbelief. That's right. Little Spirit confirmed. I said those were scrap metals. But you don't know how they are used, so that's why you thought so. Okay, I admit you are right this time. Sima Yu came over and reached out to touch one of the mechas. These mechas, in the opinions of the people of the continent and that of the previous life's robots for ordinary people. They were a tall existence. It is said that the fighting power of a mecha is more powerful than the spirit beasts of the same level. This is really surprising, there are actually mechas. Sima Yu exclaimed. But how do you control these? How do I know? Little Spirit replied. No one among my former masters did those. Do you know? Sima Yu asked. I know a bit. But I'm particularly familiar with it. Wu Lingyu answered. He had only heard of this before going to the Devil Realm. He hadn't encountered this before, even after he went to the Devil Realm, he didn't find out more. What do you know? I am the control method of the lowest level mecha. Wu Lingyu replied. It seems that different levels had different control methods. Oh. Sima Yu never thought that Wu Lingyu knew everything. Then tell me the basics. When I go out, I will go look in the books for more information. Then you still have to differentiate the levels. Little Spirit said. Where does it require me to differentiate levels? Isn't it obvious? You can easily tell. Sima Yu replied. Oh. You became smarter? Little Spirit asked. Sima Yu couldn't bear it. She pulled him into her arms and rubbed his face vigorously. These mechas are in different appearances. It's impossible that the finer they are, the lower level they are. I can still understand this. She had noticed the appearance of the mecha in each area was different. Some were rough and some were fine. They were easily ranked at first glance. Some even looked similar to real people, but they lacked expressions. Suddenly, her hand stopped. Her face was surprised as she held Little Spirit and walked towards one of the mechas. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Wu Lingyu and Little Spirit didn't know what was wrong with her. She suddenly didn't speak. Sima Yu came to one of the mechas. She was stunned to see that there was the same pattern carved onto the mecha that was similar to hers. Little Spirit turned around and saw that under the mecha's collarbone, there was a bulk lotus similar to the one on Sima Yu's back. The black lotus was in full bloom on the white collarbone, looking very charming. Yu, this is the same as the one on your back. Little Spirit ignored Wu Lingyu's existence when he spoke. Wu Lingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw her back. Although he was an artifact spirit, he was still a male. As long as it was a male, it can't be forgiven. Sima Yu examined the black lotus and thought of the story of Emperor Azure and a girl called Yu. Black lotus, how could there be a black lotus here? She murmured. This shouldn't be related to Emperor Azure, because the mecha period was obviously earlier than them. But certainly, this person must be related to 9th Underworld Mountain's Black Lotus. Otherwise this Black Lotus wouldn't appear here. However, without records or legends, her conjecture was only conjecture. 9th Underworld Devil Lotus, why is it here? Wu Lingyu sighed. Senior brother, you know about the 9th Underworld Devil Lotus? Sima Yu asked. I heard about it. Wu Lingyu replied. I only know that the 9th Underworld Devil Lotus was once a ruling clan in the Ghost Realm. I don't know anything else. And this is something before my time. After so many years, I don't know how they are now. This person imprinted a black lotus on it, indicating that the owner of this 7-storied pagoda had seen the black lotus before and knew about it. Sima Yu reasoned. 9th Underworld Devil Lotus, how was it related to her? Why did she have this flower on her back? Forget if it is the black lotus or not. It's useless to think about it now. Little Spirit said. That's true. Before Sima Yu left, she reached out to touch the black lotus. But as soon as her fingers touched the black lotus, she felt the lines of the black lotus on her back heat up. The black lotus on the mecha seemed to come alive. Originally, 2 petals were still closed, but when Sima Yu touched it, they all blossomed. How could this be? Little Spirit whispered. Sima Yu was also surprised by this scene and she stood unmoving. Click. A crisp sound was extremely loud in this quiet environment. Sima Yu looked down and found a mechanism appeared on the girl's body, revealing an empty belly. Sima Yu leaned down and saw a case inside. She reached in and took the case out. There's also a black lotus on the case. Little Spirit pointed out. Open it and see what's inside. Sima Yu looked around and didn't find any other mechanism. Senior brother, have a look, how do I open this? She handed the case to him. Wu Lingyu took it and examined it. This is a Ling Long case, I can't open it. Ling Long case? What kind of case is it? Sima Yu asked. Ling Long case is the strongest case in the world. If you don't have the key, then no one can open it. Wu Lingyu explained. Even a paragon rank can't force it to open. It was not strange that the person back then who owned the 7-storied pagoda and could use mechas had this. Sounds amazing. It's not just a case. Sima Yu took the case back and turned it over. I don't see anything strange about it. This case looks ordinary, but the material is very rare. Wu Lingyu said. Now you have this, it's another treasure. Sima Yu squinted her eyes and grinned. Why hide such a sturdy case here? Others can't open it anyways. Although the case can't be opened, if someone obtains it, it will be taken away. Wu Lingyu guessed. If this the case, then he intends to have it given to a specific person which purpose has yet to be achieved. Sima Yu was startled. She understood from what he said that this case was reserved for people of the Black Lotus clan. Thinking of the scorching heat on her back and the sudden changes in the mecha's body, it probably was like what he said. Let me see if there is a key inside. Little Spirit leaned into the mecha's body and peered in. There's none. There's definitely none. Wu Lingyu said. This Ling Long case mechanism is different from other cases. There is a small mechanism within the case. Every time you close the case and put something in when you want to open it again, if there is something in it, only with the things related to that thing inside has to be used to open it. Then how can this be opened? Sima You looked at the Ling Long case. The things that were placed in the case which itself was hidden inside the mecha's body. They must be something precious. But now she could only look on the surface. This was not a normal feeling of being stifled. I think this should be related to you. Wu Lingyu said. You opened the mecha, and the case is related to Black Lotus. Do you want me to go to 9th Underworld Mountain and pick up a Black Lotus to put on top of it? Sima Yu was depressed as she spoke glibly. Even if you want to go pick one, it won't necessarily work. Wu Lingyu flicked her head. Since it is related to the Black Lotus, it may be related to your bloodline. Try dripping a drop of blood on it. Oh. Sima Yu didn't have high hopes for this. After all, there were thousands of things that person could have chosen, not necessarily related to her blood. Sima Yu pinched her finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. She watched as the blood seeped in and then a loud click. It worked. Sima Yu gently opened the case. The case that was motionless before actually opened. What was presented before them was a small space. It was not as small as seen from outside. There were many books in there. Sima Yu took out a few books and flipped through the few. All of them were about armaments. Wu Lingyu took one over and said in surprise, those books. What's up with these books? Wu Lingyu pulled out 2 of them and commented, these 2 books are comparable to the array book I found for you. That amazing? Sima Yu whispered. How high a position was that array book in the array world? It could be seen from Big Wei and Little Wei's attitude towards her. Are those 2 books as outstanding as Mount Tai and North Star? These 2 books are manuscripts. It can be clearly seen that they are written by the craftsman himself. I read 1 to 2 of them, they are very insightful. Previous chapter. Sima Yu knew Wu Lingyu's armament mastery was high. Since he said that with all seriousness, then that would be really powerful. However, there were armament books of Mount Tai level. That meant the person's level wasn't low. It was not surprising that he could draw such insightful insights. Wu Lingyu continued to read. A trace of doubt flashed through his eyes later before becoming clear again. These are suitable for you. He handed her the books to read. Sima Yu looked at her in puzzlement. These scripts are for beginners to advance. Wu Lingyu said. This is suitable for a beginner. That good? It's really surprising. Wu Lingyu said. The general large manuscript doesn't have the rudimentary elements. But they are in here. That's really strange. Sima Yu said. If it was an ordinary person, it would be hard to explain the strangeness. But combined with these things. Wu Lingyu glanced at her. This should be specially left for someone like you. If she didn't find it, but someone else found it, would it be left for that person? Who would have this great power? Why did they leave these? Sima Yu asked suspiciously. Wu Lingyu shrugged. If she didn't know, how would the Devil King like him know? This. Wu Lingyu turned to the bottom of the book and suddenly let out a low cry. What's the matter? Sima Yu moved her gaze away from the scrubs and leaned over to ask. This book should be opened only by you? Wu Lingyu handed the book to Sima Yu in question. Sima Yu put the other books in Wu Lingyu's hand. Then she accepted the book and saw there were blank pages inside. Wordless heavenly book. Look at the front. Wu Lingyu pointed. Sima Yu turned the book over and saw 3 big characters written on it, Mecha Skill Book. This is the book for making and controlling mechas? She said in surprise. Why are there no words in it? How are people gonna read it? Look at the first page. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu turned to the first page. It said, if you can open this case, then your bloodline should be able to crack the secret technique in the book. Bloodline again? Is this person my ancestor? Or is he someone carrying the Black Lotus bloodline? Sima Yu asked. Otherwise how could everything have to do with blood? It's not impossible. Wu Lingyu said. Try it. Sima Yu tore open the previous wound. She dripped another drop of blood onto the book. The blood was absorbed into the craft paper. The book slowly revealed the black characters. It really works. It seems that this book really needs your blood. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu flipped through the book and saw the words on the last page were different. She stopped. This is the one left behind. Sima Yu scanned the few jargons and saw the clues. She read through the few pages and at the end, sighed. What does it say? It's a love story of a girl from Black Lotus clan. Sima Yu replied. It was earth-shattering at that time. Unfortunately, it was not a good ending. It seemed that the 2 love stories she knew about the Black Lotus clan didn't end well. Thinking of this, she looked at Wu Lingyu. Wu Lingyu grabbed her shoulders and said, that's someone else's story. We are different from them. Don't worry. Sima Yu really didn't take it to heart. She didn't think that what happened to others would happen to her. By the way, this girl is also called Yu, at least that's what this person calls her. Wu Lingyu raised his brow. Also called Yu? Great Emperor Azure's beloved was called Yu. This girl was also called Yu. That was a coincidence, that's too coincidental. Do people of Black Lotus clan like to be called Yu? Who knows? Sima Yu said. But look at this. With this book, I can already learn to control these mechas. I believe it won't be easy. Why? Why do you think he put so many armament books here? Wu Lingyu reminded her. Ah, Sima Yu slapped her forehead. Does the mecha controller need to be an armament master? You'll know if it does. Wu Lingyu said. Fine. Sima Yu flipped through the book again. This time she turned to the title page which only had a few sentences on it. She glanced at it and read the words. She was suddenly speechless. Except for the lowest mecha, the others need to be controlled by an armament master. What the hell is this? Wu Lingyu looked at her with an amused smile. She was an alchemist, a ray master, beast tamer, and spirit master except she wasn't an armament master. Now that these treasures could only be used by an armament master, it would be strange if she wasn't angry. Don't forget, you promised Ling Long to help her. All these years have passed yet you haven't started learning armament. Sima Yu rubbed her head. I will learn them as soon as possible. In the past years, she had been really busy. She didn't have the time to learn armament. But now, the mechas in the room and the broken scrap metal that could be used outside, she should go and learn. Don't worry. You're still smiling. There is still a long time to study it. Don't push yourself. Wu Lingyu said. I know. Sima Yu pursed her lips. Why doesn't the lowest level mecha need to be operated by an armament master? Because the control of the lowest mecha is very simple. If you want to control them, you just need to inject your spirit power into their energy source. But I think it should be relatively simple. Wait until you studied this matter carefully. Every minute in the immortal land was precious because opening time was limited. Therefore, the armament learning could wait until she leaves the place. With these books, it will be easy to learn armament. Wu Lingyu said. Aren't you an armament master? Teach me. Sima Yu said. I will ask you later if there is something I don't understand. All right. Wu Lingyu nodded. But if you say that I teach you armament, would I be your master? Sima Yu glanced at him and replied lightly, what do you think? I think this proposal is good. Go away. In the end, the master-disciple relationship didn't get officially established. But their contact time was quite a bit which led him to be satisfied. Every minute and second he spent with her was valuable. The group stayed inside for several days. Little Spirit left, leaving Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu to study the mechas with the aid of the mecha books. Come, let's try. Sima Yu said. She took Wu Lingyu to the front of the mecha. The two of them each found a low-level mecha to control. Wu Lingyu easily got to work. Then he glanced towards her with his arms crossed. Why are you so fast? Sima Yu looked at him depressedly. Wu Lingyu smiled. My talent is good. It can't be helped. She glared at him. Ignoring him, she continued to work on her own. Wasn't it because he knows armament? Saying that his talent was good was bullying others. After a while, she succeeded. The mecha started to move accordingly. Not bad. She chuckled. This low-level mecha is useless. Its combat effectiveness is low and action is rigid. Wu Lingyu commented. But you can make the best of it when you're alone. Sima Yu pursed her lips. This guy with his high values was poking her for her shortcomings. Armament master, she would definitely become an armament master. Sima Yu thought about going to find Deja and Sima Lu Feng's group afterwards. She didn't know the situation over there so she might bring a few mechas over in the case of emergency. It's pretty good. But the number of intermediate and advanced levels are small in number. Sima Yu lamented. There are at least tens of thousands of these low-level ones. The intermediate level ones are relatively small. The advanced level one seems to belong to only that woman. Wu Lingyu added. It was not plausible to have so many low-level mechas but so few intermediate and advanced level ones. There probably more. Sima Yu released her divine sense. Behind the mechas, she saw a door. There is a door. There should be more inside. Let's go over and see. Wu Lingyu nodded. He took her hand, and they walked over. They discovered 3 doors. This time, he didn't go open the door. Instead he released her hand and made way. Sima Yu arrived in front of the middle door. She pushed gently. But the door didn't move. No matter how hard she tried, the door didn't budge. Sima Yu stepped back 2 steps. The room can't be opened. Wu Lingyu scanned around and didn't find any mechanisms. I will try the other 2 doors. Sima Yu came before the door on the left and pushed hard. It also didn't budge. Was this something not for her to open? She tried a few more times. The result was the same. So she gave up and went to the door on the right. She expected the result to be the same. So she put in a lot of force in this time around. That door opened in the slightest touch. Because she put in too much force, she was propelled inward. Bang 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 bang, dash. A sound rang in the end. Wu Lingyu went over and condensed a ball of flame. He saw someone lying on top of the mechas. Before her, a pile of mechas on the ground. Sima Yu covered her face and murmured, I don't know what's here. I can't use my divine sense. Because of the darkness, her divine sense couldn't be used. Because of the strong impact, she didn't stop herself and slam a mech down. The mechas here were neatly lined. When she fell, the mechas fell like dominoes. I haven't committed such a thing for many years, especially in front of him. It was really too embarrassing. Wu Lingyu didn't think of anything. But when he saw her like this, he gave a soft laugh. What, is the ground that nice? Are you planning to stay on your stomach? Sima Yu stay on the ground unmoving. She really hadn't lost that much face in 100 years. Wu Lingyu walked over, wanting to pull her up. What's so embarrassing? Get up quickly. But Sima Yu stay on the ground, staring at the mecha in a daze. Wu Lingyu walked over, thinking of her embarrassment. He didn't expect her to stare at the mech in a daze. These mechas are better looking than me? Sima Yu sat up and exclaimed. Look, they all have this. Wu Lingyu looked at the black lotus that she pointed at. Unlike the pure lotus flowers, it blooms with coquettish beauty. What's so strange about this? Wu Lingyu said. Didn't you see it on the other mecha before? Look at the middle. There is a tiny golden dot, which the other one outside didn't have. Sima Yu pointed out. Wu Lingyu looked again. There really is one. These mechas here all have this. Sima Yu said. I got close to it now, it looked a bit like a character. She took out a magnifying glass and poured spirit power into it. Everything on the side refracted into the air, magnifying the golden point many times. It's really a character, Ling. Sima Yu said. I saw at the end of the book. He wrote that although he had deep affection for the woman, his love was inferior. Even so, he hoped that he had a small place in her heart. Wu Lingyu felt her sadness. He pulled her up and held her in his arms. Then I can only say that I am lucky compared to him. I am also in love with a Black Lotus clan's women, but I can get your love. So you have to be nice to me. I made you lucky. Understand? Okay. Then you have to listen to what I say. Okay. You can only stay here until your strength is restored. Okay. Okay. Sima Yu smiled and encircled her arms around his waist and leaned her head on his chest. She could hear his heartbeat. She thought this was the best sound to hear. The mkas here are all intermediate. Sima Yu said. Something is suppressing my divine consensus and I can't use it. Let's go find it. The two of them searched for a while. They couldn't use their divine sense. It was time-consuming work in such a large place. The two searched for half a day. They finally found the culprit in a corner, an iron block that could suppress their divine sense. This spirit tool doesn't look big. It can suppress our divine sense. Sima Yu said. To be casually thrown on the ground, how grand was the previous master? Perhaps, they're beyond our imagination. Wu Lingyu said. We have to keep such a treasure. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. She put the object in her spatial ring. The suppression of her divine sense immediately disappeared. Okay, let's go out. She had stayed here long enough. Since the two doors couldn't be opened, they would have to wait until she had the time to slowly study them. Go where, if there is really something, let me go out. Don't forget that there are them beside me. Wu Lingyu admonished. Previous chapter. Sima Yu, you understand who he was referring to as them. It was the one who ate the Sage Pavilion Master in Cloud Sea City. If there is really something that I can't solve, I will definitely release you. Sima Yu said. If it really reached that point, it must be a moment of life and death. She left the spirit pagoda. One day had passed outside. Little Seven sensed her and ran over. Yu, when shall we leave? Sima Yu lifted the spirit barrier and let her enter. Just 2 days. Let Yun and the others leave before coming in. Right. Speaking of Yun, she had asked for you before. So she must have something to tell you. Little Seven said. She told me to tell her when you come out. Sima Yu felt Sima Yun was different from before. I'll go see her. She easily knew where Sima Yun was staying. She had been in a daze on the mountain peak last time. She willed and she teleported behind her. Sima Yun was taken aback when a person suddenly appeared. She stood up abruptly. She was relieved when she saw it was Sima Yu. She smiled. It's you. Are you okay? I recovered. Sima Yu waked to her. She sat down causally. Then she patted her side and beckoned. Sit down. Sima Yun sat down. I really want to thank you for this matter. I am not the only one who saved you. Godfather, Yifei, Xi and Shu, and everyone came together to save you. Sima Yu corrected. And the main thing is that I just met Yifei and the group. Otherwise, I wouldn't know you were kidnapped. By the way, how's Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi is playing below. Sima Yun replied. She is okay. There is nothing wrong with her. She is the same as before. Aren't you the same as you were before? Sima Yun looked at her. Don't think I can't see it. Your eyes are different from before. Sima Yu said. You used to be gentle, but now, you have a bit more fortitude and a trace of anger. Sima Yun was stunned. She smiled bitterly. After experiencing some things, people will naturally change. You've been defined? Sima Yu asked directly. No, but almost. Sima Yun said. In the last moment, he was drawn out. So you changed is not because of defilement. Sima Yu inferred, then is it because you feel you're weak and want to become stronger? Sima Yun looked at her. She didn't expect her to understand how she felt. You don't need to be so surprised. Sima Yu said. I understand the feeling that I am so small, the feeling that I want to become strong. That's why you improved so much. Sima Yun was a little envious of her. How long has it been since they last met? They almost have no progress, but they heard from little Seven that she had done a lot of things in the past few years, and now she could see how she progressed. But she also felt distressed for Yu. Her parents' whereabouts were unknown. She had to do so many things to strengthen herself. Speaking of which, those who grew up in the family since childhood should really feel ashamed to compare to her. Sima Yu shrugged, agreeing to her statement. If there was no pressure, she would not have to move that fast. But along the way, she also felt tired. If she could, she didn't want to and would rather move at a slower pace. However, seeing Sima Yun's complicated gaze, she said, everyone has their road. Being like me may not be the best. Being like now may not be that bad. If Uncle Lu Xian and the others knew, how distressed would they feel? Sima Yun sighed. Although your achievements are enough to make your parents proud, but with our understanding of Uncle Lu Xian and them, they would definitely feel distressed. You met my mother? Sima Yu asked. Sima Yun shook her head. We don't know what happened at the beginning. We only know that a major event happened outside. It was related to Uncle Lu Xian and your mother, who we never saw. When Uncle Lu Xian came back, he was holding you. Not long afterwards, you disappeared from the family. We thought you were killed. We didn't expect him to bring you to the Yilin continent. You haven't met my mother. Sima Yu said. Seeing her expression, she seemed to never meet her. That matter was not dealt with by the family. At the very least, your mother never came to the family house. But later I heard that many people visited the family and even alerted an old ancestor to appear. Sima Yun replied. This answer was no different what she had overheard before. It seemed that the people of this generation really didn't have any useful news. I also hope that I can be their pride. But the premise is to find them first. Sima Yu said. I will go out for a while and then I will need to get some things done. Now Inzun is dead, there would be no more danger if you go out. Sima Yun understood that she wanted them to leave. Are you heading to Uncle Lu Feng and the group's place? Sima Yun asked. Yes. Sima Yu didn't conceal it. They left you guys behind. So I wouldn't dare to take you over. It's dangerous over there. Sima Yu lifted her chin towards Blood Fiend City. I am not alone. Sima Yun glanced towards the city and knew what these people she was talking about. They had traveled around the city these few days. They were fierce and evil looking. It must be difficult for her to suppress them. Alright, then you must be careful. Sima Yun warned. She didn't say she would follow her. Since Uncle Lu Feng said they couldn't go, then they would have to find the opportunity elsewhere. After finishing speaking with Sima Yun, she quickly found the other people. Sima Yu took them out of the little realm. Then with Little Dream, Little Seven, and Qing Yi, they went to inspect Inzun's memory. That's it. Little Dream took them to the plains which had grasses taller than people. They stopped in mid-air. Little Seven looked around. There's nothing special here. Are you sure? It's here. Little Dream said affirmatively. He saw many people disappeared here. Sima Yu called Halcyon out and let him examine the surroundings. Halcyon checked for a moment and pointed to where Little Dream was indicating. There is a folding space here. Folding space? What's that? Is it like a space created by Rubik's Sky? Little Seven asked curiously. Previous chapter. Right, what is a folding space? I never heard of it before, Little Dream said. The folding space is not a closed space. It is different from a Rubik's Sky. Halcyon explained. The folding space is actually related to the outside world. But her space is different from the outside space. It's like a piece of paper folded up. That's why it has this name. Although we can't see it, even if we keep moving forward, we may still be millions of miles away from the place just now. Sima Yu knew of this. She didn't expect that a folding space would be formed here. It was no wonder Deja and the group's aura suddenly disappeared. It turned out that it was because they were too far away all of a sudden. The thing became useless. It must be the same for Sima Lu Feng and them. It can make a space change, indicating that there must be something here or something happened to cause it. Halcyon reminded Sima Yu. No matter what it was, it showed that the danger was not low. Sima Yu nodded, indicating she understood. Then let's go in. In order to prevent a situation where one step would move someone thousands of miles away causing everyone to be stranded, she moved everyone to an enclosed space. After she entered, she planned to let them out. She took out a red rope, tying it a piece of grass. She walked forward, taking every step carefully. She didn't know what was in there and whether the space would suddenly break. When approaching, Little Seven said that she felt pressure on her body suddenly tightening then disappearing. That indicated she had entered the space. She looked back and saw that the red ROP was less than 100 meters away from her, dancing in the wind. She walked a few more steps. She turned her head and the red rope was gone. This should be the reason why Inzun saw those people disappear. She took out a scroll and checked it. Sima Yun's group's aura could not be found, which meant that they were at least several hundred thousands of kilometers away. Because the longest distance this scroll could detect was some hundred thousands of kilometers. She looked at it and found there was no specific person here or that there was no specific person on it. So this scroll had no effect here. She put away the scroll, took out the underworld artifact that Di-Wu-Yi gave her. The pointer on it moved slowly and then stopped in one direction. You are really here. Sima Yu stored away the underworld artifact and flew in the direction pointed out. But when it came to flying, there was not much difference from walking. Because of hidden space traps everywhere, she must be careful. After walking for a while, she had used a high amount of divine sense. So she summoned Halcyon. Halcyon transformed into human form when he came out. After observing the situation, he transformed back into a bird for Sima Yu to ride on. There are many spatial faults here. If you accidentally walked into it, you will never get out. Halcyon said. I know. Sima Yu nodded. It was because of the many faults here she had to walk so carefully. But why did Deja and them come to such a dangerous place? Halcyon deserved to be called space-type spirit beast. He had an innate keen sense of space perception. After reducing his body size, he was flying at rapid speed. After moving for 2 days, Sima Yu took out the underworld artifact and found that the pointer was spinning faster. It meant that she was consistently approaching Deja's group. After flying for a few days, Sima Yu let him go rest for a while to recover his divine sense. After Halcyon transformed into his human form, Sima Yu offered him a few pills for him. It's a big place. Halcyon commented. Although it's an exaggeration to say one step is traveling thousands of miles, it's not far from it. Why is there an immortal land in such a place? Sima Yu asked. Since so many people came in, they must know something. When we meet them, we can just ask one of them. Halcyon replied. It can only be so. Sima Yu agreed. If we can find Deja sooner, we can just ask him. She originally wanted to call Di-Wu-Yi out and asked him how much farther according to the display on the underworld artifact. But it suddenly occurred to her that the space here was not stable. Maybe a long distance away or she would arrive in a while. In this case, even if one judged how far they are, one wouldn't know when they would be there. They made a hold in the middle of a mountain as a resting place for the day. To find a stable space to rest, they needed to find a large place. Otherwise, it was easy for it to be a spatial fault. They cleared the cave that they blasted out. She let Halcyon go in to rest. Then she took Little Seven and others who were clamoring in the spirit pagoda out. Then they sat at the entrance of the cave on a lookout. Space was really a kind of magical existence. It could accommodate people living in it. It could be far away, closed, or enclosed in a little realm, or it could expand into an endless continent. This was the first time she had deeply experienced the diversity and danger of space as well as its variability. She closed her eyes and sensed the faults and spatial folds around her. Unknowingly, she opened her spirit realm. Little Seven and others trekked the foot of the mountain. They felt something was won them. When they reacted, they felt the aura around them had changed. This space even changed? Little Seven exclaimed. Well, it isn't the space that's changed but because we are in her spirit realm. Qing-Yi explained. You use spirit realm? We have never been in it yet. Little Seven remarked. Is it safe in Yu's realm? This space here is not connected to the folding space outside. In other words, there were no faults, no folds and no spatial compression. They could run around. Really? I'm going to see what Yu's spirit realm is like. Little Seven cheered and ran around. Because she never came in before, she was curious about everything. The same goes for Little Dream and then. With Flowey, the 3 little girls peeked here and there. They were excited. Qing-Yi didn't go with them. He looked at someone in the middle of the mountain who had closed her eyes meditating. He sighed in his heart about her talent. It was not long since you comprehended your spirit realm. How did you do it? For decades, he had seen too many geniuses, although in others' memory, he had never seen such a talented person. He could feel that Sima Yu's spirit realm was a bit more stable than before. The scope of it had expanded a bit. If she confronted Inzun now, she could at least hold him for a few more minutes. If he knew that Sima Yu was testing the nature of space and saw an endless universe, what kind of expression would he have? Previous chapter. When Sima Yu woke up, 2 days had passed, she discovered her spirit realm evolved. She revealed a smiling face. She stored away the spirit realm and the people inside found she woke up. Yu. You're awake? Little Seven's group looked at her gleefully. Sima Yu got up. You're amazing. Not long afterwards, you attained another enlightenment. Little Seven exclaimed. Sima Yu smiled. This is because the space here is different from the outside. No matter what, your spirit realm is powerful. Qing-Yi rarely complimented here. Halcyon came out. Are we continuing on the journey? It's better to get to 100 Ghost Banner early. Besides, I have something to ask him. Something about her mother. Because Halcyon had to shrink his body, Little Seven and them had to return to the spirit pagoda. Sima Yu took out the underworld artifact to determine Deja's group's direction. Then she had Halcyon bring her on the way there. However, the deeper she went, the more distorted the space became. Deja's group was in her direction, then they may be in another direction after a few hundred miles. It seemed they couldn't be traced at all. Since there was no direction or distance at all, she simply couldn't continue this way. She let Halcyon return. She walked casually in the space and then she found them a month later. When one intentionally plants flowers and doesn't bloom and unintentionally plants willows with a fortuitous outcome, the ancients can't fool me. She sighed inwardly. She didn't hide her trace. Before she found them, they had discovered her. In other words, they waited for her in a place for a long time. What are you doing? Do you know where this is? You actually ran down here. Do you want to die or don't want to live anymore? Deja scolded her when he approached her. Sima Yu looked at him. What was the difference between wanting to die and not wanting to live? I don't know where this is. I don't want to die but I want to live. I don't want to come here either, and I. You don't know yet you still came? You don't even know where this is, then what are you here for? Deja reprimanded coldly without waiting for her to finish. Didn't she know how dangerous this place was? Half of the people he brought here were gone. And she actually dared to come here alone, which almost scared him to death. Deja's subordinates looked down when they saw how angry their master was. They looked as if they could not help her. Are you worried about me? Sima Yu saw how he yelled at her. His eyes were full of worry and fear. She was more certain of her previous guesses. Of course I am. Deja didn't finish his words. This little girl must have found it. So now she dared to talk to him so confidently. Sima Yu watched his cold face. You must be worried about me if you're like this. But didn't you want to kill me before? Deja was speechless again. He looked into her clear eyes. You knew? Knew what? You don't know. Know that you are my cousin? Deja's face turned dark. Was she playing him? He was angry and was about to scold again when he saw that familiar face. He held back. The people behind him felt the surrounding air pressure drop and then it disappeared. Everyone felt they could breathe again. Sima Yu saw that he wanted to be angry, but couldn't. She felt he was not that annoying. Deja took 2 deep breaths, and then asked, when did you know that I was your cousin? A few months ago. Sima Yu replied. But I wasn't sure. I can be sure now. How did you know? I killed Yu Du, and then I caught Di Wu Yi. He told me. Sima Yu answered. Di Wu Yi? The person of the Di Wu family who followed Yu Du? Sima Yu nodded. Then what are you after me for? Family acknowledgement? Deja glanced at her lightly, making her feel that he didn't really want her to come with him. Because what he was going to do was too dangerous. The space here was too dangerous. He thought she would shrink by saying so. But she rolled her eyes and returned. Do you think I would be interested in your acknowledgement? In this case, Yu Du he will be my uncle. She could use someone like Yu Du. Can that useless trash be the same as him? Deja felt he was going to be pissed off by his cousin who was a fraction of his age. But seeing how she looked similar to his aunt, he couldn't bear to get angry at her. Then what do you do? Why are you looking for me? Sima Yu was satisfied with his performance. He repeatedly tolerated her several provocations. It seemed that Di Wu Yi was right. Even though her mother's whereabouts are unknown, he still remembered their original friendship. Regarding her purpose, she didn't want to hide it. She stated, one is make sure Yu Luo is my mother, and the other is to ask you something, and ask you for something. Deja also wanted to make a confirmation. Release your ghost clan aura. Sima Yu did so, but only released it for a few seconds. She was afraid that if she released it for a long time the ghost clan aura would lose control. Although the time was short, Deja was already quite sure in his heart. You're indeed the daughter of my aunt. You have the same aura as her. It is impossible for others to resemble it. The first problem was solved. Sure enough. Sima Yu finally received a confirmation. After so many years, she finally knew her mother's name. If you have any other questions, ask it all together. Deja said. But if I answer your question, you must leave here. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. Are you threatening me? You can think so. Deja didn't deny it either. Sima Yu smiled. My master once said that my mother and I have a very similar personality. Do you think if it were her, would you compromise? This was really hard to say. It's really dangerous here. You have divine rank strength. Do you know how dangerous you are here? Deja rubbed his head. I want you to leave for your own good. I know it's dangerous here, but looking at you like this, I'm afraid it's not as good as letting me mix in here. Sima Yu confidently spoke. Their loss was not considered as not serious. But she didn't have any injuries on her. They were speechless. Alright, now you can answer my question instead. Sima Yu said. It was useless to say or threaten. Deja felt helpless. What do you want to know? Sima Yu stared at DZHD, that gaze gave him an ominous feeling, indeed. Where's my mother? She asked. I don't know either. Deja continued, no one knows where little aunt is. If you want to know, you should go back and ask your grandfather, Ghost King. Do you really think I will believe? Sima Yu knew he would deny, so she didn't really believe. Why not? Deja continued, if you don't believe, you can ask around in Ghost Realm, if anyone knows where Dark Princess Yu Luo's location. Sima Yu didn't speak, only staring at him. But, he still didn't intend to reveal Yu Luo's location. Both of them refused to budge. You're trying to say that I can't get to Ghost Realm now? She faintly asked after a while. You're not someone from Ghost Realm, you don't have to probe so much about Ghost Realm. Deja said ruthlessly. Really? If I kill myself after leaving Immortal Realm and my spirit will go to Ghost Realm, won't I be from Ghost Realm? Sima Yu threatened. You. Deja was raging again, seeing her serious looks. He was worried that she would kill herself after she got back and got into Ghost Realm. Because it would be possible if it was for little Ant. Are you telling me, or not? Yes, I know where your mother is, but what's the point? You can't go Ghost Realm when you're in Human Realm. If your spirit goes over, you're only a little ghost with no memories or spiritual energy, you will be eaten by others, moreover saving your mother. Deja said. Since you know I can't go, then why wouldn't you tell me where my mother is and what happened that time? Sima Yu said. I don't know what happened last time, I wasn't in Ghost City. Deja continued, when I got the news and rushed back, I don't know where little Ant was brought to already. If she didn't leave me a secondary life jade, I wouldn't even know if she is still alive. You have mother's life jade? No, her life jade is in the palace. The black jade is given to me by your mother when we were in the human realm. It is not as accurate as a life jade, but I'm still able to know that she is alive. And what? This can show us her direction. Deja said, I've perhaps stirred up too much troubles over the past 2 years, that's why the Ghost Clan found out. Ghost Clan? Yudu's mother's clan? Sima Yu asked. No wonder Di Wu Yi knows your mother's location, and also knows what you're doing. Sima Yu said. Okay, I've already answered your question, can you go back now? When did I tell you I want to go back? Sima Yu continued, I only said that I'm safer in here compared to you guys, but I didn't say I'm going back. You. I got a third motive. Sima Yu didn't care if he was annoyed by her and said, I want something from you. What? 100 Ghost Banner. Sima Yu said. No. Deja rejected without hesitation. He would give her other things that she wanted, but not 100 Ghost Banner because something that was going to be used to save little Ant. It will be better if you give it to me. If you don't, I'll get it by force. Sima Yu continued, I'll definitely get it, if not, I won't follow you for so long, moreover to this kind of place. Robber. Thug. No. Deja still wouldn't budge, do you know what 100 Ghost Banner is for? Di Wu Yi told me that you want to use that to save mother. Sima Yu said. Why do you still want to snatch it since you already know? Deja thought that she wanted it because she saw the power of the 100 Ghost Banner on Red Mountain Peak, but he didn't expect that she knew the reason all along. Do you know the Master Divinator of the Human Realm, Lin? Sima Yu asked. I know. Deja said. This divinator's reputation was more popular than the one in Ghost Realm. As someone who had a connection with the royal clan, he must have known who Lin was. Just before entering the Immortal Land, he told me that I must get the 100 Ghost Banner. He also said, this thing can only be in my hands, and only I can get it. Sima Yu said. Is the divinator involved in this now? What if I insist on not giving? He wasn't sure why Lin said that, but he didn't want to give up. I told you, if you give it to me, you'll be my cousin. If you don't, I'll snatch it. If at that point of time either one of us dies or we both die together, that is not within my control. I'm your cousin, I'll always be your cousin. Deja shouted, I'm your relative. Even Yudu is my uncle. Sima Yu objected. He was killed by her even when he was her uncle. So, don't talk about whether they were relatives or not, she was still not close with the Ghost Clan yet. Deja's guard realized that Sima Yu had the capability to make their master angry, although they didn't communicate much, but she could aggravate him all the time. Sima Yu looked at him, waiting for his answer. Yu, I really can't. Deja closed his eyes, I need this to save your mother. I'm getting close to the truth after going through so much, you can't make me give up at this point of time. If you really want, I'll give it to you after saving your mother. Sima Yu was unsure what happened between him and her mother that made him so stubborn, but she was happy that someone persevered for her when she got into trouble. Do you have the confidence that you can save mother? She toned down and didn't sound that strong-headed anymore, but that didn't mean that she gave up. If I manage to kill the ghosts here, there'll be a 50% chance. Deja said. 50%? Meaning you don't have the other half. Sima Yu said. Deja nodded, even if there is only 1 over 10,000 chance, I'll still get little Ant out. You don't even have half the chance, do you want to cut off mother's escape route? If they were close, Sima Yu would pry open his head to see what he was thinking. Cut off escape route? Deja was stunned by her chiding and said, how will I cut off little Ant's escape route? How not? Sima Yu glared at him, if you save her now with half the chance, perhaps you can save her. What if after a while, you might have an 80% chance? Mother could be saved by you, but because of your rashness and you fail? You die or the power in your hands is gone, then who can mother count on? Deja stunned, what Sima Yu just said had never crossed his mind. After knowing little Ant's news, he put in all the resources and thoughts into saving her, with the risk of even failing and dying, he wanted to give it a try. But he didn't think like how she did. You didn't think of that, right? Sima Yu knew right away when she saw his facial expression, people like him wouldn't take a step back to give it much thought. But you don't the place where your mother is kept. She will be tortured badly, if she can be saved earlier. You have to be able to save her first. Sima Yu continued, from the information that Di Wu Yi gave me, you're rather powerful and high status in Ghost Realm, but what if you're compared with the royal clan? If they are going to imprison Mother, can you fight with them? Even if I'm not comparable to them, I still have to save her first. Deja said emotionally, do you know that little Ant is kept in Abyss of Hell? The place isn't made for any human being. Sima Yu's mind went blank. Abyss of Hell? Her mother was imprisoned in the Abyss of Hell? Her heart started to feel a sharp pain, with tears falling down. Abyss of Hell, no ghost could even live in that place. But, even so, you can't do something that you have no confidence in. She wiped her tears, but it kept falling after wiping. Even so, she didn't lose her rationality. Deja saw her like that, he stopped himself tearing and was heartache for her, he took a step forward, embraced her and said, we will save little Ant. Everyone stared at Deja. Was he still the master that didn't let people get close to him? Was he somebody else? If someone got close to him, especially girls that dared to touch him, they would be decapitated before they could get close to him. But now, someone wanted to snatch his treasure. Instead of killing her, he hugged her, seeing her tear, and even coaxed her. This was totally unprecedented. And still, it happened. Sima Yu leaned in his embrace. With the thought of her mother in Abyss of Hell, her heart ached badly. Where is Abyss of Hell? Those that broke an oath would be punished by heaven there, enough to show what kind of place that was. Father was still missing. She finally got to know where her mother was, but it made her worried. But Deja's rigid action showed her that even if this guy wasn't good at comforting people, with his being like this, was considered good enough. After a while, she calmed down, got back up from his embrace and said, I want the 100 ghost banner. This girl still wouldn't give up. I'll snatch it if you don't give it to me. Sima Yu continued. Then little Ant. I'll save her. Give me some time, I'll grow. Sima Yu continued, since you don't have the confidence, then you can go back and establish your forces, then when I go, I can have a strong backup. If you don't agree with I won't take you as my brother and I'll fight with you now. After a long hesitation, he finally agreed. That was little Ant's daughter, he didn't bear to fight with her. If the final result would be like that, why would bother to make it complicated? Complicated. He took out 100 ghost banner and said, I'll only give you 100-year time, if you still not qualified, I'll come back for it. After he spoke, he used his divine knowledge and wiped on 100 ghost banner. Okay. Sima Yu took over the 100 ghost banner and started it. I'll teach you how to use this first. Deja continued, 100 ghost banner is full of ghosts, most of them are evil ghosts, so it'll be a bit troublesome to control. But your mental state looks good, it shouldn't be a problem. She had the ghost clan's odor in her, it wouldn't be a problem controlling this. And she was a very smart student, Deja explained, and she understood immediately. She put her initial steps in divine knowledge and kept it away. I suddenly thought of a question. She said. What? Since Mother is in the Abyss of Hell, if I find someone to make an oath and go against it on purpose, sent to Abyss of Hell by breaking an oath, then wouldn't that person be able to find Mother? Sima Yu said. Those who are punished into that place will never be able to get out forever. Even if you manage to save little Ant, you can only stay in there forever. Then what will happen after? Deja said. Alright. Seemed like this wouldn't be able to work, then it could only proceed as planned. Master, are we going to continue? Master Ghost asked behind. The motive they came here was to collect ghosts in the ancient battlefield. Now that the 100 ghost banner is given to Sima Yu, then would they still continue going forward? Sima Yu then looked at the people behind Deja. These people looked well trained, although they felt sorry for their master, they didn't stop him. Go. Deja said. Although 100 ghost banner wasn't in his hands anymore, since 100 ghost banner was still there, those ancient ghosts were still there. The ancient battlefield you said earlier, what is that? Deja saw Sima Yu's confused look, and believed what she said earlier. She actually ran in without knowing where this was. This is an ancient battlefield. Deja continued, not sure which era it was from, but someone came into Immortal Land and found here, they left some hints. Coming into Immortal Land this time, our main objective is for this. No wonder you guys didn't search for treasure like the rest. Sima Yu continued, the change of spatial was formed because of this ancient battlefield? I'm not sure about this. We only know that there will be a lot of ancient ghosts in the ancient battlefield. If they can be kept in the 100 ghost banner, it will greatly increase the power of the 100 ghost banner. Deja said. You guys came for the ancient ghosts. Sima Yu continued, but since it's an ancient battlefield, the era of the ancient ghosts must be long ago. Are they still here? If they are they powerful? It shouldn't be a problem for Ghost King and Ghost General. I don't know, the books didn't record anything about this. Deja continued, so the situation in front is very dangerous. Why not you pass me the 100 ghost banner, wait for us at the exit. I'll pass it to you when I come out. I know it's dangerous there, you don't have to tell me. Sima Yu continued, with the loss you are facing now, I'm afraid you'll be left with 3 to 5 people left when you go there. If we bring you along, your loss may be cut by half. Members of the Ghost Clan were stunned. What a straightforward and arrogant lady. Deja scanned her. This little girl's character was really similar with little Ant last time. If you have to go with me, don't stray away. He adored this version of little Ant. That confident look, that gaze, that similarity, which made him unable to reject any of her requests. You'll know later, how much of a loss you will receive if you don't bring me in. Sima Yu said. We shall see. Although Deja liked her confidence, he didn't mind any of the things she said. Those Ghost Clan members didn't believe her, hoping that she wouldn't drag everyone down. But quickly they realized, she didn't boast for nothing. With her there, they actually avoided many layers of spatial gap, which lessened the loss by a lot. You're an array master? Deja asked while they were resting. Sima Yu nodded. You're actually an array master. No wonder you chased us without problem. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Deja's guard said. These 2 days, they realized that Dark Princess Child and her were the same. They didn't have the concept of ranking. Even when they talked to her, she answered them approachably. Sima Yu shrugged her shoulders. No one asked me anyway. What a low-profile kid. Deja also missed out on this, realized that he didn't really know her well and said, what else do you know other than array? I don't know about armament, but I intend to spare some time to learn after getting out. Sima Yu said. Don't know about armament? Meaning that she knew all the rest? You're an alchemist? Yes. You're a beast tamer? I know how to tame beast. You're a seeker spirit master? A little. Then what else do you not know? I just told you, armament. Sima Yu glared at that person, thinking that this person's memories weren't good. They really could understand their master's mind now. We've already held on for 3 days, let's rest first before we go forward. Deja said. No need. Many people came in before us, if there's any treasure, we'll get a share. Sima Yu licked her lips with her shiny eyes. Deja saw the thug vibe she showed. In his heart, he was thinking that Little Ant wasn't like that. Could it be that guy's character? If that was the case, then Little Ant's taste would be so bad to fall for guys like that. What they didn't know was, this thug vibe was unrelated to parents, she was born with it. But you look exhausted and can't hold on anymore. Never mind, I have a partner. Sima Yu continued, Halcyon, you'll lead. Halcyon came out, nodded and led everyone forward. Is he your contract beast? Sima Yu nodded. Sensitive toward spatial, it should be spatial spirit beast Halcyon bird. Master Ghost claimed. Sima Yu looked at Master Ghost unobtrusively. Ever since she came, his words became lesser. Didn't expect that he was usually like that. Yes. Halcyon is a spatial spirit beast. Because of contract, my sense of spatiality increased. Probably because of this, my sense of spatiality became much better. There are rarely any spatial spirit beasts nowadays. Master Ghost said to an extent. Sima Yu felt weird when he said that, but she didn't know why he said that. At the later part, Sima Yu and Halcyon took turns to take the lead and the casualties of the Ghost clan members dropped. Because they couldn't fly, they could only walk, which was why despite walking for such a long time, they hadn't reached the ancient battlefield. As the spatial space here wasn't stable, it affected their journey badly. However, because it was unstable, they walked thousands and thousands of miles, even though it was slow, but they covered a large distance. After a few months, they finally saw some people, but after they saw them, those people decided to avoid them. In such ancient battlefields where dead chi was dense, fighting with Ghost clan members wouldn't be a smart move. There are people fighting in front, want to take a look? Do you know them? Sima Yu asked. She understood Halcyon. If it was someone he didn't know, he wouldn't tell her. Someone's presence is similar to Sima Lu Feng. Uncle Lu Feng? Are the Sima clan all here? Sima Yu asked. If they were, then there was no point going over. She didn't want to communicate with them still. Some people weren't as gullible as Sima Gao Qi. I don't know. There's only one I'm familiar with. Yi Yun said. Uncle Lu Feng and the rest came in together. If Uncle Lu Yun and the rest isn't here, then it should only be Uncle Lu Feng. Let's go and take a look. Sima Yu turned as she spoke to Deja and said, you guys. We're definitely going with you. Deja said. What if there were danger? There were more spatial folds and gaps here. If she went in by herself, she might be killed by the spatial wrens. Might as well let them go together. Let's take a look. They didn't see anyone there at all, but after Halcyon brought them into a few turns, they saw a group of people fighting. Indeed, she only knew Sima Lu Feng, she didn't know the rest. Seeing Sima Lu Feng being cold, there should be no more members of the Sima clan. But why was he here alone? And it was obvious that he was controlled by someone. She didn't recognize both sides. Since Sima Lu Feng wasn't doing much at the side, she didn't take any action at the moment. We found that spirit weapon first. You guys just come up to us and snatch it. Where is the justice? Justice? Talking about justice here? What's the point of finding it first? It belongs to whoever gets it last. Then let's see who can snatch it. Boom. Their fights got closer to Sima Lu Feng, seeing that the strength of the battle would spread to him. If no one brought him away, then he would be in danger. And those people were busy with the battle. Nobody noticed them at all. Seal. Sima Yu felt the spatial fluctuation, seeing the wave coming towards her from all sides. The ones that could come here, their strength were definitely more powerful. Once she took action, both sides felt it and stopped at the same time, stood two separate sides and looked at them. Sorry to interrupt, I'm looking for someone, you guys can continue. Sima Yu said smilingly. Previous chapter. Sima Yu considered her smile to be quite sincere, but the other side didn't buy it. When they saw the group of ghost clansmen behind her, they looked at them with suspicion. A human actually consorts with the ghost clan. You're simply a traitor of humankind. That's right. To collude with other clans is the greatest sin of mankind. You should just obediently admit to your crimes and turn yourself in. Only then will you be able to live a happy life. Yeah. Sima Yu looked at them. The one who had fanned the flames and had immediately spearheaded the attack at her made everyone gang up against her. However, whatever they had just said was something only idiots would say, right? Just because she was with the ghost clan, she had to give herself up and accept punishment? Did they have a problem with their thought process or were they just stupid overall? Did they think everyone was an idiot? However, the others saw this demand as a demand that was irrefutable. As a human, she actually colluded with other clans. This was something that the entire continent would never accept. Those who colluded with other clans deserved death. As such, their arrogant attitudes were just reflective of how they didn't care for the lives of others. In their minds, if you consorted with other clan races, it was already very kind of them to let you turn yourself in. Hee hee. Sima Yu chuckled lightly, although this little lady is rather weak, I still care for my little life. That's why I don't have any plans to surrender myself. Humph, you consorted with clans of other races, and you still have enough pride to show your face on this world? What is pride? Can you eat it? Sima Yu asked, for someone who doesn't even care about life, will they even care about pride? Shameless youth, how could you think this way? If you are not willing to turn yourself in, then do not blame us for taking action. After speaking, those people wanted to fight. They really planned to take her to justice. The moment these people started to act, she could tell how strong they were. They were all monarch-ranked experts, and a few of them were even half a step into the paragon rank. They were really not weak. I think that you guys are thinking too much. My life, apart from me, can be taken by no one. Sima Yu said, even if you guys prattle on about different clans, it won't do either. Violent brat, die. An elder attacked Sima Yu as he spoke. Sima Lu Yun immediately sent his spirit energy in return when he saw what was happening to Sima Yu. Although he was rather surprised at how she was here, at the very least, she managed to save him. Although he didn't really need her rescue. He would have been fine. When he was caught by these people, he had never revealed his identity nor his power. It wasn't that he couldn't escape, but that it would be safer here in numbers. That was why he remained here silently. However, he could remain silent no longer. They actually dared to act against her, were they looking for death? He was not the only one. Deja, who was standing behind them, acted simultaneously and attacked that person. With the two of them acting in sync, that old man immediately died without a trace left. Deja would get involved, this was something she guessed earlier. The involvement of Sima Lu Feng, who was being held back, now this was something she didn't expect. Uncle Lu Feng, so you weren't really under their control after all. Sima Yu said. Sima Lu Feng flew over and landed beside her, saying, what are you doing here? I heard that you all came in here, so I came too. Sima Yu said, you weren't under their control at all, but you were still acting like that. It wasn't that I didn't get involved, but that you acted earlier than I did. Sima Lu Feng said, how could I let myself end up in so much danger? Then my worry was in vain. Sima Yu said. Knowing that you care so much for my safety makes me happier than anything else. How could it have been in vain? Sima Lu Feng said. Sima Yu couldn't be bothered with his way of thinking. Sima Lu Feng, so you weren't being controlled at all? You were just acting all along. Sima Lu Feng stood in front of Sima Yu and faced those people, saying, when did I ever say that I was under your control? You want to poison me just based on those pathetic poisonous pills of yours? You guys are too naive. Then why did you pretend like you were? Otherwise, would you have taken me along with you such that I wouldn't need to do a single thing along the way? Sima Lu Feng asked. If it were not because they tried to attack Sima Yu, he probably wouldn't have revealed himself. Great on you, Sima Lu Feng. Who would have thought you would be such an actor? You're too kind. Sima Lu Feng said. He saw that their expressions were particularly nasty and said, you guys don't have to look like that. You guys caught me and wanted to make me lead you to look for treasure, so I complied, but why do you all look like you've been hurt? You did it on purpose. One of the old men cried out, you intentionally led us here so you could make us fight for the divine tools. You guys didn't take your brains with you when you left home, did you? Sima Lu Feng said, I didn't even know this place had a divine tool and didn't know that your enemies were here, so how could I have led you here? Stupid people shouldn't speak. This way, you won't reveal your low IQ. PFF-. Sima Yu couldn't help but laugh at the back. Uncle Lu Feng looked calm and composed, but his personality was so different from Uncle Lu Feng who was the same age as he was. That person was angered by Sima Lu Feng's cutting words and his anger bubbled to the surface. When was the last time his arrogant self had been insulted like this? What are you glaring at me for? Sima Lu Feng said, did I say something wrong? Friend, let us not continue to fight. Let's get rid of this different race first. The one who was scolded by Sima Lu Feng said as he looked at the people across him. The other side hesitated for a moment before saying, okay. This was the point where one allied against enemies, so there would never be any boundaries. They could be enemies one second and friends the next. Deja didn't have any feelings towards these people and didn't have the patience to watch them chatter. With a wave of his hand, the ghost clansman behind him sprung to action. Humans were so troublesome. They still dilly-dallied even when they saw something annoying. Couldn't they just act directly? Sima Yu watched as those people moved. She realized that each of them were so powerful. At the very least, they were more powerful than those guards. They were even more powerful than the royal guard. This proved that you really couldn't look down on their strength. Sima Lu Feng saw those people get involved and didn't have any intention to go up and help either. He pulled on Sima Yu and said, you look really good in female clothes, it's a pity you don't look much like your parents. Deja saw that his own little sister had been held on the hand by an unknown male, and although she said it was some uncle, that wouldn't do either. He stepped forward and pulled Sima Yu back, pulling her out of his grasp. Who are you? Sima Lu Feng looked at Deja with a dark expression. He actually dared to pull away his little niece? What the hell? And who are you? Deja returned the icy glare, not having any good feelings about this damned uncle at all. The human clan and ghost clan, light and dark, they were born to be against each other. Sima Yu saw the tension between the both of them and said, let me introduce you guys. Uncle Lu Feng, this is my cousin, Deja. Cousin, this is my paternal uncle, Sima Lu Yun. Your mother's family. Sima Lu Feng said while narrowing his eyes. Deja returned the look, not mentioning that he was from the paternal side. Because to him, the other party had no right to be related to his youngest aunt. Sima Yu stood in the middle of both of them and cut them off, saying, Uncle Lu Feng, what are you doing here alone? Where is everyone else? Sima Lu Yun sighed, saying, I don't know where they are either. I was tossed here during the chaotic flow of space. In the end, I wasn't even able to recollect myself before I bumped into them. They wanted to catch me, so I just let them do it. Are you someone who's that easy to capture? Of course not. But being here alone means I have to do everything by myself. If I went with them, I could just casually point the way without needing to do much else. Having to avoid spatial traps or killing of people has nothing to do with me. So to say it plainly, you were lazy. There are some things where it's fine if you just know it, you don't have to say it. Otherwise, there's no meaning. Why did they want to capture you? Normally, when one encountered a situation like this, they would just kill the other party. They wouldn't usually kidnap them, don't you know? Sima Lu Feng looked at her with confusion. Know what? Sima Yu threw the question back at him. Why did it always come to this question? She really didn't know anything. It looks like you really don't know. Sima Yu felt a few black lines appear on the side of her head. These words. Was she really that ill-informed and inexperienced? However, the reality was that she really was. I really don't know, can you stop keeping me in suspense? Then do you know what this place is? If she didn't even know where this place was, he would really be too lazy to explain. Of course I do. However, what does this have to do with them kidnapping you? You know that this place is an ancient battlefield, but do you know that the Sima clan's ancestors once passed by here before they left smoothly? Sima Lu Feng said. When he saw Sima Yu purse her lips, he said, oh, you don't. However, others do. I don't know how this information was leaked out either. Sima Yu was speechless. It's not like she understood the Sima clan well, how would she know their stories of their ancestors from 18 generations away? The story has thus been twisted and turned as it spread, and it now seems as though everyone in our clan is supposed to know what happened here. There are even rumors that all the divine tools in our clan were taken from this ancient battlefield. That's why they wanted me to lead the way, wanted me to point them in the right direction. So, do you actually know? Sima Yu asked. If he did know, then she wouldn't need to take the long way and could head there directly. What do you mean you were unable to return after being passed out? Sima Yu said. We already reached the ancient battlefield, but the space there wasn't stable and there were many pitfalls. There was even a spatial flow. I was swept up in the spatial flow and landed up here. Sima Lu Feng said. Then your luck is good. Sima Yu said, you managed to encounter something as rare as a spatial flow. What's a spatial flow? Deja asked. It's something like a tsunami and hurricane. It's just that this is formed by too much activity in space. Sima Yu explained, this thing is better than a rupture in space. It won't cause you to fall through and die. However, the bad part of this is that it might end up sending you somewhere else. For people like Uncle Lu Feng, the fact that he didn't get kicked all the way back to the entrance is already considered a good thing. There were no other fixed rules of the spatial flow's behavior either. If they were unfamiliar with the surrounding environment, they might really end up being sent somewhere else, and nobody knew where that somewhere else was. That's why you don't know where the ancient battlefield is either. Sima Yu sighed. Who said that I don't know? Sima Lu Feng said, if you want to know, there are many ways. I'm just too lazy to go about them. Then what plan do you have? Sima Yu asked. The good thing about our Sima clan is that we're not a small power. We have our own ways for dealing with this. Sima Lu Feng said, I initially said that those old coots were around, so there was no rush for me to return. But if you want to go, then I can take you there too. This should be the real reason you allowed yourself to be caught, I bet. Sima Yu said, you just didn't feel like heading back so you continued to hang around here. Those old coots, it's not that I don't like them, but even Lu Feng has to do his best to keep his cool whenever he sees them. I can't compare to him, so I just decided to wait here. Sima Lu Feng said. Why? Because they abandoned your father. Sima Lu Feng said, for the sake of their own benefit, they abandoned your father. That truly cannot be tolerated. Sima Yu said, you don't have Uncle Lu Yun's character either. We're your seniors, you can't say that. Sima Lu Feng said. I'm just saying it like it is. Sima Yu shrugged, if you don't want to return, you can just tell me how to go. Then you won't have to. No way. Sima Lu Yun said, you don't have any way to sense Lu Yun or the other guys. Even if you knew the way, you wouldn't be able to find them. So you definitely have to go. Of course. Then you can lead the way. Sima Yu said without holding back. Ask me. Sima Lu Feng wanted to tease her. Sima Yu glanced at him lightly before smiling faintly, if I get injured, I'll definitely tell him everything once I meet Uncle Lu Yun. You're devious enough. Sima Lu Yun saw the smile on her face and complained, your father can be considered to be a candid and righteous man. How could he birth such an unbridled daughter? Genetic mutation. Do you know it? Genetic mutation? What's that? So you don't know? Genetic mutation, you wouldn't know even if I told you. Sima Yu said with a smile. A brat who just had to seek revenge. Deja watched Sima Lu Feng and felt at peace. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who couldn't deal with her. The one over there was the same. But he was curious as well. Just what was genetic mutation? Previous chapter. They're quite strong and they got rid of those people while they were talking. It was fine that they were not like the others who hid far away, but they actually dared to loudly proclaim that they wanted to kill them. To fit with the ghost clansmen in the ancient battle was simply asking for death. Master, we've gotten rid of them. One of the guards returned with a report. Deja nodded lightly, then turned to Sima Yu, saying, are we going to hurry on our way? Yeah. Deja let the guards find out some information before continuing to hurry along. However, this time, it was not only Halcyon leading the way. There was also Sima Lu Feng. They walked for more than half a month before they finally walked out of the cluster of mountains. If you wanted to say that the place they came from was desolate with only vegetation and no living creatures, then this area was a place where even grass wouldn't grow. The soil was scorched and the ground was cracked. After the world had gone through 10 million years of changes, not a single living thing grew here. They flew in the sky, and each and every single place in front was the same. The black ground looked exactly like a patch of ocean, swallowing the hopes of everything around it. Sima Yu returned to the ground. Although the space here was very stable, it didn't mean that a spatial flow couldn't suddenly appear and whisk her away. She had taken great pains to come here, and if that happened, she wouldn't even have tears to cry. How is it? Deja and the others didn't dare to casually go up. They didn't have the knowledge towards this kind of space, and could only wait below. The places ahead are all the same. We should have landed on the ancient battlefield. Sima Yu said, just what kind of battle could have resulted in a place like this? Nobody knows, and the ancient texts don't talk about it either. If it were not because there were people who happened to land up here and spread the news, we wouldn't even have known about it. Sima Lu Feng said. As the clan that had been the focus of that news, the Sima clan had encountered countless pressure all these years. It was a good thing that the Wonderland didn't show any sign of opening all these years, so the Sima clan could live in peace. Otherwise, they might have long since been exterminated. At that time when word of this first got out, nobody in their generation knew. However, looking back now, what happened back then didn't really bring them much benefit. Especially when everyone knew about it, that was 10,000s of years before this place was set to open, and the Sima clan didn't have a single peaceful day since. Also, they just couldn't understand why their ancestors who had received word about this back then had let everyone find out about this, causing them to be the focus of the attention of the continent. They didn't expect that as time went by, the news would spin so differently to the point that it diverted some attention and ended up throwing the clan into an even worse position. The others started to send out even more news about the Sima clan, but even they didn't know much and the outside world seemed to know a lot more than they did. Although, when they came in, the Sima clan didn't encounter much danger, they knew that there were many who kept tailing them in order to find this ancient battlefield. Actually, they didn't have much interest in this place. So many years had already gone by, how much treasure was there to be gleaned? Were the things from the ancient past really that much better than now? After so many years, who knew whether these things were of use? What was the use in coming to a place as dangerous as this? However, this way of thinking was useless. Sima Lu Yun's way of thinking was unable to stop the clansmen. The group of old coots insisted on coming, so he had no choice. Furthermore, these few years, because of Sima Lu Xian, the two of them were unable to rise up too high in the clan's ranks. That was why he did have this train of thought but was unable to say it. He had no choice but to come along. You guys didn't know this either? Sima Yu asked Deja. Deja shook his head. He really didn't pay any attention to this. A single battle resulted in this large fracture in space. This proves that this battle was one of epic proportions. It's impossible that not a single bit of written or oral account remained. Sima Yu said, could it be that this ancient battlefield wasn't in the ancient primordial lands but formed somewhere else? Formed somewhere else? Do you mean, outside the continent? Sima Lu Feng asked. I feel like this is largely possible. Sima Yu said. How do you know there's a space outside the continent? Sima Lu Feng asked. Those from the inner realms were more familiar with the space outside the continent. For people like Sima Yu who were young and had not much experience of life, it was more likely that she wouldn't know. Qing Yi said so. Sima Yu sighed. Qing Yi? The tree of life. The area that we exited from down below. Sima Yu sighed. When she was chatting with Sima Lu Feng a few days ago, she told them about how Sima Yi Yun and the others had been caught and he also happened to pry about that area. She didn't keep it from him either, or rather, she also told him about this because she wanted him to know about what she had been doing. Maybe this way, he would be able to tell her father about her. Also, aside from letting him sigh about her talent and bringing him joy, it wasn't really useful. During this period of time, whenever she asked about her father, he would just directly tell her that it would be best for her not to know, or he would change the subject or ramble about this and that. In any case, to sum it up, he would on one hand, be excited about how talented she was, and on the other hand, die before he gave her any useful information. She was so annoyed that she grit her teeth. However, she couldn't go inside his head to take a look. She could only glare at him from the side. As for Sima Lu Feng, when he was young, he was a person who was extremely shameless. Now that he was old, he had even more practice, so his shamelessness was even more. No matter how she glared at him, he just refused to acknowledge it. However, Sima Yu was not somebody who would give up that easily. The two of them carried on like this as the days passed. One would keep asking and the other would keep dodging. The two of them were messing around quite happily. How does that Qing Yi know of the world outside? Isn't he just a tree? Yeah, a sentient tree. Sima Yu sighed, he told me that we're not the only ones who have been here. People from other places have been here as well. After all, this place can accept our entry, so it can accept theirs as well. So, this place isn't necessarily formed by our continent. It is possible. Deja said, if it really was a battle of epic proportions between supernatural beings, some traces would remain. The battles that happened in the ancient and old days always had some traces remaining. It wouldn't be like now, where there's no information available. Sima Lu Feng nodded, agreeing with her point. Something's coming. Ghost Master suddenly said. Not another spatial flow, right? Sima Lu Feng's expression changed. Earlier on, he had just arrived at the ancient battlefield when a spatial flow had come and whisked him away. Was he about to get whisked away again? Life wouldn't be that cruel, right? Previous chapter. Next chapter. The expressions of the others changed as well. After walking for such a long time, they finally reached this place. Were they about to get sent all the way back to the start? It's not a spatial flow. It's something that's flying in this direction. Ghost Master said. When they heard the news, everyone let out a breath while also simultaneously paying attention. They had been wandering around the space for almost a year without encountering any, so why did they bump into it now that they were here? Also, for creatures that managed to live here, they were uncertain how powerful they were. It was alright if they were weak, but if they were weak in strength but had many numbers, that would be problematic. A short moment later, everyone heard the sounds of movement. There were buzzing sounds coming nearer and they were approaching very quickly. Blood bats. Ghost Master said to Deja, some are hard to deal with. Ghost blood bats were relatively harder to deal with in the underworld. They were strong and came in a group. Every time they appeared, there would be a big group of them. That was why nobody wanted to encounter ghost blood bats in the ghost realm. Everyone, be prepared. Deja's guard said to the people behind him. Ghost Master wasn't a stranger to the ghost clansmen. That was why there was no panic as they waited for instruction in an orderly fashion. They would wait for the ghost bats to arrive, before dispatching the people to action. Sima Yu saw how prepared the guards were and said, are those ghost bats hard to deal with? Yeah, those blood bats look to be only the size of one head, but they're quick and powerful. Their mental attacks are also exceptionally strong. If they attack all together, their powers are multiplied. The combined attack of 100 beginner divine ranked ghost bats was equivalent to an intermediately ranked one. If it were 1,000 of them, they would be equivalent to an advanced rank. This kind of formidable might was something that other herd animals didn't have. Furthermore, when they appeared, there would be at least 1,000 of them or, if there were many, there could even be 10,000 of them. That was why the ghost clansmen didn't want to encounter them. Sima Yu heard Deja's explanation and felt like their luck was just too great. They had encountered such vicious beasts just as they entered this place. You don't have to be too worried. Our guards aren't that weak. Even though the ghost bats have come, they won't be that problematic. Deja comforted her. The guards standing behind him pursed their lips. They really didn't think that a day would come where their master would comfort someone else. If it were not because the person was his cousin, Princess Yukaluo's daughter, they would have suspected that he had started to get romantic feelings. Sima Yu nodded her head, saying, I'm not too worried. If you can't deal with it, I still have the underworld tool that you gave to me. They don't really have much use against the things of that world, right? Yeah. Deja said, these things have incorporeal bodies. Ghost bat sound wave attacks are only useful against physical ghost clansmen. That's good then. Sima Yu wasn't too worried about it now. If these guards really couldn't do it, then she would just use the 100 ghost fan to attack ghost bats. However, before the ghost bats even came close, Ghost Master felt like something was off as he said, Master, something's wrong. What's wrong? Deja looked at Ghost Master and his voice had changed. This was something that rarely happened. These blood bats are different from the ones in the ghost realm. They should have been mutated. Ghost Master said. Mutated blood bats. Deja's expression changed as he said, what are mutated blood bats doing here? We can't stay here. Retreat. He was still rather confident just now, but things changed immediately. Sima Yu didn't understand at first why they would be so afraid of the mutated blood bats, but she understood later on. Deja said earlier that the average blood bats were only the size of a washbowl, but the ones that she saw chasing at them, damn it, how was that a washbowl? That was obviously the size of a water tank, alright? If it was just this mutation, it wouldn't have caused Ghost Master's expression to falter and cause them to want to retreat. Their strength must definitely have multiplied as well. Otherwise, running for their lives like this would have been too embarrassing. They wanted to run, but they were helpless as there was a huge ravine behind them. They were unable to escape quickly while those blood bats were extremely familiar with this place. As they flew, they easily avoided all the ruptures in space and caught up to them quickly. Right now, they could only hope that their numbers were few. If there were 100 of them, they would be hard-pressed to win. Damn it all to hell. The blood bats came closer and closer, looking like a huge blanket of black. How was that 100 of them? That was quite obviously more than 10 million, okay. How are there so many blood bats? Even Ghost Master was feeling unstable. This would kill them so cleanly that not a single bit of them would remain. When Sima Yu saw Ghost Master acting this way, she knew that it would be a straightforward battle. There was no need to mention how they only had a few hundred guards and didn't lack the ability to fight back at all. Even if they had many more guards, just based on the sheer number of mutated blood bats, they were done for. They're gaining on us too quickly, we can't escape them at all. Even Deja's guards were losing hope. Sima Yu was initially thinking of using the ghosts inside the 100 ghost fan to deal with the blood bats, but it seemed like right now, even if she took it out, the ghosts would only be able to hold them back for a moment. They weren't really of much use. You're an array master. You don't have to worry about us, in a moment, just use your array and leave. Yes, we will buy some time for you, we don't know how long we have, you must make the most of it. It was the first time Sima Lu Feng agreed with Deja, and it was so they could protect her. They all knew that she was an array master, so leaving on her own would not be a problem. However, it would not be certain that she could take them all with her. One had to know that setting up a large array needed time. Sima Yu didn't think that the two of them, who had disagreed with each other the entire way here, would now stand on the same side. They stood in front of her so that, in the event that it was hopeless, they would be able to open a route for her. And that was only because she was a family that they cared about. Sima Lu Feng and Deja didn't think that there would be a day they stood shoulder to shoulder in battle, and the preconceived notions they had about each other lessened a little. Earlier on, Sima Lu Feng hated that Deja's aunt had dragged his brother down while the other blamed that the other party's sibling had dragged his little aunt down. If it were not because Sima Yu was with them, they probably would have fought. Now, however, the both of them stood together and the way they felt towards Sima Yu allowed them to accept each other. Of course, this just meant that they accepted the other party. It didn't mean they accepted their entire clan. It seems like if you die here, you won't be able to go to the ghost realm. Sima Lu Feng said. We can only stay here forever. Deja said lightly. He was not afraid of death, he was only afraid of being regretful forever. He would be unable to rescue his little aunt personally. If he was not around, when would this cousin of his be able to rescue his little aunt? When she went to the ghost realm, who would be able to help her? Previous chapter. Next. Deja saw the look in Sima Lu Feng's eyes that mirrored his regret. He just didn't know what his regret was. Sima Lu Feng's heart was indeed filled with regret. He had not yet gone with Sima Lu Yun to find Sima Lu Xian, neither did they bring Sima Yu to blind the eyes of those damned old coots. There were many things he still wanted to do. It was fine if they didn't do it, but thinking about how Sima Lu Yun now had to do it all alone and that he couldn't get to see the stupid faces of those blind old dogs, his heart ached. He suddenly reacted. He said earlier on that he wanted to blind those old dogs, but didn't that mean he was a dog as well? His contracted beast knew what he was thinking and couldn't help but roll its eyes. Master, go with the young miss. We will help buy you some time. One of the guards said. Have you forgotten what I said when we first established ourselves? Deja threw the question back. I've said it before, I will be with you guys to the end. I will never let you sacrifice yourselves for me. He, Deja, was not a good person. Towards anyone else, he would kill with no hesitation. In the ghost realm, it was simply because he would kill without holding back that his name was infamous. However, towards people he walked alongside, he respected them. Whatever he promised back then, he would fulfill. Those guards did feel rather touched when they saw this. Although Deja's reputation was bad, this was the reason why they were willing to follow under him. Master, it's better for you to go. Sima Yu rolled her eyes, saying, we're already at this stage but you're still pushing things here and there, aren't we wasting time? Yu, hurry up and go. Why are you still staying here? Sima Lu Feng saw that Sima Yu hadn't yet taken out her temporary teleportation array, but instead took out a little door and urged. If the blood bats are too powerful and you take too long to leave, we'll all get exterminated. You should hurry and leave. Sima Yu blinked before she turned around and looked behind them, the blood bats are here. The blood bats came closer and they were already able to see their ugly faces. Hurry up and leave. Deja pushed Sima Yu back, then took out his weapon. He turned around, wanting to go into battle with his guards. A blinding light overtook the place and enveloped everyone. Before they managed to send out their attacks, they disappeared. By the time they came back to their senses, they were in a different place. The sound waves of the blood bats had just been released as they got closer, but then they suddenly disappeared. If it were any other time, they would have stayed around to check it out. This time, however, they flew off without even looking back. It didn't seem like they were looking for a fight, but that they were running for their lives. As for the people who saw this sudden change in environment, they only now realized that they had been saved. Where is this place? Sima Yu came out and said, this is my little realm. We can stay here for a while. Those blood bats should leave once they can't find us. You actually had a place like this, so why didn't you say so early? You actually caused us to worry so much and think that we'd be unable to escape from the calamity. Didn't you guys keep saying in the beginning for me to go? Sima Yu said, I was wondering whether or not to listen to your instructions. You know I'm really obedient. For some reason, they just couldn't find which part of her was obedient. They just saw her sneaky expression. She just saw their worry. I just didn't want to see you guys so worried. Sima Yu explained, exposing this in front of you all takes a bit of courage. If someone starts coveting this, wouldn't I have rescued an ingrate instead? She was as frank as ever. Deja and Sima Lu Feng knew that she was just joking, but she probably did worry about this before. You can relax, my people will never speak of this. This. Deja said. It's not like we've never seen a little realm before. Although this is rather special, it won't entice me enough to steal it. Sima Lu Feng said. Deja nodded. If it was someone else's, he might actually be tempted. However, this was hers. He was even willing to give her the 100 ghost fan, how could he possibly steal this? I also guessed that you guys wouldn't, so I finally decided to bring you in. Sima Yu said, you guys wait here, I'll leave for a bit. I'll bring you out once I've confirmed that it's safe outside. Alright, you go ahead. Can we take a look around here? Sima Lu Feng asked. I've already set up barriers around forbidden areas. Sima Yu said as she left. She wanted to check on little 11. After half a day passed, she went out of the little realm on her own. If the blood bats were still around, she could immediately head into the spirit pagoda. However, by the time she appeared, the blood bats were long gone. She led everyone out, and when they had confirmed that all the blood bats were gone, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. The scent of the blood bats had yet to dissipate from the air. It was clear just how dire the earlier situation was. Earlier on, the blood bats seemed to be in a rush. It didn't seem like they were chasing after us. I'm guessing they bumped into something. It was too chaotic earlier on. Now that I think about it, something really seems off. Deja recounted the situation back then and felt like there was something strange about it. If they came because of them, they would have attacked since they were so close. Furthermore, once they spotted them, they would have surrounded them on all sides. However, even if they were just passing by, when they saw us, they still would have chosen to attack. Sima Lu Feng said, no matter what reason, the outcome is the same. If not for you, it would probably have been disastrous. That's right. Cousin, it's all thanks to you. Deja said. I wasn't referring to that. Sima Yu said. Then what? If my guess is right, those blood bats didn't come here because of us, so why did they fly off on such a large scale? It could be that something up ahead enticed them, or something behind was chasing them such that it was impossible for them to escape. Sima Lu Feng understood what she was hinting at. That's what I'm thinking, too. Sima Yu said, if it's the first reason, then what direction are they heading towards, and will they be back? If it's the second reason, then that would be even worse. Why would it be worse? One of the guards who was rather acquainted with Sima Yu asked. Idiot. The head of the guards happened to be standing beside him and tapped him on the head with a fist, saying, if it's the second reason, you tell me. It's something that causes those blood bats to flee. So just what kind of existence would it be? Do you want to head towards it? The guard who spoke earlier sucked in a breath. Those blood bats came out from inside the ancient battlefield. If that was true, then didn't that mean something powerful was in there? The guard understood, and the others naturally did as well. Everyone looked at the road ahead, growing apprehensive. Does your clan have any information regarding this? Deja asked. I'm not called you, I have a name. Sima Lu Feng said, based on the hierarchy, you should call me uncle. What? He wanted him to call him uncle. Deja was enraged by his suggestion and the aura around him grew low, causing his guards who were standing around him to shrink their necks back subconsciously. Master and this human were really naturally born to be enemies. They were clearly adults, but would raise hell and quarrel over every little chicken scratch issue. Of course, raising hell was just an exaggeration. However, they had really never seen their master this way. Someone like you wants me to acknowledge you as my uncle? You're asking for death. Deja's expression was icy as he released his ghost aura and attacked him. As for Sima Lu Feng, he was no weak chicken either. 100 over years ago, he already battled with the heroic sword sect experts outside the main gates. Right now, it was no big deal at all to fight with him. When he saw the other party start to attack, he released his own spirit energy in retaliation. Sima Yu didn't stop them either, saying, if you want to fight, then fight further away. In any case, there isn't any spatial rift nearby. Deja and Sima Lu Feng had been suppressing their urge to fight for a long time. Now that they had finally let loose, there wasn't even a need to mention the power they released. All the surrounding mountains were flattened. They were quite obedient also. The more they fought, the further they went to ascertain that the battle wouldn't impact the others. Young miss, why didn't you advise them? Aren't you afraid that they'll get hurt? One of them was her older cousin, the other her uncle. Was she not worried that one party would get injured? Advise them about what? Sima Yu looked at the two who were fighting far away, they can't stand the sight of each other, and have been bickering the whole way here. If they don't fight this battle, their anger will just continue bubbling and that will be problematic indeed. Why not just let them continue to fight? Maybe they'll be fine after that. What if they do get injured? Someone asked. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just an injury? Sima Yu didn't understand, they will definitely get injured in a fight like this. They just have to stay alive. Young miss, you really are open-minded. That's true. When the maternal and paternal side of the family meet, there will always be clashes. One of them is my father's brother, and the other is the second cousin of my mother, also considered to be from the maternal side. It'll be fine if they fight. As long as a single breath remains in them, I can heal them back to life. Really a woman of great confidence. She was really very assured as she said that it didn't matter if they were injured, as long as they had a single breath left in them. If the two of them who were fighting knew about this, wouldn't this encourage them to fight even harder? What if one lost a hand and the other died? However, Sima Yu wasn't worried about this at all. Although the two of them had bad tempers, there wasn't any murderous intent. They wouldn't really kill each other. She didn't know how long they would fight for, so she casually took out a chair to watch the show. She would occasionally give a commentary on their battle as well. Ghost Master walked beside her, saying, "You have a clear idea of it. Good temperament." Sima Yu praised herself. "Your temperaments are similar, but she is not as narcissistic as you are. The color indigo is made out of blue, but it is more vibrant than blue. I cannot be the same as my mother in everything, we need to have some differences." Sima Yu said. The Dark Princess wouldn't speak like this. Indigo truly was more vibrant than blue. "Seeing how you act, you seem rather familiar with my mother." Sima Yu raised her head and looked at him, probing slightly. "Our paths crossed sometimes." Ghost Master said. "You almost killed me." Sima Yu suddenly changed the subject. "At that time, I didn't know you were her daughter." Ghost Master said, "Had I known, would never have." It sounds nicer than reality feels. However, this world only has so many ifs and if I had knowns. Sima Yu scoffed at his words. In this world, one couldn't buy an if I had known even if they had all the money. However, the harm that he did to her was something that was well and truly there. "And so?" Ghost Master asked while looking at her. "And so, you better not end up in my hands after committing a crime." Sima Yu said, "This time, I will forgive you on account of my cousin. However, it doesn't mean you can rest free of worries. If I find out that you have done something to betray me, I will settle our debts new and old." Ghost Master beamed with narrow eyes. However, hidden behind the mantle, Sima Yu couldn't see anything. "What did you say?" "I didn't say anything. I just said that, since cousin calls you master, you have to live up to this title. Isn't that so?" Sima Yu said, "In any case, you wouldn't do anything that will harm cousin, right?" Ghost Master remained silent. He didn't reply to her, choosing to appraise her instead. What she knew, or didn't know, she was giving him a warning. Warning him not to do anything that would harm the master. Would he? He didn't know either. Would he, or would he not? After Sima Yu finished speaking, she didn't look at him anymore. Whether or not he was truly good to Deja or really acknowledged him as his master, she didn't know. However, based on what Deja told her about a few things, she felt like Ghost Master was a little strange. It seemed like he was good to him, yet also seemed like he wasn't really good to him. She wasn't very familiar with the relationship between the both of them, but she could warn him and also remind Deja to pay a bit more attention. Their conversation was cut short just like that, but nobody felt like it was sudden. Instead, they remained pensive, lost in their own trains of thought as they watched the battle in a daze. Far away, Deja and Sima Lu Feng's match was getting increasingly heated and enthusiastic. They wanted to give the other party a harsh lesson from the start, and as they fought to their heart's content, it seemed like they wouldn't stop until they exhausted every bit of spirit energy in their bodies. They didn't call out their contracted beasts, neither did they eat any pills to replenish their spirit energy. Their battle lasted close to a day, and everyone thought that they would finally stop once they exhausted their spirit energy, but the two of them fought to that point and continued using their raw power. They were both from large clans, so they had strict requirements of themselves. That was why they constantly cultivated their physical bodies. They didn't think that the first time they would be forced to fight a physical battle would be under these kinds of circumstances. Deja's fist landed on Sima Lu Feng's face as he shouted, "It's all because of your damned Sima clan. If not for you guys, Little Ant would never have ended up like that." Sima Lu Feng gave a roundhouse kick to Deja's stomach and retorted, "It's all you Luoka's fault. If not for her, Lu Xian would never have gone missing. This punch is given on his behalf." Deja received the blow to his stomach and the waves of pain came, but he cared not for it as he grabbed Sima Lu Feng's arm and sent a punch back. "If Sima Lu Xian didn't exist, my little aunt would still be the princess of the ghost realm, and she'd still be living a happy life. It's because of you guys. It's all because of you. It's clearly you Luoka's fault. If she didn't come to the human realm, she wouldn't have seduced Lu Xian. How would any of this have happened, then? Pa, it's clearly Sima Lu Xian's fault. It's you Luo's fault. Say that again. It's obvious that you just don't want to admit it. Then let's just see who's more powerful and can survive the longest." On one hand, the both of them were quarreling, while on the other hand, they were fighting like common citizens. In what way did they have their usual image? They were obviously fighting like children. Sima Yu watched them helplessly. They really regressed to childlike states. "Ghost Master, Master is injured. Should we?" The guards asked Ghost Master. Ghost Master waved his hands, telling them not to interfere. Since Deja had chosen this route, this meant that he did not care how injured he was. "Reelks, he won't die." Sima Yu said, "As the guards of your master, if he doesn't tell you to interfere, you shouldn't do anything. Master has never been beaten up like this before." The leader of the guard said. "He's been beaten up before, though." Sima Yu said. "That was when Master was very young. It still counts even if it was a long time ago." Sima Yu said, "Di Lu, when you started following cousin, he was already 1 to 200 years old, right?" Guard leader Di Lu nodded his head, saying, "Indeed. I have followed Master for a few hundreds of years already." "After you met him, have you ever seen him act this way?" Sima Yu asked. "It's not like I've never seen Master fight someone else. Master has also gotten injured before, but never like this." Di Lu said. "Then it's your lucky day. You can take a look and see what it's like when your master brawls. Who knows, you may never see it again." Sima Yu said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You have to treasure it. Di Lu was wondering what Sima Yu was going to say. He didn't expect this to be it. However, this might really be the only time they could. As such, they still watched it. Dija and Sima Lu Feng fought with brute strength for more than an hour, until finally they lost all strength and collapsed on the ground. Sima Yu, Di Lu, and the others walked over and saw the two of them baring their teeth at each other, still locked in death glares. It was as if they were just waiting for themselves to recover their strength to continue the fight. Not bad, you still know the limits and haven't beaten each other to death. She examined them for a moment. You've broken 10 ribs and a few tens of other bones. Your muscles are torn and you're bleeding internally. Hehe, your bodies sure aren't bad, you can still fight in these conditions. When Sima Lu Feng heard what Sima Yu said, he lifted his head and thought to say something, but the pain forced him to grit his teeth and suck in a cold breath. SS-. You shouldn't move. Sima Yu said, with the state the both of you are in, you should just lie here obediently for 3 days. 3 days? So long. Sima Lu Feng cried out. What did you think? Sima Yu said, although there are pills, recovery still takes time. It's not like you don't know how it's like to be injured. Furthermore, they didn't have the kind of physique she had. They would only be able to move after 3 days. Sima Yu took out some pills and fed it to them, saying, after thinking about it for so long, you finally get to fight. Are you satisfied? Have you finished venting? The both of them glared at each other before turning their heads back to face the sky. Sima Yu smirked, before instructing Di Lu, set up a tent for your master. They have to sleep inside there for 3 days. Oh, can you also set one up for my uncle? Forget it. Just set up a big one and we'll put the both of them together. Right, the two of them can't move right now, so don't move them after setting up the tent. Just let them lie on the ground. Understood, young Mississippi. Di Lu waved his hand at the people behind him and a few immediately stepped up and helped them set up 2 tents. The moment Dija and Sima Lu Feng heard that they had to lie on the ground for 3 days, their ends were wide and watched the gleeful Sima Yu. Don't glare at me. You're the ones who fought to this state. I'm not the one who started this. Sima Yu said, you caused us to delay for 3 days and we haven't even said anything about that yet. You obviously have a way to let us heal even faster, but are forcing us to lie here for 3 days. Doesn't your heart break for your uncle? Sima Lu Feng complained. Sima Yu rolled her eyes. Did he think that he had a divine devil's body as well? I don't allow you guys to move for your own good. Sima Yu said, who asked you to break all your bones? If you want your bones to heal properly, you should lie down obediently. Young miss, it is done. You guys can go outside. Get your men to keep watch outside in case anything happens. Sima Yu said. All right. Di Lu glanced at his master on the ground before rushing out. He wouldn't tell his master that he ran so fast because looking at his usually extremely handsome getting beaten so black and blue made him want to burst into laughter. Dija saw how his own subordinates were so obedient to Sima Yu's words and didn't know how to express how he felt. This brat had such an air about her that it caused others to subconsciously listen to her words. She was just like his little aunt back then. Sima Yu took out a chair and sat beside them, saying, Uncle Lu Feng, will you be bored just lying here for 3 days? Why don't you tell me about my mother and father? Dija turned around and looked at Sima Lu Feng. He also wanted to know what happened when his little aunt was in the human realm. Sima Lu Feng saw the look in Sima Yu's eyes and sighed, saying, why are you so insistent? Your obstinacy is just like your father. I am my parents' child after all, of course we'll be the same. Sima Yu said, Uncle Lu Feng, don't beat around the bush anymore. You know that I will find out what happened back then eventually. I'm not the me that I was back then. No matter what I know, it will not influence my Dao heart. She was successful in her comprehension of Dao. As long as she didn't encounter something that was thoroughly devastating, her steps would not falter. She would not break. You. Sigh. Sima Lu Feng sighed again, you're right. You will eventually find out what happened back then. Based on how earnestly you seek for answers, I might as well tell you. At least you'll stop pestering me all day. You should have just been like that from the start. Sima Yu said. Actually, I don't really know much about what happened with your father and mother back then. That's because they were always outside. I heard about some of it from your father. Sima Lu Feng said, based on what he told me, that year, he was outside traveling the world. Previous chapter. As Sima Yu heard Sima Lu Feng talking about her own parents' past, her heart was stirred as her feelings became intertwined as his story progressed. It was happy with them, sad with them as a flurry of emotions manifested. That year, your father and your master went out on a journey together because of that chap Feng Jixiang. They said that they were traveling to Western Liang, and as you know that there's a district where the devil clan live, although it wasn't as popular as the Bloody Tunnel, no one stayed there for long. However, those devil clansmen are very strong. Sima Yu nodded, she knew that place, because her Shiman clan members went there before, and they unfortunately met devil clan members, who had killed the guardians there and everyone from the Shiman clan. So everyone in the Shiman clan knew that place. That year, your parents went there and it just so happened that they were attacked by the devil clan. It was also fate that your mother was there as well, under such a destiny, she saved both of them and that's how they got to know each other. Sima Lu Feng continued, after that, under the devil clan's counterattack, the 3 of them went through so much and eventually managed to escape. Maybe it's because they went through numerous life and death experiences, the bond between three of them started to form. Yuko Luo and Sima Lu Xian fell in love while Feng Zhixing one-sidedly loved Yuko Luo. After that, they traveled through the continents together, their relationship blossomed. Feng Zhixing wasn't willing to see this. After 2 years of traveling together, he decided to leave to travel alone. It was then that your mother had you. But they didn't go back to their clan because the Sima clan wouldn't accept someone from the Ghost clan as their daughter-in-law. If they went back, they were afraid that they couldn't keep you. So, they decided to live in seclusion. Since they were living in seclusion, why did all the things happen? Sima Yu asked. Do you know your father was how many people's dream lover? Even when he was traveling, his news would be spread from time to time. Sima Lu Feng continued. After that, Ouyang clan's little missy found their location, went to find them and got to know that your mother was a Ghost clan member from battling. Then, their news was leaked. They moved. After escaping from so many forces' pursuit, they found them right after you're born. Sima Yu could guess the scenario, how humans were biased against the Ghost clan. She could tell from all these few things. Many people would definitely come after them knowing humans and ghosts love each other. In addition that her father had so many people that fell in love with him, there would definitely be more people joining hands. And mother just gave birth, her body would be weakened, father had to protect both of them in front of so many people, it was definitely impossible. Sima Lu Feng was still shaken by the thought of the scenario then. You know those forces outside were always keeping a close eye on us, coveting the inheritance we got from Immortal Land, wanting to know the situation of Immortal Land's ancient battlefield. Sima Lu Feng said hatefully, Immortal Land's news were only spreaded these past few years, but at that point of time, many forces of the inner regions already received the news, saying that the Immortal Land was opening. So many of those who were not involved gathered to attack them. Using their words, people of different tribes, everyone has to put them to death. Sima Yu clenched her fists, her expression somber as her heart started aching and hatred started to manifest. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, trying her best to calm herself down and said, what happened next? After Lu Yun and I received the news, we secretly spread the news to let them escape. But for some unknown reason, they didn't leave. By the time we arrived, both of them were very weak and they did not have any fighting spirit at all. They didn't have any ability to fight back when facing those attackers. Sima Lu Feng said. Little Ant's 100 poison didn't act up, although after giving birth to cousin, she should still be able to fight. Deja continued, how did they come like that? Sima Lu Feng blinked, I don't know either, they were already like that when we reached, both of them were the same, as if their spiritual energy was emptied. They were almost killed by those people. Both of them didn't know that but Sima Yu, who was at the side, couldn't control her tears, drop by drop, dripping onto her coat. They didn't know why, but she already guessed. They eventually found out their own divine devil body, even if there was an emergency, they chose to use their own power to seclude their body, so that she could grow safely. And for them, they used their weakest state to deal with so many people. Sima Lu Feng and Deja thought she was teary because of her parents' suffering. You said it was a joint attack? If it's just my father and mother, why were there so many people? Because they got news saying there are a lot of Ghost clan members there, and that Sima clan and Ghost clan joined together, but they didn't expect that it's only 2 of them when they went there. Sima Lu Feng explained. How then did they get out of all these? Those people who said that they wanted to kill them said that the Sima clan joined with the Ghost clan, facing so many forces, but they didn't dare to shield them. Sima Lu Feng continued, those girls that admired your father wanted to kill your mother, but were saved by Ghost King at the last minute. Ghost King? My grandfather? Sima Yu asked in doubt. Yes, I heard your mother calling him Ghost King. Sima Lu Feng said. If Sima Yu was shocked, then Deja would be labeled as stun, Ghost King actually came to human realm himself. Sima Lu Feng didn't notice both of their facial expressions, stared at the tent above and continued, maybe your mother passed the news to Ghost Realm beforehand, but anyway Ghost King brought a group of people and rushed over, after negotiation, they brought your mother away. Then what about my father? Will they let my father go? Sima Yu asked. Initially, they wanted to punish your father, they asked the clan leader to settle you both, your father at that point of time was already beaten till his last gasp. Sima Lu Feng continued, those people, who are jealous of him, they long wanted to kill him. They even said you're the evil fruit of the human and ghost relationship, wanting to kill you together. I'm sorry, Uncle Lu Yun and me couldn't protect both father and daughter. You don't have to apologize, I heard from Yi Yun, when you and Uncle Lu Yun came back, you guys came back full of injuries. Sima Yu continued, they don't know what happened, but I think I know. Those people want to kill cousin, so how did she survive? Deja asked from the side. Speaking of which, in regards to this, you have to thank Yin Lin when you go out, it's him who came over and saved you and your father. Yin Lin? Yin Lin, he was there too. Sima Yu asked. He didn't initially. He came only when those people came to kill you. Sima Lu Feng continued, his arrival made everyone there stop, he headed straight to you and carried you up, saying this is a good child, if you let her off, she will bring peace to them. Those people just agreed? Deja asked. Of course. Sima Lu Feng continued, don't you know Yin Lin's position in the human realm? No forces will dare to go against him. No one will disobey his words. I see, he saved me when I was young. Sima Yu muttered. She always thought that their first meeting was in the Immortal Land and didn't expect that her own life was saved by him much earlier. Lin is usually accurate. Once he said that, although those people don't know what will happen in the future, their attitude towards you changed. But some of them still really want to kill you. After that, Divinator brought you and your father away, so this matter was toned down. A few months later, your father brought you back once to the clan, but not long after, he brought you away. After again, he disappeared. Oh right, your name is also given by Lin. Sima Yu blanked out. Her name was actually given by him. Sima Yu, Shiman Yu. He knew that both of them would become one person. What else does he know? She asked. That's all we know. Sima Lu Feng continued. Those forces still find trouble with the clan, but because Lu Yun and me were already injured, and didn't contact them, the clan then toned this thing down, and also restricted the clan members from discussing this, so we don't know about this. When your father came back, Lu Feng and I weren't around, and by the time we came back, your father had already disappeared. After hearing him, Sima Yu went silent. Those people. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. Those that pushed her parents to the brink of death, she would thank them one by one. She saw how Sima Lu Feng talked so much and was a little aggravated just now. He should be tired, so she didn't further ask for those names of the forces. It would be better to ask him when he gets better. She got up, kept the chairs and said, you guys take a rest, you can get up 3 days later. She left the tent, leaving the two of them staring at each other for 3 days. Sima Yu went to the little realm after leaving, then went into Spirit Pagoda from the little realm. With Ghost Master here, she didn't want to take the risk. She found Wu Lingyu. This guy didn't throw flower petals childishly, instead he was studying about mechas from a book on the lounge chair. Seeing her come in, with his reddened eyes, he sat up, pulling her to his side and asked, why did you cry? Sima Yu leaned her head on his shoulders and said, I just heard about my parents from Uncle Lu Feng and couldn't control it. Wu Lingyu hugged her and said, don't be sad by the past things, it'll be alright once we find them. Sima Yu responded with her deep nasal sound. Even so, these emotions weren't something that she could control. Wu Lingyu didn't tease her this time and just accompanied her quietly, listening to what Sima Lu Feng told her. Oh right. Sima Yu spoke and jumped from his shoulders. Last time father left a box for me, there's something I haven't taken a look at. She took out the box. Seeing the box again, it was a totally different feeling. Initially when she saw the box, she thought that he casually left it for this body. But now she saw it again, she could slowly feel her father's love. Although this box wasn't as rare as the Ling Long case, it was more valuable in her heart. I've never seen you taking out this box before. Wu Lingyu said. That time father put the clan's ring, little spirit, a map and a letter in. Sima Yu opened the box, the letter and map were still lying inside. She took out the letter, opening it again, her tears rolled down uncontrollably. Father, mother, don't worry, I'll definitely find you guys. We'll definitely reunite as a family. Wu Lingyu took out the craft paper inside, took a look and said, this looks like an ancient tomb. Sima Yu wiped her tears, joined in and said, seeing this feng shui's position, it indeed looks like an ancient tomb. But father didn't say where it is, but I took a look again and realized there's something weird about this letter, it seems like it mentions something about that. What's weird? Wu Lingyu questioned. Sima Yu opened the letter and said, there's a slight change of strokes in a few letters, it's different from the others. Look. Wu Lingyu took a look, some words were indeed different. Love, heaven, ridge. Sima Yu continued, these 3 words, the right falling stroke curled back a little, but other words weren't like that. Indeed. Love, heaven, ridge, could it be the Love Heaven Ridge area? Wu Lingyu said. Love Heaven Ridge area? Is it a district? Sima Yu asked. Yes, in the inner regions. Wu Lingyu continued, could it be that this map is a part of the Love Heaven Ridge? Is there someone's ancient tomb at Love Heaven Ridge? Sima Yu asked. Wu Lingyu gave a thought and said, I once heard that an emperor's tomb was there, but no one ever found it. Could this map be that emperor's ancient tomb? It can't be that the emperor drew a map before he died and left it to the living and tell them, come here, my tomb is here, come and rob my tomb. Sima Yu said. It's not impossible. Wu Lingyu continued, but the chances are that someone went in before and took this map out. Let me see this map again. Sima Yu continued, no, this paper is very ancient and old, but the ink on it is not that long. Long. Could it be that my father left this map? Were they living in seclusion in that ancient tomb that time? Probably not. Wu Lingyu continued, you said that there are a lot of forces chasing after your parents, if they really lived in that ancient tomb, then it's impossible that no one found that ancient tomb. There are so many people, this piece of news can't be hidden, but we didn't hear any news about it. Maybe it's not there. Sima Yu took a look at the paper again, but didn't find any leads. Father, why did you make it so secretive? You could have just told me straight in the letter. I think, he left something in there. Wu Lingyu continued, like that, even others get this, they wouldn't know where this is. I know. But, we don't know where this is either. Both of them studied for a while, Wu Lingyu ended up finding the leads. If it's not for Love Heaven Ridge, then it will be Reap Heaven Ridge. Wu Lingyu continued, both ridges aren't far apart, there should be a mountain range somewhere between and it separates both spirit areas. The shape of this mountain is special, this must be a landmark for us. Love Heaven Ridge, Reap Heaven Ridge, maybe we will only know the answer when we reach there. Sima Yu said. We'll talk about it then, don't think too much for now. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu stayed for a while in Spirit Pagoda and came out after her mood stabilized. She will definitely find those people that were involved in the past, doesn't matter what kind of motive they had, and have a good talk about life with them. They rather bully an old man than bully the young. Even though those forces were really powerful, but one day, she would definitely be on top of them, making sure they pay for what they did in the past. After she came back, she went to take a look at Deja and the rest. Both of them were still discussing whose fault it was during that time. Both of them were already grown-ups, but they were bickering and flushed with anger because of this. Have they been at this all this while? Sima Yu asked Di Lu, who was guarding outside. Yes, young miss, after you left, they were talking half of the time. He never knew his own master had so many things to say. Sima Yu shook her head, pulling the curtain apart and heading in. Yu, did you do something to us? Why is it that we don't even have energy? Sima Lu Feng asked when he saw her. Sima Yu went up to both of them and checked on them. They were recovering well. Cousin, why is it that we can feel our body recovering but I still feel so weak? I poisoned both of you. Sima Yu said. What? Both of them stunned at the same time. What's so surprising? Sima Yu continued, the pills I let you both ate had a poison that made you weak. Don't worry. That poison only lasts for 3 days. When you recover, the poison should wear off. Why? Sima Lu Feng asked. Sima Yu glared at him and said, if I don't make you guys stay here quietly, wouldn't you both fight over these 2 days while recuperating? Indeed, she was right. They had been blaming each other these 2 days. There were a few times they almost fought. If they could move, they might fight till they were injured again. She really knew them well. They both already fought and quarreled. After they recover, we'll continue our journey. Sima Yu continued, cousin, don't forget our motive. What motive? Sima Lu Feng asked. Why should we tell you? Deja said, hell, what secrets do you both have that you guys don't want to tell me? Do you still want me to lead the way? Sima Lu Feng shouted. You can just lead, you don't have to poke your nose into our matters. I didn't ask you, I'm asking you. Who are you to interrupt? You. I want to ask you, can't I? Why, want to fight? Come fight, I'll beat you up till you can't even recognize nor. You talk as if you will be able to recognize. Both of them started arguing again. Sima Yu became speechless at the side, ignored them and got out after pulling the curtain apart. Members of the ghost clan didn't dare to move, other than guarding the tent, others were also standing still nearby. She left the team, got up to an empty mountain. No plants, the ground was bumpy, it was flat on the mountain top, it should be removed last time. She sat on top of the mountain, looking at the charred soil. She couldn't imagine how strong the battle was at that time, to become like that. Such a large-scale battle, it's okay fighting at the edge, but what kind of scene would it be inside? Who is exactly fighting who? Human devil clan, human ghost clan? Or 3 different tribes fight? No one would know the final answer, it would only be up to their imagination. She sat on the mountain top alone for a long time, thought of many things, thought of the past life, past life, thought about her parents who were still on Earth, thought about her past life's parents, thought about this life's parents. All of them loved her so much. She even thought about the hatred in her, and all the hate she had, she would avenge one by one. Going out this time, she would end all her past life's vengeance once and for all. Suddenly, she felt something move in mid-air, her expression changed and blinked back to the camp. Quick, ask those who are far away to come back. What happened? Di Lu asked. The spatial flow is here, we need to quickly hide. Sima Yu said. Once Di Lu and the rest heard that the spatial flow was here, they quickly gathered all the guards. Sima Yu got into the tent, both of them who were fighting, stopped and asked, the spatial flow is here? Sima Yu went forward, fed both of them an antidote and said, let's go to Little Realm and take cover for a while. Luckily those guards are well trained, they got back quickly. Sima Yu opened up Little Realm, let everyone in and tried to get in herself. But there were too many people and the spatial flow was too fast. At the last minute, she threw the last few people into Little Realm and she didn't get in yet, but luckily she closed the Little Realm at the last minute, if not, Little Spirit would fall. Those pebbles that were swept together hit her face, body, her body was tearing apart by the spatial flow. That feeling felt a little like previously when they were at Primordial Lands, when spatial tunnel crumbled and came out from the hollow. But the tear of spatial flow was lesser than the hollow, her power also raised quite a bit, so this time, she wouldn't be injured as much as last time. But when she was thrown out the spatial, her whole body was in pain. She still had some consciousness, she knew she was thrown out and also knew that people were walking towards her. She sensed a little, she could adjust the spiritual energy in her body. If those people wanted to kill her, she could still catch them off guard. But it was obvious that the other party didn't have intention to kill her. She felt someone opening her mouth and fed her 2 pills. The pill took effect quickly, her body felt much better, but she still couldn't open her eyes. But, maybe because her injuries were critical, her body went into self-healing mode and she went into deep sleep. Previous chapter. In a cave, Sima Yu lay on a stack of hay when a little young girl came in from outside. She snapped at the people inside, why did you guys bring such a weak woman back? Don't tell me that we still have to train her. What do you know? A guy with blue eyes shot her a glare, the district in front is so dangerous, do you dare to walk in front of the team? I don't want to go. That girl said, it's so dangerous, I'll get cut into half if not careful, you still want me to go. Since you don't want to go, I found someone to go, then why do you have to spout so much nonsense? That girl couldn't refute it in time and said, alright, then we'll spare this person's life for now. But her strength is so low, got swept by the spatial flow and didn't die, she has such a long life. Indeed. Another elder with white hair said. But this lady is so pretty, I'm not happy with it. How? If you want to disfigure her, go ahead, you're good at it, isn't it? Or it meant that it was normal for that girl to do that. We have to leave this life to go in front to find the path, don't kill her. No problem. That girl smilingly walked towards Sima Yu, squatted down, took out a dagger from the dagger case, swinging on her face and said, "TSK TSK, what a beautiful lady, it'll be a waste if disfigured." Then let her go. The man with blue eyes said. Hee hee. The girl laughed and said, "How can I? The prettier the lady is, the more I want to disfigure. The uglier she becomes, the happier I am. I really have to think through this, such a beautiful lady, how should I disfigure her exquisitely?" He glanced at her and said, "After so many years, you're still that abnormal." Hee hee. I'll take it as a compliment. I like such compliments. The girl chuckled, bringing the dagger away from Sima Yu's face. Such a nice skin. She turned around and looked at the elder. "Don't ask me, you won't listen to me anyway, always doing the opposite." The elder said. "Then just say the opposite of what you want to say." The girl continued, "Don't worry about the corrosive medicine first, let me draw the turtle out on this side first. My art improved this few years. What a small face, I will need to draw 100 strokes to complete the tortoise. I see you haven't grown in strength these few years, did you spend all those time studying this?" The elder said. "That's right." The girl nodded, "Destroying the faces of those girls who are prettier than me, is my greatest joy in my life." "Your joy has always been this, you don't have to explain to us." Elder said. "You know me too well." That girl's lips curled up into an evil smile, took out the dagger, then pressed on the handle. The dagger was separated into many small blades in the middle, those blades were so thin that it became transparent. "I'm going to start soon." There was excitement in her voice, just like how she used to be. When the knife stopped when it almost touched Sima Yu, she hesitated and asked the two people behind her, "Should I wait till she wakes up and do it instead?" That comfortable and refreshed feeling will explode seeing her struggle with frightened eyes. "We don't have that much time to wait for you." That elder said, "We will have to rush our journey when she wakes up, weigh it up yourself." "Then I should start now." That girl continued, "Maybe she will wake up after I start." Regaining consciousness and her expression will change from delirium into fear, that feeling is not bad either. Up to you. Anything would be fine as long as she didn't spoil her plan. "Then I'm starting now." Her blade slowly approached Sima Yu's face, as if completing a holy mission. When the knife got nearer to Sima Yu's face, just when it touched her skin, suddenly a flame jumped out, turning that dagger into ashes that very moment. Ah! That girl's scream startled both of them who had their eyes closed, and the moment they looked over, they saw that girl being shrouded in flame, turning to ashes right before their very eyes before they could even take any action. That flame. Both of them stood up quickly, used spiritual energy to protect themselves, in case that flame suddenly attacked towards them. That girl was actually someone who was halfway into Paragon rank. What kind of flame was that exactly? She was killed so easily. "The thing I love the most in all my lives is the body my parents gave me, and the thing I hate the most is someone trying to disfigure me." Sima Yu muttered, "I didn't think that I'll see the thing I hate most when I just wake up, it makes me uncomfortable." She sat up, stretched her shoulders, twisted her neck, she didn't look any frightened by her being almost disfigured. Of course, that person was already burnt to ash by her, what was there to be afraid of? "You've already woken up long ago." That man with blue eyes said as he looked at her. "I woke for a while, thought that you guys might leak some useful information, and ended up you guys didn't say anything else other than this abnormal girl loved disfiguring people." Sima Yu said. "You woke up long ago, how can we not know?" Elder was astonished. "It's simple. My vital energy is better than yours." She kept the flame, it transformed into a little birdie and landed on her palm. "Thank you, little birdie." Just now little birdie came out on its own to burn that girl to death, faster than her notion. Both of them who were surprised by the radiance of that little flame said, "What a powerful flame." "Alright, let's go back." Sima Yu said. That girl was easily burnt to death because it caught her by surprise, she didn't have any defense. Although her strength was powerful, a body without defense would be only a little stronger from ordinary people. She kept the flame, looked at both of the guys, thought of what they just said and said, "Little Seven, Floey, Little Dream, did you ask someone to come here, or did you guys come together?" Three ladies came out from her side, staring at the two people. Little Seven said, "When it comes to a duel, of course I'll be the one." Little Seven, "Do you know how to count? They have two people, 1 versus 2 isn't a duel." Little Dream said. "It's the same." Little Seven didn't even feel any difference between 1 or 2 of them. Sima Yu lamented. The way Little Seven saw strong people was different. She saw one person as 100 of powerful people, but for Little Seven, she saw 2 people as 1. "Actually, I think, bullying by outnumbering will be more fun." Floey moved her index finger, "I love to do such things. Just like how that girl likes to disfigure people. That's your forte, not ours." Little Seven murmured. Now Killer Floey's kill count was more than hers, just because she got more flowers. "I never said I need so many flowers together." Floey smilingly said, "I'm saying, we 3 together, take down both of them, how about that?" "Let's try." Little Dream ran towards them right after she spoke. "Let's do it." Little Seven said as she started attacking. "Really, always running faster than me." After Floey spoke, she went up too. Sima Yu was behind them, being speechless after seeing 3 of them taking action after discussion. These three people really. It was them who made noise in the spirit pagoda and wanted to come out together to deal with them after hearing these people who wanted to disfigure her, using her to test the danger up front, but they were here discussing, pressuring the opponent. Their strength were originally higher than these three of them together, they could have settled them in 3 to 5 minutes, but they slowly drained their spiritual energy, then play with them like a rubber ball, you pass to me, I kick to you, passing around like that, making both of them disabled, then dragging them to Sima Yu. These two people are really resisting, after fighting so long finally settled them. Little Seven stacked both of them, it looked like they were exhausted. Sima Yu stood at the entrance of the cave, seeing both of them beaten to pulp and said, I guess you have never been beaten to this extent in your whole life. Who are you? The elder spitted a mouthful of blood with a tooth once he spoke. Who am I, do you guys still need to know now? Sima Yu said. I saved you, but you bite the hands that feed you. That elder said angrily, sadly his voice was soft and powerless. Saved me? Sima Yu laughed, did you guys save me because you want to? If it's not for us, you'll be dead long ago. The man with blue eyes said. Yes, you guys actually moved me to the cave, but did you save me out of kindness? Sima Yu squatted down, staring at the colored eyes and said, blue eyes, it's actually pretty, sadly you're not. Are you blind or do you like to lie through your teeth? Humph, you guys just wanted you to lead and use her to check for danger, wanted to use her, you still dare to say you saved her. Do you believe I'll dig both of your eyes out? Little Seven threatened at a side. What's the point of digging their eyes? If it's me, I'll chop their limbs, dig their eyeballs, cut their ears and seal their mouth, fix it on a roly-poly and make it into a swine. Little Dream said. Flowey looked at Little Dream and said, I think you better stop hanging out with Little Roar, you're influenced by it. Little Roar got ridiculed again. But Little Dream didn't care and said, I like to play with it, shy. Flowey King, King Flowey, Flowey King Flowey. Don't call me such ugly names. Flowey called out. I'm calling your name. I think the few names I gave you were quite nice, why didn't you like it? Or we can change it alternatively, today we will call you Flowey King Flowey, tomorrow Flowey King, the day after King Flowey, you see, so nice. I dare you. Flowey attacked Little Dream with a vine, both of them fighting each other. Sima Yu was thankful to Little Roar seeing Little Dream like that, if it wasn't for that little guy, Little Dream should be still sunken in sadness and sorrows, being unable to extricate herself and wouldn't show the smile that she hasn't seen for a long time. Although it indeed brought Little Dream into the path of vulgars and rogueness. She changed her focus on the two people and said, I'll give you 2 options now, 1, I'll send you to hell straight, no, you can't go to hell here, so I'll make you stay here forever. 2, you guys tell me what happened and I'll spare your life. Humph, do you think we will believe you? The elder sipped, if we tell you everything, you'll kill us immediately. Why would I? Sima Yu continued, I said I'll spare your life means I will, you have to trust me, understand? Humph. Both of them murmured, not believing in her. Seems like you really don't trust me. Sima Yu continued, but, no matter whether you tell or not, you won't have freedom, but if you tell me, you might exchange for a glimpse of hope. I won't tell you. Just kill us straight. Sima Yu got up, both of their attitudes looked firm. But sadly it was useless. She made sure no one was around, she did a notion, brought both of them into the spirit pagoda and looked for Wu Lingyu. You know how to interrogate people, right? Sima Yu continued, I'll pass them to you, see if you can get any information from them. Why didn't you just use divine knowledge to check? Wu Lingyu questioned. Both of their strengths are so strong, if I have to use divine knowledge to search, I'll have to kill both of them. But there will be of some use keeping them alive. Sima Yu said. Both of them are beaten into a pulp, other than the eyes that are nice, what use are there? Wu Lingyu looked at her. She was praising that guy's pretty eyes, she didn't praise his before. Sima Yu knew what he meant immediately, but she didn't intend to continue that topic and said, when I woke up, they were talking about some danger up front, getting me to lead the way. If we want to go, then we can let them lead the way. If not, should we kill them and let you take the lead instead? Why not? Wu Lingyu agreed straight away. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him and said, don't think about the other stuff. I've already handed them to you, you have to get some information from them. After she spoke, she laid on Wu Lingyu's beauty couch, intending to watch how he interrogated them. All right. Wu Lingyu saw how she was and could only agree, he turned around and started interrogating them. As a king of the devil, he knew many ways to interrogate, after a short while, he dealt with it and got them to talk about what happened. Sima Yu brightened after hearing what they said. There was treasure. She loved seeing others fighting over things the most. But to these two people, she would keep her words and spared their life. But she hoped they could stay alive for more than 3 days, because Blood Fiend City members weren't fun to provoke with. She used pills to disable them to talk, just in case they talked about Spirit Pagoda when they got into Blood Fiend City, then dragged them outside, opened up Little Realm's door and brought them in. She went to Blood Fiend City directly, members of Blood Fiend City sensed her arrival and came out to meet her. Seeing her dragging both of them in, everyone was curious. Yu, why are you holding them? I'm seeing if the city has anywhere I can keep prisoners so I can imprison them. Sima Yu said. What did they do? Did they bully you? Right, they dare to bully you, are they sick and tired of living or do they wish to die? If you want to die, come, let me talk about life to them. That's right. Yu, what did they exactly do? Sima Yu looked at them, although they weren't any nice people, but they were nice to her. Once they heard that she wanted to imprison them, they wanted to seek justice for her right away. Actually nothing much. Sima Yu continued, just now I got swept into spatial flow and got injured, then I got caught by them, one of their partner wanted to disfigure me, but was killed by me, this two people wanted me to lead and test the journey up front because that road was dangerous. Damn, you should kill them immediately, why are you sparing their life? Someone called out. But I've already promised them, if they tell me what happened, I'll spare their life. Sima Yu said awkwardly, end up they told me, so I have to keep my words, but if I just let them go like that, I'll be worried, what if they come and harm me again? So after giving much thought, I feel that imprisoning them here would be the best. Oh I see. You promised others, then you can't kill them. Right, you're someone who always keeps to their promise, so you can't kill. Didn't you say you want to imprison them here? You know we didn't fix up a prison, how about that, put them in my courtyard, I'll keep an eye on them, then I'll tell them how wonderful life is. Sima Yu's smile became wider, these guys were so cute. Since there's no prison, then that will be it. You have to keep an eye on them, don't let them run away, okay? Don't worry, with us here, where can they run to? That person guaranteed. Since that's the case, I'll hand them to you. I've something to handle outside, I'll take my leave first. Sima Yu handed them in their hands smilingly. Don't worry. We'll definitely take care of them. Alright. Sima Yu handed them over and looked for Deja and the rest. Just like what she thought, both of them didn't live over 3 days in Blood Fiend City, even up till their last breath, both of them couldn't think through how did this little girl wiped out 3 of them and why did they brought back such a jinx. Of course, these were what happened later. Sima Yu left Blood Fiend City and looked for Deja and the rest and told them about the situation outside. This is a small battlefield of the ancient battlefield, heard that for many unknown reasons, broken spatial, a small part of the spatial crumbled and many more. So if we go out again, it won't be ideal to bring so many people. They all understood how powerful the spatial was, so they didn't have any problem with her suggestion. I heard many people came here, Uncle Lu Feng, after we got out, see if Uncle Lu Yun is near. Sima Yu said. If he was around, then you could go back to the Sima clan. Sima Lu Feng understood what she meant and said, don't even think of bringing me back, I don't want to go back to that group of old farts. So you bear to see Uncle Lu Feng facing those old farts alone? Why not? Sima Lu Feng continued, he's not new to this. I'm the one that always get hurt, I don't have to pity him. So thick-skinned. She actually didn't want him to follow her seeing what Deja and her were going to do, but she would be worried if he went out alone. Forget it, we'll see if Uncle Lu Yun is outside before we decide on anything. If he wasn't there, there was no point talking about it now. Because they couldn't bring many people in, end up those who went out were Sima Lu Feng, Deja, Master Ghost and Di Lu. After she came out, she let Sima Lu Feng check if Sima Lu Yun was around. Sima Lu Feng took out the contact thing unwillingly, he silently prayed that the Sima clan wasn't nearby, hoping they weren't around, but when he saw the result, his heart almost cried. Sima clan members were nearby. Sima Yu laughed and said, Uncle Lu Feng, seems like this is the tempo of you going back. This thing must have sensed wrongly. Let me try again. Sima Lu Feng said. Again, the result was the same. Sima Yu smilingly looked at him without saying anything. Don't you laugh so deviously, let me contact Lu Yun, he might want to protect you with me. Sima Lu Feng said. Sima Yu couldn't say anything in time, seeing him taking a sound stone, he managed to contact Sima Lu Yun. Where to? Sima Lu Yun's voice was still clear and cold, although it had some impatience, but it had a hidden concern in it. Lu Yun, I got into some trouble, someone caught me. Sima Lu Feng said, seeing Sima Yu was about to speak, he quickly made a hush sign. Who caught you? Sima Lu Yun asked. Members of the Ghost Clan. Sima Lu Feng continued, it's not easy to contact you, quickly come and save me. Sima Lu Yun who was walking in the tunnel, stopped. You can't even handle Ghost Clan members, so useless? There were faint scorns in those words. What the hell, what do you mean useless, there's so many members of the Ghost Clan, you can come here and try. Sima Lu Feng shouted. What happened? Who are you talking to? A few people in front stopped, turned back and asked Sima Lu Yun. Lu Feng. Sima Lu Yun said. Since you're already in contact with him, ask him to get back quickly. Didn't he only get swept by spatial flow, it took him so long to come back. Looks like his ability dropped a lot, shall keep him in seclusion when he comes back. Indifferent attitude, not even a little bit of concern. He said he's caught by Ghost Clan members. Members. He's now somewhere near, asking us to save him. Sima Lu Yun said. He's been caught. The elder just now frowned, it's the crucial time now, we don't have time to save him. Let him stay there forever if he can't escape himself. Sima Lu Feng was at the other side of the sound stone, hearing such things, although he long understood, but he couldn't take it and felt agonized about it. Time is running out, let's move forward. We have to find that thing before anyone else. That elder rushed Sima Lu Yun. Eldest elder, Lu Feng is considered as an important disciple in the clan irregardless, should we? What do you mean by important? Eldest elder berated, if we find that thing, Sima clan will be able to rise up again, this is more important than Sima Lu Feng's life. Let's go. Although there were a few of them who wanted to save Sima Lu Feng, but they never dared to go against eldest elder's words. Secondly, they also knew that getting that stuff was indeed more important than saving Sima Lu Feng. Many people went in before they did when they reached there. If that thing was taken by others, then they wouldn't be able to complete the mission that they came for, and Sima clan would lose a chance to rise up again. If this place wasn't found out by people yet, they would have sent some of them to save Sima Lu Feng, but for now, it was impossible. They couldn't make it in time. The others were already on the move, but Sima Lu Yun stood still on the ground, with no intention to follow. Sima Lu Yun. Eldest elder chided after he realized that he didn't follow after taking a few steps. Sima Lu Yun kept the sound stone and said, "I'll go out and take a look." After he spoke, he turned around and walked the path they took. He didn't intend to put eldest elder's words in mind. Eldest elder, this. Those people looked at eldest elder awkwardly. Sima Lu Yun totally didn't care about eldest elder. This made the atmosphere a little awkward. Although this wasn't the first time. Let him go if he wants to, we can do it without him. Let's go. Eldest elder turned and walked away after he spoke. Sima Lu Yun's strength wasn't considered strong, it didn't matter to them if he left. But it was dangerous outside, he might not be able to come back once he left. Especially having to deal with Ghost Clan, dealing with Ghost Clan in ancient battlefield meant asking for death. So, he didn't care if Sima Lu Yun was disrespectful to him, because in his eyes, this meant that he would be taking someone who was about to die seriously. Sima Lu Yun's lips curled into a faint sarcastic smile. When he get to the continent, he took out the sound stone and said, "Tell me, what happened?" "What do you mean what happened?" Sima Lu Feng questioned. "Who are you with?" Sima Lu Yun asked. The corner of Sima Yu's lips drew up. This guy didn't believe Sima Lu Feng was caught from the start. But he still left Sima clan's team. It showed the trust he had in Lu Feng, and Sima clan's disdain. He too didn't want to be with them. Sima Lu Feng knew he couldn't bluff him. Both of them knew each other too well. Even though there was a little change in tone, they both couldn't hide anything from each other. "Ghost Clan members," he answered. Sima Lu Yun didn't respond, and showed that he didn't believe his words. "I'm really with the members of Ghost Clan." Sima Lu Feng said, "We are all together with you." "She is with you?" Sima Lu Yun's sound finally heightened. "Wait there, I'll be right there." "Hey." Sima Lu Feng hasn't spoken. The other party cut the communication, showing no interest in what he said after. Sima Yu looked at him with sympathy. His position in the clan was really low. He finally got concern from Sima Lu Yun, but after getting into other things, his position dropped completely. Dija's attitude changed toward Sima Lu Feng. This guy was similar to him in the past, but he was more fortunate than him, because he had Sima Lu Yun with him, but for him, he only had himself. No, he had Little Ant. At his lowest, most desperate days, it was Little Ant who accompanied him and helped him overcome and turned him into who he is today. So, he had to get her out no matter what. Quickly, Sima Lu Yun came over. Seeing Sima Yu in lady's clothes, he coldly said, "Why are you here? Do you know where this is? It's such a dangerous place, do you want to die?" Sima Yu touched her nose. Sima Lu Feng threw her a sympathetic look. "Who asked you to laugh at me just now? Now you got scolded too." Dija, who was at the side, wasn't happy, pulled Sima Yu over, protected her from in front, looked at Sima Lu Yun and said, "What rights do you have to scold her?" Sima Lu Yun stared at Dija. Both of them, who had similar aura, almost froze up the surrounding. "Ghost Clan members," Sima Lu Yun said. "That's right." Dija stared at him and said, "Don't think that just because you are her uncle, you can berate her like this. She is my Ghost Clansman, not your Sima clan member." Sima Lu Yun then turned to the brain behind him and asked, "What member?" "Cousin." Sima Yu continued, "Mother's biological sister's son." "Move away." Sima Lu Yun said coldly. Sima Yu was a Sima clan member. What did he mean by Ghost Clan member? Wishful thinking. No. Dija pulled Sima Yu, who wanted to go, firmly didn't want her to feel wronged. "Move." Sima Lu Yun repeated. Dija didn't say anything, but his action showed his attitude. No means no. Sima Lu Feng looked at them, couldn't help but closed his eyes, pulling Sima Yu and retreated to one side. And the moment he pulled Sima Yu, Sima Lu Yun immediately took action. And Dija at the same time strikes back. Both of them exchanged hits while flying towards the sky. Sima Yu lifted her head and watched as both of them fought and said, "You know him well." "I have to." Sima Lu Yun continued, "This guy is the most impatient, he never repeats anything thrice. If the opponent doesn't listen to him on the second time, he will take action straight away." Just now Lu Yun told Dija to move away twice, but Dija didn't listen. He knew right away that he would definitely take action. Sima Lu Yun and Dija never communicated before, so when they fought, he wouldn't give chance like Sima Lu Feng. In addition to the hatred he had for Ghost Clan, it would be more ruthless. Adding on that his strength was already stronger than Sima Lu Feng and Dija suffered defeat after defeat, and even had some injuries. "Cousin." Sima Yu shouted worriedly after seeing Dija being hurt, "Master Ghost, separate them." Master Ghost thought Sima Yu wouldn't care about this thing. He intended to take action even if she didn't say anything. This battle was different from the one just now. He couldn't wash his hands off it. Master Ghost flew over, strike towards Sima Lu Yun, separating both of them, then helped Dija to the ground. Master Ghost's method wasn't that light either. Sima Lu Yun was hit and his body fell. Sima Lu Feng flew over and caught him. "Cousin, Uncle Lu Yun." Sima Yu ran over, saw both of them injured, asked in concern, "Are you guys okay?" Master Ghost and Sima Lu Feng took out the pills for them to eat. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Sima Yu stood in between, not knowing who to look at first. Both of them treated her nice. It wasn't nice showing concern to any one of them first. "Alright, Deja treated you nice. With you being like that just now, you scared you. He thought you will hurt her." Sima Lu Feng spoke first, breaking the rigid atmosphere. "Yes, Uncle Lu Yun, although my cousin is from the Ghost Clan, but he is nice to me." Sima Yu continued, "If you don't like Ghost Clan, my body also has blood and aura from Ghost Clan, means you don't like me too." She could casually grasp it, wearing female's clothes and throwing a tantrum. Sima Lu Yun looked at Sima Yu being in a dilemma. He went silent and said, "Why are you with Ghost Clan members? Met in the Immortal Land and knew them from there." Sima Yu continued, "Then we came here." "You brought her here?" Sima Lu Yun asked as he looked at Deja. "Humph." Deja folded his arms across his chest, not answering him at all. He didn't get Master Ghost to kill him because of Sima Yu's sake. It's because I came here, that's why I met cousin." Sima Yu said. Uncle Lu Yun's aura was too much and it made her unbearable. She never met such a fierce elder before. "What are you doing here alone?" "I came in for something." Sima Yu said. She blinked at Sima Lu Feng, asking for help to put in some words. "Alright, why are you being angsty? See, even you don't dare to talk to you anymore." Sima Lu Feng continued, "If you ignores you next time, don't come crying to me. Anyway you will care about me, right you? Sima Yu nodded vigorously. She didn't like elders who were too fierce. Sima Lu Feng indeed grew up with Sima Lu Yun. He knew where his weakness was. With that said, Sima Lu Yun's facial expression eased up a lot. He was only concerned for her safety. In regards to her appearing out of a sudden at such a dangerous place, he was worried momentarily, unconsciously pulled a long face. It wasn't that he didn't want her to come in contact with Ghost Clan members. He had seen Yukoluo before and he didn't hate her. "Is there something in here that you come in for? It's so dangerous. Why aren't you with Heartbreak Valley members? It's quite complicated. Let's find a place to heal both of you, then I'll tell you about it." Sima Yu said. She believed that he wouldn't be angry if she brought out Lin. After all, she already came in here. He couldn't do anything about it. One of the uncle was strict and cold, another uncle was dissolute. She wouldn't know what her father who grew up with them would be like. She repeated everything again. Sima Lu Yun's face blackened, but he didn't say anything else. "So, you want to go to the middle of an ancient battlefield to collect ancient spirit?" "Yes." "I don't know why Lin is telling me all this, but since he mentioned it, then there must be a reason. If this is the way to save mother, I'll go regardless how dangerous it is." Sima Yu said. "Do you know how dangerous ancient battlefields are?" "I know." Sima Yu continued, "But I have my ways. Even if it doesn't work, I'm able to retreat." "What ways?" Sima Lu Yun questioned closely. "I have the jinx of the Ghost Clan." Sima Yu continued, "And I have a lot of backups." "Powerful?" "Before I came in, I killed one of my uncle." Sima Yu said. "Prince of Ghost Clan?" "Yes." Sima Yu continued, even though his bodyguard wasn't any good. "Good, he's still the royal family's guard. So my battle isn't weak. And I have my cousin with me." Sima Lu Yun became silent for a while and said, "Lu Feng and I will be with you." "Huh?" Sima Lu Yun saw Sima Yu's shocked face, frowned her eyebrows and said, "Why, you can be with him, but not us?" "That's right, we're your elders, of course we'll have to protect you." Sima Lu Feng said. Sima Yu wanted to say reject politely, but seeing Sima Lu Yun like that, she could only agree to it. So, the journey after, not only did she not shake off Sima Lu Feng, even Sima Lu Yun was included. This made her rather helpless. But what Sima Lu Feng said, "Your mother's clan members would be with you, why would you reject people from your father's side?" For fairness, she had no other ways. "Oh right, were you guys at the Highlands?" Sima Lu Feng asked. Sima Lu Yun responded. "What treasure is there?" Sima Yu asked. "We heard that there's a lot of treasures inside, but we didn't see anything." Sima Lu Yun continued, "Maybe the places we went were different. I heard that the Highlands have many treasures, shall we go and join in the fun?" Sima Yu continued, "Since we're here, it'll be wasted if we don't go." "You want to go?" Sima Lu Yun asked as he looked at her. Hee. Sima Yu laughed obviously. "Then let's go." Sima Lu Yun continued, "But we might bump into the Sima clan. Those old guys are annoying." Sima Lu Feng continued, "But those few aren't there, you don't have to worry that they will hurt you." "This few won't?" Deja asked. "That few of them might be cold-blooded and ruthless, but they only think about the clan, they won't hurt you. Sima Lu Feng continued, Lin's initial words will definitely still work. "What about those that wanted to kill her?" "They went to another place." Sima Lu Yun continued, "So we didn't come in together. They both could bear with these people because they were neutral in the clan. If it was the other group of people, how could they be with them? But if it's like this, Yu's news will be passed to the clan." Sima Lu Feng continued, "Will this attract any danger? Her current strength already far exceeds our estimation. In this period of time, those people were already indulged with the clan's matter, they won't have any energy for this." Sima Lu Yun said. "Then what about those forces? If they know? What are you afraid of? Unless those forces join up together, it will be impossible for them to even touch me." Sima Yu continued, if they really join together, then let's compare if they have more members than my bird clan. Previous. Seeing her aggressiveness, Sima Lu Feng and the rest were glad. She could come to this day without any nurture by the clan, it was considered as a miracle. Aren't you afraid that the bird clan don't listen to you? Deja continued, that is just a new ranking rock king, the actual bird clan won't be easily convinced. I have another method, regardless how powerful it is, it can't resist. Sima Yu continued, although I really don't want the bird clan to be involved in my personal matters, but it's still intimidating to outsiders. If it really didn't work, she wouldn't mind letting them help. If Little Rock didn't look threatening enough, Crimson Flame could come out. Previously, Crimson Flame was in an injured state, in addition, it was a critical one, after Qing Yi went in, his injury healed quickly. He told her a few days back that his strength recovered a lot. She wouldn't have to worry even if they bumped into any Paragon rankers. So was he trying to tell her, Emperor rank and below were unequaled? He didn't let the livings know about him before because his strength wasn't enough, plus, his body might have problems, but now his strength had recovered, it was time to command hundreds of birds. Although Sima Lu Yun and the rest weren't sure about her hidden trump, but seeing her with so much confidence, they believed her. Oh right, Uncle Lu Yun, did you guys know, what's the purest water here? Purest water? Why are you asking this? Are you looking for it? Sima Lu Feng asked. Before coming in here, Yin Lin told me if I managed to find the purest water here, he would then tell me information about my father. Sima Yu said. Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng stunned, their faces showed happiness and asked, really? If they could give them information, it meant that it would be imminent to find Sima Lu Xian. That's what he said. Sima Yu continued, but he didn't say what's the purest water. No standards, no hints. Purest water. Sima Lu Feng looked at Sima Lu Yun, it would be hard without any standard. If we found what we think is the purest water, and what happens if he doesn't think so? This was very much possible. Let's not say that Yin Lin purposely made this hard, but without standards, then there would be thousands of possibilities. He didn't tell you any criteria, although it will be difficult to find, but let's think from another angle, this could be a good thing. Sima Lu Yun said. That's right. Sima Lu Feng agreed, if he wants to give you that information, even if you didn't bring back the purest water, as long as he agrees it is, then it is. We can only think of it this way now. Sima Yu continued, I think, since he asked me to do that, then he definitely knows that anything can happen to me here. But this only depends if I can find it. It's still early now, we can search for it slowly. Deja said. For now, let's go and see if we can find anything in this Highlands battlefield. Actually there's nothing much here, it's just that our ancestor came here the other time, he got an inheritance here, it's our fusing spirit book. Sima Lu Yun said. Since the inheritance has already been taken, what else is here? Sima Yu asked. According to the forefathers' news, when the ancestry was here, although they got the inheritance, they didn't take the spirit weapon here away. Sima Lu Yun said. Why? Heard that it was watched over by spirits. It was also said that the ancestry comprehended the spirit book and there wasn't enough time and was transported away straight. Sima Lu Yun continued, but regardless, there's definitely a lot of spirit weapons here. Even if we found an ancient divine artifact, we can't use it either. Sima Yu said. Who knows? Sima Lu Feng continued, previously they passed down some unknown news, regardless, the clan leader was excited when he heard that Immortal Land would open up again, saying that the chance to revive the clan is here. And also said that he must get that thing. So we followed the map that the clan passed down into here. Since it's a secret passed down by the clan's members' mouths, how would they know? So many people came here. Sima Yu asked. Because of what happened last time. Sima Lu Yun said. Because of my father and the rest? Sima Yu doubted, how was that and this linked? Sima Lu Yun knew that Sima Lu Feng told her about what happened and said, those forces that joined in that time, although they showed mercy to your fathers in your life, but they ganged up together and put the clan in a difficult position, saying that we ganged up with the ghost clan, bringing harm to the humans, so we had to compensate. Compensate? By using this piece of information? Sima Yu questioned. That time, some of the forces already knew that Immortal Land would open up in decades, so after that thing, they ganged up and forced the clan, and the clan released this piece of information, putting this matter at rest. Sima Lu Yun said. The information of the ancient battlefield is all passed around? Sima Yu asked. We didn't even know much in the first place, every piece of information we knew were passed around last time, and even swearing to heaven that we weren't lying, so those people believed. Sima Lu Yun continued, after that we don't know who passed this around, so this time, many people came to the ancient battlefield. No wonder so many people came here. Sima Yu continued, so many people came here for the treasure, meaning our chances will be low. That's right. It was also because of this, the clan has so many objections to your father, they might even kill you if they know about you. Sima clan's position became lower and lower in the inner regions this past few years, initially your father was the only hope for the talented, but no one expected things like that to happen. Sima Lu Feng sighed, if we can't get that thing, I'm afraid the objections will become bigger in the clan. Just a divine artifact alone can revive the whole clan? This is too unreliable. Sima Yu continued, what kind of divine artifact can give such power? If we really get hold of it in front of everyone, then it wouldn't be a treasure that can revive the clan, but a source of calamity? If those people knew that the Sima clan got the treasure here, with this news spread, then those people would gang up together and go against the clan, forcing them to give it up. Those forces love to join together doing shameless things like that. They considered Sima Yuyu's words, but the situation now wasn't something that they would worry about now. Although Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun weren't happy with the clan, after all that was still their clan, they couldn't not feel anything at all. They didn't like how the clan works, but on the other note, they were worried about the current situation of the clan. And also with that, was the reason why they were willing to search for that divine artifact with Eldest Elder. Actually, I've a good idea, not only it will prevent the divine artifact getting into the hands of others, it won't bring trouble to the Sima clan as well. Sima Yuyu said. What idea? Sima Lu Feng continued, attracting a faint despise from Sima Lu Yun. As long as I get that divine artifact, it'll be in my hands, and it won't bring trouble to the clan. Although Sima Lu Yun guessed that she would say that, when he heard it with his own ears, he deeply experienced her shamelessness. Ha ha ha, cousin, you're so adorable when you're shameless, I'll definitely snatch that divine artifact over for you if you really want it. Deja laughed hilariously. He loved it when she had no sense of shame. This time it was Sima Yuyu's turn to be speechless. What did you mean by shameless? Since when did she have no sense of shame? We don't even know if there is a divine artifact, let's go in and take a look first. Sima Lu Yun didn't agree right away. Nobody knew what was the situation here, was there really a divine artifact, could someone already have gotten the divine artifact was still a mystery. Then let's wait for you guys to recover and we'll go. Sima Yuyu said smilingly. After a day, they set off again. Sima Lu Yun brought them to the highland, they didn't bump into much danger on the way. Thinking back when she was caught by others and almost became a guide dog made her feel stuffy. This road was passed down by the ancestors, so there wasn't much danger. Sima Lu Yun explained, people who don't know, won't come here so easily. So to say that forefathers were still useful. When they got here, they already bumped into many people. The entrance of the cave was full of footprints. Many people have already come, I wonder what's the situation inside. Sima Lu Feng said. We will only know when we go in. Sima Yuyu spoke as she was heading in, but was pulled by Deja. I'll go in first, you stay behind me. Deja went in after he spoke. Sima Yuyu smiled and followed Deja in. Followed by Master Ghost and Di Lu, then Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun. This little guy snatched our position. Sima Lu Feng said as he stared at the back of the people in front. Not bad. Sima Lu Yun said faintly and followed in. Although they were from the Ghost clan, their intention to Sima Yuyu was good. Sima Lu Feng muttered and followed. Sima Yuyu and the rest went in. The beginning was a cave. When they went inside, it seemed like they stepped into a maze. The space inside was boundless, it didn't even seem like an ancient battlefield. It seemed like a former site of a sect here. Sima Yuyu said. Indeed. Others felt the same, such a huge place, it didn't just seem like a basement anymore. There's something on the walls. Deja said. Sima Yuyu put up a flame and actually saw some images on the wall. That wall had humans, spirit beast, some ugly looking ones, should be the devil or ghost clan members. These murals seem like they're telling some stories. Sima Yuyu said. She looked back, realized that on the way in, there were some murals as well. She went over and took a look all over again, finally understanding everything here. I didn't think that it's really a former site of a force. Sima Lu Feng continued, because they gotten the divine artifact, they were attacked by many forces and suffered by torture and exterminated. Could this divine artifact be the one that your ancestor is talking about? Sima Yuyu said. What do you mean your ancestors? They are your ancestors too. Sima Lu Yun corrected her sternly. I'm not a Sima clan member now. Sima Yuyu said. How are you not? You have the Sima clan's blood, so you're a Sima clan member. Sima Lu Yun glared at her with that fierce look again. I'm not in the clan's record, Sima Yuyu refuted. Sima Lu Yun was left speechless, silent for a while then said, your name will be there, your name will be the most dazzling in the clan's record. Sima Yuyu twitched her lips, she didn't care about being in the clan's record. Your father's name is still inside. Sima Lu Yun said. Sima Yuyu stumped and said, after what happened, the clan didn't remove his name? She thought after what happened those years, the Sima clan would throw her father out of the clan. Not everyone in the Sima clan is cold-blooded and merciless. Sima Lu Yun said. Alright. Sima Yuyu shrugged her shoulders, this piece of news actually surprised her. No matter what, that's also our clan, our roots. Sima Lu Yun said. Then what about those that wanted to kill me? Sima Yuyu said. Those are enemies, not family, don't care. We will deal with them. Sima Lu Yun said. Okay. If someone really comes for me, I'll definitely entertain them well. Sima Yuyu said. You don't have to go easy on them. Sima Lu Yun added. Meaning that she didn't have to care if their last name was Sima, or have Sima clan's blood, kill them when they should be killed. Okay. Sima Yuyu nodded obediently, she was an obedient kid, since uncle said not to show any mercy, then she didn't have to show any. Even if those people who wanted to kill her were killed by her, she didn't have to care if their position in the clan was important or not. Speaking of which, if that divine artifact was the reason for a force being exterminated, then would it still be here? Sima Lu Feng questioned. There's more murals in front. Deja said. Sima Yuyu and the rest walked over, what was drawn on it was the result of what happened that year. On that mural, the forces that were alive used their life to activate that divine artifact. The divine artifact shot out assimilated power, killing all the invaders. From then on, the divine artifact became a worn-out copper metal and disappeared completely, leaving only with a disabled disciple that time drawing all the murals. After seeing the murals, everyone went blanked. No more divine artifact? Artifact? From the murals, it seems like it. If the mural was real, then what were they here for? Could it be that your ancestor scammed you? Deja looked at Sima Lu Feng and the rest's facial expression and rejoiced in their misfortune. It was not only Sima Yu. Even Sima Lu Feng and the others felt the same. The news that their ancestors had left behind was vague, while the story written on this stone wall seemed more reliable. Could it be that there really isn't a divine tool? Sima Lu Feng said. If that was true, wouldn't their efforts have been in vain? It's not impossible. Sima Lu Feng had just spoken when they heard sounds of battle. The battle sounded incredibly fierce, causing the entire ground to shake. It's Elder's spirit skill. Sima Lu Feng said. Something's happened. Go and take a look. Sima Lu Feng ran over towards that direction after speaking. You guys wait here. Sima Lu Feng instructed Sima Yu before leaving with Sima Lu Yun. Sima Yu saw how anxious they were and rubbed her nose, saying, he's always dissatisfied with the clan leader, but he still runs so quickly the moment something happens. These were the Sima clansmen. They asked you to wait here. Are you going to? Deja asked. He saw Sima Yu's sneaky gaze and knew that he had asked the wrong question. How was it possible for this brat to wait here quietly? Let's go take a look. Sima Yu said, what if something happened to Uncle Lu Feng and the others? What if the divine tool was really stolen away by someone? Fine, in actuality, the main point was whatever she didn't actually say. Sima Lu Yun and the others wouldn't be injured so easily. She and Deja went towards the direction in which the battle was happening. They quickly saw a group gathered around a huge pit, faced off against another group. Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng saw Sima Yu come over and they were shocked. They were about to say something, but weren't in time as someone flew towards them. Get lost. Sima Yu hadn't even reacted yet when Master Ghost waved his hands, sending that very person flying against the wall, knocking him dead. Sima Lu Yun saw that Master Ghost killed a monarch-ranked expert in a single move, and realized that the blow he had dealt him earlier on was considered charitable. Sima Yu blinked, asking, what's going on? How did she end up almost getting kidnapped the moment she came? Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun flew over and protected her by standing near. They asked, didn't we ask you not to come? I came to help. What if you weren't able to defeat them? Sima Yu said very seriously. Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng looked at her. Not a single one believed what she said. If they couldn't even tell what her true intentions were, they would have lived their many years in vain. Sima Yu didn't care whether or not they believed her. However, this wasn't really a big deal. She didn't have to pay any heed. Who are those people? Why do they want to kidnap us? She still wanted to clarify the current situation. She had seen it earlier on just now. That person didn't come here to attack her. They flew over here where they were. If it weren't for Ghost Teacher who killed them, they would have kidnapped any single one of them. Those people couldn't defeat us and couldn't escape, so they wanted to kidnap someone and drag us down. Sima Lu Yun said. Who are those people? Sima Yu saw that the expressions of those people were rather ugly. Each of them looked like they had eaten a dear bird. From the Gu clan. Sima Lu Yun said, because of a divine tool, they backstabbed the clans. Gu clan. Sima Yu was shocked. She recalled what happened at Cloud Sea City. She really did see the Gu clan with the Sima clan. They also seemed to be getting along well back then. However, the two clans were facing each other angrily. Especially the Sima clan. They looked hurt. It seemed like the relationship had broken off. Didn't they say that there was no divine tool? Sima Yu asked. It's not the one we saw. It's another divine tool. Sima Lu Yun said. Although they didn't obtain that divine tool, obtaining these things weren't bad either. It would be able to strengthen the Sima clan. The Sima clansmen weren't with the Gu clan when they entered. However, when they met in the underground palace, they didn't chase the Gu clan away. However, they didn't expect that the moment they broke through the barrier here, the Gu clan would stop hiding their true wolf colors and attack them directly. The Sima clan received a sneak attack and many were injured immediately. Things had been rather passive at that time, but they didn't expect Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng to run over and directly kill two of their experts, ridding the Sima clan of the pressure. Later on, Sima Yu arrived and Master Ghost silenced the entire Earth Palace with a single move, and both sides were in a deadlock. What are the two of you doing? The Sima clansmen were disgruntled when they saw that the two of them, including Sima Lu Yun, were not helping them fight the Gu clan but were instead with someone that they didn't recognize. Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng exchanged glances before stepping away from both sides at the same time, revealing Sima Yu. Earlier on, the Sima clansmen didn't notice Sima Yu at all. By the time they had reacted, Master Ghost had already sent them flying while Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng had hidden her behind them. Right now, they had just seen her clearly. When they noticed that her face was extremely similar to Yu Kaluo, they sucked in a breath. That's... The Gu clan noticed Sima Yu as well as they cried out, Yu Kaluo. That's not Yukuluo, that should be the child she had that year. Heavens. Isn't that Sima Lu Xian's child? The Gu clan and Sima clan were in a state of shock. Sima Yu's sudden appearance overwhelmed them. What is she doing here? That was true. Wasn't she lost? Didn't Sima Lu Xian take her away? What was she doing here? You're that Vice Valley leader of the new power. The most senior elder said. Initially, they looked at Sima Yu from afar and did feel like she looked rather familiar back then. They didn't even link it to Yukuluo back then, though. It turns out that she was actually her. They saw the way Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng protected her and knew that they had located her long ago. This is not the time to be curious about my identity. If you can't distribute the divine tool properly, why don't you just give it to me? This way, it won't ruin the camaraderie you've had all these years and continue to live in peace. The three groups were speechless. She was actually able to speak these kinds of words. Deja smiled, saying, Master Ghost, since cousin wants it, you should help her snatch it. There is very little fluctuation of spirit energy of that divine too. It's already a pile of trash. Worthless. No spirit energy? Sima Yu saw the divine tools on the wall behind the Sima clan. They looked perfectly fine, but she didn't expect that there would be no spirit energy left. These spirit tools should have lost their spirit energy during the great battle. Master Ghost said, or maybe it has something to do with the murals we saw earlier. Previous